The sky was so dark it seemed to sink with only a few scattered stars, and even the moon looked drained of spirit. It was December 31st, 2026, in the Common Era. A full month had passed since that apocalyptic catastrophe. Faced with those unspeakable supernatural horrors and calamities, the humanity had always prided itself on proved as fragile as paper. In merely 7 days, human civilization had been smashed to pieces. The survivors could only be forced onto the so-called road of migration. My name is Guyu. Before the end of the world, I was nothing more than an utterly ordinary corporate drone. The boldest thing I had done in this life happened to fall on the very day of the catastrophe. I quit my job on the spot. Later, I fought my way out with half my life escaping from the fringes of the city. Hiding and skulking, I followed the human tide all the way until I finally encountered the convoy I am with now. The convoy is called New Life. About 150 people, neither truly large nor truly small. 70% are elderly people and children. There are very few who can actually shoulder responsibility. Fortunately, the awakened in the convoy are not devoid of conscience. The rules are far from perfect, but at least they are fair enough that people can still survive. The so-called awakened were once a dime a dozen only in online novels. Who could have imagined that once the apocalypse arrived, they would all become real? They are now the only power capable of resisting those monsters and revived abominations, and the hardest backbone for staying alive. Counting me, there are 4 awakened in the convoy. The leader Xiahou Yu walks the divination path of the Pathfinder sequence. Su Qingyuan, who manages logistics, follows the support path of the apothecary sequence. The main combatant Su Meng takes the battle path with a 4-handed giant form. The last one is me Guyu. The ones in the New Life convoy who can truly fight are just these 4. The leaden sky hung oppressively low. Dust and sand churned together, shrouding the world in a layer of smog that refused to disperse. The air was so heavy it felt stifling. Every breath seemed to clog in the lungs. Guyu leaned against the seat of the Wuling Hongguang, his gaze never leaving the off-road vehicle ahead. His body was exhausted to the limit, yet his fingertips were still slightly tense, not daring to relax in the slightest. Behind him stretched a long line of vehicles like a slow-creeping river of iron. The most conspicuous were 2 buses, the rest were scattered cars, electric scooters, and bicycles, all packed together inching forward. After the convoy had driven for some time, the off-road vehicle at the front slowly stopped beside a small town. The door opened, and a young man in a black jacket jumped down. It was the leader Xiahou Yu. He bent to pick up a piece of grit, brought it to his nose, and inhaled deeply a few times, then made an OK gesture toward the rear. The loudspeaker immediately crackled to life with a broadcast. The convoy will stop in the town ahead for 3 hours. Anyone needing supplies can go in and search. As the words fell, many eyes lit up. Restocking supplies was one thing. More importantly, they could finally 3 hours, neither long nor short. Many people simply patted their family members on the shoulder slung on their bags and rushed toward the town. Guyu also stood up, locked the car, shouldered a hiking pack, and followed them in. The moment he stepped into the small town, Guyu shivered. His purpose this trip was very clear: warm clothing and medicine. The weather was growing colder and showed no sign of turning back. If they did not stock up, people would freeze to death before any abominations even made a move. For safety, he prioritized searching the residential district. The town looked dilapidated, yet from the style of the houses one could tell it had not been poor before the apocalypse. Every family had a 2-story small villa. He chose a house close to the exit, took out a pair of white gloves, and pulled them on, then gently pushed the door. The courtyard was so quiet that only the wind could be heard. Time was short, so he quickly circled to the front door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The furnishings were still largely intact, and one could faintly make out the cleanliness that once was. He went straight to the bedroom and yanked open the wardrobe. Inside, clothes and bedding were neatly arranged. Without much hesitation, he stuffed all the cotton garments into his backpack, then found 2 quilts, tied them up, and tossed them by the door. Then he searched the other rooms. In the living room, on the coffee table, and in the drawers, he dug out a pile of medicines of various kinds. His backpack was crammed to the brim. Guyu hurried back to the exit with the bag, loaded everything into the car, then turned around and headed back into the town. This was his habit. He did not trust strangers. Compared to wandering around in groups of 3 or 5, he was more used to working alone. As an awakened, his strength was sufficient. Alone, he did not drag anyone down, and going back and forth by himself was in fact more efficient. On his second entry into the town, he moved closer to the center and spotted a convenience store, then pushed the door and went in. As soon as he stepped inside, a damp chill bored straight into his bones. The corners of Guyu's eyes lifted slightly. He knew very well something was following him. His face did not change, and he leisurely swept items from the shelves into his backpack. That clammy, sinister presence clung to him, neither fast nor slow, trailing close behind. When he finished gathering supplies and was about to turn, the thing behind him suddenly grew agitated, making quite a racket. Guyu glanced toward the source of the sound. There were a few packs of cigarettes and several bottles of beer there, hard currency for many people. But he did not smoke, and he could not be bothered to let such petty tricks ensnare him. Looks like a little ghost, Guyu thought. He hefted his backpack and strode toward the door. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, the convenience store door snapped shut on its own. A red-clad figure lurking in the dark suddenly revealed itself. A pair of deathly pale, bloodless little hands lunged straight for his back. When the talons were only a few centimeters away, a burst of golden light exploded. Guyu's gloved palm blazed to life, clamping around the little ghost's neck and slamming it hard against the wall. The gold radiance flickered ceaselessly as wisps of black smoke rose from its throat, and it let out a shrill, twisted screech. Tisk, what an awful noise. Seeing it still struggle, Guyu twisted his wrist and hurled it toward the shelves. Yet the little ghost's body was insubstantial. It passed straight through, flipping over in the air. The instant he shook it off, Guyu lifted a foot and kicked through the old grimy window pane. Glass shattered in a spray of fragments. Guyu vaulted out and sprinted straight toward the light. He glanced back. The red-clad joy child floated in midair, childlike in form, dressed in a vivid red garment, like a bridal robe embroidered with bizarre and intricate patterns. But its face was so grotesque it turned the stomach. All the features displaced, the nose skewed to one side, the mouth torn open to the ears. From the hollow eye sockets dangled a pair of crimson tongues, their tips gently writhing. Where the mouth ought to have been was instead a pair of round eyes, their pitch-black pupils fixed on him with a cloying, viscous malice. A joy child, Guyu murmured under his breath. He did not linger. Turning away, he walked off at a... The red-clad joy child did not pursue. It merely began to hum a broken, eerie nursery rhyme. Eat some candy, lose all your teeth, wear red clothes with the king of the dead. Its talons carved deep gouges into the shelves as it glared after Guyu's receding back, its hatred lingering long after he was gone. Walking along the small town street, Guyu hitched the freshly scavenged supplies higher onto his shoulder, never slowing his pace as he headed straight for the exit. Suddenly a dull tremor rose from beneath his feet, the rumbling growing from distant to near, tightening the hearts of all who heard it. Guyu instinctively looked back and immediately spotted Su Ming within the team. By now Su Ming had fully unleashed his ability. His body swelled abruptly to nearly 3 meters tall, and on his already burly upper torso, 2 additional arms jutted out grotesquely. This was the sequence form of his combat path, the four-armed giant. On his back, he carried an oversized custom-stitched canvas pack, while each of his 4 hands gripped several bulging hiking backpacks. Behind him surged a large crowd of ordinary people, panicked and scrambling to retreat. Seeing this, Guyu immediately quickened his steps, and in one smooth motion fished a single-framed pair of glasses from his pocket and put them on. A faint sheen of light flickered across the lens, and he vaguely made out a massive billowing cloud of black mist in the distance. Within it, several twisted humanoid figures were charging after the crowd like mad beasts. He did not look any longer. Suddenly accelerating, he sprinted headlong toward his Wuling Hongguang van. By cruel coincidence, the sky was already dimming. Just as he reached the vicinity of the exit, that red-clad wedding child was swaggering right in the middle of the road, beaming as it blocked the way, lazily humming that eerie nursery rhyme. Eat a piece of candy, lose all your teeth, wear red clothes, marry the king of hell. Guyu's brows knit slightly. The fingertips of his left hand instantly glowed with a faint golden light, while his other hand drew a standard-issue pistol from his jacket. His fingers tightened subtly around the weapon hanging at his side, his gaze turning colder, clearly poised to strike. Yet the moment the red wedding child saw the black, tubular object in his hand, it surprisingly stepped politely to the side, making way, and even bent its body in a small formal bow, as if offering a proper salute. The abnormal reaction made Guyu pause for half a heartbeat, but his hands did not hesitate in the slightest. He raised the gun and fired a shot at it, then spun around and bolted away without so much as a backward glance. The red wedding child stared at the black bullet, hole blasted into the nearby wall, scratched its head, and looked oddly relieved. The next second, however, it turned its gaze towards Su Ming, who was barreling toward it, then lunged forward with jaws gaping wide. As Su Ming was sprinting flat out, a glaring flash of red suddenly flickered across his vision. Without thinking, he freed one hand, grabbed the small figure in a single snatch, and flung it viciously far into the distance. Where did this red rag come from? What bad luck? Flung away, the red wedding child drifted through the air, stifling a surge of indignation. Why was everyone it ran into today such a tough, troublesome brute? At that moment, strange guttural cries of sounded nearby. It was the very group of aberrant creatures that had just chased out of the black mist. The red wedding child turned its head impatiently and bellowed at the aberrant creatures. What are you ing about? Do you want to get eaten? Awada. If you don't speak, I'll take it as consent. No sooner had the words fallen than the red wedding child's head swelled monstrously large, and with a single savage chomp it swallowed the creature before it whole. In the distance, the horrors hidden within the black mist continued their frenzied pursuit. Many people, already exhausted after days on the road, stumbled and collapsed one after another along the route back, never managing to rise again. Outside the small town, several women and elderly people stared anxiously at the thickening black fog at its entrance. Their family members had gone in to search for supplies 2.5 hours ago, and not even a shadow of them had appeared. On a nearby bus, several schoolgirl-looking young women stomped their feet in anxious agitation. What do we do? Teacher Bai and Chung Long have been inside for so long and still haven't come out. What if something happened to them? Teacher Bai used to be a professional athlete, and those guys are all big and sturdy. What's there to be afraid of? If something really does happen, we'll just leave right away. The bus is here. If the worst comes to the worst, we split the supplies and can last a long time. A man sitting in one of the seats heard this, and his brows instantly knotted together. Bracing himself against the railing beside him, he pushed himself up to his feet. Damn it, Shun Yao, did a dog eat your conscience? Chung Long and the others are risking their lives in there to find supplies for everyone, and you're here spouting heartless crap. If you've got nothing useful to do, then shut your mouth. Chen Yao, who had just been discussing how to redistribute the supplies, instantly darkened at his words. Lu Yu, what's that supposed to mean? Who are you calling foul-mouthed? I'm doing this for everyone's sake. And look at yourself. You're a cripple now, can't do anything at all, and you still have the nerve to criticize me. Lu Yu was completely enraged by that. He flung his crutch aside and was about to charge at her when the others on the bus hurriedly grabbed him, preventing the quarrel from erupting into a real fight. Just then, people began pouring madly out of the small town one after another. At the very front of the stampede, he dashed to his van, yanked open the rear door, and dumped all the supplies inside in one go. With a bang, he slammed the door shut, vaulted into the driver's seat, and laid his finger on the ignition switch, ready to stomp the accelerator and bolt at any moment. Seeing Gu Yu so clearly braced, as if facing a mortal enemy, everyone instantly understood. Something terrible had definitely happened inside. Even Gu Yu, the newly joined awakened one, was this on edge. No one dared to delay. People scrambled back into their own vehicles, ready to depart at a moment's notice. At the same time, the voice of the convoy leader, Xiaoho Yu, boomed from the loudspeaker atop the lead off-road vehicle. 10 minutes, no more. When the time's up, the convoy moves out immediately. Everyone be prepared. As his words fell, those waiting outside finally panicked completely and began pleading all at once. No, please wait a little longer. My husband still hasn't come out. I'm begging you, my brother is still inside. You can't abandon. Please just wait a bit more. My son and daughter-in-law haven't come out yet. I'm willing to trade our supplies. Of course, there were also those who made a completely different choice. On the school bus, the moment Chun Yao heard Xiaoho Yu's broadcast, she rushed straight to the driver's seat and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Driver, hurry up and start the bus. Once the monsters get here, we won't be able to get away. Hurry." With a dull thump, the man in the driver's seat shoved her aside with one forceful push. Didn't he say there are still 10 minutes? What are you rushing for to reincarnate? The man's name was Li Tsong. Like Lu Yu, he had been injured while scavenging for supplies earlier, so he had not gone into town this time. As the two argued, a figure walked toward them at an unhurried pace. It was a tall, slender girl. Her posture was straight without seeming aggressive, her brows and eyes gentle and clear, her bearing open and composed. Everything about the way she spoke and moved exuded a dependable steadiness that put people at ease just by looking at her. Seeing that it was her, Li Tsong hesitated for a moment, then silently shifted out of the driver's seat. Xianyu sat in the driver's seat with composed ease. She turned back to address everyone on the bus, her voice clear and steady. Sit properly and fasten your seatbelts. If you're afraid of dying, you can take your belongings and get off now. Her tone was gentle, yet resolute. After hearing her words, most people fell silent, returning quietly to their seats. Watching her back, Li Tsong still could not help lowering his voice and saying, "Xiao Yu driving into town. Won't that be too dangerous?" Hearing this, Xianyu turned her head and gave him a small crescenteed smile, a shallow dimple appearing on her cheek. Her tone carried just the right touch of playful teasing. "What's this? Is our big guy scared?" Who's scared? I'm just worried." "Forget it, do whatever you want," he muttered. Seeing Li Tsong's face turn beet red and his tongue trip over itself, Xianyu did not tease him any further. She reached out and twisted the key. The engine responded at once with a low, throaty roar. Though the world had fallen into apocalypse, Xianyu still carried with her a composed, gentle grace. The occasional glimmer of a smile in her eyes added a subtle hint of playful charm that was easy to overlook. The bus slowly rolled forward, not pulling away from danger, but instead turning around, driving steadily toward the peril-ridden depths of the small town. Su Ming dashed towards the exit, not pausing his footsteps even for a moment as he narrowly avoided a bus coming straight at him. He leaped onto another waiting bus, forcefully tossing the supplies he clutched into the compartment, his movements as decisive as smashing stones without a hint of hesitation. After tossing in the last bundle, his towering figure, which had expanded to over 3 meters, began to visibly shrink back. His 4 arms gradually retracted into his body, eventually returning to the appearance of an ordinary adult man, though a thin layer of cold sweat clung to his forehead, dripping down his jawline. The danger deep within the small town had not dissipated in the slightest. A few male students stumbled forward. Su lay wearing glasses and bleeding profusely from his legs, pale as a sheet lay on Chung Long's back, his voice barely a whisper. Chung Long, if you can't hold on, just let me down. I can't run anymore. Don't drag you all down. Shut your mouth. Chung Long panted like a winded bellows, not stopping his pace for a second. Su lay, have you lost your mind because of that woman Qin Yao? All you do is spout nonsense. Hold tight. Once we're out, you still need to bring hot food to your dad. He cursed while swinging a fire axe backhandedly, fiercely chopping at an approaching mutated creature. The creature's body twisted like soft mud, the axe only leaving a shallow mark with not a drop of blood oozing out. Damn, no matter how hard I hit it, it won't die, and there are even more of them. Not far away, a lithe figure darted swiftly. It's Bai Zhou. Clad in a practical sports outfit, she carried a backpack nearly half her height, effortlessly pulling along a lagging student, her movements as smooth as if practiced 1,000 times. Chung Long, don't waste time with these things. We can't outlast them. I know. Teacher Bai. Chung Long gritted his teeth, shoving aside a monster that lunged at him. But they're sticking to us like glue, we can't shake them off. Panic rose within him as he stared at the surrounding mutated creatures, an insatiable longing in his gaze. If only he were an awakened one too. But miracles never simply fall from the sky. Just as a few injured students gritted their teeth ready to stay behind, the ground shook with the roar of an approaching vehicle. A bus roaring at full throttle crashed into the mass of monsters, its wheels crushing several blocking mutated creatures, the vehicle skidding to a halt right in front of everyone. Bai Zhou and Chung Long immediately recognized it. That was the bus they had taken. The bus doors swung open with a clang. Li Tsong, bandaged up, leaned out, clutching a steel pipe, shouting, "Old Chung, get in quickly." Chung Long summoned his last bit of strength, madly rushing towards the bus door, with Su lay on his back. Bai Zhou picked up the fire axe on the ground, fiercely hacking a path, dragging a few lagging students along as they moved towards the bus. As the last person stumbled aboard, Xian Yair slammed the accelerator to the floor. The bus shot out of the small town like an arrow. A few mutated creatures clinging to the bus were flung off at high speed, instantly swallowed by the tide of monsters surging from behind. Meanwhile, outside the town, Xia Houyu checked the time, and without hesitation signaled for departure. The leading off-road vehicle roared to life. Guyu saw this and immediately started his vehicle, closely following the convoy. Those survivors who had not yet reunited with their families could only watch in tears as the town faded from view. Eventually being pulled along by those beside them, they reluctantly joined the convoy, turning back multiple times. The long line of vehicles slowly advanced along the gray road, the air thick with dust and a faint metallic scent of blood, making it hard to breathe. Inside the bus, the silence was unnerving. Injured students huddled in their seats, breathing softly, while Su Lei's leg wound continued to bleed. Bai Zhou squatted beside him, using simple medical supplies to bandage his injury, her movements gentle, as if afraid to hurt him. Li Tsong leaned against the door, occasionally glancing at the driver Xian Yair, his anxious expression barely. Xian Yair gripped the steering wheel, her profile appearing particularly gentle in the dim light, but the weight of concern in her eyes remained. She frequently checked the rearview mirror to ensure no strange creatures were following, only then allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Guyu's vehicle was in the middle of the convoy. He lowered a window, the cold wind rushing and clearing his muddled mind somewhat. Looking at the headlights of the vehicle ahead, he knew, unless the other party stopped, they would have to keep driving like this. Fortunately, half an hour later, Xia Hou's vehicle finally stopped in a flat area. He opened the door, bent down to scoop up some river water, grabbed a handful of grass leaves, rubbed them, and then nodded at the convoy, signaling it was safe. Guyu sighed in relief, and after parking, he laid his head on the steering wheel, resting for a moment. Shortly after, Xia Houyu waved at him. Guyu tidied up briefly and walked over. Xia Houyu took out a folding table, placing a few bottles of drinks and a pack of sunflower seeds, nodding his chin. Help yourself. Guyu knew he was waiting for others, so he didn't stand on ceremony, opened a bottle of drink, took a sip, and casually tossed a pack of cigarettes his way. Whoa, rare goods. Xia Houyu caught the cigarettes, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone. What have you changed your ways? Finally experiencing the wonders of adulthood. Guyu shot him a glance, casually tapping the table with his fingertips, avoiding the topic and directly getting to the point. Alright, it's been a while, you should talk about what you know regarding the awakened and this apocalypse. Moments later, most of the convoy members gradually arrived. As soon as they reached a resting place, everyone seemed to deflate, especially those who had ridden bicycles, collapsing to the ground, gasping heavily, with no strength left to even speak. At this moment, Su Ming also alighted, striding straight to Guyu and Xia Houyu. Old Xia, your divination this time was not very good. He wiped the sweat from his face, his tone slightly complaining. Why are there so many eerie things in this cursed place? Xiahou Yu's forehead immediately creased with several lines, his voice rising. I'll say it again. I am surnamed Xiahou, not Xia. Su Ming scratched his head, patting his backpack behind him, his tone serious. By the rules, this is for you. Seeing the backpack, Xiahou Yu immediately forgot about the previous matter, patting Su Ming's shoulder, smiling like he had just seen Chow Chow. You're a good sport. You're a good sport. Gu Yu watched these two troublemakers and gently shrugged, a faint smile curving his. When he initially joined this convoy, it was partly out of urgency to find a reliable guide, and partly because he genuinely felt that Xiahou Yu's personality wasn't too bad. At that moment, the door of a bus opened, and a figure slowly descended. It was a woman of ample stature and outstanding grace. With gentle brows and eyes, she smiled, and when she did, fine lines appeared at the corners of her eyes, indicating she was not from an ordinary background. She walked over to Xiahou Yu, naturally linking her arm with his. She was the last awakened member of the entire new student convoy, and Xiahou Yu's wife, Su Qingyu. Her gaze slowly swept over everyone, from the exhausted students to the dust-covered logistics personnel to the breathless Su Ming, finally resting on Gu Yu, giving a slight nod as a greeting. As the entire high-end combat force of the new survivor team gathered, Xiahou Yu straightened up from behind a folding table, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the tabletop. All right, everyone is here. As per tradition, let's have a brief meeting. He cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Gu Yu. Since Gu Yu just arrived, it's perfect for her to listen and making it easier to lend a hand in the future. Let's each share our progress and abilities, allowing our new partner to familiarize herself with us. I'll go first as the team leader. Xiahou Yu waved his hand casually. You all know my sequence, the divination path, the prophet sequence. The general classification is second tier, and my abilities mainly involve predicting events and assessing the fortunes of locations. Additionally, I can glean some basic information about the origins and sequences of the apocalyptic world. Having finished, he opened a drink and took a sip, adding, just to mention, I enjoy both tobacco and alcohol, so if you have any extra, feel free to swap with me fair and square. Su Qingyuan chuckled softly from the side and took over. My sequence is the support path, the apothecary sequence. It's different from traditional medical practitioners. I specialize in crafting various potions. The higher the quality of the materials, the stronger the efficacy. Just like my husband, I don't have much combat ability. She paused, her eyes sparkling with amusement, and added, just to clarify, I only like Xiahou Yu and won't trade him. At her words, even Xiahou Yu's thick-skinned nature made his ears turn red. Quick to react, he reached out to wrap his arm around his wife's shoulders, about to say a few soft words when a rough voice interrupted. Su Ming, combat path, four-armed giant sequence. The burly man crossed his arms, looking serious with a hint of pride in his tone, but I prefer to call myself the four-armed overlord. It sounds more impressive. After the three introductions, it was Gu Ye's turn. It's my turn. He nodded lightly, his fingertips casually brushing over the supplies beside the vehicle. My sequence is the same as I mentioned earlier, the appraiser sequence, second tier. My abilities mainly involve appraising treasures, and he paused, not revealing everything. Gu Ye's sequence, known as the appraiser, has a total of 5 complete abilities: appraisal, divine sense, enlightenment, refinement, and treasure control. Appraisal, directly observing any object, allowing one to see its basic information and hidden attributes. Divine sense, temporarily greatly enhancing one's 5 senses and able to sense the magnetic fields of people and objects to a certain extent. Enlightenment can enhance items and even spiritual objects. Each item can only be enhanced once, and upon success, it not only strengthens the original attributes, but also develops hidden characteristics. Refinement, absorbing spiritual objects and even the strange spiritual energy, transforming it into luminous treasure, thereby enhancing one's physical body. Treasure control, many spiritual objects have side effects, and this ability can minimize the negative effects to an extremely low level, even nearly eliminating them, while further amplifying their effectiveness. At present, he only mentioned the 3 abilities: appraisal, divine sense, and refinement. Even so, it was enough to astonish Xiahou Yu, Su Qingyuan, and Su Ming. According to the team's rules, Gu Yu also handed over 10% of the supplies he scavenged to Xiahou Yu on the spot. The rules of the new survivor team are quite clear. All survivors must submit 10% of the supplies they find at their destination to the team leader. Even those who are awakened are no exception. However, awakened individuals have privileges. Xiahou Yu and Su Qingyuan will provide Gu Yu and Su Ming with information about their sequences and the apocalypse for free, and they will also supply potions without charge, even helping the two create a potion once with materials to be provided by them. Gu Yu felt that there was nothing unacceptable about this. Firstly, the team leader not only manages his small circle, but also the entire team of 150 people. Secondly, Xiahou Yu's divination is essential for the team, and Su Qingyuan's potions are something that awakened individuals can rarely obtain. Thirdly, with his appraisal ability, he was not worried about any hidden tricks in the potions. Once everyone had a chance to rest, Xiaohou Yu picked up a megaphone and announced to the team, "Today we will take a unified day of rest. Everyone should not stray too far from the team and can freely trade supplies during this time." Upon hearing the news, many survivors instantly became excited. The supplies they scavenged might not be useful to them, but trading with others could perfectly supplement their needs. There were also those who still held on to a glimmer of hope, hoping their missing family members would catch up. As the order for rest spread, the new survivor team immediately became lively. Some people pulled out cardboard boxes and backpacks from the vehicles, while others spread out pieces of cloth to display their supplies. Soon a chaotic, yet vibrant post-apocalyptic flea market formed on the small plain. Food, medicine, clothing, tools, lighters, batteries. Everything that could be traded was laid out, and the sounds of bargaining were continuous, adding some life to the team that had been subdued for so long. Guyu opened the trunk of the Wuling Hongguang and neatly displayed the extra supplies he had scavenged: a few thick cotton jackets, several boxes of unopened cold medicine, a few packs of compressed biscuits, and a few cans that had never been opened. He didn't shout out to attract attention, just quietly organized his things by leaning against the vehicle, activating his appraisal ability, his eyes scanning the entire area, easily discerning who was hiding good items and who had problematic goods. Not far away, an elderly woman with graying hair squatted on the ground with a small, neatly stacked pile of clothes, 2 packs of noodles, and half a bottle of iodine in front of her. It was the same elderly woman who had previously cried outside the town begging the team to wait for her son and daughter-in-law. From time to time, she looked up towards the direction of the town, her eyes filled with hope, and beside her, she was holding a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The child was whining for candy, and the elderly woman initially scolded him sternly, then softened her voice, pulling out a small hard candy from her pocket and giving it to him, looking both kind and helpless. Someone tried to trade for her goods at a low price, but the elderly woman smiled and shook her head, saying, "I won't take advantage of others. I'll trade at equal value. I'm waiting for my son and daughter-in-law to return, and all these are to be kept for my family." On the other side, a slender girl with her head down stood quietly in a corner with only a small amount of bandages and a few pieces of chocolate laid out in front of her. Her name is Han Xian, and she was a short play actress before the apocalypse. She is introverted, doesn't like to talk, and keeps her head down the entire time. When someone asked for a price, she would only gently shake her head or nod, independent and not bothering anyone. Not far behind her, a sturdy man named Zhao Lu squatted down with a lot of cans and bread in front of him, but his gaze kept secretly falling on Han Xian. Seeing someone approaching to talk to Han Xian, he immediately pretended to organize his things and moved a couple of steps forward, subtly separating the two while silently protecting her. He and Han Xian were old neighbors. She often brought delicious food for his younger sister, and he liked her in his heart, but didn't dare to approach her, only helping in this clumsy way. However, there are always those who are clueless. A boy with dyed yellow hair swaggered over. The boy's name is Feng Yuhang, a small-time delinquent who dropped out of middle school. The moment he entered the team, he set his sights on Han Xian, constantly joking and finding reasons to get closer. Xian, what a coincidence. Trading goods. Feng Yuhang approached with a cheeky smile. "Your chocolate is too little. I have a whole pack. Just trade it for some conversation with me." Han Xian shrank back, taking half a step to the side, saying nothing. In an instant, Zhao Lu clenched his fist, just about to stand up, when Feng Yuhang intentionally squeezed closer to Han Xian, saying, "Don't be so cold. We should look out for each other in the apocalypse. Why don't you come with me? I'll cover the supplies from now on." Before he could finish, a heavy cough came from the side. An old man with a slight belly and slicked back hair casually walked over, carrying a bulging military backpack. It was Cui Yi. Before the apocalypse, he was a relatively wealthy, successful businessman with a typical hoarding personality, a stockpiling fanatic. He lived better than anyone else in the team thanks to his stored supplies, but he was also a lecher, often eyeing young girls. "Kid, don't bully the little girl." Cui Yi shot Feng Yuhang a sideways glance, but his gaze fell on Han Xian, sizing her up. "Little girl, I'll take everything you have, I'll trade you some cans. How does that sound?" Han Xian remained silent, shaking her head. Feng Yuhang immediately became displeased. "Old man, what are you making a fuss about? I saw her first. What does seeing her first matter?" Cui Yi sneered. "I have supplies, do you? You haven't even grown up yet, and you want to hit on girls." The two immediately began to bicker, their voices growing louder, drawing the attention of those around. Feng Yuhang was unafraid of Zhao Lu defiantly scolding, "What business is it of yours? Who is she?" Just as the conflict seemed to escalate, a faint voice interrupted from the side. "What are you arguing about?" Guyu walked over calmly, his gaze sweeping over the three, before finally landing on the watch next to Han Xian's chocolate. Just a moment ago, he had used his appraisal ability to glance at it. There were flecks of spiritual light glimmering on Han Xian's watch. Though it seemed unremarkable, it was a good source for absorbing spiritual energy. In contrast, most of the expired food in Chui-Yi's military backpack was likely hiding valuable items in the car. This old man clearly intended to swindle. I want to trade for her item, Guyu said clearly but softly. Chui-Yi, half of the expired food in your bag, and you still have the gall to swindle. Chui-Yi's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking? You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not, Guyu replied, raising his eyes. And you kid, don't try to act generous with that half a moldy piece of bread in your pocket. Feng Yuhang instinctively covered his pocket, his face suddenly turning ugly. Zhao Lu paused and looked at Guyu with more gratitude. Han Xian also raised her head seriously, regarding Guyu for the first time, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. Guyu ignored the two and turned to Han Xian. I like your watch style. I'll trade it for 2 bottles of mineral water and a pack of compressed biscuits. This price, to those unaware, was Guyu openly helping her. Han Xian hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly and pushed the watch forward. 1 bottle of water will suffice, thank you. Feng Yuhang protested. Why do you get to decide the trade? Because I don't swindle, and because you can't defeat me. Guyu casually glanced at him, a faint golden light shimmering from his left hand. The aura of an awakened flashed by, causing Feng Yuhang's face to pale instantly as he stepped back, too intimidated to speak. Chui-Yi's heart sank as well. He could tell Guyu was an awakened, and it was unnecessary to offend him over trivial matters. He huffed and walked away with his bag. The farce ended. Zhao Lu breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to Guyu, scratched his head, and pushed a can of beef stew in front of him. Thanks, brother, this is for you. Guyu declined, saying, no need, just take care of the person you want to protect. Zhao Lu blushed, chuckled a couple of times, and quietly returned to stand beside Han Xian. An elderly lady nearby watched this scene, smiling gently at Guyu and waving him over. Guyu approached her. Young man, you have a kind heart. The old lady took out a pair of thick cotton shoes from her small pile, saying, here, take these. I can see you've been driving a long way. Your shoes must be worn out. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. If you have extra anti-inflammatory medicine, you can trade me for some. I have food and clothing, and my grandson has a bit of a cough. Guyu glanced at the cotton shoes. His appraisal ability showed they were just a pair of ordinary footwear, but the old lady exuded a special aura that brought a sense of comfort. He took out a whole box of unopened anti-inflammatory medicine and handed it to her. I'll take the shoes. Here's the medicine, enough for the child to use for a while. The old lady hurriedly waved her hand, saying, that's too much, I can't take that much. Not too much, Guyu smiled. You're waiting for family. It's not easy, so keep it as a backup. The elder's eyes warmed with tears, thanking him repeatedly as she secretly tucked a small piece of cured meat into his hand. Take this, it's delicious. Many people around watched this scene, their gazes towards Guyu filled with a bit more respect. An awakened who doesn't oppress the weak, doesn't covet small gains, and is willing to help others is rare in the apocalypse. Xia Houyu and Su Qingyuan stood not far away, exchanging smiles. This kid is not bad. Xia Houyu stroked his chin. He has strength, is not boastful, and knows how to deal with people. Su Qingyuan nodded slightly. The appraiser sequence has a sharp eye and a righteous heart. Our convoy has struck gold. Su Ming, standing aside with his arms crossed, chuckled. Fair enough, I'll cover him in fights from now on. Holding the watch in his hand, Guyu casually tucked it into his pocket, packed away his displayed goods, and turned to stroll leisurely through the market, hoping to see if others had hidden items infused with spiritual energy. He approached the bus where Su Ming was, but he wasn't there. Instead, a fresh-looking girl was tending the stall. Hello, big brother. Su Daqueta went to sleep just now. He said whatever you like, he'll give you a discount. The girl smiled brightly at Guyu, her eyes curved, giving a comfortable feeling of spring returning to all things. Guyu glanced around and found that most items were ordinary supplies, with very few containing spiritual energy. After chatting briefly with the girl, he traded a few packs of toilet paper before turning to leave. It seems I still need to find Xia Houyu. Guyu bypassed several vehicles and arrived at the core area of the convoy, Xia Houyu and Su Qingyuan's designated rest area. Here supplies were relatively concentrated, with a large tarp spread on the ground, a few bottles of drinks, a pack of cigarettes, and a folding table that served as the information trading center for the entire team. Xia Houyu leaned against a car, fiddling with a lighter. When he saw Guyu approach, he raised an eyebrow, saying, Oh, our new appraiser has arrived. How was your round? Without saying much, Guyu nodded and cut to the chase. Nothing significant. A few hidden items and someone trying to swindle. I want to trade some information about sequences and see if there are any supplies that might be hiding spiritual artifacts. Su Qingyuan walked over from the side, holding a cup of warm water and offering it to Guyu. Have a seat. The convoy rules state that awakened individuals provide information for free, and they can also help refine potions for free with materials provided by you. She paused, her gaze falling on the corner of the watch peeking from Guyu's pocket, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. You traded for a good item. This watch has a faint spiritual aura. Although it's not much, it's a stable supplement for awakened individuals. Guyu smiled faintly, but was pondering Su Qingyuan's abilities. It seems the pharmacist also possesses a similar ability for item appraisal. Once seated, Guyu didn't ask directly, just quietly waited. He knew that Xia Houyu would bring it up. Sure enough, Xia Houyu slapped his thigh and sat up straight. Alright, since you're straightforward, I won't hold back. Let's talk about sequences first. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, opened it, and offered one to Guyu, who shook his head. First, the known sequence classifications. Among the common ones there are combat, support, and divination. Xia Houyu flicked the ash off his cigarette and slowly continued. I am from the prophet sequence, which falls under divination. Qing Yuan is a pharmacist from the support category. Su Ming is purely a combat type of tank. Your appraiser is quite special, not belonging to the common categories. It resembles a sequence from the mysterious path. Those special classifications are more complex, similar to supernatural paths or demon-slaying paths. The second tier is the common starting threshold. Most awakened individuals are first tier. Being able to stabilize their awakening ability is already a good achievement. The second tier is a watershed, allowing one to initially grasp the use of their abilities, even starting to touch the concept of spiritual items. Su Qingyuan added, spiritual items are key. After the apocalypse, many ordinary items absorb spiritual light in specific environments, transforming into spiritual artifacts. Your ability to appraise and refine is unique in the entire convoy. Guyu lightly tapped his fingers on his knee, listening quietly and nodding occasionally. As for the spiritual artifact you're looking for, Xia Houyu scanned the entire flea market and scoffed. Today's chances seem slim. Most people are searching for ordinary supplies. Finding even a couple of special items would be considered lucky. He lowered his voice, shifting the topic. But I can tell you that Shui Yi today definitely has good stuff hidden away. Before the apocalypse, he was in the building materials business, and he has a batch of antiques collected from old houses. He hid all the good items in the car, filling his backpack with expired goods to exchange for supplies from the young people at a low price. Guyu's eyes flashed with understanding. Clearly it aligned with what he had seen with his ability. Also, Xia Houyu leaned in closer, his expression turning serious. That thing you did for Han Xian today, don't think no one noticed. In the convoy, some people have already started to regard you as someone not to be messed with. He paused, returning to his playful demeanor. But don't worry, I'll protect you. The convoy needs people like you. Guyu stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I've noted the information. Regarding the potions, I'll come find you when I have materials. Sure thing. Xia Houyu waved his hand. By the way, we'll take a different route tomorrow. I've divined that something strange is gathering behind us. We need to steer clear. Keep an eye out tonight. Don't wander too far. Guyu nodded and turned to leave. Back in the car, Guyu casually tossed the newly acquired items onto the back seat. This Wuling Hongguang, originally a 7-seater, had been stripped down by him, with the emptied space transformed into a makeshift single bed using planks and cushions, while the bottom of the car was hollowed out to create storage compartments, keeping everything organized and concealed. A quick inventory of supplies revealed 2 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of gasoline, several blocks of solid alcohol, 3 boxes of mineral water, along with various canned foods, and the recently collected medicines, blankets, and warm clothing were all neatly stored. If used sparingly, these supplies could last him half a month. Guyu lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the bedboards. There lay 5 items quietly: a handgun, a monocle, white gloves, a radio, and a black cube. These were 5 spiritual items he had nurtured through his awakening abilities since the apocalypse began. Evil Spirit Handgun. Ability cultivates bullets using the extraordinary power of the awakened, inflicting double damage on supernatural beings, ranked 7002 among spiritual items. Spiritual Treasure Glasses, exclusive to appraisers. Ability greatly enhances sensory perception, able to detect target information, ranked 5050 among spiritual items. White Gloves. Ability awakens after absorbing the blood of the awakened, enhances strength when worn, allowing direct contact with supernatural beings. Rank among spiritual items, 7008. Top Secret Radio. Ability, an old item from an unknown supernatural company, can monitor sounds within a radius of 500 meters, intermittently broadcasting unknown information with mixed credibility. Rank among spiritual items, 5002. Black Cube, exclusive to the ambitious. Ability, a mysterious item from an unknown world capable of sealing and harming any creature, and can consume extraordinary power to transform items into corresponding forms and enhance them. Rank among spiritual items. Guyu could use his awakening ability to elevate the probability of items becoming spiritual items or further upgrade existing spiritual items, and after all his efforts, he had only managed these 5. Among them, the one he valued the most was undoubtedly the Black Cube. No one knew that besides being a second-tier appraiser, he also concealed another identity. The first tier in the Ambitious Sequence. Ambitious Sequence. Ability born from a mysterious path with 2 distinct abilities. Theft twice daily can activate on a target's ability or item guaranteed success if the target's mental strength is lower than his own. Solidarity can distribute a portion of extraordinary power to others can be used without the other party's knowledge granting them strength, which can also be retracted at any time without feedback. Holding both sequences was Guyu's greatest trump card, as well as his strongest reassurance in this apocalypse. He gently caressed the cold surface of the black cube with his fingertips replaying Summer House earlier words in his mind. Shui, he had hidden a batch of antiques in his car, likely containing spiritual items. Guyu's eyes showed no ripples, he merely twitched his fingertips slightly. Just right, he hadn't used his theft ability. He did not set off immediately. Instead, he leaned against the bedboard, closed his eyes to adjust his breath, and gradually harmonized the powers of the appraiser and the ambitious. When the dual sequences operated, faint golden and black spiritual lights flickered around him, barely visible, before vanishing. After a moment, Guyu opened his eyes, his breath calm and unremarkable. He donned the spiritual treasure glasses, opened the car door, and seamlessly blended into the crowd of the flea market. Shui's vehicle was parked at the edge of the convoy, an old SUV with heavily tinted windows clearly designed for hiding things. The old man himself was crouched nearby, haggling with several survivors, muttering to himself, while his eyes constantly darted toward his own car, wary of anyone approaching. Guyu discreetly circled to the back of the car, the spiritual treasure glasses faintly glowing as his gaze penetrated the window. On the back seat lay a locked wooden box, quietly resting, enveloped in a faint but pure spiritual light, containing at least 2 old items resonating with spiritual energy. A glance was enough to determine the disparity in mental strength. Shui, he was just an ordinary person, far inferior to the dual sequence Guyu. Guyu stood in the shadows, his fingers slightly curled, quietly activating the ambitious ability of, without light or sound, a nearly invisible black thread floated from his fingertips, silently wrapping around the wooden box. In the next second, a faint yet clear connection arose in his heart. The 2 spiritual items within the wooden box had been silently stolen by him, directly falling into his hands without leaving a trace. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Guyu turned to leave, his expression indifferent, as if nothing had happened. When Shui looked back later, he would only find the wooden box still tightly locked, never realizing that the spiritual items inside had already changed hands. Walking back to his own car, Guyu glanced lightly at the 2 old items now inside, not lingering, and directly closed the car door. At the break of dawn, a monster! Help! Ah, ghosts! Their shrieks pierced the night. The previously tranquil convoy erupted into chaos. Guyu instantly set aside his instant noodles, rose, locked the car door, and strode swiftly toward the commotion. Xiahou Yu and Su Ming arrived almost simultaneously. There stood a man suspended midair, his throat gripped by an invisible giant hand, feet kicking wildly. His wife clutched desperately at him, sobbing hysterically, while onlookers dared not draw near, fearing entanglement with the uncanny, merely watched from a safe distance. Upon spotting Xiahou Yu's team, the crowd instantly found their anchor. Captain Xiahou, please, what has happened? Yes, Xiaoli was perfectly fine just moments ago, chatting away, and then suddenly this. Xiahou Yu's brow furrowed deeply, even he found the situation daunting. He belonged to the divination sequence, not a combat-oriented one, and this clearly involved an invisible spectral entity, far beyond his direct capacity to subdue. At that thought, Xiahou Yu instinctively turned to Guyu. Old Guyu, any leads? Guyu, roused by the question, lifted his gaze toward Xiaoli hovering in midair, paused briefly, and spoke without hesitation. He raised his spirit devourer pistol, aiming steadily at the seemingly empty shadow beside Xiaoli. Bang! A deafening report tore through the night. The spirit-infused bullet detonated upon impact, shattering the invisible force field. Xiaoli dropped abruptly. Thud, collapsing onto the ground, gasping raggedly, his face as pale as bleached parchment. Simultaneously, a flickering, semi-transparent figure darted from the shadows, panicked, disoriented, and bolted headlong into the distant forest. But Xiahou Yu reacted faster. With a flick of his wrist, he scattered an unknown golden-hued powder into the air. Tiny sparks of spiritual light ignited across the phantom's form, pinning it motionless where it stood. Su Qingyin followed close behind, uncorking a vial of sapphire blue elixir and dousing the specter. Under searing spiritual light, the shadow finally coalesced into its true shape. Huh, a chameleon specter. Xiahou Yu exhaled in relief. Rare indeed. Su Ming secure. Before the words fully faded, Su Ming had already activated his 4-armed colossus form, his frame surging, wind whipping around him as he lunged forward. One massive arm clamped down on the chameleon specter's neck, slamming it hard into the earth. No matter how violently it writhed, it remained utterly immobile beneath his crushing grip. The specter shrieked piercingly, its body twisting and shifting hue, but could not break free. Guyu stood quietly aside, watching, his left hand idly brushing the black magic cube nestled deep within his pocket. His spirit treasure spectacles had long since activated, projecting lines of data across his vision. Chameleon Spectre Spiritual Anomaly. Ranked Tier 1 Lower Bracket. Abilities: Optical Invisibility, Ethereal Strangulation, Nocturnal Ambush. Weaknesses: Spiritual Energy Shockwaves, Intense Light, Sustained Incineration. His shot had struck precisely at the weakest node of its invisibility field. The onlookers trembled in awe, then sighed with profound relief. We're saved, truly saved. All thanks to Guyu's shot, and Captain Xiaohou and his team. Xiao Li's wife rushed to her husband, embracing him as tears streamed unchecked, bowing repeatedly toward the group in heartfelt gratitude. Xiaohou Yu waved a dismissive hand, then fixed Guyu with a gaze sharpened by newfound seriousness. Appreciated, old Guyu. We'd have struggled. Qingyin and I both lack means to engage such stealth directly. Just happened to counter it. Su Qingyin stepped forward, handing a small jar of ointment to Xiao Li's wife. Apply this. It mitigates spiritual corruption. Keep him still tonight. The woman stammered profuse thanks, hands trembling as she accepted the jar. Su Ming hoisted the still struggling specter with a grin. This little thing's got quite the bounce. Shall I just crush it outright? Xiaohou Yu considered it, then shook his head. No, keep it. Qingyin can extract anomalous materials, or perhaps craft targeted elixirs. Su Qingyin nodded lightly. Yes, it's usable. Hearing its fate sealed, the chameleon specter shrieked anew, twisting frantically, yet remained trapped within Su Ming's unyielding grasp. Guyu glanced once more at the subdued specter, then swept his eyes across the surrounding blackened woods. The night wind carried a chill, and faint lingering traces of other spiritual anomalies stirred among the trees. His voice low yet crystalline cut through the hush. Not just one. Others are nearby. Xiaohou Yu's expression hardened. Are you certain? Yes. Guyu nodded. Few in number, but all watching hidden. Su Ming tensed instantly. Then I'll stand guard. Let any dare approach. I'll smash them flat. Su Qingyin frowned. Looks like none of us will sleep soundly tonight. Stay alert. Leave engines running ready to depart at a moment's notice. Xiaohou Yu seized a megaphone and issued a firm command across the entire convoy. Attention all. Spirits prowl the night. Remain inside your vehicle's doors and windows secured. Do not disembark under any circumstances. Alert others immediately if anything unusual occurs. His voice reverberated across the fleet. The recently relaxed passengers snapped back into vigilance, hurrying into their cars, locking doors tight. Night deepened. A whispering wind swirled through the woods, carrying fragmented, eerie murmurs as it circled the convoy. Everyone huddled silently inside their vehicles. Only a few engines hummed low and steady, poised for swift retreat. Guyu leaned back in the driver's seat, eyes closed in quiet repose, while the faint pulse of his spirit treasure spectacles scanned the darkness continuously. The latent power of the aspirant sequence coiled within him. The ability to steal had cooled. Disguise and faction bonds stood ready to activate at will. Suddenly, 3 black silhouettes burst from the forest, moving so fast they blurred into afterimages, hurtling straight toward the outermost sedan. Inside sat an elderly woman and her grandson Dodo. She screamed, the boy wailed. Spectre shadows, more than one. Xiaohou Yu's face paled. Su Ming, intercept them. Su Ming roared, unleashing all 4 arms as he charged, but the 3 shadows split apart, flanking him. He intercepted only one, the other 2 slammed against the car window, claws raking viciously at the glass. Spiderweb cracks exploded across the pane, on the verge of shattering. The old woman cringed in her seat, clutching Dodo, trembling uncontrollably, while bystanders froze, too slow to intervene. In that split second, Guyu moved. No shout, no flourish. He simply opened his door, stepped out, white blazing gauntlet snapping over his left hand, right hand lifting the Spirit Devourer pistol with flawless composure. Bang! Bang! 2 precise shots punched through the heads of the 2 specters. Azure smoke erupted as spiritual incineration consumed them, their shrieks, shrill bodies rapidly dissolving in a translucent mist. Yet the third, still locked in Su Ming's grip, suddenly surged with unnatural strength, wrenching free and fleeing toward the forest's depths. Too swift, Su Ming couldn't pursue. Guyu's gaze turned glacial. No restraint remained. His fingertip twitched, aspirant steel activated silently. Instantly, a fleeting echo of Su Ming's 4-armed colossus power shimmered about Guyu. Not full replication, but enough raw might for explosive, short-lived bursts. He sprinted alongside the fleeing specter, and kicked it hard, sending it tumbling backward into the convoy. What a... Xiaohou Yu's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't anticipated such sudden, overwhelming physical force from Guyu. Su Ming stared stunned. Old Guyu, you can do this too. Guyu offered no explanation, just twisted his wrist with a sharp, crisp snap. The specter's spiritual essence shattered, crumbling into swirling black smoke. The remaining 2 wounded specters, sensing imminent doom, whirled to flee into the woods. Guyu's eyes narrowed coldly as aspirant steel locked onto one specter's speed ability. Mental resonance assessment. Your spiritual energy vastly exceeds the target's. Steel guaranteed. A portion of the specter's velocity bled into Guyu's being. The creature froze mid-turn, its speed halved instantly. Running won't save you. He spoke calmly, raised his pistol, and fired. One final shot ended it. The last specter met its end beneath Su Meng's fist, reduced to ash. In 10 seconds, 3 specters eradicated. Silence fell over the convoy, every occupant staring wide-eyed through their windshields. That display, precision marksmanship, instantaneous power surges, once again laid bare the chasm between awakened beings and ordinary mortals. Outside a nearby bus, Chung Long, who'd gripped a fire axe ready to rush in, tightened his right fist, then relaxed with a soft chuckle humming as he returned to his seat. Xiahou Yu approached swiftly, voice hushed. Old Guyu. Is it part of your treasure appraiser? Guyu lowered his hand, breathing steady, answering with effortless nonchalance. A side effect. A single phrase, effortlessly vague, concealing every card he held. He would never reveal his dual sequence, nor utter the name aspirant. Su Qingyin stepped to the damaged vehicle, inspecting the fractured window, then checked the ashen-faced grandmother and grandson, exhaling softly. They're unharmed. Only the glass broke. The elderly woman bowed repeatedly, holding Dodo tightly. Thank you, young man. Thank you for saving us. Dodo, buried in her arms, sniffled softly, then whispered, Thank you, uncle. Guyu gave a slight nod, though the corner of his mouth twitched faintly as if startled by being addressed as uncle. He said nothing more, turned, and walked back to his car. Su Meng scratched his head, following with open admiration. Old Guyu, you're incredible. Holding back all this time. Partner up, we'll be unstoppable in battle. Xiahou Yu watched Guyu's retreating figure, his expression layered with complexity, yet now underscored by unwavering conviction. This convoy hadn't merely gained an awakened ally. It had drawn, unbeknownst, a true trump card. Back inside his car, Guyu closed the door and settled into his seat. He opened his palm. A filament of stolen speed energy spiraled luminously across his fingertips, then dissolved seamlessly into his being via the treasure appraiser's refinement technique. Only Guyu knew the truth. Tonight's feat was but the faintest ripple upon the surface of his arsenal, a mere sliver of his deepest reserves. He picked up the obsidian magic cube resting on the dashboard and gently rotated it. A subtle sapphire gleam flickered across its surface, as though acknowledging its master's silent power. The next morning, as dawn broke, the grayish morning light pierced through the thin mist in the forest, casting a faint golden glow over the long line of vehicles. Xiahou Yu immediately pressed the intercom, and the assembly notification cut through the morning fog, echoing over the entire convoy. After a night of rest, Guyu looked revitalized, hardly showing any signs of fatigue. He opened the car door, bent down to inspect the tires and chassis of the Wuling Hongguang, and only after confirming, after a night of rest, Guyu looked revitalized, hardly showing any signs of fatigue. He opened the car door, bent down to inspect the tires and chassis of the Wuling Hongguang, and only after confirming everything was fine did he sit in the driver's seat. The car started smoothly, merging into the middle of the convoy at a steady pace, neither rushing ahead nor lagging behind, always maintaining an orderly formation. Inside the car, Guyu casually turned on the top-secret radio. A crackling sound erupted first as chaotic electrical noises surged wildly across the frequency band, followed by intermittent raucous voices breaking through. Damn it! Who stole my treasure? It's all gone. Chui, don't slander me. You traded expired chocolate for half a pack of biscuits yesterday. I haven't even settled that with you. Hey, you little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? Easy there, big guy. Can't I be wrong? Dodo, are you scared? It's fine, just huddle up. Grandma is here, no one dares to come near. Sis, quickly try this, it's the meatkin food I just scavenged from the town, it's delicious. What the hell, Chin Yao, what do you— If it weren't for your mouth, Su Lei wouldn't have gotten hurt from that thing. What's wrong with me saying a few words? And you still dare to make sarcastic remarks? Hey Chin, clarify yourself. Su Lei's injury has nothing to do with me. Can't I express my opinions? This is discrimination against women. I will report you. Various arguments, curses, and cries mingled together, creating a racket like a disturbed hornet's nest, completely chaotic. Guyu leaned against the driver's seat, tapping his knee with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the taillights of the bus ahead, his tone flat, with a hint of subtle sarcasm, not quite cold ridicule, but more like a resigned commentary on the trivial farce. Tisk, the daily routine of the convoy is noisy like a bunch of weaned children, but it's still quite lively. He paused, lightly stroking the storage compartment under the seat, adding in a low voice devoid of emotion, yet conveying a slight understanding. But Chui, that old man, is somewhat alert. In just one night, he noticed things were missing and dared to shout loudly. That takes some guts. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a hint of subtle malice flickering in his eyes. The items had been taken by him, using his stealing ability, and now this old man was looking for a thief merely inviting trouble upon himself. But how could an ordinary person like him collect such items? With this thought, Guyu took out the two antiques he had stolen yesterday from the storage compartment under his seat. One was a small palm-sized ancient bronze ding with indistinct cloud patterns etched on its surface and a faint spiritual glow surrounding it. The other was a white porcelain vase with entwined floral patterns, its glaze warm and hinting at a layer of lustrous sheen. He raised his hand to put on the spiritual treasure glasses, sweeping his gaze across as a line of pale golden information flashed before his eyes. Bronze ding, low-level spiritual item attributes, abundant spiritual light, strong stability, can be refined. White porcelain vase, low-level spiritual item attributes, pure spiritual light, high compatibility, can be refined, no hidden special attributes. It was not considered a top-tier spiritual item, but for him at present it was sufficient. In the apocalypse, enhancing oneself is always the top priority. Guyu's mind stirred, and the refining ability quietly activated. The two antiques slowly floated from his palm, hovering in midair. Streams of pure spiritual light flowed from the surface of the items, like mercury spilling forth, surging into Guyu's body. The faint golden spiritual light spread across his skin, first nourishing the surface muscles, enhancing their explosive power, then seeping into the bones, making each bone tougher and denser, finally flowing around the organs, nourishing each one. Guyu slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. 40%. It had increased by about 40%. A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing an almost imperceptible joy, his tone becoming a bit lighter, as if he discovered something interesting. It's significantly higher than expected. His current physical quality should be slightly stronger than Su Ming before his transformation. In a good mood, he hummed casually. Today is a good day, all wishes come true. His voice was not loud, light, and natural, lacking any pretentiousness, more like a spontaneous reflection. Just after humming, a more intense chaos erupted from the radio, mixed with the sound of shattering porcelain. Li Tsong, are you crazy? Do you dare to hit me? Didn't you say if you can hit, don't hesitate? Chen Yao, shut up. If you don't stop, I'll throw you out to feed the ghosts. Guyu glanced at the rearview mirror in the car, using the spiritual treasure glasses through the glass, just in time to see the bus ahead. The original commotion had Chen Yao lunging at Li Tsong, cursing and spitting everywhere. Li Tsong dodged to the side, grabbing Chen Yao's wrist with such force that it left her momentarily frozen. First, I didn't hit you, you lunged at me yourself. Li Tsong's voice was devoid of emotion. Second, it's not dawn yet, and many people on the bus are still resting. Third, if you keep making noise, I won't mind fighting you. Chen Yao was stunned for a moment, then erupted into even more intense struggles, crying out, You dare. Li Tsong, you are targeting me. Her struggles were insignificant in front of Li Tsong. He simply flicked her away, and she stumbled and fell in the aisle, taking a long time to get back up. A glimmer of understanding crossed Guyu's eyes as he lightly tapped his knee, his tone carrying a hint of mild sarcasm. Not sharp-tongued, just a fitting remark. Indeed, in a large group, there will always be one or two inexplicable individuals who go against the tide. Ooh, what law is this? He had no habit of meddling in others' affairs. He merely cast a brief glance before returning his gaze, leaning back into his seat. The convoy continued to move slowly, with the forest wind carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, occasionally brushing past the car window, bringing a wave of freshness. Guyu twirled the pitch-black cube with his fingers, a faint coldness curling at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't be bothered with the trivialities of this convoy. For now, he only needed to take care of himself and this thoroughly modified Wuling Hongguang. As for Cui Yi, this old man was definitely not as simple as he appeared. He still needed to be on guard. The vehicle traveled steadily on the gray highway, with Guyu calmly holding the steering wheel, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, the classified radio in the center console emitted a violent burst of static. Zicha, Zhongshan, escape. Happy birthday. The static crackled and burst forth, causing Guyu's fingertips to momentarily pause. He quietly closed his eyes, discreetly activating his divine sense, fully focused on capturing every fragment of information leaking from the frequency. Even his breathing became lighter, unwilling to miss a single piece of data. This radio was an old relic left behind from his previous company, casually taken when he resigned, and only revealed its strange utility after the apocalypse. So far, the radio had only actively broadcast 3 times, each time saving his life. The first time was on the second day after the apocalypse arrived, when it reported supernatural phenomena and dangers occurring in the residential area where Guyu was located. Relying on this information, Guyu barely managed to escape the community. The second time was after Guyu fled the community at a refuge in a desolate area. Through its hints, he found a mysterious ruin, which awakened his dual sequence. The third time, it reported that a convoy would pass by Guyu's location. All 3 broadcasts had provided significant assistance to Guyu, and now it was sounding again. This time the intermittent voice was even more eerie. Zhongshan University. The entire school is a cage. The people from before have not truly disappeared. They have become rules. See, don't believe it. It will be dark. The gates will lock themselves. To get out, one can only wait until dawn. But many people won't wait for dawn. The broadcast abruptly stopped with no follow-up. Guyu opened his eyes, his gaze showing no ripples, merely clicking his tongue lightly. His tone is flat, as discussing the weather. No follow-up, and no breakthrough point. It sounds like a place where one cannot take advantage. The things inside are not ordinary. Entering is highly likely to lead to a dead end. He glanced at the convoy ahead, silently adding, I just hope the location chosen by Xiaohuyu's divination isn't this cursed place. Fear of what comes is what comes. In just over 10 minutes, the entire convoy slowly stopped in an empty suburban area. In the distance, buildings were clustered, with the most eye-catching being the university in the center, its entrance clearly displaying 4 glaring characters. Zhongshan University. A faint chill lingered in the air, even the wind felt off. As soon as Guyu got out of the car, he saw Xiaohuyu waving at him with a serious expression, while Su Ming and Su Qingyan stood nearby, their faces not looking relaxed. He walked over casually, picked up Xiaohuyu's drink from the stone table, twisted it open, and took a sip. His movements natural and carefree, his tone also casual. Old Xiao, why choose this place? It looks pretty sinister. Xiaohuyu's forehead twitched, struggling for a while before suppressing the words. My surname is Xiaohu, grimacing and shaking his head. I had no choice. I already divined all the surrounding directions, and they were all dead ends. Only here amidst the great danger lies a glimmer of hope. As soon as we hit the road, we will be besieged by the supernatural, and there won't even be a place to rest. To walk means certain death. Staying here at least allows us to replenish some supplies. If we can hold out for 3 days until the surrounding supernatural beings dissipate, I can calculate a new route. The premise is, don't actively touch anything in the school. Guyu raised an eyebrow, slightly understanding in his heart. It was several times more dangerous than the small town, yet it was the only choice, so luck could not be considered good. He didn't dwell on it much, pulled out a folded note from his pocket, and casually handed it over. Take this. Xiaohou unfolded it, and saw neatly written key information related to the rules of the university, every word crucial. What is this? Some fragmented clues I sensed on the road, organized by myself, Guyu said, lightly, half-truth and half-lie, neither revealing the source, nor hiding it. It's a mix of truth and falsehood. You help screen it. The more people, the more judgment. Xiaohuyu's eyes lit up, patting the note, and laughingly scolding, you little brat, are indeed hiding things. Fine, I remember this favor, and if I have any leads I'll call you immediately. Guyu nodded, not bothering with pleasantries. This place is sinister. I won't sleep too deeply at night. If there's any movement, call me. After finishing, he turned and walked back to his Wuling Hongguang. He was well aware that the danger level this time far exceeded the past. Informing Xiaohou about the intelligence was not kindness but pragmatism. If the convoy survived, he would be safer. As for the source of the intelligence, he wouldn't say, oh, with Xiaohuyu's temperament, he would never ask too much. Keeping some cards hidden was the safest way to interact in this apocalyptic world. Back in the car, Guyu quickly organized his gear, checking the evil spirit pistol to ensure it was loaded, putting on the white-hot gloves, placing the spirit treasure glasses in an easily accessible spot, and locking the storage compartment under the car once more. After finishing all this, he leaned back in his seat, his gaze lightly fixed on the entrance of Zhongshan University. The wind rustled the withered vines, producing a faint sound, and the entire school was as quiet as a massive grave. Guyu lightly tapped his knee with his fingertips, a trace of shallow coldness flickering in his eyes. Rules cages only able to leave at dawn. It indeed sounded troublesome. On the other side, the convoy came to a halt on the open ground outside Zhongshan University, where the gray morning mist enveloped, the scent of grass and trees wrapping around each vehicle, and even the air carried an unshakable sense of oppression. Xiaohou watched the departing figure of Guyu, retracting the carefree grin from his face, his fingertips gently stroking the note, a hint of gentle understanding flashing in his eyes. Once the others had walked away, Xiaohou unfolded the note and tilted his chin towards Su Qingyan, the hint of naivety on his face fading slightly as a barely perceptible sharpness flickered in his gaze. Look, our new teammate casually pulls out something substantial. Su Qingyan took the note, her fingertips lightly brushing over the characters, her gaze quietly scanning each line as she spoke in a calm and composed manner without a trace of panic. This kid is quite straightforward. Xiaohou chuckled softly, placing a cup of his previously consumed drink before Su Qingyan. Help me sort out which of these can really save our lives and which ones are traps. Su Qingyan raised her eyes, glancing over the words on the note, analyzing rapidly. The school is a cage, the doors lock at dark, only at dawn can we leave. Old rules transform. These 4 are hard rules. Such rules in the realm of the supernatural strictly adhere to their boundaries and will not lie about core restrictions. Following them will ensure our safety. She paused, her fingertip pointing at the phrases "don't believe" and "you won't wait until dawn." These two phrases are psychological traps, forcing us to be suspicious of each other and creating panic. The real danger isn't being chased, but stepping on the rules and self-destruction. Xiaohou Yu nodded, the sharpness in his eyes being perfectly concealed, leaving only a sense of casual reflection. "You're impressive, seeing through it all at a glance." Guyu provided this clue quite generously, saving us a lot of trouble. Su Qingyuan did not respond to him, but instead looked up at the school gate of Zhongshan University, her gaze resting on the rusty iron door as she softly said, "Don't play dumb." Guyu's abilities are definitely beyond the superficial talent for appraisal and refinement. To grasp the core rules of this venue from a distance, he must possess either exceptionally strong spiritual perception or a certain one-way source of information. Understood. Xiaohou Yu grinned, folding the note and tucking it into his pocket. He doesn't say we won't ask, but he surely has some hidden means up his sleeve. Xiaohou Yu paused with his fingertips, then resumed his carefree demeanor, patting the note. "Some things are best left known, as long as we're aware." The fact that he is willing to share information with us indicates he means no harm. That's enough. The dialogue between the two was straightforward and concise, without suspicion or probing, only analysis based on trust. This had always been their tacit understanding. On the other side of the convoy, beside an old school bus, a few people sat in a circle, the atmosphere tense. Baijiu, serving as both the teacher and a former professional athlete of the team, stood at the forefront, his back straight, his tone steady, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of responsibility, resembling a half-leader. "Listen carefully, this school is very sinister. Captain Xiaohou has stated that we will only guard and not enter. We will be alert and inventory supplies around the bus, and no one is allowed to approach the school gate, even half a step." Cheng Long, clenched fists at his side, swept his gaze over the crowd, his tone blunt. "Anyone who dares to sneak into the school to take advantage, don't say I wasn't courteous. If something goes awry, the entire convoy will suffer." Su Lei leaned against the seat of the bus, his legs temporarily immobile, his face still somewhat pale, the marks from being injured by an anomaly the previous night not yet faded. He could only remain quietly gripping the short stick beside him without uttering a word. Lu Yu and Li Tsong also leaned against the vehicle, both bearing injuries, their spirits not quite up to par. They could only sit and keep watch with difficulty, relying on Baijiu and Cheng Long for support. Xi and Yair stood beside Baijiu, organizing the supplies of the entire bus and outlining the key areas they might need to search next. Only Chun Yao stood in the corner, looking quite displeased. She knew it was dangerous now, but some tempers are ingrained in the bones and cannot be changed. After Cheng Long finished speaking, he intentionally glanced over at her. Chun Yao was irked by his gaze and shot back, "What are you looking at, Cheng Long? I'm not stupid, don't give me that kind of..." After finishing, she tossed her head and muttered as she got off the bus, "Fine, I'll go search for supplies around myself without relying on you bunch of big men." Cheng Long was momentarily taken aback by her, but he didn't take it to heart. If she really had that ability, it would be good. If she truly went out and ran into trouble, she would naturally understand. Teaching a person is hard, but letting them learn through experience is enough. However, Su Lei grew anxious inside the bus, almost jumping up. "Chen Yao, be careful outside, it's dangerous." Li Tsong and the others quickly held him down, while Cheng Long looked on in silence, helplessly leading the others to search for supplies in a small area nearby, simultaneously keeping an eye on Chen Yao's position. In a corner of the convoy, Chui crouched beside his old SUV, moving cautiously. He glanced around, confirming that no one was paying attention before slowly lifting the old coat in the trunk, revealing a wrapped object beneath. As his fingertip made contact, a faint, unusual aura flickered momentarily, something an ordinary person wouldn't possess. He didn't open it, but clenched it tightly, a sense of unwillingness pressing down in his eyes. The two spiritual objects he lost last night were clear in his mind. There was no way they simply vanished. It must have been taken by one of the awakened in the team. The method of the other party was clean, leaving no traces, clearly not someone to provoke. Yet he merely covered the object again, securely closing the trunk, brushing off the dust from his pants without revealing any signs on his face. After so many years of navigating society and surviving through the apocalypse, while keeping a low profile, he understood better than anyone, if one's strength is insufficient, one must endure. Even if he knew who took it, he wouldn't speak up, nor would he confront them. If things escalated, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be someone like him, hiding in the shadows with no confidence. Before nightfall, Guyu along with the others casually searched for supplies nearby. Unfortunately, this suburban area was incredibly barren. Within several kilometers, the only notable structure was this Zhongshan University. Most people searched around and returned empty-handed, their thoughts inevitably drifting toward the school. No one could pinpoint the next destination, and the meager rations in their hands were distressingly scarce, making everyone uneasy. Thus, a few individuals took advantage of the moment when the convoy was busy counting its supplies to sneak into the school. As night fell, individuals in the convoy gathered in small groups, lighting small fires for warmth, cautious not to make too much noise. Gu Yu leaned against the driver's seat of a Wuling Hongguang, replaying the intelligence analysis that Xiao Yu had provided during the day. It wasn't long before the secret radio in the passenger seat suddenly crackled to life. New friend. Zhongshan University. Welcome, it has been a long time since. Don't leave. Help. Xiao. I was wrong. Gu Yu's expression tightened instantly, immediately catching the mention of Xiao. He quickly leaned closer to the radio, extending his divine sense to capture the residual waves, but unfortunately the signal was chaotic. Apart from a few indistinct rustlings, the only thing that came through clearly was a fragmented, "I came out." Furrowing his brow, Gu Yu pondered over these phrases repeatedly, especially Xiao, and "I came out," which seemed increasingly suspicious. The next moment a thought flashed through his mind, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Could it be such a coincidence? Without further hesitation, he threw on his outerwear, grabbed a weapon, and headed straight for Xiao Yu's off-road vehicle. At this moment, Xiao Yu was counting the number of people, while Su Qingyuan squatted near the school gate, seemingly observing some traces. A middle-aged woman was standing beside him, reporting the situation. Gu Yu had some impression of her. Everyone in the convoy called her Aunt Zhou. She usually assisted Xiao Yu with logistics, and had always been on that large jeep. "Xiao Yu, I've finished counting. There are still 117 people left in the convoy since we left the town. We checked each vehicle one by one, not a single person missing." Xiao Yu's tense expression relaxed slightly. "Got it, Aunt Zhou, you can go rest now, but don't wander off the vehicle." After Aunt Zhou left, Gu Yu approached and casually tossed a pack of cigarettes to Xiao Yu. "Not bad, you have new supplies, been becoming more and more reliant on you." Gu Yu did not respond to his playful banter, and instead glanced at Aunt Zhou's departing figure, casually asking, "Is this Aunt Zhou reliable?" Xiao Yu also dropped the joking tone, becoming serious. "She's an old member. She joined the convoy when Qingyuan and I first formed it, and has always handled logistics. She knows more about the number and background of the convoy than either of us." "Why do you find something off?" "It's not that it's off, it's just..." Gu Yu recounted the contents he heard from the radio. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression immediately darkened, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the cigarette pack. At that moment, Su Qingyuan also returned, and overhearing their conversation, added her observations. "Gu Yu is right. Shortly after we stopped, I noticed a few people disappeared and didn't reappear until it was dark." Xiao Yu didn't allow her to continue, and exchanged a glance with Gu Yu before turning to get into the vehicle first. Gu Yu understood the cue and followed him inside. Once inside the vehicle, Gu Yu finally understood what it meant to enjoy life. The entire back seat had been transformed by Xiao Yu into a small lounge, complete with soft chairs and a small table. He picked up a small ornament that had gathered a bit of dust, fiddling with it up and down, and immediately the cabin illuminated with a soft glow, isolating the outside noise. "All right, it's safe here. Feel free to speak." Based on Gu Yu's clues, it's highly likely that someone has sneaked into the school. Moreover, combined with that phrase, "I came out," it's almost certain that they were replaced by something sinister inside. This is serious. "Xiao Su, do you remember who they were?" Su Qingyuan chuckled lightly, a hint of pride in her voice. "On the school bus, Chun, Yao the little punk, Feng Yuhang, and two others on bicycles, Qinjun and Liang. So how about that? My memory isn't too bad, right?" Xiao Yu immediately gave his wife a thumbs up. Gu Yu refrained from joining their little interaction and continued. "If this hypothesis holds, then the meaning of locking the doors at night and only allowing exit at dawn is quite clear. Those who enter will be locked inside, and the things on campus will impersonate them as they walk out." With the thought settled, Xiao Yu quickly divided the tasks. He and Gu Yu would keep watch through the night, both possessing abilities to deal with the supernatural, ensuring safety. Su Qingyuan would remain in the vehicle to prepare potions and decide in the morning whether to enter the school based on the situation. Stepping out of the vehicle, Gu Yu immediately donned his spiritual treasure glasses, standing in the shadows, while keeping a distant watch on Chun Yao and Feng Yuhang. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu slipped on a leather coat and approached another bus, quietly sharing the general arrangement with Su Ming. He didn't go into too much detail, given Su Ming's straightforward personality. Saying too much would only risk exposing their suspicions. Regardless of the validity of the conjecture, stabilizing the situation was the most important. As night deepened, the wind carried a chill that swept through the convoy. Gu Yu held the potion Su Qingyuan had given him, the bottle labeled with a simple tag, claiming it could alleviate fatigue and boost energy. He had been so drowsy that his eyelids felt heavy, but without much thought he uncapped the bottle and downed its contents. Within seconds he felt his mind clear significantly, and his fatigue dissipated considerably. Not far away, Xiao Yu leisurely toyed with a coin, his steps casually wandering along the edge of the convoy. Though he appeared nonchalant, his gaze remained fixed on the two young men on bicycles, without faltering for a moment. One still, and one in motion, they each maintained their positions, without speaking, forming a tacit understanding that required no communication. Before long, a faint, unusual sound suddenly emanated from the direction of the school bus. It wasn't a quarrel, nor something dropping, it resembled the muted sound of fabric rubbing together brief enough to almost be mistaken for an illusion. Gu Yu's brows slightly raised as he gently pressed the temple of his spiritual treasure glasses. A faint light flashed across the lenses, penetrating the night, as his gaze landed precisely on Chen Yao. She was leaning against the car window, her head lowered and motionless, her hair hanging down to obscure most of her face, her shoulders twitching in an extremely rigid rhythm, completely unlike the noisy demeanor she had during the day. On the other side, Feng Yuhang also stirred. He stumbled to his feet, his steps unsteady, and walked towards a few young people resting against their bicycles. He opened his mouth and wisps of faint black mist slowly flowed out. Gu Yu immediately drew out the pistol from his waist, his finger resting on the trigger, ready to act at any moment. But the next moment he was taken aback. The young people who had been swept by the mist merely turned over, and the loud snoring that had filled the air suddenly transformed into calm and even breathing. Gu Yu looked speechless, his mouth twitching. Is he treating people for snoring? The entity pretending to be Feng Yuhang ignored everyone else and leisurely walked to the young men's backpacks, munching on a can of biscuits while exuding more mist, wrapping the remaining supplies in a layer of gray fog. Gu Yu raised his hand and brushed over his Lingbao glasses, activating their identification ability. Name: exhausting, ghost, origin unknown, ability unknown, suspected to absorb vitality, slightly influence sleep patterns, strength, first tier. Tisk. The Lingbao glasses can't fully identify it. It really is something completely different from a distortion entity. Just as he finished muttering quietly, a soft and delicate voice suddenly erupted near his ear, brushing past him and sending shivers down his spine. Yes, according to the old human terms, we are called ghosts. Gu Yu's hair stood on end. The scene before him abruptly changed. He found himself inexplicably standing in the campus of Zhongshan University, cold wind whipping dead leaves against his face. He instinctively wanted to step back, but as soon as he moved, he sensed something was off and halted his steps. The black cube in his arms floated into the air, instantly expanding in size, with dense black runes wrapping around its surface. The surrounding twisted illusion shattered with a crisp sound. As the real scene returned, Gu Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He was only a few steps away from the school gate. Had he been a second later, he would have truly walked in. And the Chen Yao he had seen before had long since vanished. Standing before him was the entity wearing Chen Yao. Gu Yu swept his glasses again. Name: social ghost, origin unknown, ability sensory deception, disguise illusion, strength second tier. A second tier entity. Quite troublesome. I wonder if old Xia is managing well. I didn't expect you to be quite capable, young man. Usually when someone gets entangled by me, they would have long succumbed to my control, yet you managed to break free. Oh, you're so cold-hearted, not even willing to chat with me for a bit. As her words fell, Gu Yu's gaze darkened, and from the corner of his eye he caught sight of Cheng Long stealthily approaching from behind her. He remained composed, his other hand lightly clenched, a faint golden spiritual light quietly emerging from his palm. This was the exclusive ability of his ambitious sequence, Solidarity. It allowed him to temporarily bestow a part of his extraordinary power to others, slightly enhancing their physique, and even had the chance to help someone temporarily awaken a faint strength, all while being able to retract it at any time. He slightly raised his fingertip and gently pointed in Cheng Long's direction. A nearly invisible thread of spiritual light silently flowed over. The fake Chen Yao's expression instantly tightened, her eyes fixed on the cube in Gu Yu's hand. She wasn't afraid of Gu Yu himself, but this object inherently suppressed her, making her feel as if her abilities were sealed, and her body became weak and soft. Just as she was about to call Feng Yuhang back to take a few people as hostages, a sudden loud thud sounded from behind her. Damn! I told you not to disobey. I knew you sneaked in and got possessed by a ghost. They'll beat you to death. Cheng Long swung a stick hard against the back of the fake Chen Yao's head, stunning her in place. The fake Chen Yao was furious and tried to turn over, but found she couldn't muster any strength, and the force from behind was growing heavier, completely unlike the explosive power of an ordinary person. When she looked up, she saw Gu Yu's hands glowing faintly with spiritual light, holding the Feng Yuhang that was exuding mist. In an instant she realized she had been outsmarted. The target of the other party's attack was not herself at all. Moreover, it seemed as if they were deliberately trying to lure her and sealing her sensory abilities with some unknown method, leaving her no room to resist. Now thoroughly caught, she unwillingly cursed and transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipating into thin air, taking the Feng Yuhang with her. Cheng Long then dropped the stick, squatting on the ground, panting heavily, his back drenched in cold sweat. He was actually terrified. He had discovered during the day that Chen Yao genuinely had no sense of danger. Halfway through searching for supplies, she had secretly run towards the school, and when he chased after her, there was no trace. When she returned at night, she was completely off, so he had kept a wary eye and deliberately stayed awake. Seeing Gu Yu confront the fake Chen Yao just now, he had hesitated for a long time, but ultimately gritted his teeth and charged in. At the moment he struck, he inexplicably felt a surge of heat rise within him. His strength had increased significantly out of nowhere, and he thought he had awakened immediately, feeling more assured. Guyu put away the cube and the pistol, the spiritual light in his palm gradually dissipating, and walked over to pat him on the shoulder. Good job, it wasn't in vain. Your power is impressive. Long was taken aback for a moment, nodded, but then his expression darkened. In the end, it was just a feeling, I thought. Just as he finished speaking, a faint sound of a door lock clicking came from afar. The two raised their heads simultaneously, looking towards the direction of Zhongshan University. When the night completely descended, a dull creaking sound echoed as the rusty iron gate of Zhongshan High School opened. At the same time, a dark cloud suddenly loomed over Xiahou Ye's face. The figures of Qin Jun and Li Yang, whom he had been staring at, froze for a moment as the iron gate closed, and then, as if pulled by an invisible thread, they walked stiffly towards the school gate. Just as he was about to exert force with the coin held between his fingers, those two figures vanished into thin air the moment they approached the school gate. It wasn't that they walked, and it was as if they were swallowed, completely disappearing without a trace. Guyu immediately sensed something was wrong. He reached out to press down on Long's bewildered back, not pausing for a moment, as he quickly retreated to the car. Inside the Wuling Hongguang, Guyu removed his Lingbao glasses and rubbed his temples. The oppressive feeling from the illusion just moments ago lingered in his nerves. The methods of a second-tier social ghost were far more insidious than those of ordinary aberrations. Xiahou Yu quickly leaned closer. The car window slid down just a crack, and his voice was kept extremely low. I just did a divination. If we forcibly drive out now, the survival rate is 0. His fingertips lightly tapped on his knee, his tone devoid of the usual nonchalance. The surrounding anomalies for some reason have not left and have already formed an encirclement. If the car moves, we all will die. Guyu nodded. He already had his suspicions. The 3 warnings from the radio pointed to the necessity of exploration, and this time, when he considered giving up on entering the campus, the broadcasts became more frequent. It was evident that he had to wade through this murky water whether he wanted to or not. Staying put won't work either. Guyu gazed at the distant silhouette of the dark teaching building. That thing can disguise itself, control the senses, and silently drag people in. This is merely the ability of one ghost. If it waits until nightfall, at least half of our group will be lost. Xiahou Yu took a deep breath, just about to say something, when a sudden clamor of stumbling footsteps echoed. A figure burst out frantically from the slightly ajar iron gate of Zhongshan High School. Disheveled and covered in dirt, it was Feng Yuhang. At this moment he was completely shattered, his legs weak, as he crawled out, repeating a single phrase in a hoarse voice that sounded like a broken gong. I don't want to go to school. I never went to school before. I don't want to go to school. His eyes were hollow, his face drenched in cold sweat and tear stains without any visible wounds, yet he seemed to have lost his soul, leaving only the most primal fear. Seeing this scene, Xiahou Yu and Guyu exchanged a glance, both having made a decision in their hearts. This noon, Xiahou Yu spoke. Let's give it a try, Guyu replied. Their thoughts were aligned. Rather than passively waiting to be picked off one by the anomalies, it was better to take the initiative and dig out the root of the problem. Su Qingyuan soon learned of the plan. She frowned, but did not oppose it. I will stay outside to guard the convoy. You can go in without worry. Her tone was calm yet firm. Su Ming will assist me in keeping watch. If there are any unusual movements outside, I will notify you with a signal flare. She understood well that once Xiahou Yu entered the school, someone needed to remain outside to maintain order, and she was the only suitable choice. With everything arranged, dawn had already arrived. Feng Yuhang was stabilized by Su Qingyuan with a sedative curled up in the corner of the car, trembling without uttering another complete sentence. At noon, when the sun was at its peak, Guyu, Xiahou Yu, and Cheng Long stood before the gate of Zhongshan High School. Cheng Long gripped the steel pipe in his hand, his face tense, but showing no signs of retreat. Even though he had witnessed the strange dangers last night, he only wanted to follow the two inside to resolve the situation. This was his promise to Su Lei, that foolish boy. He also had his own selfish motives. After all, only those who constantly confront danger and break through in adversity could hope to become awakened. I can help, but take me with you. Guyu glanced at him. The thread of extraordinary power he had transferred to him last night had not been withdrawn. This kid had enough courage and was reliable. Bringing him along would indeed be helpful. Seeing that Guyu had no objection, Xiahou Yu also didn't ask further and simply gave a few instructions before preparing to enter. Let's go. The three stepped into the school gate, and at that moment Guyu inexplicably caught a whiff of alcohol. As the three officially entered the campus, the entire layout of the school unfolded before their eyes. It was clearly noon, yet the campus was gloomy, the air cold and damp, reminiscent of a basement long deprived of sunlight, mingled with a faint musty odor and the decay of old books chilling the lungs painfully. Further in was a deserted small playground. The plastic running track long faded to a dull white, large chunks peeling and curling at the edges, while the central lawn was yellow. On either side of the path there were no decent green plants, only 2 rows of withered and twisted old trees, their branches clawing at the sky like burned, desiccated hands, and the sunlight that fell upon them brought no warmth whatsoever. Further in was a deserted small playground. The plastic running track long faded to a dull white, large chunks peeling and curling at the edges, while the central lawn was yellowed and hardened, making a rustling sound when stepped on. What was even more unsettling were the scattered traces everywhere. A half-eaten hard bread lay at the wall's base, its packaging darkened, several loops of faded red string wrapped around a lamppost, the ends tied in knots, and on the ground sporadic scratches of varying depths appeared, stretching all the way from the playground to the base of the teaching building, as if someone had been dragged away. Chung Long gazed at the familiar yet strange scene before him, swallowing hard, and once again hesitantly spoke to the Guyu beside him, but the other party still seemed not to hear, eyes fixed on the distance, without the slightest hint of movement. Guyu quietly activated his divine, sensed the Lingbao glasses glowing softly throughout. The entire area was eerily silent. There were no bird calls, no sounds of wind, and even the sunlight that fell on the ground felt lifeless, with shadows appearing particularly heavy. He vaguely sensed that something was being overlooked. The 5 main buildings appeared staggered to Guyu, their walls worn and dilapidated, large patches of plaster peeling away to reveal blackened cement underneath ragged cloth strips hanging from the window frames like drooping hands. The large characters above the buildings were still recognizable: Duji Chinshua Dushua Ishuachinya. The 5 buildings were crammed together, uneven in height, presenting a seemingly organized layout that instead gave a sense of crowding, oppression, and suffocation, as if each building was pressing inward. Xiaohou stared at the teaching buildings arranged in a pinwheel shape in his vision, feeling a slight chill from the coin between his fingers. On the left was a sports hall so dilapidated it was hard to believe, with half of its door missing and a corner of the roof collapsed, obscured in darkness. Inside, only faint sounds of a ball being dribbled could be heard. Once then again, at a slow, eerie pace, as if someone were repeatedly bouncing an immobile ball in the empty. The 3 individuals continued to explore forward. To their right was a supermarket and a stationery store, both eerily new. The door frames were clean, the glass crystal clear, and the signs were dust-free. The shelves were neatly arranged, contrasting sharply with the surrounding dilapidation, as if they had just been renovated, yet not a single employee was present, creating an unsettling silence. The glass doors were tightly shut, yet one could vaguely see the snacks and stationery inside, meticulously arranged with price tags perfectly aligned, exuding an uncanny mechanical aura. What was most chilling were the figures flitting between the building and the courtyard. Groups of students wandered the corridors, doorways, and playground edges, dressed in outdated uniforms that seemed out of place, their movements stiff, heads bowed, marching in perfect unison, silent and unplayful, merely passing by. Despite their considerable number, the campus was devoid of any human sounds. Only the faintest footfalls could be heard, as light as if they were floating on the ground. Even the sound of breathing was inaudible. Chung Long instinctively swallowed, his voice tense. Are these people or ghosts? This time he was unsure if he was asking his companions or the empty, desolate remnants of memory. Guyu raised his hand, signaling the 2 to remain silent, his right hand brushing over the Lingbao glasses. The lenses bore no clear markings, only a haze of garbled text, occasionally flashing fragments of words. Rules: repetition, do not stop, spatial displacement. Xiaohou pinched a coin between his fingers, which reflected no light under the sun, appearing rather dim. He seemed to sense a hint of terror. He spoke, and though the 2 beside him were clearly listening, it felt as if there was a thick layer of water separating them, preventing his words from reaching them. Not living beings, he murmured, nor ordinary phantoms, but the rules themselves. The 3 continued along the main school path, each step on the tiles emitting a faint sticky sound. As they passed the corner of the academic building, a student approached them, Heaton. The figure had their head bowed, long hair obscuring their face, wearing a faded uniform, their steps steady as they drew near. Chung Long instinctively tightened his grip on the steel pipe, his body tensed. Just as they brushed past each other, the students suddenly tilted their head slightly. Without lifting their gaze, they merely tilted their head. A chill swept across Chung Long's neck, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his feet froze in place, unable to move. At that moment, a faint glow emanated from his arm, discreetly urging him to continue forward. Only after taking a few steps did Chung Long dare to take a deep breath, his back already soaked. On the other side, don't look, don't stop, don't speak, Guyu said in a flat tone, yet with an undeniable warning. The rules here are more fearsome than ghosts. They moved forward in tacit agreement with the rules. Xiaohou led the way, his gaze sweeping over the 5 main buildings, finally settling on the Jingya building. That building was the most dilapidated, with dark windows resembling a giant eye staring at the school gate. While all the students would ultimately circle around the Jingya building, as if it were the center of the entire campus. Let's head to the teaching building first, Xiaohou suggested. Feng Yuhang mentioned he didn't want to attend school. The problem is likely in the teaching building. The three made their way toward the teaching building. As they drew closer, the air grew colder, and the sense of invisible oppression intensified, as if countless eyes were watching from above behind the windows, and in the corners of the walls their gaze sticky and icy, making one feel utterly uncomfortable. The handrail at the stairwell was rusted, leaving a blackish-gray residue on one's hand. There were numerous dark stains on the stair steps, dried and blackened, resembling long-dried blood, slightly sticky when stepped on. The corridor was terrifyingly quiet, with only the echoes of the three people's footsteps resonating, each sound infinitely amplified. In the second-floor hallway, students still silently passed through. The three walked close to the wall, their steps synchronized, never looking to the side or crossing the line like puppets programmed with a set routine. Xiaohou noticed that these students would never ascend beyond the second floor. They would automatically turn back at the stairwell, repeating their movements. The floors are divided, Xiaohou whispered. The first and second floors are their activity zones, while the third floor and above are empty. Sheng Long swallowed hard, whispering, "You good captain, do we need to go up to the third floor?" Of course. Xiaohou approached a classroom door. The door was ajar, and the sound of orderly page turning could be heard inside. Shasa, shasa. The sound was not loud, yet exceptionally clear, each rhythm identical, without any variation. Xiaohou gently pushed the door open. The classroom was filled with students, all with their heads bowed, mechanically flipping through old textbooks page by page. At the podium stood a vague figure dressed in an old-style Zhongshan suit, facing away from the doorway, completely motionless, as if lecturing, yet no sound emerged. In the entire classroom, only the sound of page turning could be heard. Sheng Long caught just a glimpse and felt a chill run through him, as if something was about to drill out of his mind. Guyu immediately stepped forward and gently closed the door. "Don't look too long, you'll be dragged into the rules." At the moment the door closed, the figure at the podium moved slightly. Still facing away from the door, only the shoulders lifted slightly. The students passing in the corridor paused for a split second. The temperature of the entire campus dropped another degree. Xiaohou's expression changed slightly as he pulled the two to hurry toward the stairwell. "Let's leave the second floor. Oh, we can't linger here." The three quickly ascended to the third floor. Indeed, the third floor was completely empty. No students, no sounds, not even a breeze could enter, so quiet one could hear their own heartbeat. The classroom doors were all wide open, with desks and chairs askew, old books, scraps of paper, and broken pens scattered across the floor, thick cobwebs in the corners, and dust accumulated enough to leave footprints. However, strangely, there was no trace of any ghostly presence on the third floor. Instead, it held an inexplicable cleanliness, as if it had been deliberately emptied. Guyu walked to the window and looked down. Guyu walked to the window and looked down. Below, the students continued their repetitive movements, the supermarket and stationery store glaringly new, while the five main buildings loomed like five silent giants crouched under the sunlight, yet exuding a chilling aura. Gazing at the familiar layout, Guyu suddenly seemed to understand. Unobtrusively, he inquired of Xiaohou, "Old Xia, did you and your wife attend the same university?" "Of course, we were childhood friends, inseparable." "Why do you ask?" Xiaohou replied in a calm manner. "It's nothing, just curious." At this moment, Guyu had already realized that everyone who entered would be pulled back into their own memories of the campus, trapped in the cycle of repetition, becoming those silent, flitting shadows. And the three of them, from the moment they stepped through the door, had already been completely separated. The companions at their sides were merely the softest illusions presented by the rules. Guyu's fingertips traced the edges of the black cube in his arms, his divine sense fully activated, acutely capturing the presence of Xiaohou nearby, faint as a wisp of smoke, lacking even the most basic fluctuations of life. In the next moment, a sharp ringing echoed from the end of the corridor, reminiscent of the school bell in his dilapidated classroom during high school. "Don't dawdle, let's go." Xiaohou spoke, his voice resembling that from memory by 70%, yet with a mechanical coldness in the remaining 30. Guyu lowered his gaze, lightly pinching with his fingertips. There was no response. He turned and walked towards the stairway, and as he passed the familiar classroom, the sound of flipping pages abruptly ceased. Guyu did not stop his steps, merely lifting his eyes to glance at Xiaohou. The other party remained expressionless, as if seeing nothing at all, not even shifting his gaze towards the window. "Old Xia, which classroom did you like to hide in when you skipped class back then?" Guyu suddenly spoke, his tone flat, yet fixed on the other's eyes. Xiaohou paused, tilting his head slightly, revealing an awkward smile. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" No answer. Guyu sneered coldly, in his heart quickening his pace. As he reached the entrance of the gymnasium, the sound of basketballs suddenly turned into the dull thuds of a basketball hitting the glass again and again, pounding painfully against his eardrums. He turned to look at Xiaohou beside him, who continued to walk steadily, as if the jarring sounds were merely his imagination. Doesn't that ball sound remind you of the times you trained with the school team in high school? Guyu halted, reaching out to push against the arm of the person beside him. What his fingertips touched was a cold, paper-like texture. Xiahou Yu abruptly shook off his hand, a twisted caution flashing in his eyes. Are you crazy? Don't touch me. Guyu observed the redness at the corners of his eyes. This was the most easily exposed flaw when the rules imitated emotions. I'm not crazy. Guyu stepped back, the cube in his arms slightly warming. You're not old Xia, and this fool beside you isn't Cheng Long. As the words fell, Xiahou Yu and Cheng Long suddenly stiffened as if all support had been withdrawn, slowly transforming into a wisp of faint gray mist dissipating into the air. At the end of the corridor, the previously shuttling students also halted, simultaneously turning their heads in unison, casting hollow gazes toward Guyu. Xiahou Yu's perspective, the closed university in memory. Guyu leaned against the wall, pulling out a coin, once more his fingertips flicking it rapidly. This time the coin landed upright in his palm. His eyes lit up. Take a picture. I told you it could stand. Cheng Long beside him gripped a steel pipe, half a step behind him, his body tense, yet even his breathing rhythm was identical to Guyu. That was the mechanical synchronization most easily overlooked during rule replication. Xiahou Yu pinched the coin, his gaze sweeping over Cheng Long. He suddenly recalled the scream of Feng Yuhang when he ran out, remembered the strangeness when Qin Jun and Li Yang disappeared, and a deeper chill gripped his heart. Sule, are you so rhythmically nervous? Xiahou Yu suddenly spoke, his voice lowered to a whisper. Cheng Long looked up, confusion in his eyes. Who? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiahou Yu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Cheng Long's neck. What his fingertips touched was a thin layer resembling a plastic film. You're not Cheng Long. As the words fell, Cheng Long's body suddenly began to twist, the originally upright figure flattening like crumpled paper, finally transforming into a wisp of light blue mist dissipating into the air. Just then the door of the gymnasium creaked open. A student in an old uniform stepped out, holding a worn basketball, moving stiffly towards Xiahou Yu. The basketball wobbled in his hands before suddenly dropping to the ground, rolling to Xiahou Yu's feet. On the ball, a familiar fingerprint was imprinted. It belonged to Xiahou Yu, left when he played with Su Qingyuan during college. Xiahou Yu bent down to pick up the ball, his fingertips tracing that fingerprint. Suddenly Guyu behind him spoke, his voice identical to the Guyu in his memory, yet carrying a deliberately calming tone. Don't pick it up, it's dangerous. Xiahou Yu turned to look at Guyu. The other stood still, his gaze calm, yet there was not a ripple in his eyes. That was the concern simulated by the rules, devoid of warmth, devoid of soul. Still acting. Xiahou Yu stared into Guyu's eyes, chuckling as he asked. Guyu's eyes instantly became hollow, his lips moved, yet no sound emerged. In the next moment his body began to melt like melting wax, gradually dripping onto the ground, leaving only a puddle of transparent liquid. Inside the gymnasium, the sound of the basketball became clear, thumping against the floor as if knocking against Xiahou Yu's nerves. He looked up, and in the gymnasium's windows, instead of his own reflection, there were unfamiliar, twisted faces. Those were the graduates of this university from years past, now all prisoners of the rules. Cheng Long's perspective, the dilapidated vocational high school in memory. Cheng Long gripped the steel pipe tightly, though fear churned within him. He still stood behind the two, forcing the door lock of the building in front of him. Yet he suddenly froze, looking down at his hands. Just then it seemed as if only he was putting in the effort. Both Guyu and Xiahou Yu were clearly straining, but the sound of metal grinding only came from the click of the lock breaking apart was a sound only he could hear. The air stilled for a moment. Cheng Long slowly raised his head, looking at Guyu ahead. The other remained standing, his gaze calm, but that spiritual light remained unmoved, as if the effort just now was merely his own illusion. Looking at Xiahou Yu again, he merely cast a faint glance his way, with no change in the rhythm of his breathing. Only he could truly feel this power. Only he could realize the three of them had never stood on the same ground. He suddenly understood. This school was not divided by buildings, but by memories, tearing them apart and throwing them back into the ruins of their respective campuses. The so-called companions, the so-called partners, they were merely a play put on by the rules. And this play, once they lingered on the second floor too long, would turn them into the students of their memories. No one would remember that they once tried to pry open this door. You all are not real. Cheng Long raised his head, his voice trembling, yet carrying a tinge of resolution. Guyu and Xiahou Yu turned their heads in unison, their gazes turning icy. Guyu slowly approached him, his steps stiff, the corners of his mouth twisting into a strange smile. What did you? Xiahou Yu clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking with a sound. That was the anger simulated by the rules, devoid of any real emotion. Cheng Long tightened his grip on the steel pipe, stepping back a step, his back against the cold wall. Guyu's smile instantly froze, his eyes becoming hollow. Xiao Yu suddenly lunged at him astonishingly fast. Chen Long sidestepped the steel pipe, striking fiercely against Xiao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu's body suddenly caved in like cotton, and the steel pipe met no resistance as it Guyu returned to the second floor, stepping into several classrooms from his memories. The layout was exactly the same as during his university days, but as soon as he stood still, the door behind him slammed shut. With a loud bang, the lock clicked heavily, and it was not the wind, but rather it had been forcefully shut. He turned to twist the doorknob, but the metal handle suddenly became scalding hot, causing him to retract his fingertips, leaving a circle of red imprints on his palm. In the next moment, a desk suddenly charged toward him, scraping the floor with a piercing sound. He sidestepped to avoid it, but the desk crashed violently against the wall, sending splinters flying everywhere. The entire classroom had no wind, yet the overhead lights flickered ominously. With each flicker, the temperature around him dropped. Just as Guyu steadied himself, something icy and sticky suddenly gripped his ankle with great force, trying to drag him under the desk. He kicked his foot free and looked down, finding the space under the desk empty, yet several dark claw-like imprints were already marked on his ankle. He did not linger, forcibly kicked the door open and rushed out of the teaching building, heading straight for the supermarket. Throughout the entire school, all the buildings and facilities exuded an air of age and decay. Only the supermarket and the stationery store stood out with their unique decor, so perhaps he could uncover the secrets of Zhongshan High School and the situation of Chunlong from here. Just as he descended the steps, hurried footsteps echoed behind him, closely pursuing him. He turned around to find no one there, but his shoulder was suddenly hit hard, causing him to stumble, as if someone had shoulder-checked him. Realizing that the sky was gradually darkening and these strange occurrences might soon begin to attack, Guyu quickened his pace. As he approached the supermarket entrance, the air suddenly compressed, causing him to momentarily halt his breath, as if an invisible force pressed against his chest. His feet froze in place, unable to move, while the incessant ringing of the class bell pierced his ears sharp and grating, causing his temples to throb, and his consciousness began to drift. At that moment, the black cube in his arms emitted ripples, relieving the pressure on his chest, and the ringing abruptly ceased. Arriving at the two storefronts, Guyu stepped into the supermarket first, and immediately spotted a familiar figure. It was Chun Yao, her expression dazed, her clothes still somewhat neat, crouching in a corner of the supermarket, hugging her legs tightly. Beside her was a middle-aged man savoring a bottle of fine liquor. The man was robust, standing about 6 feet tall, slightly taller than Guyu, wearing a leather jacket, but his bulging muscles were hard to ignore. At that moment, Chun Yao seemed to notice Guyu and hurriedly crawled over. "Guyu, it's really you. Where's Chun? Are you here to rescue me? That's great. Let's hurry up and get out of here. There are ghosts everywhere." Without showing any signs of panic, Guyu deftly avoided Chun Yao, while keeping his gaze on the middle-aged man, his evil spirit handgun also ready. He turned to Chun Yao and asked, "What happened after you came in? How can you prove you are Chun Yao?" Hearing Guyu's words, Chun Yao was momentarily taken aback, then a wave of grievance surged in her heart, and she shouted again. "How can I prove I'm Chun Yao? I am. What do you want me to do? Strip for you to prove it? After we came in, I couldn't find any of them. Then I was chased by a few students and ended up here." As she spoke, Chun Yao raised her head, blushing as she glanced at the middle-aged man. Guyu's lips twitched slightly, then he shrugged helplessly. While considering her manner of speaking and personality, it seems unlikely she has been replaced or disguised. Yet Guyu did not lower his gun and continued to question the man in front of him. "Hello, what do you go by?" At this moment, the middle-aged man finished the liquor in his hand and turned to look. "Little brother, don't be so nervous. Like you, I am also trapped here. About a week ago, while being chased by some mutated creatures, I was almost cornered. Then suddenly the school's gate opened, and at that moment I had no choice. So with a mind to take a chance, I ran in, but unexpectedly this place is so similar to my high school." Hearing this, Guyu seemed to recall something, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Seeing Guyu's expression, Shui Yu's eyes flashed with admiration. "You're right. In the entire school, only the supermarket and the stationery store are genuinely real. Everywhere else is an illusion. Once you step out of here, your senses and perception will be completely deceived, plunging you into a fantasy." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Guyu's eyes flickered with understanding. Then he took out several sets of die from the supermarket to prepare for marking outside. Since these two places are real, would any changes he made be visible to those outside as well? After all, based on his experiences so far, the strangeness within this school seems to only affect people's senses and cannot construct a truly existing environment. Confirming that the black cube in his arms did not enter a heightened alert state, Guyu adjusted his Lingbao glasses, maximizing his divine sense to prevent any surprise attacks. Without hesitation, Guyu stepped outside, only to encounter Xiao Yu, who was also holding several markers. The two exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. "Oh, Lao Xiao, you really are no ordinary person. Did you find anything else?" "My surname is Xiao, thank you. It seems you don't have my shadow beside you, so you've also found a problem. Here, take this. As he spoke, Xiaoyu tossed a notebook he was holding to Guyu. Night fell, and the iron gate creaked shut, revealing only a small gap through which the cold wind outside seeped. The food here seems familiar. It looks like the same as last night. My stomach hurts so much, or I really want to go out. I really want to leave. Looking at the fragmented words recorded in the notebook, Guyu engaged in simple thought. Tisk, it always feels like I can relate to these experiences. Xiaoyu listened to Guyu's words, clicking his tongue. What's the matter, Lao Gu? It sounds like you've been in here before. Get lost, old man. Go sit in the corner. Damn, what do you mean by old? I'm just over 30. Ignoring Xiaoyu's complaints, Guyu had already formed a preliminary outline of the supernatural situation in this school. Finally, the two hung the marked information in a conspicuous place on the supermarket's outer wall, then walked into the supermarket together. Xiaoyu proved to be a top-notch socialite, quickly bonding with Shui, sharing experiences from the past, and discussing the strange rules, easing the atmosphere a bit. As the sky darkened, the sunlight outside completely disappeared, and the entire campus fell into thick darkness with only the supermarket's lights shining brightly. Guyu leaned against the shelf, his divine sense firmly locked both inside and outside the supermarket. After discussing with Xiaoyu, they decided to stay overnight in the supermarket, both to guard this only real area and to quietly wait for Chenglong to appear. According to the school's rules, Chenglong would inevitably find this supermarket by following the familiar buildings from his memories. As the moonlight descended, the gate of Zhongshan University closed once more, and at that moment, in the resting area of the convoy, Feng Yuhang, still trembling in a corner, suddenly stood up in a daze. He took a few steps toward a few isolated individuals, but just as he intended to act, a burly man suddenly grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. It was Su Ming, while Su Qingyuan beside him poured a vial of potion directly into Feng Yuhang's mouth. Instantly, Feng Yuhang felt as if his entire body was ablaze, emitting white smoke, which quickly transformed into a cloud of mist. Sister-in-law, you're impressive, but how did you know this kid was a fake? Su Qingyuan adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and smiled. Initially, there were no suspicions. After all, his eyes were indeed flawless, much better than the previous few. Moreover, he and Guyu working together could not have spent an entire day until night without emerging. The only explanation is that this person is either a ghost. Moreover, he and Guyu working together could not have spent an entire day until night without emerging. The only explanation is that this person is either a ghost in disguise or deliberately released by something strange. Regardless of which, he won't remain quiet tonight. So I kept an eye on him and had you watch over him. Listening to Su Qingyuan's words, Su Ming swallowed hard. Indeed, one must never provoke women, especially a clever one. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Su Qingyuan smiled gently and patted his shoulder. All right, Mingzi, I've rested enough. He'll take over for the second half of the night. You should go rest, or I might need your help tomorrow. He sure thinks, sister-in-law. He'll head to sleep now. You stay safe. Su Ming chuckled foolishly and turned to follow the bus. By the way, sister-in-law, don't worry too much about the captain and the others. With Xiao Gu and the captain's strength, they can definitely take care of themselves. Nighttime in the campus supermarket. Xiaoyu assigned tasks based on the condition of the three individuals, taking turns to stand guard. It was now Shuiyu's turn, but both Guyu and Xiaoyu were not deeply asleep. Even Shen Yao was shivering, pretending to sleep. Clearly, Guyu and Xiaoyu did not fully trust this newly awakened individual. After all, one must be cautious, especially in such dangerous circumstances. Shuiyu seemed to have noticed this as well, so he did not actively engage with the two. A sleepless night passed. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the gate of Zhongshan University opened with a creak. As the gate opened, Guyu and Xiaoyu spotted two individuals confronting each other. On one side stood the vigilant Shui Yue, while the other was Chenglong. Shuiyu looked at Chenglong with great interest. As an awakened being, he could clearly see that this person before him was not awakened to the extraordinary sequence, but for some reason his physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people, even able to touch the strange. Thus he had the thought to test him. After a night of struggles, Chenglong stumbled into the stationery store just as the day broke, seeing Shuiyu, who had just walked out. Noticing that the other party did not exude a strange aura, Chenglong was about to greet him when he caught sight of Chen Yao's trembling figure through the crack of the door, causing him to doubt the identity of the person before him, nearly leading to a confrontation. Seeing the two in a standoff, Guyu quickly reached out to intervene. At the sight of Guyu, Chenglong still did not let down his guard. Guyu shook his head with a smirk, drawing out his distinctive handgun aimed at Chenglong. A naturally evil entity daring to impersonate my companion, I will deal with you myself. Seeing this scene, Chenglong instantly grasped the situation and hurriedly raised his hands. Brother, you, I'm one of you. I'm Chenglong. Xiaoyu nearly burst out laughing at this sight. All right, Chenglong, Guyu is just teasing you. Hurry up and get up. After the introductions, Chung Long realized he had misjudged Shui Yu and quickly apologized. Now that everyone was gathered, they began to contemplate how to leave. How about we first check the school gate to see if we can get out, or what the outside looks like? Chen Yao raised his hand and said softly. He was indeed terrified. Although they had spent the night in the supermarket and had 3 awakened individuals with them, he felt a chilling presence, as if someone was constantly whispering in his ear. Listening to Chen Yao's words, Shui Yu noted that this was a way out, but not a good one. He had tried it before, but ended up falling into deeper sensory suppression, nearly not making it back to the supermarket. Then Gu Yu and the others also guessed the reason. The area around Zhongshan University was covered by a high-level supernatural ability. Once they stepped outside, everyone's senses would be directly obscured. At that time, if the surrounding environment appeared differently to everyone, how would they find the school gate? And how could they ensure that what they found would definitely be the exit? Gu Yu attempted to use the spiritual treasure glasses, but upon contacting the outside environment, all he received was a chaotic mix of information. Helpless, the group could only search the supermarket for a few ropes and bind themselves together. This was mainly to prevent them from scattering after leaving the supermarket. After all, once they exited, Gu Yu and the others could rely on their individual abilities to fight their way back. Chen Long and Chen Yao could not necessarily do the same. To ensure they could confirm the true identities of those around them, the group settled on a code phrase before heading out just in case. Red Phoenix, Blue Phoenix, Pink of Phoenix painted on the wall. After confirming, they stepped out of the supermarket. Indeed, as soon as they exited the supermarket, Gu Yu felt the environment around him change. This time it was even more severe than when they first entered the school. There was not a single person around. Before him was an empty landscape devoid of playgrounds or buildings, only a thick viscous white mist resembling wet asphalt. Reaching out to touch it, the mist was sticky and cool, as if a thin layer of skin was pressed against his fingertips. He fumbled for the rope at his waist. His fingertips felt empty, unable to grasp even a hint of the rope's texture. Gu Yu couldn't help but sense the inexplicable supernatural force of this place. He did not wander aimlessly, but sat in front of a building, closing his eyes to feel the faint lights approaching from around him. Noticing a light drawing near, a smile crept onto his lips as he pulled out his handgun and fired a few shots into the thick mist or sky. Xia Houyu and Gu Yu felt the same frustration for the first time, resenting the mechanisms of the strange. At this moment, Chung Long was slowly exploring in the mist, feeling increasingly fatigued, as if his legs were weighed down with lead, and he was burdened with heavy loads on his back. Just then shouts emerged from the mist. Chung Long, where are you? It was Chen Yao's voice. Chung Long struggled to move toward the sound, and indeed it was Chen Yao. Chen Yao jogged over, grabbing Chung Long's arm, and said, Chung Long, run. There are ghosts everywhere there. Chung Long was not swayed by Chen Yao's words. Instead, he looked at her with a solemn expression. What are you looking at me for? Oh, it's the code, right? Red Phoenix, Blue Phoenix, Pink Phoenix painted on the wall. Hearing these words, Chung Long's face showed a hint of joy, but the cold glint in his eyes intensified. Chen Yao did not notice and continued to lead Chung Long in another direction. In the instant Chen Yao turned around, Chung Long forcefully brought down the fire axe he held towards the back of her head. The thick mist scattered and cries of resentment echoed in the dense fog. Why? After resolving all this, Chung Long sighed in relief, muttering, Idiot, the code is Red Phoenix, Blue Phoenix, Pink Phoenix painted on the wall. Feeling his body growing increasingly weary as if pulled by an invisible force, Chung Long relaxed and no longer wandered aimlessly. Outside the university at the convoy's territory, Su Qingyuan and Su Ming looked at the open school gate. They could vaguely see several figures lingering at the entrance, which were Gu Yu and the others. At this moment, the figures of the few people appeared quite bizarre. Gu Yu was fiddling with a Rubik's Cube in one hand, while holding a pistol aimed at the sky, firing a couple of shots from time to time. Xia Houyu sat on the ground fiddling with a coin while humming a little tune. When being bullied, one always listens to the sailor's saying. He says, urgent as a command. Shui Yu clutched the several ropes beside him tightly, his veins bulging. Seeing this scene, Su Ming was about to rush in to help, but was pulled back by Su Qingyuan. Mengzi, don't be anxious, their situation seems a bit off. Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a bright light, as she remembered that Gu Yu had mentioned before that there were ghosts in the campus capable of blocking others' senses. Observing the condition of the few people before her, it might be exactly this situation. If they rushed in without a means to cope, they would likely fall into the same plight. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyuan said to Su Ming, Mengzi, with your strength, can you pull all 5 of them at once? Hearing Su Qingyuan's words, Su Ming smiled confidently and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I've got this. After receiving the affirmative response, Su Qingyuan nodded and took out 2 bottles of potions and a grappling hook from the car. In a moment you will drink this potion, which will greatly enhance your strength for a short period. I will tie one end of the rope to myself while trying to get closer to their position. Once I hook the grappling hook onto one of them, you will start pulling the rope to bring me out of the school first, and then pull them out together with all your strength. Hearing Su Qingyuan's plan, Su Ming nodded, but then asked worriedly, sister-in-law, this is doable, but if you have to bear that much strength at once, it might be tough on your body. Su Qingyuan waved her hand confidently, saying, this is the best approach right now. After all, to pull out those truly trapped inside, we need to understand the situation. I have another simple healing potion with me, so don't worry. Seeing this, Su Ming no longer said much. After drinking the potion, he directly activated his ability, his body suddenly swelling, and the 2 additional arms appeared powerful. Su Qingyuan tied one end of the rope around her waist, accurately gauging her distance from them. The moment she stepped into Zhongshan University, she felt a subtle change in the surrounding environment, a change that would go unnoticed without careful observation. Su Qingyuan was secretly shocked. Such a terrifying perception-blocking ability explained why Xia Houyu and the others had not come out. She did not continue to think, but directly threw the grappling hook in her hand. She understood that upon entering, her sensory perception would likely be blocked to some extent, so, without overthinking, she followed the plan she had upon entering and threw out the grappling hook with all her might. In an instant, the grappling hook shot out, tightly grabbing Gu Ye's arm. Seeing Su Qingyuan succeed, Su Ming immediately pulled Su Qingyuan out first with all his strength. The moment Su Qingyuan left Zhongshan University, the surrounding environment instantly changed, and the swift transition made her feel as if everything she had just experienced was a dream. Watching the group draw near to the school gate, she took out another hook and swung it with force. Together with Su Ming, just then mist suddenly appeared around them, and a staggering figure dashed towards them. At the same time, Gu Yu and the others felt the subtle changes in their surroundings. The black Rubik's Cube in their arms suddenly grew larger, with countless strange runes swirling. The environment around them shattered in an instant before Gu Ye's eyes. As reality came into view, Gu Yu decisively chambered around and aimed at the rushing figure to shoot. Xia Houyu also radiated a bright light, grabbing several people beside him as they dashed toward the school gate. Fortunately, they all managed to escape the campus safely. The moment they escaped from Zhongshan University, everyone felt as if they had shed an immense burden, though that weight merely hid itself within their bones for the time being. A few people slumped onto the ground beside the convoy, their backs pressed against the cold vehicle, panting heavily. The mist still clung to their hair and clothes, chilling to the bone, yet no one bothered to wipe it away. Gu Yu raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his fingertips still trembling slightly. After this incident, he fully realized his inadequacies. All along, he had not diligently developed the abilities of his 2 sequences, leading to a complete suppression of his capability in this environment. Exchanging glances with one another, they reflected the grime and sweat on each other's faces, mingled with a sense of relief from having survived. After a while, they laughed in unison, their laughter wrapped in lingering fear, relief, and an indescribable complexity. Surviving a disaster. Gu Yu wiped his face, his voice hoarse. Indeed, Xia Houyu replied, his fingertips rubbing a coin, recalling the eerie feeling of everything being both real and illusory in the mist. The group stood up and silently returned to the convoy. The camp's lights were dim and yellow, casting shadows that made everyone's fatigue particularly evident. Xia Houyu gathered a few people in front of a bus for an impromptu meeting. He introduced Shui Yu to Su Qingyuan and Su Ming. This is Shui Yu, a combat path warrior, a first-stage berserker, and utterly reliable. Shui Yu raised his hand in greeting, the muscle definition under the light distinctly visible. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Su Ming immediately embraced him. Good brother, from now on we will be the main force of this convoy. Su Qingyuan nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She understood that Xia Houyu's words implied this person had just joined, and that his background was questionable. The gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses swept over everyone, and finally landed on Gu Yu and Xia Houyu. So apart from Chen Yao, are the other trapped individuals still inside? Following this, Su Qingyuan informed everyone of her judgments and what had happened that night. Gu Yu looked at Su Qingyuan, acknowledging her intelligence and sharp judgment, willingly referring to her as Sister Su at that moment. He then explained the situation inside, mentioning that the moment he entered Zhongshan University, he caught a whiff of a strong alcohol scent. At the supermarket, he saw several bottles of liquor beside Shui Yu, vaguely guessing that the supermarket was likely close to the exit, and thus the group had made their battle plan there. The rest relied on whether those outside could notice them in time, and to this Xia Houyu confidently assured there would be no problem. Fortunately, everyone managed to escape safely without incident. After the entire meeting, everyone had a preliminary understanding that the situation inside was far more complex than they had imagined. The high-level mechanisms were bizarre, with sensory shielding and memory assimilation. Each step was a matter of life and death. To be able to exit together, ultimately it still relied too much on luck. We cannot go back in. Xia Houyu spoke in a deep voice, the coin in his fingertips spinning once before coming to a halt. Last time we entered, it was out of necessity, and for reconnaissance, though I never intended to resolve this issue. Now that they understood its terrifying nature, they could not recklessly take risks again. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least they no longer had to take the risk of entering that cage. But new problems quickly arose. Captain, what about supplies? Cheng Long spoke up, his voice tinged with urgency. Last time we didn't manage to search for many supplies, and after traveling continuously, many people's rations in the convoy won't last 3 days. Gu Yu and Xia Ho Yu exchanged glances, mischievous smiles appearing as they patted the several bulging backpacks beside them. Don't worry. Gu Yu raised an eyebrow. Although most things inside the campus are fake, the supermarket and stationery store are real, and the items inside are genuine. Xia Ho Yu added with a hint of pride in his tone. When old Gu and I came out, we cleaned out those 2 stores, taking everything we could carry. Food, tools, medicines, all of it. Shui Yu watched in amazement, not out of admiration for their foresight, but for their greed. Clearly in a perilous and bizarre situation, they still made sure to loot everything from the real area. It was the pinnacle of plucking feathers from a passing goose. Xia Ho Yu placed the backpacks in the center and became serious. The old rule. Most of the supplies were taken by old Gu and me from the supermarket, so we each get 1 bag. The rest will be shared among everyone who participated in this exploration, including Cheng Long and Chen Yao. He looked at Cheng Long, patting him on the shoulder. Especially you, Cheng Long, I previously misjudged you, you're quite the character. Cheng Long's eyes lit up, the previous embarrassment vanishing instantly, as he nodded vigorously. Thank you. After distributing the main supplies, Xia Ho Yu cleared his throat and added, the remaining basic living supplies will be exchanged at the lowest possible rate for all members of the convoy. Just say it's to help the team through the crisis. The coin in his fingertips spun again, his tone turning grave. Just now, I had another divination. The outside remains perilous, but it's not a certain death. 20 kilometers north, there are several towns. Once I recover, I will do another divination to confirm the final destination. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Everyone prepare accordingly. With the plan finalized, everyone returned to their vehicles. Shui Yu followed Su Ming onto the bus, where lively conversations quickly filled the cabin as Su Ming introduced the convoy situation to Shui Yu. As night fell, Xia Ho Yu used the vehicle's radio to inform all convoy members about the precautions, and the result of the last divination came in. 20 kilometers north, there is a village named Wangxing Village. We will set off promptly at 6 tomorrow morning. As the broadcast ended, the convoy erupted with excitement. Everyone was thrilled, especially with the ample supplies they had just received from Xia Ho Yu, and they were deeply grateful for their captain, who was accurate in predictions and fair in distribution. By the school bus, as Cheng Long just got off the bus by Zhou, and Li Tsong immediately surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about the situation, inside their eyes filled with concern. Brother Long, you're finally back. Was it super scary inside? Can those students really be encountered? Cheng Long smiled and responded one by one, briefly recounting the experiences in the mist without mentioning the spine-chilling details. Meanwhile, Chen Yao stood in the shadows, her expression slightly forlorn. After that night of struggle, she had witnessed the bizarre sights and heard the cries of resentment. She felt as if she had shed a layer of delicacy, gaining a bit more composure. At that moment, a fair and slender hand appeared in her line of sight, holding a bottle of iced tea. Have a drink, we depart tomorrow. A cool yet slightly playful voice rang in her ear. Chen Yao looked up and met the smiling eyes of Xian Yair. Suppressing the rising bitterness and fluttering in her heart, she accepted the drink, her fingertips brushing against the cold bottle, whispering, "Thank you." Xian Yair raised an eyebrow, seeming surprised by her shyness, and leaned closer, lowering her voice to tease. "So how do you plan to repay me? How about offering yourself? I see you have a nice figure. I could settle for you as a warm bed partner." Buffed. Chen Yao's face instantly turned crimson, from her ears to her cheeks, turning bright red. Gripping the drink bottle, she shot Xian Yair a fierce glare, pretending to be fierce. "Get lost. You're the one who needs a warm bed." Xian Yair laughed at her reaction, but as she turned to leave, she looked back at her seriously. "Don't always hide away. There are many people in the convoy, and everyone is looking forward. You should too." Chen Yao held the bottle tightly, watching her retreating figure, her fingertips tightening slightly. The chill of the iced tea seeped through the bottle, yet it could not suppress the slowly rising fragmented light in her heart. The next morning, the dawn light pierced through the thin mist, and the sound of engines from the new convoy broke the silence outside Zhongshan University. Dozens of vehicles were lined up, their wheels crunching over the dust as they surged northward, leaving the devouring campus far behind. Inside the car, Gu Yu leaned back in his seat, unconsciously rubbing the black cube in his arms, his brow furrowed as his mind rapidly calculated the upcoming route. He was pondering his trump cards, 2 sets of extraordinary sequences. The ability of a treasure appraiser relies on various spiritual items, but with limited reserves, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. On the contrary, the solid faction ability of the ambitious could not only empower, but also Harvest. With this thought, Guyu activated his spiritual light. With a flick of his fingertip, 3 faint golden ripples quietly spreading, landing on Zhao Lu in the front row, Chui, Yi behind him, and a stranger on a distant bus. Almost instantly, a wave of weakness swept through his meridians, as if something important had been drawn away from him. Up to this moment, his solid faction ability had been used a total of 7 times. In the first 4 instances, he had bestowed the ability onto 2 companions shortly after escaping the ancient tomb, while the last 2 were used on Cheng Long and Su Qingyuan. Following this, as he withdrew the 2 strands of spiritual light from Cheng Long and Su Qingyuan, the previously near-exhausted extraordinary power surged back like parched land being soaked by rain, returning with an even more abundant and domineering force, stronger than any previous occasion. This is the true terror of the solid faction. It can not only grant power to others for short-term enhancement, but also upon recovery plunder the very essence of the recipient's physique and a portion of their extraordinary power, akin to high-interest loans. The longer the other party borrowed the time, the stronger their physique became, thus the more terrifying the power he reclaimed. An unusual sensation simultaneously washed over the convoy. Su Qingyuan adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, lightly pressed her fingers against her temples, and frowned slightly. A strange wave of fatigue surged over her, as if she had just run 10 kilometers, leaving her with little strength even to hold a pen. However, the impact was relatively weak. She attributed it to the side effects of the potion she had taken earlier, combined with her old injuries that had yet to heal, and did not think much of it. After all, the power Guyu had left in her body had only been there for a day. At this moment, Cheng Long was leaning against the car window, having just taken a sip of water, when suddenly he felt his body go limp, nearly collapsing. Power that doesn't belong to you must ultimately be repaid. He forced a bitter smile, his eyes clear. Although he could not guess the source of this power, he understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This power had allowed him to withstand the uncanny in the fog of Zhongshan University and confront the aberrant beings hidden for a short time, even touching upon the strange entity. Yet he had never shown any signs of being an awakener. This power was evidently a gift from someone else, a transaction behind that gift. Initially, he had naively thought he had finally become the protagonist of a novel wielding a golden finger. However, as time passed, he gradually realized this was merely an experiment by some powerful being or a casual act of charity. He looked down at his palm, the lines clear and visible, although not as formidable as when he was channeling power at Zhongshan University. It was certainly stronger than during his time in the small town. He forced himself to sit up straight, unscrewed the bottle cap, took a couple of swigs, suppressing the wave of weakness, adjusting his breath to appear as if everything was normal. The convoy had traveled for about half a day when scattered houses appeared ahead with wisps of smoke rising. Xia Huyu's voice immediately broadcasted through the vehicle's radio. The convoy has reached the stop point, Zodiac Village. The convoy will stay here for 6 hours. Everyone may move freely to search for supplies, but please be cautious. Vehicles began to pull over, doors opening, and people from the convoy poured out. The elderly and women rushed into the village first, while young men followed behind, carrying tools, all with a hint of urgency on their faces. The closer they got to the town, the denser the aberrant beings and abnormalities became. They could not afford to be cautious and needed to gather supplies quickly. Guyu donned his backpack and strapped on his pistol, stepping into Zodiac Village without a moment's hesitation. This time his secret radio did not emit any warning sounds, nor were there any routine task reminders. Guyu inexplicably felt a sense of relief. I hope this is just a simple search for supplies. At the village entrance stood a huge tourist information board with several lines of rules written in bright red, the handwriting slanted, exuding an eerie malice. Zodiac Village mainly has 12 theme parks. Enter through the mouse hole in the order of the 12 zodiac signs: Ox Pen, Tiger Mountain, Rabbit Cave, Dragon Field, Snake Forest, Horse Stable, Sheep Village, Monkey Garden, Chicken Rack, Dog Nest, Pig Pen, Mouse Hole. Please cherish every creature within each theme park, especially do not harm them. Otherwise, there will be unbearable consequences. Lastly, the opening times of each scenic area correspond to the hours of their respective zodiac signs. If the corresponding theme park is not open, please do not force your way in. Looking at these words, Guyu's lips twitched as he muttered, so the radio doesn't remind me, but expects me to read the rules of this bizarre tale. I always feel like I don't fit in with the convoy. Since joining, the places I've been to are either top-tier cages like Zhongshan University or these overtly hazardous areas governed by rules. Tisk, I feel like I would be better off acting alone and dragging the whole team along. Every time feels a bit embarrassing. He glanced at the watch on his wrist, 8:10. According to the 12 hours calculation, it was currently the Chun hour, 79 a.m., and soon it would be the Si hour, 9:11 a.m. Based on the rules, each scenic area opens at the hour corresponding to its zodiac sign. The snake corresponds to the Si hour, meaning in half an hour the snake forest would open, To be safe, Guyu decided to head to the snake forest first to wait. Just right, I can take a look at the situation in other areas on the way. Guyu put away his watch and walked toward the target direction of Snake Forest. As he passed by Tiger Mountain, he spotted a familiar figure. Shuiyu was standing at the entrance of Tiger Mountain, hands clasped behind him, frowning as if in struggle. Old Shui, good morning. What's up? Planning to take the risk. Guyu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Shuiyu turned around, a hint of conflict on his face. Seeing it was Guyu, he sighed in relief and forced a bitter smile, saying, I didn't intend to. But I keep feeling a voice inside me guiding me to go in, as if something is beckoning me. He paused, his eyes brightening, turning to Guyu, offering a deal. How about it? Would you consider accompanying me to explore? The things inside will be split 30-70. I take 30, you take 70. Guyu raised an eyebrow, looking at his determined demeanor, shook his head, and replied flatly, the conditions sound quite tempting, but I think you'll pass. I value my life too much, though I don't dare to take risks. What a pity, Shuiyu said without pressing further, just sighed, turning to head towards the Tiger Mountain entrance. I just have a feeling that there's something I need inside. Guyu watched his retreating figure without further words. Shuiyu's power leaned towards the wild. This sense of being guided could be an inner calling, but it might also be the rules actively screening intruders. Continuing forward, upon reaching the entrance of Dragon Field, Guyu frowned slightly. The entrance was crowded with people, many young men from various convoys rushing in with large bags, shouting, look at what's written here, there are rare herbs in Dragon Field. It's also a camping paradise. There must be plenty of supplies for warmth and survival. Hurry, or others will snatch it all away. Guyu intended to remind them, pointing at the sign that said, do not enter if not open, but suddenly caught sight of the description above. Dragon Field is the earliest theme park in Zodiac Village, featuring various precious herbs planted by the villagers, as well as countless rare treasures. Many people love camping and having fun here. Tisk feels a bit tempting. Should I give it a try? According to this description, there might be a lot of spiritually infused items, or even spiritual beings inside, perhaps allowing him to make a fortune for his treasure appraiser sequence. Fortune favors the bold. Oh, let's do it. With this thought, Guyu no longer hesitated and stepped into the dragon arena. Sprawled around a vast ecological lake, the water shimmering in a dark muted green, utterly calm, without a ripple. At the center of the lake stood a circular dojo connected to the shore by a narrow stone bridge. Surrounding it was a dense thicket, while the outer plains were filled with expansive fields of medicinal herbs enclosed by a low wooden fence. Within the fence grew a variety of crops and herbs, many of which were rare species extinct in the post-apocalyptic world, faint spiritual energy hovering in the air. As soon as the members of the caravan saw the abundance of spiritual herbs, their eyes turned bloodshot, rushing madly into the fields, pulling them up by the roots and stuffing them into their bags, creating a scene of utter chaos. Guyu was not polite either. As he activated his spiritual treasure glasses, a vast expanse of spiritual light illuminated his vision. Nearly half of the herbs here contained spiritual essence. If he were to collect them all, his wealth would multiply several times. In mere moments, the massive gathering force had pillaged the entire field of herbs. Many turned their attention to nearby tents and camping supplies. A chorus of frantic grabbing ensued. Watching the almost frenzied behavior of the crowd, Guyu felt an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden intense palpitation surged in his chest, and his gaze uncontrollably fell upon the dojo at the center of the lake. Beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, it felt as if some terrifying presence lay dormant, an invisible sense of oppression seeping into his bones through the air. He suppressed the urge to leave quickly, but the closer he got to the exit, the more frantic the palpitation in his chest became, as if the sequences within him were desperately sending out warnings, urging him onward. At that moment, Guyu finally comprehended the feelings Shuiyu had experienced before the Tiger Mountain. Simultaneously, the black cube in his arms suddenly heated up, almost scalding his skin. He understood clearly that there must be something extraordinary hidden at the center of the dojo. Weighing his own resources and noticing he still had half an hour left, Guyu gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and dashed toward the center of the lake. Ultimately, it is greed. I hope the things inside are truly worthwhile. As he stepped onto the stone bridge, an inexplicable heavy force suddenly pressed down upon him, making his limbs feel heavy. Strangely, however, a peculiar sense of comfort arose within his body, as if cradled by a gentle power. Guyu steadied his mind, taking one step at a time against the pressure, slowly making his way toward the center. Upon reaching the center of the dojo, he could finally see its entirety. The ground was engraved with a massive yin-yang fish pattern surrounded by dense, obscure ancient runes, exuding an aura of ancient majesty as spiritual energy flowed. Guyu donned his spiritual treasure glasses, extending his divine sense to its limits, probing the entire dojo inch by inch. Many people by the lake noticed Guyu's actions and speculated that the center of the lake concealed a great treasure. A few bold young individuals, unable to suppress their greed, rushed up the stone bridge. However, as soon as they stepped onto it, they were struck by an indescribable, terrifying pressure, their legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, frightened, as they scrambled back, no longer daring to approach another step. Let's go, this is meant for those who have awakened. Why should we ordinary people join in the commotion? As soon as I stepped up, it felt like something was watching me, and my soul almost flew away from fear. Quickly retreat. Those herbs we collected just now are clearly not ordinary. When we hand them over to Captain Xiaoho, we will definitely exchange them for ample supplies. Guyu paid no mind to the chaos outside. As he pushed his divine sense to the extreme, he suddenly noticed that at the fisheye positions of the yin-yang fish, there were two intricate keyhole shapes. He immediately looked around for a key. Just then, the black cube in his arms floated up mysteriously. A core component fell off, automatically twisting and transforming in midair, ultimately morphing into an ancient-looking black key. Guyu's heart trembled as he reached out to catch the key, steadily inserting it into the yang fisheye hole. The moment he turned the key, the ground trembled slightly, and the yang fish pattern slowly revolved, revealing a hidden compartment beneath, where a beautifully adorned, intricately carved wooden box lay quietly. Guyu's heart raced, his blood boiling with excitement, as he reached out and seized the wooden box. Immediately after, he turned to look at the yin fish position, but the previous excitement vanished, replaced by a profound sense of terror. This was an extreme warning from his divine sense, an instinctive aversion to the unknown horror. Guyu made a swift decision, gripping the wooden box and sprinting toward the exit without daring to linger even a moment longer. As he reached the bridge's edge, his peripheral vision inadvertently glanced down, and that one glance caused his blood to freeze instantly. Under the bridge, the water's surface was embedded with a massive glass mirror, clearly reflecting his expression. But the next moment, the mirror suddenly transformed into an abyss of darkness, faint patterns and weak lights emerging, the patterns unmistakably resembling the texture of biological skin, while the light was the reflection of pupils. That is, the eye of a dragon. As he realized this, Guyu's hair stood on end and his soul trembled. He instantly understood that this was no artificial dojo, this lake, this bridge, the entire dragon arena was a prison for some true dragon, and what he had just touched was merely a corner of its body. Guyu unleashed all his strength to the limit, madly charging out of the dragon arena. As he stepped out, his legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, his body drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. After several minutes, he barely managed to calm down, but his fingertips still trembled uncontrollably. The fear brought on by that one glance was even more bone-chilling than the bizarre experiences at Zhongshan University. Just a glimpse of the true dragon's outline nearly shattered his divine sense. At this moment, Guyu almost abandoned the thought of continuing to explore the Zodiac village, wanting only to leave this accursed place immediately. Clutching the wooden box and the black cube tightly, just as he was about to get up, a deafening low dragon roar suddenly emanated from the direction of the dragon arena. The lake water surged violently, creating towering waves, shaking the entire Zodiac village. As Guyu's tension eased, he delicately opened the exquisite treasure chest he had just acquired. Inside, there were no elixirs or miraculous medicines, only a heap of shimmering metal fragments, along with a pitch-black ancient knife handle that resembled a damaged weapon from a battlefield. He paused for a moment, saying, "Why is it still in a shattered state?" Before he could finish his sentence, all the fragments within the chest suddenly floated into the air, uncontrollably converging towards the knife handle at an alarming speed. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated as the fragments layered and connected, and in an instant a standard tang knife quietly hovered in midair, its blade straight and its sharpness contained. Guyu reached out to grasp the knife handle, and in that moment the blade erupted with a dazzling spiritual light. The previously faint patterns fully merged into the blade, leaving no trace of damage. The entire knife radiated an overwhelming aura of sharpness. "'Tis truly an offensive but defenseless magic knife with 1,000 blades." Immediately, he put on his spiritual treasure glasses and activated his appraisal ability. A line of information clearly surfaced, named Long Yin ability, an indestructible divine weapon blade that nourishes itself by killing any life, while also granting part of its power back to the wielder. No matter what damage the blade suffers, it can instantly recoalesce. Rank Undetermined evaluation. There are still hidden attributes yet to be discovered. It is already a top-tier divine weapon. The wielder will be slowly eroded mentally by the intense murderous aura within the blade. Upon seeing the attributes, Guyu's heart raced, his eyes swirling with uncontainable excitement. Even the spiritual treasure glasses could not determine its rank. This was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Even in its incomplete state, it possessed such power. Not to mention, he still had the ace of activating its hidden attributes. In a good mood, he extravagantly took out the black magic cube and infused it with extraordinary power. The cube projected a faint spiritual light that enveloped the treasure chest, and in no time the chest distorted and transformed into an ancient knife sheath that fit the blade perfectly. Gu Yu sheathed Long Yin and secured it at his waist, the sharp aura instantly retracting. He glanced back at the desolate dragon field, now devoid of any presence, leaving only an eerie calm on the lake's surface. Not daring to linger, Gu Yu turned and hurried towards the snake forest. Unbeknownst to him, deep within the ecological lake of the dragon field, a gigantic shadow lay quietly. Its scales were covered in molten gold over iron, sunlight penetrating the lake scattered thousands of glimmers. With thick majestic horns atop its head, it was ensnared by several pitch-black chains. At this moment, however, the chains around its lower half and right face had mysteriously vanished. Before long, Gu Yu arrived at the entrance of the snake forest. It was nearly the hour of the snake, and outside the forest many members of the convoy had gathered, most of them adventurers looking to scavenge for supplies, while a few others, sensing the danger, had already returned to the convoy with their belongings to trade with Xiahou Yu. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the dense forest, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Suddenly, the previously quiet woods erupted with rustling sounds akin to countless cold bodies swiftly darting through the grass, sending chills down one's spine. Many people's faces turned pale, instinctively retreating. Before even entering, they had already heard the dense hissing of snake tongues. Gu Yu halted, raising his hand to rest on his waist where his pistol was, his divine sense fully spread out. Countless tiny cold presences emerged from within the forest like snake tongues licking the air, chilling to the bone. The sign at the entrance suddenly changed its ink. The bright red faded into a dark, dried blood color, and new rules appeared coldly. Hour of the snake. The snake forest is now open. The nature of snakes is inherently they favor tranquility and despise movement. If you hear a snake hiss, do not look back, do not run. Snakes are inherently cold-blooded, but will not attack their own kind. If poisoned by snake venom, you must consume dragon scale within 3 minutes otherwise. Dragon scale is found in the dragon field, visible only during the hour of the dragon. As soon as the rules were displayed, the rustling sounds within the forest suddenly intensified, and then a sharp, piercing snake hiss penetrated through the branches, directly piercing into everyone's ears. Hiss! The sound was as cold as ice, needles scraping bone like hundreds of venomous snakes, hissing simultaneously. Many in the crowd shuddered, their faces turning pale. At this moment, there were less than 3 minutes until the snake forest officially opened, and the crowd had already begun to stir. What is dragon scale? Has anyone seen it coming from the dragon field? Oh, I remember. It's a type of medicinal material found separately in a medicinal field, and I was puzzled by its strange name at the time. I think there were only a dozen of them, not many. Many people immediately offered high prices to buy dragon scale, but those who stayed behind were all intending to venture into the snake forest. No one would sell such life-saving items. A few who were quick-witted thought about returning to the dragon field to search again, but were seized by those just emerging. Don't go. When I came out, I heard a massive roar inside, like a dragon's roar. Going back now is just asking for death. A dragon's roar. Have you gone mad? If there really is a dragon, then what are we even searching for? Listening to the crowd's debate, Gu Yu's lips twitched. He too had no dragon scale in hand, but he would never return to the dragon field. He clearly understood that a terrifying giant lay beneath. Once the hour of the snake arrived, the crowd no longer hesitated and began to step into the snake forest one after another. Gu Yu followed suit, but a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Throughout the journey, he had only seen Shui Yue, while Su Ming and Sister Su remained elusive. According to custom, if one of Xiahou Yu's couple stayed behind, the other would lead the team or explore alone. Su Ming would also typically accompany them to clear the path. Yet at this moment, both of their presences were undetectable inside and outside the snake forest. Just as he suppressed his doubts, the mist within the forest suddenly thickened, and the cold aura surged exponentially. Suddenly, the grass ahead rustled violently, and a snake as thick as a human arm darted out, lunging directly at the ankle of a person in the front row. That person let out a startled cry and attempted to retreat, but forgot the rules. Upon hearing the snake hiss, one must not run. In the instant their foot moved, the surrounding grass exploded, and several venomous snakes simultaneously surged out, reflecting black scales, their mouths wide open as they lunged wildly at the crowd. Gu Yu's gaze turned icy as Long Yin suddenly unsheathed from his waist and swung. The sharp, murderous aura erupted, instantly forcing the approaching venomous snakes to halt abruptly, while the ones nearest had already been severed by the aura's blade. In the depths of the serpent forest, a wave of venomous snakes launched a swift attack, retreating in a manner even more mysterious. In just a few breaths, all the venomous snakes that had surged forth retreated back into the grass like a receding tide, the rustling sounds gradually fading away, as if the chaotic onslaught had been nothing but an illusion. However, the crowd had been thoroughly scattered, screams and the sounds of panicked footsteps mingling together as they dispersed in all directions. Amidst the chaos, a muffled groan rang out clearly. Ugh. Su Lei staggered backward, clutching his calf, his pant leg darkened by the venom, two small fang marks oozing black blood. He had only recently recovered from his injuries, silently tailing the crowd. When the snake swarm appeared, he couldn't help but rush towards Chun Yao's position. Seeing her calm in the face of danger relieved his heart, but he overlooked his own safety. Chun Yao stumbled as she was jostled by the crowd, and turned to see Su Lei fall, her face instantly paling several shades. In the past, she would have panicked and tried to avoid the situation, but after that night at Zhongshan University, she was no longer the timid girl who would cower in the corner. She hurried over to support Su Lei, her voice steadier, but tinged with a hint of anxiety. Su Lei, are you alright? Leaning against the tree trunk, Su Lei, sweating from the pain, still looked at her and managed a weak smile. I'm fine. Just got bitten by a snake. I'm fine, don't come near, it's poisonous. The more he insisted, the more uneasy Chun Yao felt. Taking a deep breath, she met his gaze and spoke frankly for the first time. Su Lei, I know you have always been good to me. I didn't have those feelings for you before. But this time, thank you for always protecting me. She paused, her voice soft yet sincere. You are a wonderful person, but we are just not suited for each other. But don't worry, I won't avoid you like before. Su Lei was taken aback for a moment, then bitterly smiled, his eyes lighting up a bit. Hearing you say that, I'm content. As soon as the words left his mouth, his complexion suddenly turned ashen black, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as the poison rapidly spread throughout his body. Chun Yao panicked, wanting to help, but hesitating to touch him, helplessly watching as his body grew increasingly rigid. Chun Yao, from now on, take care of yourself. With those final words, Su Lei's head tilted and he breathed his last. When Xian Yair, Chung Long, Li Tsong, and Bai Zhou arrived, they found Chun Yao frozen in place, her eyes red-rimmed, but holding back tears. Xian Yair gently patted her shoulder, saying nothing more. Some growths are indeed earned through farewell. Chung Long looked at the scene before him with bloodshot eyes, desperately wanting to shout out, to vent his anger. When no one was paying attention, a glint of crimson flashed across Chung Long's eyes. Meanwhile, in the shadowy depths of the forest away from the crowd, Cui Yi kept his head down, blending in with the crowd and remaining inconspicuous, deliberately hiding his abilities, appearing to be just an ordinary survivor. Two venomous snakes silently slithered out from the grass behind him, their fangs aimed directly at his back. Just as their fangs were about to pierce his clothing, Cui Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, the previous timidity swept away. He sidestepped, raised his hand, and caught the snake by its head, his movements crisp and clean, exhibiting an incredible strength and speed that was far from ordinary. Crack! With two soft sounds, the two venomous snakes were crushed, their bodies falling limply to the ground. Cui Yi shook his hand and looked down at the snake corpses, his eyes flickering. Will this thing have a snake gallbladder or something? He dissected one of the snakes, and a gleaming gallbladder rolled out, exuding a faint spiritual light, its pungent odor revealing a wave of pure power. Indeed, after a brief hesitation, he grabbed the snake gallbladder and swallowed it whole. A surge of heat instantly exploded from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, causing his otherwise mundane physique to rise slightly at that moment. A trace of wild joy and ferocity flashed in Cui Yi's eyes. Eating snake gallbladders can enhance strength. Then this serpent forest is a treasure trove sent to me. No more hesitation, he turned and slipped deeper into the forest, his figure soon disappearing into the mist, ready to completely unleash the strength he had hidden all along. Meanwhile, Guyu walked slowly deeper into the serpent forest, the mist thickening, a chilly aura wrapping around him like the scent of the grass and wood. After walking for a while, a few simple wooden shacks faintly appeared ahead, nestled among the trees. He pushed the door open to find the room stacked with many compressed biscuits, canned goods, and a few scattered medical supplies. Though not precious, they were valuable hard currency in this apocalyptic world. However, what made Guyu's heart sink was that the table was so clean it was devoid of dust, the cups and utensils neatly arranged, clearly indicating that someone had been here recently. Not from the convoy. There is a third-party force here. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sharp wind suddenly exploded beside Guyu's ear. Danger! Instinctively, he sidestepped and rolled, a black shadow streaking past his shoulder, crashing violently into the wooden wall, splintering, wood flying everywhere. Guyu regained his footing and looked up, his pupils constricting. What he saw was no human. His entire body was covered in fine black scales, his arms twisted like snakes, and his head was half human, half snake, flicking a forked tongue. His mind exploded with a previous warning: if bitten by snake venom, one must consume a dragon scale within 3 minutes, otherwise. So it's not death. It's becoming this ghastly creature. The snake man let out a hissing roar, his scales gleaming coldly as he lunged forward. Guyu did not retreat, but advanced, unleashing all his skills. The spiritual treasure glasses activated. A light blue attribute immediately popped up in his vision. Named Snake Man, mutated body. Ability: a pitiful person infected by snake venom and curses endowed with the agility of a snake and soft tissue modifications, their bodily strength surpassing that of ordinary humans. Evaluation: belonging to the Een and evil spirit realm with extremely low resistance to high temperatures and divine weapons. The 7-inch scale armor is weak and the next spiritual meridian nodes are vulnerable. After identifying the weaknesses, the energy patterns of Gu Ye's white, scorching gloves instantly enveloped his palm, golden light slowly shimmering. As the snake man's claws swept towards him, Gu Yu slightly moved his head to the left, dodging, while his left hand, with the white scorching gloves, directly met the snake man's arm, forcefully slamming it to the ground. Hiss! As soon as the gloves touched the snake man's scales, they erupted with blinding heat, like a branding iron searing on rotten flesh, black smoke rising. The snake man let out a shrill cry, his arm charred black, his offensive momentum instantly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yu flicked his right hand, loading bullets into the evil spirit handgun, and aimed at the snake man's throat, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! 2 shots fired. The snake man's neck exploded with blood, and with a powerful twist of his body, at an extremely bizarre angle, he wrapped around Gu Yu, throwing him aside, while he crashed onto the table, staggering back. After steadying himself, Gu Ye's dragon blade suddenly unsheathed from his waist. Clang! A clear whistle resonated, causing the wooden house to hum. Even before the blade was fully unsheathed, a domineering sharp aura exploded. Gu Yu stepped forward, pressing his wrist down, and the dragon blade slashed down from above. There was no obstruction. The blade light flowed like autumn waters, slicing through iron like mud, the endless killing intent easily, shredding the snake man's tough scales as if they were mere paper. Swoosh! A single stroke severed the weak point of the neck, and the snake man's upper body was cleaved off, black blood spraying everywhere, the body convulsing a few times before falling still, rapidly dissolving into a puddle of black blood. Gu Yu sheathed his blade, took a breath, the terrifying murderous aura swirling around him, but his body suddenly emanated specks of spiritual light, transforming the killing intent into precious energy that merged into his being. Tisk! The corrosive effect of the murderous aura generated after killing is simply a natural supplement for a treasure appraiser's abilities. If that's the case in the future, I could kill while utilizing the generated murderous aura to enhance my body through refining abilities. Immediately after, Gu Yu crouched down at the spot where the snake man had dissolved, discovering a pale blue luminescent snake-shaped medicinal crystal, warm to the touch, infused with a faint aura of snake essence. What is this? Before he could use the spiritual treasure glasses to identify it, a sudden rustling sound came from outside the wooden house. This time it was not just one, but a swarm of venomous snakes quickly converging towards this direction. In another place, Tiger Mountain. Though it is called Tiger Mountain, it is not a continuous range of towering peaks, but rather a collection of scattered artificial hills and low, dense forests. The rocks are jagged, the vegetation dry and brittle, and when the wind blows it carries a strong, fishy odor, exuding an air of ferocity. Although Gu Yu declined Shui Yu's invitation to venture in together, Su Ming, who was nearby, overheard Shui Yu's thoughts and patted his chest, generously agreeing. Old Shui, if you want to go in, I'll accompany you. With the 2 of us joining forces, we can take down anything fierce. Hearing this, Shui Yu's eyes lit up. After a brief preparation, the 2 stepped into the territory of Tiger Mountain together. As they ventured deeper, small shadow tigers occasionally darted out from the crevices of the artificial hills. They were quick and had sharp claws, but they could not withstand the combined efforts of the 2. Su Ming swung all 4 arms in unison to withstand the tiger claws, relying on his formidable physique. Shui Yu engaged in close combat, exerting considerable effort to finally slay the little tiger blocking their path. Continuing forward, they discovered many valuable items in a stone cave. Dried beast meat, warm and thick furs, and several travelers' abandoned packs containing various emergency tools, marking a significant haul. However, what truly made Shui Yu's heart race was hidden on a smooth, giant stone deep within Tiger Mountain. It was a palm-sized statue of a ferocious tiger, entirely dark gold in color with patterns resembling real tiger fur. As he approached, a fierce and domineering aura rushed toward him, the very source that had guided his mind. The moment Shui Yu reached out to grasp the statue, it suddenly shattered, releasing a surge of pure, violent energy that rushed into his body through his palm. Amidst the falling debris, a small white tiger jade pendant lay quietly in the stone crevice. An overwhelming force erupted, causing his aura to surge wildly. His muscles crackled as the original barrier of the first stage shattered. He had successfully entered the second stage. A majestic aura enveloped the surroundings, and he was vaguely equal to Su Ming by his side. Shui Yu closed his eyes, feeling the new power churning within him. Before he could savor it, 3 thunderous tiger roars erupted from the distant forest, each more ferocious than the last, and drawing closer. The expressions of the 2 men changed simultaneously. This is bad, they've been drawn to us. Without a moment to think, they turned and dashed out. Just as they exited the stone cave, they were blocked by three massive black figures. Three adult black-striped tigers, their eyes gleaming with ferocity and drool dripping, surrounded the two in a triangular formation. With no retreat possible, they could only fight to the death. Su Ming no longer held back. His spiritual light surged, and his body suddenly expanded. Two robust arms burst forth from his back, achieving the form of a four-armed giant, muscles bulging and an imposing aura radiating. Shui Yu also instantly activated his sequence, transforming into a berserker. His blood surged violently, his fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. The heavier his wounds, the more frantic his power became. With a roar of the tiger, all three tigers lunged simultaneously. Su Ming swung, all four arms clashing head-on with two of the tigers. His fists smashed into the tiger's back with a dull thud, but the tiger's tough skin absorbed the blow, and a retaliatory claw deeply raked across his side. Shui Yu faced the strongest of the three, head-on, his fists and feet colliding with tiger claws, blood splattering all over. Half was the tiger's blood, the other half his own life essence overflowed as he activated his berserker sequence. The bloody battle lasted only a moment, and both were already covered in wounds. Shui Yu was drenched in blood, but his aura became increasingly frenzied. Su Ming was in a dire state, his left auxiliary arm brutally torn off by a tiger, blood spurting from the wound, causing him to grunt in pain, yet he continued to fight without retreat. The three tigers, fearless of death, tightened their encirclement. The two men leaned back against the mountain rock, breathing heavily, gritting their teeth to hold on, while waiting for a glimmer of hope to break through. Old Shui, this is a tough spot. Do you have any tricks left? Seeing Su Ming's severed arm bleeding profusely, Shui Yu felt an overwhelming guilt. If it weren't for his insistence on entering Tiger Mountain, Su Ming would never have ended up in this state. Now that his comrade was gravely injured, he had already resolved to risk his life to ensure Su Ming's safety. At that moment, a sudden burning sensation radiated from his pocket. Shui Yu looked down to see the white tiger jade pendant he had just obtained, a thread of pure white aura slowly emanating from it, wrapping around him. Behind him, a translucent white tiger phantom faintly emerged, exuding an imposing and fierce presence. Its silent roar sent tremors through the surrounding air. An eerie scene unfolded as the three black-striped tigers suddenly froze, their fur standing on end, the ferocity in their eyes transforming entirely into wariness and fear, not daring to step forward. Noticing the tiger's retreat, Shui Yu no longer hesitated. He bent down, carefully hoisting the weakened Su Ming onto his back, taking steady yet swift steps to slowly retreat from the tiger's line of sight. Only after they had completely distanced themselves from the stone cave did he suddenly accelerate swiftly, leading Su Ming away from this perilous place. The two stumbled out of Tiger Mountain, and just as they stepped into the outer clearing, Su Ming could no longer hold on and reverted to his normal form. Blood soaked his clothing where his arm had been severed, and Shui Yu, having overexerted himself as a berserker, appeared pale as a ghost, his aura gradually fading. He leaned against a withered tree, tightly clutching the white tiger jade pendant in his palm, feeling the residual pressure from the white tiger phantom still lingering within him. The power of the second stage was not yet fully stabilized, but he could not afford to dwell on that. He quickly retrieved the hemostatic bandages he had scavenged earlier and grit his teeth as he performed a simple dressing on Su Ming's wound. Before long, Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. After assessing the situation around him, instead of being afraid, he broke into a hearty laugh. Old Shui, not bad. It seems we've hit the jackpot. Shui Yu looked at the empty spot where Su Ming's arm used to be, and his expression instantly darkened, filled with guilt. Seeing this, Su Ming with his remaining right hand slapped Shui Yu's arm heartily and waved his hand dismissively. All right, old Shui, stop looking so glum. Let me show you something real. As he spoke, a faint red glow suddenly enveloped Su Ming, a violent yet gentle energy continuously converging at the wound of his severed arm. The previously bleeding stump began to visibly heal at an astonishing speed, flesh regrowing, bones creaking as a new outline of an arm slowly emerged. Shui Yu's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with astonishment. What is this? Hee, isn't it amazing? Su Ming grinned proudly. My four-arm giant form may not be as ferocious as your berserker in direct combat, but the ability to regenerate severed limbs is something you can't compare to. Seeing this scene, Shui Yu's anxious heart finally relaxed completely, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the several bulging packs they had collected, then bent down to lift them and place them all onto the large bus behind Su Ming. After doing all this, he turned around and prepared to venture deeper into the Zodiac village once more. Old Shui, what are you doing? We agreed to split the supplies evenly. I won't take advantage of you. Su Ming shouted to stop him. Shui Yu turned back, grinning, his tone straightforward and open. Nonsense, I won't be polite with you. From now on, all my supplies will be with you. If I need something, I'll just find you, so take good care of it. I'll go back in for another round. You stay here and recuperate. Su Ming instantly understood his meaning and stopped being coy, playfully scolding him. All right, just don't die in there while I'm waiting for you to come out and drink. I'll let you taste the good stuff I've hidden. Shui Yu waved his hand, saying no more. With a decisive step, he re-entered the misty, chilly atmosphere of Zodiac Village. Deep within the snake forest, the vegetation grew wildly, enveloped in a cold mist that surged with a fish. Gu Yu dashed forward quickly over broken branches, the lenses of his spiritual artifact glasses shimmering with a faint blue light, his divine sense spreading out like a net, firmly locking onto the tide of venomous snakes surging behind him. Half an inch of the long yen blade was drawn from its sheath at his waist, each swing of the dark red blade severing several venomous snakes in midair, leaving behind charred traces on the ground as flames ignited where the blade passed. Yet the number of snakes was overwhelming, coming in an endless wave. Gu Yu realized with clarity that if this continued, he would eventually be entangled and exhausted to death. I can't delay any longer. He narrowed his eyes, and the black magic cube in his palm suddenly expanded, 9 metal components of varying sizes exploding from the cube, whirling and assembling in midair, transforming in the blink of an eye into an irregular, twisted space. This technique, named Unfathomable Space, was created by Gu Yu based on his experiences at Zhongshan University. Within this space, everyone else's senses would be inverted except for Gu Yu himself. As the space took shape, the first few venomous snakes to slide and instantly lost their balance. In their eyes, the surrounding trees suddenly stood on their heads. Gu Yu's figure floated in midair, their sense of direction completely disoriented. Several snakes froze in place, flicking their tongues, but daring not to move. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gu Yu stepped forward, his figure darting into the midst of the snake swarm like an arrow. With all his strength, the long yen blade cleaved down, dark red blades slicing through the void, and with each strike, several venomous snakes were severed in half, blood splattering against the inner walls of the space. Outside the space, the remaining venomous snakes, seeing no way to break through, scattered and swirled frantically, probing around the edges of the space. Inside the space, only one snake person draped in black robes remained, vigilantly watching Gu Yu, its black scales glimmering with a cold light, its serpent tail making a hissing sound as it slid across the ground. Inside the unfathomable space, senses were inverted. In the perception of the snake person, Gu Yu was standing upside down in the sky, holding a long knife and a pistol facing off against itself, with all cardinal directions completely swapped. It suddenly twisted its body, instinctively evading the attack, but no matter how it dodged, blood blossoms inexplicably erupted from its body. Those were Gu Yu's precise strikes, hitting its weaknesses in the imbalance of space. Gu Yu stood atop the void barrier, the long yen blade slashing horizontally with a howling wind. The snake person had no choice but to coil its tail in front of itself for defense, its supposedly hard scales shredding like thin paper beneath the divine weapon's edge. Using the residual force of the blade, it swiftly twisted its soft body to retreat, seeking to escape. However, just as it dodged the lethal strike, its forehead suddenly faced a pitch-black opening. Bang! The bullet from the malevolent spirit pistol whistled out, precisely penetrating the snake person's head, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Gu Yu leaped down, reaching into the snake person's corpse and pulling out a crystal that shimmered with a faint green light, which settled steadily in his palm. Immediately after Gu Yu dispelled the unfathomable space, a thin layer of sweat beading on his forehead. A total victory, time to reap the rewards. He raised his hand to examine the newly acquired item, and the spiritual artifact glasses automatically displayed the identification information: named Snake Person, residual crystal ability, a cursed relic left behind after the death of a snake person. Consuming it grants temporary access to some of the snake person's abilities, but with each use a part of the body will become permanently snake-like. Evaluation: used with caution for non-beastman sequences, otherwise you will eventually be completely assimilated. Name Spirit Snake, shedding ability, material from the shedding of a snake person, extremely tough, possesses excellent concealment, can be integrated into clothing or weapons. Evaluation: a boon for mechanisms and forging sequences, perfect for making stealth equipment. It's truly a stroke of luck that you picked it up. Gu Yu carefully stored the 2 crystals and the spirit snake shedding into his backpack. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. 9:10. There was still time before the next hour. After a moment of thought, feeling that the energy within him had surged to a certain extent, he decided to continue exploring deeper into the dense forest, gambling for an even greater opportunity to directly advance to sequence 3. The deeper he went into the dense forest, the thicker the mist became, and the cold aura grew more oppressive. In the innermost part of the forest, beneath several towering giant trees, 3 colossal thrones suddenly appeared before him. On each throne a massive serpentine figure coiled. 2 enormous figures spiraled around on each side. A long and upright serpent body coiled in the center, its scales shimmering with a silver blue intermingling, reflecting a chilling glimmer in the shadows. Its neck slightly raised, the lines were elegant, yet concealed a deadly intent, every inch of its scales exuding explosive power like a lurking predator. A figure as black as ink lay quietly in the shadow of the throne, its form fluid and sleek, devoid of any redundancy. It coiled with chilling simplicity, its entire body resembling ink, almost merging completely with the darkness, only its pair of vertical pupils glimmering like two piercing cold stars embedded in the shadows. It coiled with chilling simplicity, its entire body resembling ink, almost merging completely with the darkness, only its pair of vertical pupils glimmering like two piercing cold stars embedded in the shadows. With a dark golden sheen. It slightly lowered its head, lying still like a sleeping mountain, with only a pair of cold vertical pupils half closed, emanating a dominating aura that crushed everything. Accompanied by the hiss of snake tongues flicking in and out, the three giant serpents communicated in their unique serpent language, their voices deep and eerie, shaking the surrounding trees slightly. Beneath the thrones, over 100 figures knelt prostrate on the ground, their heads bowed low, their bodies covered in incomplete black scales. These were the snake people, assimilated by the venom. Their eyes were vacant, and they muttered incantations only they could understand, having become the loyal servants of the three snake kings. Just as Guyu was advancing through the depths of the snake forest, singing triumphantly and achieving consecutive victories, another figure, Chui, stealthily delved into the dense woods, also profiting immensely from this bizarre hunt. His coat was already tattered by venom and blood, revealing faint green lines crawling across his exposed skin. At this moment, he was gripping a snake person's neck tightly with one hand, his knuckles suddenly exerting force. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and the snake person's hollow eyes quickly lost their luster, falling limp. Green, foul-smelling blood splattered across Chui's cheeks and chest, yet he paid no mind, instead revealing an expression of near-manic delight. He reached directly into the snake person's chest, violently extracting the glowing remnant crystal, swallowing it whole without hesitation. Ha ha! Wonderful, simply wonderful. This place is like a paradise tailor-made for me. In just half an hour, the energy within Chui surged like boiling magma, shattering the barrier that had long confined him at the first stage. He had forcibly stepped into the second stage. His lineage was a very orthodox martial artist sequence, originally a path of great potential for combat, but due to his usual treachery and narrow-mindedness, he had never managed to break through his limits. However, this time, amidst the life-and-death hunt in the snake forest, he completely abandoned his moral compass, frantically devouring the snake person's remnant crystal as nourishment, forcing his lineage to madly absorb energy, achieving a counterattack-style promotion. I'm at the second stage now. The strongest in the convoy is only at the second stage. Once I absorb another batch of energy and stabilize my strength, I'll leave this broken convoy. Thinking of showcasing his power as a second stage awakened one upon returning, and recalling the graceful figure of Han Qian in the convoy, greed and excitement almost overflowed from Chui's eyes. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his eyes had quietly transformed into cold emerald green vertical slits, and the fine black scales were gradually spreading and growing on his bare back. Before long, he would completely abandon his humanity, undergoing a transformation into a true monster unbound by any rules. Elsewhere, by a tranquil stream, Bai Zhou, Chunlong, Li Tsong, Xian'Yer, and Chun Yao were silently digging a pit, gently laying to rest Su Lei, who had just succumbed to poisoning. No tombstone, no offerings, just a handful of yellow earth covering the brief and regrettable life of the young man. Lazy, don't worry. Chung Long squatted before the grave, his voice hoarse, yet unwavering. I Chung promise you that one day I will kill 100 venomous snakes to avenge you. The others had reddened eyes and felt a lump in their throats. They had all stepped out of the school bus together, relying on each other in this apocalypse, and witnessing a companion's departure was an indescribable pain. Just as the atmosphere grew somber, Bai Zhou suddenly turned to Chung Long, frowning slightly. Chung Long, you should take a break. Your eyes, they don't look right. Chung Long was suddenly jolted awake. Just moments ago, he felt an unbearable sting in his eyes, as if his entire body was being scorched by fire, but now he felt an inexplicable surge of spirit. The weakness left by Guyu retracting his power had completely vanished, replaced by a much more violent and thicker power raging through his meridians. With a thought, Chung Long's face instantly lit up with wild joy. He instinctively summoned the newly awakened power within him, and in an instant, dazzling fiery red spiritual light ignited all over his body, the crimson hue in his eyes gradually fading into a distinct hero's mark. Awakening successful. Hero path, hero sequence. Bai Zhou's eyes brightened, instantly understanding everything. Great job, Chung Long. Congratulations on becoming an awakened one. That makes you the 6th awakened one in our convoy. Li Tsong, Xian'Yer, and Chun Yao quickly gathered around, their earlier sorrow overshadowed by joy, congratulating him excitedly. Congratulations, old chum. Our school bus group finally has an awakened one. From now on, you have to take good care of us. Listening to his companion's blessings, Chung Long felt warmth swelling in his heart, and his determination to protect everyone grew even stronger. Yet he was acutely aware that he had just awakened and his foundation was still shallow, far from being a top combat force. After a brief rest, the school bus group decided to explore the central part of the dense forest. Having entered the snake forest for so long, they had only found a few dilapidated wooden houses, and the supplies they had scavenged were merely a drop in the bucket for the entire group. They needed to continue searching for provisions. In the central part of the dense forest, Guyu wielded the long yen blade, cutting his way through the thick malevolent aura tainting the blade, was slowly transformed and absorbed by his unique purification ability. At this moment, Guyu felt unprecedentedly powerful, his physical strength far exceeding Su Meng's state before transformation, and this was still under the condition of not recalling the scattered powers of the firm party. As he continued forward, he suddenly encountered several scattered and disordered snake person corpses on the ground, causing Guyu to pause. Are there other experts here? But this method of attack is too ruthless. It doesn't resemble Su Meng or Shui Yu's style. The snake persons before him met with a tragic demise, some with their necks brutally twisted, others torn apart into several pieces. Their internal remnant crystals crudely excavated, the technique clean and decisive, yet extremely cruel. Guyu's brows knitted tightly, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Ugh, this is troublesome. The others are unaware of the cursed side effects of the remnant crystals. If they swallow them directly, it won't be long before they fully transform into snakes, and that would surely lead to disaster. He no longer hesitated, exerting force beneath his feet, quickly following the clear drag marks and faint scent of snake blood on the ground. The fog in the depths of the dense forest thickened, and Shui Yi's manic laughter echoed faintly, accompanied by the eerie sounds of bones twisting and scales growing. Guyu tightened his grip on the long yen blade, his gaze sharp. He was well aware that what he was about to catch up to was likely no longer an ordinary survivor of the convoy, but rather a monster on the verge of losing control. The fog in the depths of the serpent forest grew denser, and the stench of blood and decay mingled, assaulting the nostrils with a choking intensity. Guyu's fingertips gently brushed over the surface of the spiritual treasure glasses, and pale blue spiritual light spread out, instantly penetrating through layers of branches and leaves, locking onto a not-so-tall figure in the forest. That figure was wrapped in two opposing auras, one yellow and one green. The golden hue represented the might of martial arts, while the dark green signified the sinister curse of serpent transformation. The two forces clashed wildly, corroding the surrounding flora into withered, curled shapes. Guyu's expression suddenly darkened, and his fingers tightened slightly around the hilt of his knife. It seems that what we've encountered this time is a creature that has completely lost its mind. He stepped forward slowly, the long yen blade emitting a low hum from its sheath, while the evil spirit pistol was firmly gripped in his left hand. Each step he took crushed the dry branches underfoot, his aura growing steadily more oppressive without a hint of retreat. At this moment, Shui Yi had already transformed beyond recognition. His face was twisted grotesquely, his tongue morphing into a bifurcated serpent's fork, continuously flicking out dark green venom. Fine black scales spread from his neck to his eye sockets, covering most of his pupils. His lower back had been brutally torn open, giving rise to a thick, powerful serpent tail that thrashed violently against the ground. Unlike ordinary serpentmen, he still retained the skeletal outline of a human, but his body had ballooned compared to when he entered the Zodiac village, with bulging muscles, exuding an inhuman ferocity. Tisk, it seems you've really hidden yourself well. Guyu's gaze was filled with intrigue as he swept over Shui Yi's half-human, half-serpent form. But in this state, I truly can't see your original sequence. Shui Yi slowly turned around, his mouth splitting open to reveal gleaming fangs, his voice hoarse like a broken gong mixed with hissing sounds of serpents. It's you, brat. Just in time. I can no longer be human, so I'll eat you first, and then go back to catch those little girls in the convoy to enjoy. Upon hearing this, the last hint of warmth in Guyu's eyes extinguished, completely replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. He ceased to say more, retracting the evil spirit pistol back to his waist, and the long yen blade was suddenly drawn. Clang! The blade's cry was as clear as a dragon's roar, the dark red blade light slicing through the thick fog, its sharpness soaring skyward, even parting the surrounding mist. Since you are eager to descend into the Yellow Springs, I shall grant your wish today. Let's see how formidable your hidden sequence truly is. Shui Yi let out a piercing shriek, his limbs pushing against the ground, and like a giant python lunging for prey, his figure transformed into a shadow rushing toward Guyu with the force of a gale. Combining the power of a second-tier martial artist with the speed of serpent transformation, he unleashed a burst of explosive force far exceeding that of an ordinary awakened person, with his claws swiping directly at Guyu's face. Guyu activated his divine sense fully, the spiritual treasure glasses instantly locking onto all of Shui Yi's information. Named Shui E-sequence combat path, second tier, martial artist, severely polluted abilities mastery, of martial arts, soft body transformation, venomous spitting, serpent transformation aberration, threat level moderate. Upon seeing the information, Guyu shook his head lightly, his tone indifferent. A mere second tier dares to act presumptuously before me. Before he finished speaking, Chui Yi's heavy punch was already in front of him. Guyu did not dodge or evade, meeting it head-on with a thunderous right punch, pouring pure extraordinary power into the blow. A hard clash ensued. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, shockwaves sweeping the surroundings. Chui Yi felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, as if he had collided with an iron mountain. His fist bones instantly throbbed with pain and numbness. His entire arm trembled. His pupils constricted suddenly, and before he could react, Guyu had already leaped into the air, his waist exerting force, as a fierce, unmatched whip kick swept out, crashing violently against Chui Yi's waist. Ugh! Chui Yi was like a heavy artillery shell, uncontrollably flying away and crashing heavily against a tree trunk. But taking advantage of his serpent-like soft body, his bones could twist freely. This blow did not cause fatal damage, instead using the impact to bounce up, his figure flashing as he leaped onto the towering tree, looking down upon Guyu. Die! Chui Yi roared in anger, two fangs spitting thick dark green venom, the toxic mist enveloping the area, sizzling corrosively upon contact with the ground, burning numerous pits into the bluestone surface. Guyu's eyes sharpened, advancing instead of retreating. He twisted his wrist, the Longyan blade sweeping out horizontally, its blade aura crisscrossing the dark red radiance, forming an iron wall that cleaved through the torrent of poison. The venom splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop touched his clothing. Chui Yi's face changed drastically. His trump card turned out to be completely ineffective. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a handful of the Serpent Man remnants he had previously devoured from his backpack, disregarding everything and swallowing them all in one go. Boom! The violent power exploded within him, and Chui Yi let out a painful yet frenzied howl, his body swelling once more. His head completely flattened into a serpent's head, the sides of his neck expanding, with cobra-like folds, black scales covering his entire body, thoroughly transformed into a half-human, half-serpent aberration, with speed and strength surging once more. Die! He leaped down from the tree like a black meteor, descending upon Guyu with a crushing force. Just at that moment, Guyu's left hand flashed with black light. Solidarity ability recovery, the surging power within Chui Yi suddenly drained away like a deflated balloon, crashing down to the ground in a heap, landing in a woeful state. Guyu felt the massive, extraordinary power flowing back within him, feeling utterly refreshed, and couldn't help but secretly sigh. Solidarity's ability is indeed as wonderful as usury. Long before he had quietly granted a trace of Solidarity's power to Chui Yi, now reclaiming it using Chui Yi's frenzied consumption of remnants and his own enhanced physique, the returned power surged multiple times. And with the loss of extraordinary power, the snake venom within Chui Yi spiraled out of control, his mind completely thrown into chaos, leaving only the instinct to kill. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu would take his life. Guyu pushed his internal power to the limit, the spiritual light around him surging. At that moment, a system prompt echoed in his mind: Ambitionist sequence upgrade. Current level 3rd tier. New ability acquired, usurpation. Feeling the sense of control brought by the new ability, Guyu's heart surged with joy, yet his eyes. He reached for the evil spirit pistol, his arm steady as a mountain, aiming at the joints, veins, and base of the serpent tail of Chui Yi, pulling the trigger continuously. Bang! 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 The bullets dealt double damage to the aberrant entity, each shot precisely piercing Chui Yi's vitals. Considering that Chui Yi had already undergone most of the serpent transformation, Guyu stepped forward, slowly shooting several more rounds at his vital points, his 7-inch spine and head, until Chui Yi was riddled with blood holes, collapsing to the ground, unable to move even a single inch. Guyu stowed the pistol away, placing his right hand covered in the white scorching glove gently on Chui Yi's completely serpentized head. Chui Yi, your martial artist sequence is quite impressive, but unfortunately you chose the wrong person and the wrong path. He added, by the way, those 2 treasures you had earlier worked very well. Chui Yi's pupils bulged suddenly, using his last ounce of strength to scream, I still have things. Please let me go. He'll give you everything. There's a hidden compartment in the passenger seat of my van containing a spiritual necklace. The bottom of the car is stocked with a large amount of long-term food. All yours. I swear I will never return to the convoy. Please. Guyu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that this old man had hidden so deeply. However, there was no trace of emotion on his face. From the moment Chui Yi spoke of harming his companions in the convoy, his fate had already been sealed. Too late. Guyu's gaze turned cold, activating his 3rd-tier ability, usurpation. A terrifying power of devouring erupted from his palm, and Chui Yi let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if his very soul was being torn apart, his bones and the essence of his sequence forcibly extracted from his body. Usurpation successful. Gain subordinate sequence, martial artist sequence, second tier. The sequence can be absorbed by oneself or transferred to others, functioning as a one-time consumable, disappearing once its energy is depleted. Guyu slowly withdrew his hand, feeling the newly acquired martial artist sequence and all the abilities of the third-tier ambitionist one. Steal 3 times a day. Steal the target's ability or item, guaranteed success if their mental power is lower than his own. 2. Solidarity. Quietly grant others power which can be reclaimed at any time and plunder the growth feedback from the other party. 3. Usurpation can only be used on those marked by solidarity, allowing for the direct seizure of their complete extraordinary sequence taken by force. Success rate depends on the difference in sequence levels and strengths between both parties. This extraordinary ability is considered the ultimate killing move for plunderers in the apocalypse. However, there are limitations. Guyu can only seize 2 sequences at most, and can only equip 1 extra. Additionally, the seized sequence is a consumable. Repeated use of its energy will gradually deplete it. Shui's body rapidly withered in despair, ultimately transforming into a puddle of black blood, completely dissipating within the serpent forest. Guyu stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes silently, noting the information of the spiritual necklace he had just acquired and the location of the food before lifting his gaze toward the deeper parts of the dense forest. Time was running out, and Guyu quickly gathered the last few remaining snake gall crystals, turning to stride toward the exit of the snake forest. He did not notice that in a dark corner of the forest obscured by vines, a pair of blood-red giant eyes were silently watching his back, with a snake's tongue flicking, carrying a chilling amusement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the snake forest, Chenglong and the school bus group were also tidying up supplies. As the last batch of survivors gradually departed, the snake forest suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Even the chirping of insects vanished, leaving only the rustling of wind through the grass, imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Suddenly, a roar that shook the heavens and earth shattered the silence. The sound was coarse like a broken gong, yet laced with the cold hiss of snakes piercing into everyone's eardrums, leaving them frozen in place, unable to move. Guyu looked towards the exit ahead, beads of cold sweat instantly forming on his forehead. In the plain at the snake forest's exit, a massive dark shadow loomed, completely blocking the way. It was a gigantic black mamba of a dark blue hue, its body as thick as a barrel and measuring over 10 meters in length. Its scales glinted with a cold sheen in the dim light, and its inky black tongue flicked in and out, each movement releasing a foul, toxic miasma. Hiss! Is this the Black Mamba King? Guyu's throat tightened as he suppressed the fear. In reality, black mambas were incredibly venomous, but this one, twisted by the apocalyptic disaster, had grown several times in size, its aura horrifically overwhelming, sending chills down everyone's spine. It exuded the oppressive might of a king above all snakes. As the information about the Snake King surfaced in Guyu's vision through the spirit treasure glasses, it read: name 3 kings of the snake forest, black mamba species, abilities, deadly poison, incredible speed, constriction. Weakness. Level tier 4 evaluation, a good test stone with no overly broken abilities. If all cards are revealed, a battle can be attempted. The tier 4 panel did not overly surprise Guyu, but when he saw the name of the Snake King, he exclaimed, 3 kings. Damn. Several timid survivors had already scared their legs to jelly, collapsing to the ground and trembling, lacking even the strength to flee. Chenglong gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the trembling of his legs. His eyes narrowed slightly, the originally blood-red pupils transforming into a unique crimson mark. A faint red light suddenly radiated from him, forming a translucent barrier that enveloped everyone. The invisible fear pressure was blocked by the barrier, and everyone felt their inner terror gradually dissipate, a weak yet steadfast power rising from within, barely stabilizing their minds. Baizhou looked at Chenglong, his eyes filled with surprise. Chenglong turned back and smiled broadly at the others, his smile filled with youthful passion and determination, then turned to Guyu, who was walking over, and shouted, "Brother, let's team up. I'll provide support, and we'll fight our way out." Guyu nodded, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Chenglong's awakening did not surprise him. With his personality and abilities, it was only a matter of time before he became an awakened one. He quickly stepped forward, the long yin blade buzzing as it was drawn, the dark red blade slicing through the air, carrying an imposing sharpness as he stood shoulder to shoulder with Chenglong. "Good lad, you finally awakened. What's your ability?" "Brave's Light." Chenglong replied loudly, his voice imbued with undeniable strength through the light of courage. Besides body enhancement, it's this light of courage. It can dispel negative effects, provide a small strength buff to teammates, and also form a protective barrier. Guyu glanced at the few people swept away, and then looked at the Snake King, quickly assessing in his mind this ability leans towards support, and its greatest function is probably ensuring that those around him do not hold him back. At this moment, he had to reveal all his cards to have a chance of survival. The two quickly finalized their battle plan. Guyu would solo the Snake King, while Chunlong would use the Light of Courage to protect everyone and restrain the small snakes moving around, all while being ready to support Guyu. With their words concluded, they sprang into action. The Black Mamba King beside them slowly raised its head, its blood-red vertical pupils sweeping over the two, its slender eyes blinked, as if regarding the ants before it, as playthings, its mouth curling into an exaggerated grin, revealing two glimmering fangs. Its massive body began to undulate slowly, the serpent's length coiling across the plain. With each movement, the ground trembled violently, as if the entire land were bowing in submission. Guyu no longer hesitated, his left hand's evil spirit pistol instantly spewing fire. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the Snake King, striking its dark blue scales, igniting a shower of sparks, producing a crisp, clanging sound. But in the next moment, all the bullets ricocheted off, leaving not even a scratch on the Snake King. Its scales were as hard as divine weaponry. The playful glint in the Snake King's eyes intensified, its massive body suddenly moving. That large and cumbersome form vanished at an incredible speed. In the next instant, it had already appeared behind Guyu. Its 10-meter-long body coiled like a giant python, charging towards Guyu's body with a thunderous might. A life-threatening crisis. The divine sense instantly sounded the alarm. The black cube in Guyu's arms suddenly expanded in midair, 9 components of varying sizes bursting forth, rapidly swirling and assembling in the air, transforming into several thick black ropes, like a net from the heavens, directly binding the Black Mamba King's body and suspending it in midair. Buzz! The Snake King let out a disdainful hiss, its massive body merely struggling slightly. With a crack, the black ropes instantly shattered, scattering into countless fragments across the ground. Its strength was enough to break free from Guyu's bindings. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Guyu shot out like an arrow, the long yen blade bursting forth with dazzling red light, the blade wind howling as it lunged fiercely towards the Snake King's eyes. For any creature, the eyes are its most vulnerable spot, and that was Guyu's chosen point of attack. Yet the Snake King didn't even bother to lift its eyelids, merely tilting its head slightly, easily avoiding the critical blow. Then it suddenly opened its blood-filled maw, 2 rows of sharp fangs biting down hard on the blade of the long yen. Clang! The shrill sound of metal grinding erupted as the long yen blade was firmly lodged in place by the Snake King's bite force, with Guyu feeling a terrifying force coursing down the blade, almost making him lose grip on the handle. Seeing this, Chunlong immediately rushed forward with Bai Zhou and the others to assist, but just as they took 2 steps, the Snake King's slender tail swept gently. That movement was as light as dusting off some dirt, yet it carried the destructive power of annihilation. Boom! A muffled sound erupted, and except for Chunlong, who was shielded by the barrier of the Light of Courage, the others were all swept away, crashing heavily against distant tree trunks, spitting blood, and landing in a wretched state. Had it not been for the timely emergence of the Light of Courage barrier, which blocked most of the impact, many would likely have perished in that single strike. This was the power of the Snake King. A casual blow could determine life and death. Don't act rashly. Stay alert for the poisonous snakes around. I'll take care of this. Chunlong shouted loudly, the Light of Courage's glow suddenly surging the barrier, becoming even sturdier, firmly protecting everyone within. He fixed his gaze on the long yen blade caught in the Snake King's jaws, urgency filling his eyes. The Snake King's fangs released a violent corrosive aura as it bit down hard. With a crack, Guyu's long yen blade was directly shattered into fragments. The Snake King's blood-red vertical pupils scanned Guyu, letting out a mocking hiss, its massive body twisting again as it slowly approached Guyu. With each step, the cracks in the ground widened, the cold serpentine stench overwhelming the air, nearly suffocating Guyu. This Snake King was far more than just a mere mutated creature. Guyu gazed at the dragon-slaying knife in his palm, which was marred with cracks and fragments of the blade, then lifted his eyes to the long, narrow bloodstain at the corner of the Snake King's mouth. This was from the moment the dragon-slaying knife shattered, grazing the scales of the Snake King. The hesitation in Guyu's eyes faded, completely replaced by a burning fighting spirit. He slowly donned the white gloves, his fingertips beckoning provocatively at the Snake King. Come on, big guy, give it another shot. The Snake King's crimson vertical pupils narrowed slightly, its forked tongue flicking rapidly, not angered, but rather intrigued. It lowered its head slowly, as if assessing an interesting prey. Chunlong observed this, and felt the red marks on his body surge to their peak, a scarlet glow rushing towards Guyu, enveloping him in a thin layer of light. The 10% increase in power caused Guyu's tense muscles to relax, slightly stabilizing his breath. Guyu flipped his palm. 4 strands of pale golden spiritual light surged from his fingertips. 2 from the 2 individuals bound to him before joining the convoy, and the other 2 came from Zhao Lu and a usually silent young team member who rode a bicycle through the convoy. The overwhelming, extraordinary power surged into Guyu like a river flowing into the sea. His aura suddenly doubled. The spiritual light around him erupted, dispersing the surrounding mist, making him appear like a war god descended into the world. The Snake King keenly sensed the change in front of it and let out a deafening roar. The stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of snake venom rushed toward him, making one's stomach churn. Guyu pretended to be disgusted, covering his nose, and with a mocking smile said, "You filthy beast, how uncultured to eat without brushing your teeth." The Snake King ignored his taunts entirely. Its massive body suddenly lunged forward, moving as fast as lightning, creating a howling gale. Guyu's heart sank. He must not get entangled. Once ensnared by this 10-meter-long body, even if just wrapped once, he would be crushed to death. In an instant, he exerted force in his legs, leaping into the air like an arrow, his left hand wielding the evil spirit pistol, which instantly spewed a barrage of fire tongues. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets poured down like a torrential rain, aimed directly at the Snake King's eyes. Facing this barrage, the Snake King didn't even raise its eyelids, simply closing its eyes slowly. The bullets struck its closed eyelids, only leaving a myriad of sparks, not even leaving a shallow mark. Its scales were harder than one could imagine. Its massive jaws suddenly snapped shut, lunging towards Guyu with thunderous force. Guyu twisted his body, landing on the Snake King's enormous head, standing firmly atop its slick scales. The white gloves erupted with intense heat as he clenched his fist, striking down fiercely onto the Snake King's head. Sizzle. The searing sensation transmitted through the scales, prompting a faint hiss from the Snake King, clearly uncomfortable, yet it did not take it to heart. Its massive body twisted wildly, racing and spiraling across the plain, stirring up clouds of the dizziness from the high-speed movement made Guyu feel slightly unwell. He grabbed the hilt of the knife, dark spiritual light wrapping around it, turning the hilt into a temporary weapon. Just as the Snake King twisted its body, about to shake him off, Guyu suddenly released his grip, launching himself like a cannonball. The dragon-slaying knife instantly reformed, the cracks disappearing, the blade returning to its initial state, the dark red edge shining with an even sharper glint. The Snake King's pupils constricted as it attempted to retreat from the blade's glint. Upon seeing this, Guyu accelerated his downward slash, but unfortunately the Snake King's speed proved to be a step faster. Clang! The dragon-slaying knife struck down hard, severing only a small segment of its tail. Yet this strike still inflicted considerable damage, thoroughly enraging the Snake King. It let out a heart-wrenching roar, its massive body convulsing violently, dark blue scales shaking off in a flurry. Guyu seized the opportunity to pursue the power within him, resonating with the dragon-slaying knife, unleashing several fierce fire blade edges. As the returning power surged, the dragon-slaying knife's might erupted completely, the blood light on the blade growing ever more, chilling the burning fire like a festering sore sticking to the Snake King's scales. With each slashing energy, blade scraping off large patches of scales, revealing the flesh glimmering with a reddish hue beneath. The Snake King, fearless of death, twisted its body, avoiding the blade light, launching straight at Guyu's head, both mouths opening simultaneously, spraying forth a torrent of dark green venom. The venom struck the ground with a sizzling sound, instantly corroding the earth, turning large patches of vegetation into scorched earth. Guyu, quick of hand and eye, grabbed a recently slain serpent man's corpse nearby and hurled it forcefully. Boom! The venom collided with the serpent man's corpse, instantly dissolving it to nothing but a broken white skeleton, even the bones riddled with small holes from corrosion. The Snake King was about to use this opportunity to retreat and catch its breath when the black cube in Guyu's arms suddenly expanded, floating into the air, 9 components whirling rapidly, instantly transforming into a twisted black space, enveloping both Guyu and the Snake King. Mysterious space sensory reversal. The Snake King felt the world spin. Within its perception, the ground seemed to become the sky, and it found itself floating in midair, completely inverted. It struggled to twist its body, but the confusion of its senses made even the simplest movements quite laborious. It could only curl itself up, using its hard scales to protect its vital points as much as possible. Watching the Snake King in such a helpless state, Guyu's fighting spirit boiled over. He raised the dragon-slaying knife high, its fire burning at its peak. Authority activation. Martial Master Series equipment. Comprehension of martial technique. Dance of the Dragon. In an instant, a massive flame of fire coalesced into a vividly lifelike dragon, head roaring fiercely, entwining boundless blade edges that flashed past. Immediately after, endless sharp blade lights erupted from all directions, raining down upon the coiled Snake King. Who? A dull tearing sound echoed. The Snake King's massive body, curled up, was directly sliced into several segments, dark blue scales, flesh, and bones splattering everywhere, blood staining the entire plain. After this strike, Guyu felt the power within him drain away instantly, leaving him utterly exhausted. He slowly released the mysterious space, gasping for breath, the dragon-slaying knife in his palm, trembling slightly, yet still intact. In the distance, Cheng Long led Xian Yair by Zhou and others out from behind the barrier of courage's light. Watching this scene unfold, everyone was rendered speechless with shock. The powerful being that resembled a demon capable of crushing everything with ease, the Black Mamba Snake King, had actually been directly slain by Guyu. A great wave of shock enveloped everyone, their gazes towards Guyu filled with awe and fear. Guyu slowly stood up, dusting himself off, just preparing to breathe a sigh of relief, when he suddenly noticed those originally scattered small snakes had not only failed to disperse, but were instead surging from all directions, gradually forming an impenetrable encirclement, flicking their tongues, staring intently at him. Not good. Guyu thought ominously. A pressure colder and more tyrannical than that of the Black Mamba Snake King was slowly advancing from the depths of the forest. In the next moment, the mist enveloping the entire snake forest suddenly solidified. A low hoarse hiss penetrated the leaves, not a roar, but carrying an imperial majesty that commanded life and death. The ground began to tremor rhythmically, not from a frenzied charge, but a slow, heavy step, each footfall causing the surrounding venomous snakes to flatten themselves like subjects bowing to their king. The shadows in the forest slowly parted. A massive body, entirely jet black with huge fan-shaped skin folds at its neck, gradually revealed its true form. It was more robust and menacing than the Black Mamba Snake King, nearly 20 meters long, its jet black scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Most terrifying were the neck flaps on either side of its head, fanned out and covered in strange eye-like patterns. This was one of the three kings of the snake forest, the Cobra King. Its vertical pupils were a pure, dark golden color, devoid of any emotion, only cold judgment. Guyu gently brushed his hand across the surface of the mystic treasure glasses, and a pale blue identification light curtain instantly unfolded before his eyes with lines of cold, stark text, causing his eyelids to twitch. Name: second king of the snake forest cobra species. Abilities: poison, fog domain, mental illusion, super speed, regeneration. Weakness: level 4th stage. Evaluation: a map level boss with complex mechanisms and devastating toxicity. You might have stood a chance at your peak, but now with your strength waning, engaging it would be tantamount to seeking death. The moment he discerned the evaluation, the last flicker of fighting spirit within Guyu completely extinguished, replaced by a chilling rationality. At this moment his extraordinary power was nearly depleted, and the mysterious space could not be reopened. Let alone slaying a 4th stage snake king. Even taking a hit would be fatal. He could only wait for a chance to break free. As for the remaining members of the convoy, they would have to rely on their own abilities. There was no other choice. His current state certainly could not allow him to kill another Snake King. Guyu's fingers subtly tightened around the long yen blade, already prepared to take the opportunity to break free. But just as he was about to move, the Cobra King opposite him suddenly altered its gaze. It was neither the ferocity of slaughter nor the indifference of looking down upon ants, but rather a highly anthropomorphic, calculating, and negotiating smirk. The massive fan-shaped neck flap slightly contracted, and the coldness in its vertical pupils faded somewhat, revealing an air of calm and deliberation akin to that of a peace envoy. It slowly lowered its head, a deep hoarse hiss, resonating hiss. Hiss. Strangely, this sound wave resonated in Guyu's ears, directly transforming into a clear thought that flowed slowly through his mind. You can take the things. As for the people, you can leave. It stays. Guyu's pupils contracted, and his hand gripping the blade paused instinctively, as he raised the long yen blade, pointing towards the severed corpse of the Black Mamba snake on the ground. The Cobra King nodded slightly, its massive head moving slowly, exuding a kind of strange politeness and certainty, as if it had already anticipated his choice. In an instant, Guyu understood. This was a transaction, using the corpse of the Black Mamba in exchange for the safe passage of everyone out of the snake forest. For him, this deal was not a loss. After all, if he were to break free, he would not be able to take the corpse with him, so it was better to seize this opportunity to leave safely. His gaze fell upon the remnants of the Black Mamba, where a dark purple crystal flickered faintly amidst the flesh and blood, and an overwhelming sense of reluctance surged in his heart. That was the core of a 4th stage snake king, its value immeasurable. It seemed to have seen through his greed, and a hint of almost mockery flashed through the Cobra King's crimson vertical pupils. The massive snake tail gently waved, seemingly casually striking the corpse of the Black Mamba. Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the hard flesh and scales were instantly turned to mush, and a fist-sized radiant purple snake king crystal was precisely shaken out, sliding down to Gu Ye's feet as if being handed to him. Having completed this, the Cobra King slowly closed its eyes slightly, tilting its enormous body to present a release posture, and its fan-shaped neck flap completely retracted, no longer exuding any killing intent. Gu Ye's heart trembled as he gazed at this highly intelligent and terrifyingly calm snake king, no longer daring to linger. He bent down, picked up the purple crystal firmly, tucked it into his bosom, and nodded slightly towards the Cobra King, acknowledging the transaction. "Let's go." He uttered a low command and turned to leave first. The poisonous snakes surrounding them, as if receiving an order, all crawled to the ground, slowly parting to create a passage leading directly to the exit. Chung Long and the others, still shaken, looked at the Cobra King's unmoving anthropomorphic posture and dared not delay any longer. They quickly gathered their supplies, assisted their injured companions, and hurriedly followed Gu Yu, leaving the deadly area without pause. Only after they had completely exited the snake forest did everyone collectively let out a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground and breathing heavily. Gu Yu, impatient, took out the purple crystal from his bosom, and the mystic treasure glasses lit up once more. Name: Snake King's Purple Crystal. Origin: a source energy crystal that only 4th stage and above Snake Kings can condense. Ability: after consumption, there is a high probability of awakening the Snake King's innate talent, significantly enhancing extraordinary power and physique. There is a small probability of being eroded by toxins, resulting in transformation into a snake human or complete assimilation into a snake. Evaluation: a rare treasure directly granting at least 1 innate talent. If one has absolute confidence in their sequence, and they may boldly consume it. Good stuff. Though the risks are not small. Gu Yu caressed the smooth, cool crystal, a hint of fervor flashing in his eyes. I'll find an opportunity to purify and illuminate it before attempting to refine it. Given my current empty state of extraordinary power and the exhaustion coursing through my body, I decisively abandoned the idea of heading directly to the horse cave. At this moment, he was completely depleted. Encountering even a normal aberration could plunge him into. He decided against going to the horse cave, planning to first return to the convoy to recover. If time permitted, he might visit the sheep village. Gu Yu secured the purple crystal, beckoning Chung Long and the others, and swiftly headed back towards the direction where the convoy was parked. In the depths of the snake forest, the Cobra King slowly opened its dark, golden vertical pupils, watching the direction in which the group departed, its massive head slightly raised, emitting a long and calm hiss. It did not pursue, merely slowly coiling up the remains of the black mamba and turning to vanish into the shadows of the dense forest. Gu Yu dragged his exhausted body step by step back to the clearing where the convoy was camped. As soon as he entered the camp, he saw Su Ming's arm severed leaning against the coach, and the couple Xiahou Yu and Su Qingyuan standing nearby in low conversation. Su Ming's face remained pale, but his breathing was steadier. Xiahou Yu noticed Gu Ye's slow return at once. His eyes brightened, and he greeted him with a smile. Master Gu, you finally made it out. I heard you single-handedly took down a 4th-rank Snake King in the Shilin. Remarkable." Gu Ye's gaze flicked and fell on Chung Long, who sat nearby with composed breath and already awakened aura. In an instant he understood. Chung Long had evidently already told the tale of the snake forest. He offered no lengthy explanation, only a tired half-smile, as he sat among them and patted Su Ming's shoulder. "Mengzi, what happened?" "Small thing." Su Ming grinned, all bravado. "Our 4-armed giant's recovery isn't to be underestimated." Gu Yu watched in quiet astonishment as the wounded arm's flesh closed and bone reknit. They traded a few casual words, briefly recounting the encounters at Hushan and Shilin. Finally, Gu Yu could no longer suppress his curiosity and looked toward Xiahou Yu, who remained serenely seated on his fishing perch. "Old Xia, by your nature, you wouldn't just stand guard with the convoy. Why not go in and scavenge supplies this time?" Xiahou Yu shook his head lightly, an inscrutable smile on his face. He produced a neatly folded yellowing slip of paper from his pocket and slipped it quietly to Gu Yu. "Take a look at this first." Gu Yu unfolded the paper with some puzzlement. Several lines written in black ink, each neat and deliberate, came into view. Clearly Xiahou Yu had recorded them one by one. Weishiyang Village opens. The sheep are gentle by nature and will not attack outsiders unprovoked. The village contains abundant daily provisions and delectable food. Sheep can be capricious, but they will not harm their own kind and loathe those who strike their fellows. Under no circumstances should one unleash a slaughter in Yang Village, or there will surely be. Yang Village harbors many mysterious mouths of caverns that lead directly to other themed areas. Once you enter through Yang Village, you can only leave through its entrance. Having read the note, Gu Ye's eyes brightened with sudden comprehension. He looked up at Xiahou Yu. "So you mean to pull a major operation right in Yang Village?" "Exactly." Xiahou Yu chuckled, a shrewd glint at the corners of his eyes. I meant to recruit you Mengzi and Shui Yue, but those two bolted for Hushan first, and you dove headlong into Shilin. I don't have dragon scales and dared not storm Shilin alone, so I came back to wait for you and incidentally to map out the rules for every hour. Gu Yu felt a quiet admiration stir within him. Where he Su Ming and Shui Yu charged in with reckless force, Xiahou Yu preferred caution and prudence in all. After entering Shengxiao village, Xiahou Yu had not greedily plundered for immediate goods. Instead, he chose to learn the rules that governed each of the themed areas. No problem, Gu Yu nodded slowly. Give me some time to rest and recover a little, and then we'll move. Xiahou Yu laughed softly and tossed an arm around Gu Ye's shoulder. No rush. Well, abandon the stabling area. There's over an hour until Weishur. Lie down and recuperate. He'll call you when it's time to go. Back in his SUV, Gu Yu shut the door, let himself relax completely, and began to inventory all they had gained from the Shilin. Dozens of rare spirit herbs suffused with spiritual energy, Chi-Tu snakeman remnant crystals, a remarkably tough shed of a spirit snake, more than a dozen snake galls that could enhance power, and the freshly acquired 4th-rank snake, King Purple Crystal, piled high across the passenger seat. A truly bountiful haul. Gu Yu murmured, a slight lift at the corner of his mouth. He did not let the joy cloud his judgment. He remembered the lethal side effects of the snake relics and other Shilin artifacts and stepped out to relay in full detail the risks of serpentine transformation, curse erosion, and assimilation probabilities to Xiahou Yu. Xiahou Yu's expression hardened. He immediately used the vehicle's radio to broadcast an order forbidding anyone in the convoy from privately ingesting snake relics, thus averting countless potential tragedies. Having dealt with the hazards, Gu Yu returned to the car, drew a deep breath, and fixed all his attention on the Longyan Dao at his waist, which had split. He lifted the heavy dark purple shimmering snake, King Crystal, and rubbed it between his fingers, lost in thought. Instinctively, he used his Kai Guang consecration on the crystal only to receive the feedback. It could not be consecrated. There was a spiritual conflict. Gu Yu exhaled softly. Thankfully, the consumption wasn't great, or even the Longyan couldn't be consecrated. He gathered his will and activated the Jianbaoshi sequence's unique Kai Guang ability. A warm, lustrous radiance poured from his palm and cocooned the Tang blade. Kai Guang initiated. Target Longyan Dao. Countdown 1 hour. While the consecration proceeded, Gu Yu seized the spirit herbs without reservation and, invoking the full force of his Jianbaoshi talents, ravenously absorbed their pure qi. He transmuted it into his own pearl-like essence, using it to bathe, strengthen, and mend a body pushed to its limits. 1 herb, 2 5 10. Over 20 specimens were fully drained. The car filled with swirling spiritual energy. A faint golden aura began to glow around Gu Yu. His skin took on a translucent sheen. The stiffness and soreness in his muscles and bones healed with astonishing speed, and his spent extraordinary power flowed back into him at a visible rate. He snapped his eyes open and glanced at his reflection in the window. The youth in the glass stared back with knife-sharp eyes, pale and luminous, of skin brimming with vigor. The previous fatigue wiped away, his face radiating renewed life. A careful inward check filled Gu Yu with exultation. Strength, speed, spiritual sense, and physique had all leapt forward. He was noticeably stronger than before the battle. Even more thrilling was the clear crystalline prompt that rang in his mind. Jianbaoshi sequence advanced. Current rank 3rd. Granted new ability Lingbao Shu Ling explosion technique. Lingbao Shu, the ability to ignite the spiritual energy within objects to trigger a brief localized explosion. The greater the spiritual energy, the greater the force. It can also kindle one's own qi, drastically amplifying physique and strength for a short duration. What a skill! Gu Yu clenched his fist, eyes flashing. With this, the remaining spirit herbs were little more than a stockpile of ready to detonate spiritual bombs. Another trump card had been added to his hand. He tightened his grip on the snake crystal and weighed his options. The lure of that 4th-rank origin crystal was immense, yet risk remained. Keep it and wait to find a method of purification later, or gamble now. Ingest it and bet on the strength of his will and sequence to survive and be amplified. As Gu Yu hesitated, Xiahou Yu's laughter came from outside the car. Gu Yu, it's almost time. 10 minutes left. Weishur is arriving. Yang village is opening. Gu Yu's eyes hardened. He banished all wandering thoughts, collected the snake crystal remnant crystals and herbs, and secured them. The Longyan Dao at his waist shimmered with spiritual light. The Kai Guang neared completion. He pushed open the door, rose to his feet in the glow of the setting sun, and fixed his gaze on the distant outline of Yang village, gradually materializing within the heart of the Shengxiao village, snowy white and seemingly docile. Let's go. Let's go meet these sheep who look so gentle. As the countdown for the activation ended, the Dragon Slayer blade at his waist suddenly erupted with brilliant dragon. The blade, which was once covered in cracks, was completely restored, its edge sharper than ever, emanating a chilling gleam. The original dragon scale markings transformed into vividly crafted black gold dragon patterns winding up the blade, while a lifelike dragon head relief appeared on the hilt, its eyes tightly shut, yet exuding a subtle pressure. In an instant, a clear identification message surged into Gu Ye's mind. Name Dragon Slayer. Type Divine Weapon Growth Type. Abilities. 1. Regardless of the damage suffered, the blade can automatically repair and reconstitute itself and can be refined. 2. Killing any life form allows it to absorb energy to nourish itself, while also returning strength to the wielder, enhancing the wielder's life level. 3. Execution mechanism. When the cumulative injuries inflicted on a target reach the fatal threshold, the dragon soul within the hilt opens its eyes and directly initiates an instant kill execution, ignoring defenses. Rank. Unable to determine. Evaluation. Hidden assassination mechanism. Developed a top-tier divine weapon in the apocalypse. Requires continuous absorption of dragon chi or the essence of powerful beasts to upgrade further. A divine artifact. This is definitely a divine artifact. Guyu tightened his grip on the hilt, feeling the sharpness that resonated with his very soul, his heart stirred by overwhelming waves. Equipped with a killing mechanism impervious to damage and capable of continuous upgrades. Now he was at the peak of the 3rd tier, holding such a divine weapon he felt as if he had been given wings. I am at the peak of the 3rd tier, wielding a divine weapon. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? He felt a surge of pride, finally experiencing the exhilaration of a protagonist acquiring a divine artifact. Stowing away the Dragon Slayer, Guyu turned towards the abandoned van of Chui. According to Chui's previous account, he had hidden a compartment beside the glove box, and there were plenty of long-term food supplies under the car. Guyu opened the car door, rummaging through the place, and indeed managed to loot all the supplies. While exploring the compartment, his fingertips brushed against a cool, smooth green pendant faintly glowing with a unique spiritual light in the dim interior of the car. Tisk, this must be the treasure. Chui mentioned it truly isn't an ordinary item. The spirit treasure glasses automatically popped up the identification. Name Misty Spirit, Jade, damaged state. Type life-saving spirit treasure. Ability contains pure spiritual energy, automatically releases chi when subjected to intense damage, vaporizing the holder's body to evade lethal strikes. Enormous single-use consumption. Once the spiritual energy is exhausted, it will damage the core, and after multiple uses it will shatter completely. Rank 2399. Evaluation. Top-tier life-saving artifact, but unfortunately, it is a huge consumable. Currently in a damaged state, it requires items filled with spiritual energy and the ability of a treasure appraiser to repair. Goodness, this thing is simply a waste on that guy. Chui. Guyu joyfully stowed the spirit jade, as it could be a lifesaver in critical moments. Having gathered all his belongings, Guyu took the Dragon Slayer and the evil spirit pistol, walked out of the van, and merged into the flow of people in Zodiac Village. At that moment, at the entrance of Zodiac Village, Xiahou Yu, Shui Yue, and Cheng Long were already ready to. Shui Yu had just broken through to the 2nd tier, his aura steady. However, upon seeing Guyu, he wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost, his berserker lineage able to sense the intensity of others' blood energy. To Shui Yue, Guyu appeared like a blood-colored giant beast, a far cry from their initial meeting. He swallowed hard, marveling at the monstrosity. The four exchanged glances without needing words and directly headed deep into Zodiac Village. Let's go to Goat Village. As they approached, an inexplicable warmth greeted them. It was a warmth that had long vanished in the apocalypse, distinctly different from the coldness of Snake Forest and the ferocity of Tiger Mountain, causing one to instinctively lower their guard. The flow of people at the entrance of Goat Village was sparse, with only about a dozen visible at a glance. Evidently, the previous encounters in Dragon Field and Snake Forest had cost most survivors dearly, instilling lingering fears. Those willing to take the risk to venture deeper were either desperate people running low on supplies or tough characters in good condition. It was the hour of the goat. As the time ticked on, the boundary of Goat Village gradually unfolded. The crowd stepped in, and the sight before them instantly widened. A vast expanse of verdant grassland came into view, with fat sheep grazing leisurely on the grass, their white wool gleaming under the sunlight, presenting a scene of peace. Before them lay a fork in the road. One path led to a distant village with curling smoke, while the other led to it. Further away, a magnificent and towering structure resembling an ancient academy stood in the center of the grassland, exuding a mysterious academic aura. Guyu's fingertips brushed over the spirit treasure glasses, wanting to check for information, but received only a blank response. There are no attributes or threat indications. He furrowed his brows. There are generally two possibilities: either all the creatures before us are harmless ordinary beings, or the things before us do not exist at all, being illusions or projections of rules. Seeing this, Xiahou Yu quickly made a tactical allocation. The situation is unclear. Gathering together may not be a good thing. We should split into two groups. Shui Yu and I will explore the cave. Guyu take Cheng Long to the village. We'll regroup at the academy in an hour. Understood. Guyu nodded and headed straight towards the village with Chunlong. As soon as they stepped into the village, a few fluffy lambs seemed startled, abruptly turning their heads and rushing towards the two. Be careful. Guyu instinctively sidestepped while drawing his pistol with his left hand, aiming at the charging lambs, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Just as Guyu was about to fire, an inexplicable sense of panic surged within him. He suddenly remembered the warning on the note at the entrance. The temperament of the sheep is gentle and will not attack humans actively. Please do not unleash slaughter in Goat Village, or there will be unimaginable consequences. Stand down. Guyu quickly retracted his gun, swiftly grabbing Chunlong beside him, and with a push of his foot, they both jumped onto the eaves nearby, observing from a higher vantage point. The scene before them sent chills down their spines. The two lambs that had rushed over after stopping slowly raised their heads. Their eyes, no longer fierce, were filled with pleading and pain, tears even glistening in their eyes. It was a pure pleading gaze. Immediately after, the distant sound of bleating grew denser, louder, and the eyes of the two lambs instantly became hollow and lifeless, as if their souls had been drawn out, staggering and unsteadily walking towards the depths of the village aimlessly. Observing the bizarre scene of the lamb's vacant gaze as it stumbled away, Guyu hesitated not for a moment, leading Chunlong to slip into an open farmhouse beside the road. The wooden door was gently pushed open, revealing the most ordinary rural scene imaginable: mud, brick walls, piles of firewood, and coarse cloth drying in the sun, all resembling a typical household before the apocalypse, eerily quiet. Yet the rich aroma wafting from within felt like an invisible hand firmly gripping one's insides. Guyu's brows furrowed, instantly alarm bells ringing in his heart. Just like the clean wooden house in the snake forest, this eerily shrouded place could not possibly harbor such normal life-filled traces. This was not a dwelling, but a trap for hunting. Chunlong's throat moved uncontrollably as he gulped down saliva, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. He knew rationally that this was a trap, yet the boda's craving for food surged like wild grass, overwhelming his will, his legs uncontrollably wanting to move toward the source of the fragrance. Just as Chunlong was about to succumb, he clenched his teeth, quickly drew a dagger from his waist, and made a fierce slash across his forearm. Chh. Blood gushed out in an instant, and the sharp pain shot straight to his mind. Chunlong trembled, his dazed eyes finally regaining some clarity. Guyu looked at his fierce resolve, admiration flashing in his eyes. He pulled out clean gauze from his backpack, gesturing for Chunlong to bandage his wound, then lightly brushed his fingertip across the Lingbao glasses. No specific monster information appeared on the lens, only a vague prompt, surrounded by a powdery white unknown energy. The magnetic field is abnormal, affecting spirit and desire. Guyu's heart sank. The sensation of being enveloped by a mental field instantly reminded him of the despairing nightmare at Zhongshan University, though this time the pressure was slightly weaker. He quickly concluded that this energy field would infinitely amplify human hunger, driving one to lose their rationality and step into the trap. If it was merely hunger that lured, there could still be a way to break it. Guyu no longer hesitated, gripping the newly refreshed long yen blade tightly and swung it down fiercely. The unmatched sharpness of the blade cut through the air, crashing loudly against the door and windows of the inner room. The wooden frames shattered instantly. Steam, mixed with an even stronger aroma, surged out madly, with several steamers set in the center of the room, unattended, yet boiling, as if an invisible hand was controlling them. Chunlong turned pale, quickly tearing off 2 small pieces of gauze and rolling them into tight balls, stuffing them into his nostrils to block the deadly fragrance. The two approached step by step. Guyu took a deep breath and suddenly lifted the pot lid. In the next second, a nauseating stench mixed with spices exploded, and the contents of the pot made both of their stomachs churn violently, nearly causing them to vomit. Inside the steamer were not exquisite lamb dishes, but 2 clearly visible human hands, half-rotten flesh covered in spices and herbs cooked to a soft dark mush. Damn! Guyu cursed, angrily kicking over the steamer, splattering rotten meat and broth everywhere, pulling Chunlong as they turned to dash outside. As they returned to the street, they saw 2 slender figures crouched in the corner, each holding a leg bone and a half-rotten torso, gnawing hungrily, their mouths stained with dark red blood, eyes filled with a frenzied obsession. So delicious. It smells so good. Woo-woo. I haven't eaten such tasty meat in ages. Guyu and Chunlong's faces changed dramatically as they rushed forward. Guyu held the sheath of the long yen blade and lightly tapped the back of the 2 girls' heads. Chunlong was more decisive, raising his hand to deliver 2 hard slaps. Smack! Smack! 2 muffled sounds echoed, and the 2 girls trembled all over, instantly awakening from their stupor. Just as they were about to angrily question, they looked down to see the things they had been savoring, and their pupils suddenly constricted, faces turning pale as paper, followed by heart-wrenching screams as they stumbled to the roadside, bent over, and vomited frantically, nearly expelling their entire insides. Long watched this scene, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. If he hadn't just stabbed himself, he would have turned into this ghastly sight. Brother, you should wait. Keep going. Guyu came back to his senses, his tone resolute. Continue. The food here is all a deceptive trap, but winter clothes, wild fruits and vegetables are real basic supplies, better than nothing. After gathering them, we will head to the distant educational building to regroup. Long nodded, immediately picking up his backpack to start foraging for wild fruits and vegetables by the roadside. Guyu once again brushed the Lingbao glasses, scanning the two still shaken girls. They were merely affected by the powdery white energy with no mutations or signs of snake transformation in their bodies, and the magnetic field showed no abnormalities, which relieved him a bit. He stepped forward and instructed the two. Only pick wild fruits and collect clothing. Don't touch any cooked food. Don't smell any fragrances. Prioritize survival and leave the sheep village immediately after gathering. The two girls nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with fear and gratitude. They knew full well that their strength was insufficient to linger in this ghostly place. After hurriedly thanking him, they quickly stuffed some wild fruits and warm clothing into their backpacks and ran towards the exit of the sheep village without looking back. But no one expected that true death was just beginning to descend. Just after running a short distance, they suddenly bumped into two sheep ambling towards them. They were scared stiff, recalling the rules that said sheep are gentle and non-aggressive, wanting to quickly avoid them, forcing a strained smile to greet. However, this time the sheep did not lower their heads in submission or wander vacantly. Their eyes suddenly turned blood red. More terrifyingly, the two sheep opened their mouths and clearly uttered cold, emotionless human speech. Ladies, are you human or sheep? The two girls were so frightened that their legs went weak, their teeth chattered, unable to utter a complete sentence. We are. The sheep pressed closer, their blood-red gaze growing more profound, their voices like ghostly whispers echoing near and far, entwining in their ears, drilling deep into their souls. Are you human or sheep? Are you human or sheep? We are human. The mental torment reached its peak in an instant. The two girls screamed in collapse, using all their strength to shout, "We are human. We are human. What's wrong?" In the next second, the eyes of the two sheep suddenly erupted with a strange and excited light. The air seemed to freeze. The two girls were horrified to find that their bodies could not move at all, their throats tightened, not even able to produce a sound, only able to watch helplessly as the sheep approached step by step, their mouths slowly cracking open to reveal sharp needle-like teeth. Without a roar or a growl, they quietly gnawed at the two immobile girls. The muffled sounds of flesh tearing, weak struggles, and the sheep's satisfied chewing echoed jarringly in the quiet sheep village. After watching the two girls leave, Guyu set aside his distractions and waved to Long, saying, "Let's go directly to the academy. The sooner we meet up, the safer it will be." The two walked steadily along the village path, and as they ventured deeper, the view became increasingly expansive, with lush green pastures stretching endlessly, yet the sheep wandering nearby grew denser. Those white sheep appeared docile, nibbling at the grass, but each pair of eyes was secretly scrutinizing the living humans passing by, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. As the two stepped into the outer edge of the pasture, two slow-moving figures approached. With their snow-white wool and gentle demeanor, the corners of their mouths were stained with dark red. Dried blood and fragments of flesh remained caught between their teeth. These were the very two sheep that had just feasted on the two girls. Guyu's pupils constricted, his steps suddenly halting. The direction the sheep were coming from was the outskirts of the small town. There he and Long had already cleared the area once and had not encountered any other sheep, which was why he told the two girls to leave in that direction. Yet now two bloodstained sheep were approaching from that very spot. Guyu's nerves instantly tensed, and the long yen blade trembled slightly in its sheath. He did not act rashly. His mind raced through the rules governing the sheep village. The sheep are gentle and will not attack humans. Sheep can be unpredictable, but they will not harm their own kind and despise those who do. Gentle in nature, yet unpredictable, they will not attack, but hate those who harm their companions. Guyu muttered softly, his thoughts racing. The two sheep before him had already begun to actively hunt humans, thus the first rule was clearly invalid, or perhaps someone had triggered a hidden condition. He fixed his gaze on the bloodstains around the sheep's mouths, recalling the image of the two girls gnawing on a hand bone, his heart suddenly racing. Harm to companions. That was the key word. Guyu instantly grasped the critical point. He hesitated no longer and picked up a piece of a steamer bone that had been kicked aside, feigning calm as he brought it to his mouth, gently biting down and mimicking chewing. Long beside him was startled, his pupils dilating. He was about to speak to stop Guyu, but quickly understood. Guyu was merely mimicking the action, the bone never entering his mouth, and he held it firmly in his palm. This scene, witnessed by the two strange sheep, had an immediate effect. Their initially vigilant and bloodthirsty gazes softened, and one of the sheep even eagerly stepped forward while the other hesitated for a moment before closely following. The two parties exchanged silent glances, a tense atmosphere permeating the air. Just as the strange sheep prepared to open their mouths and ask the fatal question, Guyu preemptively spoke, his voice cold and commanding, "Are you two human or are you sheep?" Upon hearing this, the two sheep suddenly stiffened, staring blankly at each other. "What do we do? He seems to be using my words. Should we leave now? I feel an inexplicable sense of crisis." Without waiting for their response, Guyu took a gentle step forward, the long yen blade sliding half an inch out of its sheath, unleashing a violent third-tier peak pressure, and he coldly inquired again, "I ask you two, are you human or are you sheep?" Extraordinary power swept across the pasture, the partially drawn blade's edge frightening the two sheep into trembling. One of them instinctively blurted out, We are definitely sheep." Guyu curled the corner of his mouth into a cold sneer. "You are sheep? Then how can you speak like a human? Could it be that you are humans disguised as sheep?" As his words fell, he threw the remnants of the bone from his palm forcefully to the ground, completely tearing apart their disguise. The two sheep instantly panicked and retreated. No, I am just a sheep. Bah. At that moment, the gaze of the other sheep suddenly changed. The previous timidity and panic vanished without a trace, replaced by a manic, greedy, and ecstatic glint. In the next second, a chilling scene unfolded. Its body suddenly swelled, the snow-white sheepskin tearing apart inch by inch, bones cracking, limbs rising up, the fleece transforming into coarse hard mane, a thick woolen beard sprouting from its jaw, and two curved black horns emerging from its forehead, its entire body bending and twisting, ultimately transforming into a grotesque, half-human, half-sheep creature. Guyu's gaze turned cold, the last piece of the puzzle snapping into place. He had completely seen through the truth of the sheep village. "I see you are neither human nor sheep." Guyu stepped forward slowly, the long yen blade humming as it was unsheathed, the dark red blade reflecting the terrified face of the sheepman. "You have merely abandoned your humanity, feared the rules, and survived by devouring your own kind like a beast." Before his words had even faded, Guyu moved. Golden spiritual energy and the fiery blade light erupted simultaneously, the long yen blade transforming into a streak of light aimed straight at the foe. The sheepman frantically unleashed all its strength, attempting to struggle and resist, but in terror it discovered its body was held firmly in place by an invisible force, unable to move. The powerful blade nearly plunged it into a delusion of death. Sizzle! Flames surged. Blood sprayed into the air, a grotesque sheepman head soaring high, its body crashing to the ground. The other white sheep watched the entire scene without a hint of fear, instead hastily stepping forward to lower its head and feast on the sheepman's corpse, indulging in a hearty meal. Moments later, it twisted its body in satisfaction, preparing to leave. "Wait." Guyu's mocking voice rang out, "Who allowed you to leave?" The white sheep abruptly turned its head, its originally docile gaze instantly becoming fierce and cruel. In its understanding of the rules, the sheep that had just transformed back into human form belonged to humans, and having devoured and harmed its companion, it was allowed to eat the human before it had slain a human. Thus it had harmed a companion and could fully act. Only because it was wary of Guyu's strength did it intend to back down. But now the opponent had actively sought death. "Human, you are looking for death." The white sheep spoke human words, its voice deep and venomous. At the same time, it decided to go all out. Once it swallowed these two humans, its power would undoubtedly surge, and it might directly ascend to the top combat power of the sheep village, receiving guidance from the sheep sovereign. Before its thoughts could settle, its body began to crazily deform and swell. Unlike the previous sheep that transformed, it was originally a sheep and had not been mutated due to breaking rules. Its limbs were as thick as stone pillars, its wool as hard as iron, its twin horns dark and robust, its body inflating to over 3 meters tall, emanating the ferocious aura of a third-tier brutal beast, transforming into a raging giant horned sheep monster. The ground trembled under its steps, its crimson eyes locking onto Guyu, fangs bared as it let out a deafening roar. The crimson mark on Chung Long's forehead suddenly glowed as the barrier of bravery and the amplification of strength activated simultaneously. He quickly rushed to the side of Guyu, ready to engage. Guyu stood firm with his knife, his gaze as cold as ice as he stared at the giant sheep before him. The opponent's strength should be at most 30, an easy match for him, perfect for testing new martial arts. The giant sheep had limbs as thick as iron pillars, its horns black as iron, stomping the ground with tremors. It let out a furious roar, and with a kick of its hooves it charged like a battering ram, a whirlwind of dust rushing towards Guyu. Clang! Guyu turned his long knife. The blade of the long yin knife swept horizontally, colliding fiercely with the giant sheep's horns. Sparks flew as they clashed for the first time, and the long yin knife only managed to scrape off a bit of the giant sheep's tough wool. Guyu was taken aback. The physical enhancement of the opponent was astonishing. Judging from their close combat, the giant sheep's physique likely far surpassed that of an ordinary third-tier creature. Close combat. Guy's eyes narrowed, unwavering, as he sheathed the long yin knife, stepping forward with a leap. His right hand, clad in a blazing gauntlet, precisely grasped the giant sheep's thick black horn. Martial Master Sequence 18 Falls of Clothing Proficient. The soft, bone-like force of energy instantly permeated the giant sheep's limbs. Guy's body pressed against the sheep, his wrists suddenly exerting strength. Boom! The giant sheep felt its body suddenly lifted by an invisible force, and the next moment, it was slammed back down the hard earth, caving in, its horns cracking as blood flowed from the seams. It struggled to rise, about to charge again, only to find Guy's figure had already closed in like a ghost. Its breath was shallow, and its hands were swift. Guyu reached out, accurately grasping the wool and flesh of the giant sheep's neck, moving like a butterfly under its hooves. With a throw, he used its own weight to flip the giant sheep back to the ground. The giant sheep clumsily got up, raising its front half high, its stout hooves pounding down towards Guyu like drums, each step carrying the power to crush rocks. Chung Long's pupils constricted, about to rush forward to assist, but saw Guyu still standing firm, not dodging. He firmly grasped one of the giant sheep's front hooves with one hand while the other pushed against its lower abdomen, suddenly exerting strength in his waist and back, lifting the front half of the giant sheep high. 18 spins of clothing. Guy's arms spun violently, the air around him spiraling madly. The giant sheep felt the world spinning, its limbs going soft as Guyu spun it like a top. Let it go. Guy's arms surged with power. The giant sheep was violently flung away like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily into a distant stone wall, causing it to crumble and dust to rise. Continuously toyed with, the giant sheep was utterly enraged. Its crimson eyes glinting with madness, it opened its mouth to activate the energy magnetic field of the sheep village, intending to amplify its senses to affect Guyu. But as it raised its hand, Guyu quickly pulled out the black magic cube. 9 components spun rapidly, transforming into several black ropes that instantly bound the giant sheep's limbs and body tightly. The giant sheep struggled violently, its hooves stomping, but found its movements completely restrained by spatial power, not even having the right to resist. Guyu stepped forward, holding the long yin knife. With one hand, the fiery energy along the blade suddenly surged. A phantom of a dragon coiled within the blade's energy as a dragon-shaped aura emerged behind him. Martial technique Dance of the Dragon erupted. Long yin execution mechanism activated. The dragon's soul at the hilt opened its blood-red single eye. An invisible force of rules instantly enveloped the giant sheep, rendering it immobile. Then the massive dragon-shaped aura directly covered the giant sheep, its body riddled with blood wounds, letting out a piercing scream. Guyu moved like lightning, appearing beside the giant sheep, as if teleporting, grasping its head with one hand and tossing it high into the air, surrounded by an invisible rule. The long yin knife, razor-sharp, silently sliced through the giant sheep's neck just before it landed. The giant sheep felt the invisible shackles binding its whole body, its strength instantly drained. It flashed through memories of devouring humans and being bound by rules, unable to even let out a scream before its head and body separated. Thud! The sheep's head rolled to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. The third-tier giant sheep monster completely perished. Chung Long nearby watched in astonishment, then erupted into ecstatic cheers. Brother, you. So cool. He was completely captivated. It was simply too cool, especially the final kill, directly grabbing the opponent and tossing it into the air, then standing still to execute it with a single stroke. Guyu stepped forward, lightly slicing open the giant sheep's chest and abdomen with the long yin knife. A deep blue energy crystal slowly emerged, glowing with flowing light, exuding pure, extraordinary energy. The spirit treasure glasses automatically displayed identification information: name, energy crystal, origin, essence. Energy crystal condensed from a third-tier creature ability, can instantly restore a significant amount of sequence, extraordinary power, and deeply heal injuries, with no side effects. Evaluation: high-grade consumable, can serve as a life-saving trump card in critical moments. Unfortunately, it lacks any special talent inheritance effects. Guyu raised an eyebrow, slightly disappointed as he pouted. Although this item could restore his status and heal injuries, its overall function was similar to the energy purple crystal, yet unlike the Serpent King purple crystal, it couldn't inherit talents, lacking much of the surprise. However, he quickly came to terms with it. The Serpent King was a 4th-tier rule creature representing the core rules of the Serpent Forest, and the purple crystal it produced naturally contained special talents. While this giant sheep was merely a 3rd-tier mutated creature far from the rule level of the Sheep Village Master, it was only reasonable that it lacked special talents. He stored the energy crystal, just about to turn and reunite with Chung Long, when he suddenly heard a series of faint footsteps behind him. Turning back, he saw a group of sheep slowly approaching from the direction of the village. On the other side, within the pitch-black and deep stone cave, as Xiahou Yu and Shui Yu stepped into the entrance, an inexplicable wave of hunger surged from their stomachs without warning. Shui Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Xiahou Yu, his tone tinged with awkwardness. I'm sorry, Captain, I just broke through to the second level. Perhaps the energy consumption was too high, and I suddenly feel extremely hungry. However, Xiahou Yu frowned slightly, keenly sensing something unusual. He had not participated in the fierce battle at Tiger Mountain and Snake Forest, had just eaten a sufficient amount of rations before setting out, and was in peak physical condition, making it impossible for him to suddenly experience such intense hunger. He discreetly signaled Shui Yu with a glance, his fingertips gently tapping the seam of his pants, indicating for him to remain alert. Although Shui Yu did not fully grasp the deeper meaning, he immediately tensed up, gripping the giant axe in his hands, and followed closely behind Xiahou Yu as they slowly advanced deeper into the cave. The deeper they went into the cave, the more humid and warm the air became, and a rich and intense aroma of barbecue suddenly spread throughout, stirring the insides of both men. This aroma was rich and enticing. Not only Shui Yu, who was burning with hunger, but even the mentally resilient Xiahou Yu felt an uncontrollable craving. This smell. Is it roasted lamb? Could there be other survivors roasting meat in the cave? Shui Yu whispered, his eyes filled with astonishment. Xiahou Yu's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to signal silence. The two men lightened their footsteps, cautiously probing forward with the flickering firelight. As they approached, an incredibly tempting sight came into view. At the center of the spacious stone cave stood a massive barbecue grill upon which a golden-brown, glistening whole lamb was being roasted, covered in spices, steaming hot, and the aroma wafting straight to their minds. Shui Yu instantly could not contain himself, instinctively stepping forward, but Xiahou Yu yanked him back sharply. Old Shui, calm down. Xiahou Yu's voice was deep and serious. This desolate cave is eerily silent, with no signs of life. Suddenly, a perfectly roasted whole lamb appears unattended. Do you think that's normal, eh? Shui Yu paused, hesitating to reply. Perhaps. Other survivors hunted the lamb and encountered danger while roasting it, leaving in a hurry. Xiahou Yu shook his head, his expression grave as he stared at Shui Yu. We're not just hungry, we've fallen into a trap. Remember Zhongshan High School? The situation here is likely similar, just not as dire. It is specifically designed to provoke our appetite. With that, Xiahou Yu pulled 3 ancient copper coins from his pocket, flicked them into the air, and they jingled as they fell to the ground. He bent down to pick them up. The divination showed a sign of great misfortune, and a chilling aura surged forth. Without hesitation, Xiahou Yu picked up a fist-sized rock, gathering all his strength, and smashed it down toward the roasted lamb on the grill. Boom! The stone crashed down, and the grease and meat aroma dissipated, instantly replaced by an acrid stench of decay. In the swirling dust, the deceptive illusion shattered completely. There was no roasted lamb. What lay on the grill was clearly a human corpse, cut to shreds and rotting, its flesh charred and bones exposed, eliciting nausea. Shui Yu's pupils constricted, his stomach churning violently, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. If Xiahou Yu hadn't pulled him back in time, he would have likely grabbed the rotting corpse and started devouring it. Xiahou Yu remained calm, stepping forward to pick up a blood-stained finger bone, examining it closely, trying to find clues about the rules of the lamb village. At that moment, a leisurely sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the cave, the hooves tapping against the ground, producing a crisp sound. 2 plump snow-white sheep walked in at a leisurely pace. They immediately spotted the finger bone in Xiahou Yu's hand, and the dark red blood splattered on him. Their eyes erupted with a dazzling and greedy light as they rushed forward. Within their understanding, the human before them had already consumed their kind, either becoming one of their own or becoming the food of the harmful outsider. Affected by hunger and lingering hallucinations, Shui Yu looked at the 2 plump sheep, and his eyes unexpectedly glinted green, instinctively moving forward with an eager demeanor. The 2 sheep were momentarily stunned, feeling inexplicably puzzled. Wait a minute, why is this guy even more excited than we are? Xiahou Yu, however, remained unchanged in expression, having already captured the frenzied look in the eyes of the 2 sheep when they saw food. He could conclude that these 2 sheep were by no means ordinary livestock, but rather bizarre hunters birthed by the rules of the lamb village. As for the questioning format, it was likely part of the hunting rules. He discreetly tucked his right hand into his pocket, his fingertips quietly gripping a cross-shaped metal, ready to act at any moment. One of the sheep, its eyes gleaming with a sinister light, stepped forward and asked the fatal question, "You too, are you humans or sheep?" Xiahou Yu's eyes brightened, and before Shui Yu could react, he stepped forward, a warm smile spreading across his face as he embraced the nearby sheep, speaking as if they were long-lost friends. "Oh, what a coincidence. So it's our kind. What a pleasure." The sheep were taken aback, their heads buzzing, completely unprepared for such a response, momentarily frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Xiahou Yu didn't give them a chance to react, enthusiastically embracing them. "No need to be polite, no need to be polite, we're all one of our own. So tell me, when did you come to the lamb village?" The sudden enthusiasm left them disoriented, And one of the sheep instinctively replied, 2 months. Oh, 2 months. That's much later than me. Xiaohou Yu feigned surprise, patting the sheep's shoulder as if they were familiar. You look older than me, Yu. I didn't expect you to be a junior. How about this, from now on you can call me second brother, and I'll call you big brother, and we'll be sworn brothers. Over there, the brother that looks the ugliest, on no the most mature, you can be third brother. Big brother, tell me what you've experienced since you've been here so long. Under Xiaohou Yu's relentless questioning, the sheep lost all wariness, dazedly revealing the truth at first. I was just like you, eating the things in the cave, then I was attacked by this senior beside me. Before the sentence was finished, the silently lurking sheep's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and it lunged forward viciously, biting through its companion's neck. Crack! The sheep's neck snapped, blood spraying out. The traitorous sheep didn't even have time to scream before its body was crushed by an invisible magnetic force, its flesh ripping apart, bright red blood dripping from its wool as it convulsed in terror, and then fell completely lifeless. The assailant sheep flashed a hint of fear in its eyes, its aura instantly weakening, clearly having also violated a taboo. It dared not linger, kicking off the ground and sprinting frantically toward the cave's exit. Trying to escape. Xiaohou Yu's eyes sharpened, and he immediately stepped forward to pursue. Old Shui Yu snapped back to reality, unleashing all of his second-level power, his arms bulging with veins, as he hefted a boulder half his height at the cave entrance, roaring as he hurled it toward the fleeing sheep. Boom! The boulder crashed down right on the monstrous sheep's hind leg. Meh! A shrill cry reverberated through the cave as the creature's hind leg was smashed to a pulp, and it fell heavily to the ground, struggling to rise. Xiaohou Yu quickly stepped forward, his toes pressing down on the sheep's head, the sharp coin in his hand poised against the sheep's neck, the warm smile on his face completely vanishing, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze. Looking at the convulsing, breathless lamb beneath his feet, Xiaohou Yu displayed a playful smile, teasingly using the title from their brotherhood. What's wrong, third brother? You seemed off during the oath-taking ceremony, and now you're in such a hurry to run. Do you not regard me, your second brother, highly? The strange lamb trembled all over, having no time to pay attention to his jest. The power of rules within it was rapidly collapsing, the once barely maintained power of mutation continuously dissipating, its breath plummeting to a mere first-tier level, lacking even the strength to struggle, yet it stubbornly kept its mouth shut. Seeing this, Xiaohou Yu gently shook his head, abandoning the idea of further interrogation. It seems it truly intends to take its secret to the grave. He pulled out the military dagger he carried, lightly slicing at the lamb's throat, intending for a swift resolution, but as the white light flashed, only a shallow white mark remained on the lamb's neck, without even piercing its skin or fur. The scene became somewhat awkward. Xiaohou Yu cleared his throat a couple of times, nonchalantly putting away the dagger. I forgot, this is just an ordinary weapon, or it can't deliver a clean and decisive kill on a mutated creature like you. Old Shui, it's your turn. Aim for the head and hit hard. Shui Yu nodded, said no more, gripping the giant axe tightly, his second-tier extraordinary power coursing through his arms, raising it high and striking down fiercely. Boom! A loud bang resonated through the cave, blood and shattered bones splattering, and the strange lamb did not emit even a single cry before it completely lost its breath. Xiaohou Yu simply brushed off the dust from his clothes and turned to walk out. Let's go meet up with the Central Academy in Guyu. Shui Yu hurriedly followed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Captain, why not continue the interrogation? Perhaps we could uncover more rules. While walking, Xiaohou Yu casually explained, his gaze profound, having already seen through the logic of the lamb village. It's unnecessary. That lamb had no intention of living since it bit its companion. Combining the patterns from Snake Forest, Tiger Mountain, and Dragon Field, along with the earlier illusions and questions, I have likely grasped the core logic of the Zodiac Village. Each thematic area should have its own set of assimilation rules, some of which are obvious, while others are hidden. The Snake Forest is infested by snake poison, transforming those who consume snake-based items into snake people. The Lamb Village forces those who consume the lamb meat from the illusions, essentially human bones, to answer questions. If the answer is lamb, they will likely slowly mutate into lambs, becoming part of their kind. If the answer is human, they will probably violate the rule that lambs dislike harming their companions, thus becoming prey to be devoured directly. At this point, Xiaohou Yu couldn't help but scoff, jokingly remarking, with such reasoning, those who consumed the rare dragon grass in the dragon field might end up turning into little dragon people. Shui Yu felt a chill run down his spine, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, secretly relieved to be following Xiaohou Yu. Otherwise, he would have long been devoured cleanly by others. However, he began to doubt, realizing that the Tiger Mountain he visited seemed free from such unpredictable mental and rule traps. He suddenly reacted, his expression changing. Captain, what about Guyu and Chenglong? Aren't they in great danger? They are in the village and must have encountered quite a few of those strange lambs, especially since before. Xiaoyu shook his head, a look of certainty on his face as he patted Shui Yu's shoulder, his tone filled with trust. Don't worry, old Gu is sharper than anyone else. He has already slain the 4th-tier Snake King. These trivial rules won't trap him. Perhaps he has already figured out the Lamb Village by now. A glimmer of fervent plotting flashed in his eyes, his voice lowered, carrying the weight of a breakthrough. Moreover, I have a bold idea. Once we regroup, let's flatten all 12 regions of the Zodiac Village. Such a place concentrated with treasures and fierce beasts will be even harder to encounter next time than climbing to the sky. Shui Yu's pupils shook and he nodded vigorously. The two no longer hesitated, accelerating with all their might towards the towering academy building in the center. On the other side, Gu Yu and Cheng Long had already exited the strange village and steadily approached the vicinity of the academy. Along the way, the two encountered several waves of lingering strange lambs. Gu Yu, according to the rules he learned, cleverly played along, pretending to feed on the bones on the ground, thoroughly lowering the sheep's guard. Once the other side relaxed and approached, the two immediately launched a surprise attack. Cheng Long handled the suppression, while Gu Yu directly swung his blade for the final kill. Sweeping through effortlessly, they faced no obstacles. With several mutated lambs slaughtered, their harvest was far richer than expected. Many energy crystals, intact lamb hides, and horns were collected by the two, filling their bags to the brim. Cheng Long felt the extraordinary power of the brave sequence within him, rapidly coming closer to breaking through to the 2nd tier. Brother, you are journey. It's like clearing a dungeon. Cheng Long couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes shining brightly. Gu Yu smiled, lightly stowing away a newly dropped white energy crystal, his gaze fixed on the massive academy building before them. The entire structure was pristine white, its design ancient and solemn, yet it emanated an unsettling, eerie silence. The doors and windows were tightly shut with no light inside, only the sound of the wind whistling through the pillars, reminiscent of some colossal creature's breath. Even more bizarrely, in the open space in front of the academy's main gate, over 100 white lamb-shaped statues were neatly lined up. They bowed their heads, their forelegs bent in a posture of worship, as if they were paying homage to some existence deep within the building. In the playground behind the academy, an old ram stooped and, clad in a tattered gray-white robe, stood quietly on the podium beneath a central banner, its murky eyes gazing at the figures running in the field. 15 figures on the playground were running in perfect unison, and when Gu Yu and Cheng Long exchanged glances, their expressions turned remarkably strange. Hey, old Gu, you're quite quick. Any new discoveries? A familiar chuckle came from behind. Gu Yu smiled slightly and nodded to the hastily approaching Xiaoyu and Shui Yu. The four finally gathered at the heart of the Ram Village. However, when Xiaoyu saw the scene on the playground, he was instantly stunned, his eyes filled with shock. In the running team, 5 mutated white rams were prominently in the middle, while the remaining 10 figures made everyone's pupils constrict. Tiger, monkey, rat, ox, rabbit, horse, chicken, dog, pig. All 12 zodiac species except for the dragon were gathered here. The old ram on the podium suddenly spoke, his voice old, yet resonant, carrying a strange, almost school discipline-like seriousness. Everyone focus on improving your physical fitness and abilities. There are only a little over 1,000 days left until the final Zodiac competition. You reap what you sow. A life can start anew, but the Zodiac competition is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for everyone. Those extremely discordant words made Gu Ye's heart skip a beat, a strong sense of déjà vu flooding over him. Almost as if he had returned to the oath-taking ceremony of that year. At this moment, the old ram in the center of the playground finally turned his head slowly, his murky gaze precisely landing on Gu Yu and the other 3. You 4 primates over there, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. You must be from the monkey garden, right? Monkey Chitian, bring your people over to line up. As soon as the old ram finished speaking, a monkey with golden fur and a face full of annoyance scratched its head and reluctantly walked over. Who sent you? Isn't the rule to wait at the entrance? How did you come in without permission? Enough, quickly line up with me and don't cause any trouble. Gu Yu and the others exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. Better to blend in first and figure things out before taking any action. They obediently followed Monkey Chitian into the lineup, jogging along with the main group. As they ran, Xiaoyu gently elbowed Gu Yu and whispered, Old Gu, isn't your spiritual treasure glasses able to probe information? Quickly check what kind of strength these guys have. Gu Yu had the same intention and discreetly lifted his hand to brush across the frame of his glasses. In an instant, beams of identification light flashed rapidly before his eyes, the information clear and piercing. Name Yongzun, ability. Weakness none, level 6 star. Evaluation, the oldest Yongzun of the Zodiac Village, knowledgeable with unfathomable strength, one of the rule makers. GD up, brothers. Among all the creatures present, the weakest had a 3rd tier strength, and the 5 white rams had even reached the 4th tier, while the old ram on the podium was a terrifying 6th tier. With such a lineup, let alone the 4 of them, even if 10 more teams came, they would barely be able to fill the gaps. Guyu decisively abandoned any thoughts of hard charging and quietly signaled Xiaoyu. It's all tough, nuts definitely cannot act recklessly. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, straightening his back, his steps standard and powerful, his gaze focused, embodying a model soldier in military training. The old ram caught sight of this from a distance, a hint of satisfaction showing in his murky eyes as he nodded slightly. Little monkey, this young man from your monkey garden is quite good. Go back and discuss with old Baiyuan about key training for him. Alright, today's physical training ends here. Everyone go back, rest, and review your lessons. Class will start on time tomorrow at the hour of the pig. The old ram waved his cane, and his gaze suddenly sharpened, landing on Guyu and Shuiyu. By the way, you two, the big guy and the one with the monocle, stay behind. The expressions of the four darkened simultaneously. Several third and fourth tier presences instantly locked onto them. Guyu discreetly signaled Xiaoyu, who understood immediately, pulling Chunglong along and quickly leaving with Monkey Chitian. Once all the creatures dispersed, only the old ram Guyu and Shuiyu remained in the empty playground. The old ram turned around, his aged voice suddenly becoming low and cold, seemingly calm, but pressing down on the space slightly. Since you're new here, you two not only didn't follow the rules of Yang Village, but instead unleashed violence upon my village's juniors. Isn't that a bit too inappropriate? As his words fell, a sixth-tier pressure came crashing down like a tsunami. Guyu's muscles tensed, the peak third-tier strength surging wildly, the long yin blade vibrating violently in its sheath. He gritted his teeth like a lone boat in turbulent waters, struggling to remain upright. In contrast, Shuiyu was at a significant disadvantage. The second-tier berserker's power erupted fully, yet he was still pressed to the ground by the terrifying pressure, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. In just a few seconds, the old ram slowly withdrew his aura. Once the pressure dissipated, Guyu's clothes were already soaked with cold sweat, his legs slightly trembling, gasping for breath. The old ram looked at Guyu, who still stood firm, a glint of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. Considering that you only slaughtered outsiders, or those who have willingly fallen, this is merely a small warning. You kid have some decent strength, being able to stand firm under my pressure, not worse than my few direct disciples. Guyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, managing to help the fainted Shuiyu up, while keeping a wary eye on the old ram. In the next moment, the old ram gently waved his staff. The space suddenly twisted and folded. The playground banners and track before his eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by a quaint and elegant tea room. When Guyu came to his senses, he was already seated on a soft sofa, while the old ram sat across from him, holding a cup of clear tea and quietly observing him. There's no need to be nervous, little one. The old ram took a sip of tea, his tone softening. I know you are not from the Zodiac Village, but I have no intention of harming you. Guyu furrowed his brows. What exactly do you want? Your strength is quite good, but more importantly, there's an aura on you left by that old dragon. The old ram set down the teacup, his sheep-like eyes gleaming slightly. It seems you are the representative chosen by it. Representative? Guyu jolted suddenly, all the clues in his mind connecting in an instant. Old dragon, long, yin blade, snake, king, rule, assimilation, zodiac competition. Countless fragments converged explosively at this moment. The old ram seemed to see through his thoughts, lightly tapping the ground with his staff, slowly speaking, revealing the core secret of this bizarre land. Well, since you were chosen by the old dragon, I will make an exception and tell you the true origins of the Zodiac Village. This village consists of 12 major themed villages corresponding to the 12 zodiac signs, each occupying its own territory. Originally, it was a tourist area divided by your human beings before the end of the world arrived, and 10 years ago, after the end of the world came, it formed this rule domain. The so-called activation times are not coincidences, but the times when the village rules activate. Entering at the corresponding time will not be immediately regarded as an invader, but will gradually be assimilated into a member of the village by the power of the rules, just like Yang Village eating people and Snake Forest transforming into snakes. If one enters outside the time, they will be directly judged as an enemy and subjected to relentless attacks from all the village creatures. Guyu's heart trembled, and the doubts he had about the Zodiac Village suddenly cleared up. When they entered the Dragon Field, Snake Forest, and Yang Village, they coincidentally timed their entry, which is why they were not immediately attacked. In the Snake Forest battle, aside from the initial large-scale entry, stirring the snake herd, the main reason was still because Chui Yi and his crew slaughtered recklessly, alarming the Snake King and disrupting the balance of rules. And when Su Ming and Shui Yu entered the Tiger Mountain, it was not during the corresponding time, hence they were besieged by fierce tigers, barely escaping with their lives. But the subsequent shock was indescribable. The end of the world had just descended a few months ago, 5 years ago. And your identity as the representative. The old ram's gaze was deep, ignoring Guyu's shock, stating clearly, it is precisely the master of the dragon field, that sleeping ancient dragon. As the old sheep spoke of the Zodiac Grand Competition, and the 3-year period a sense of inexplicable heaviness grew clearer in Guy's heart. He lowered his gaze to the trembling dragon's suppressing blade in his hand, finally realizing that this divine weapon was not a mere coincidence picked up, but a fate-bound connection long predetermined by the dragon arena. The old sheep's murky eyes seemed to see through all his concerns as he spoke in a deep voice carrying a hint of an elder's expectations for his junior. Kid, you need not be so tense. You heard it just now, the Zodiac Grand Competition won't commence for at least 3 years. You have ample time to grow. With a human physique reaching the peak of the 3rd tier, your talent far surpasses most candidates here. Given 3 years, you may well match those direct descendants outside. He paused, gently tapping his cane on the ground, causing ripples to appear in the space. I am responsible for teaching the Zodiac candidates of the 12 villages. The Dragon Arena has been silent for many years without a representative. You may be an accident, but it aligns with the Daos changes. I will exceptionally guide you for 3 days within this time-metilated space. These 3 days correspond to merely an incense stick in the outside world. How much you comprehend depends entirely on your own fortune. Upon hearing this, Guy's eyes suddenly burst with overwhelming joy. According to the detection of the spirit treasure spectacles, the real strength of the sheep elder before him was at least above the 6th tier, and there were even deeper powers hidden within. With such a top-tier expert providing unknown training, what was there to worry about in mastering his own power and breaking through bottlenecks? As for risks, he was currently all alone without influence or power. If the sheep elder truly had ulterior motives, he would be utterly defenseless. It was better to set aside worries and focus on becoming stronger. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyu bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you." The next instant, the old sheep waved his sleeve, and the 3-day hellish training commenced. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the sheep village, Ho Chi Tian, accompanied by Chung Long and Xia Houyu, approached a tangled mass of caves with an impatient expression, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, you two are not from the monkey garden to stop pretending. The sheep elder is not pursuing this matter, and I can't be bothered to expose you. The time is drawing near. Go wherever you need, just don't annoy me again. You saw through our little trick at a glance. Your magnanimity shows you won't hold it against us. Clearly you are the future leader of the monkey garden, possessing You saw through our little trick at a glance. Your magnanimity shows you won't hold it against us. Clearly you are the future leader of the monkey garden, possessing extraordinary grace. The moment I set eyes on you, I felt. A few words of flattery from Xia Houyu sent Ho Chi Tian into a euphoric state, and the praise made his tail nearly lift to the sky. In high spirits, he casually added, "These caves connect to entrances of other villages. It is currently the hour of the monkey. Aside from the monkey garden, you may wander around other places on the outskirts, but do not delve into the core. If you are attacked, do not blame me for not warning you." With that, Ho Chi Tian stepped into the cave, and his figure vanished in an instant. Xia Houyu's playful smile slowly faded as he furrowed his brow. Ho Chi Tian had no reason to lie, which thoroughly confirmed his previous suspicions. Entering the corresponding village at the corresponding time seemed safe, but in reality one would be slowly assimilated by the rules, and entering at a non-corresponding time would be treated as a hostile invader. Su Ming and Shui Yu were attacked in Tiger Mountain precisely because they had miscalculated the timing. At that moment, Shui Yu hurried over, lowering his voice to explain everything about Guyu being left behind for special training by the sheep elder. Guyu said he can't break free for the time being and asked us to gather at the main entrance of the Zodiac village. He cannot join us for this exploration. Xia Houyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Given Guy's intelligence, transmitting a message without any other indication meant he was safe, allowing him to act more freely. The only regret was that the absence of Guyu, a top-tier combat force, reduced their foreman team's lethality by. He immediately gathered Chung Long and Shui Yu, his expression serious as he began to plot. Listen up, according to the known rules, these caves lead directly to the 12 villages. The Dragon Arena, Snake Forest, and Tiger Mountain we have already explored and will not consider further. The remaining villages, as long as we do not delve into the core, will at most lead to expulsion, and there is no absolute danger. He quickly assessed their strength. Without Guyu, Chung Long as a first-tier warrior and Shui Yu as a second-tier berserker along with his support, the three of them would have no difficulty dealing with a third-tier crisis. If they were to split up, he would be fine, but those two were likely to be in trouble. Considering the supply needs, danger levels, and timing rules, Xia Houyu's eyes shone with determination as he made the final decision. We will go directly to the pig pen. Pigs are dull, weak, and have strong defenses with the lowest aggression. Chung Long and Shui Yu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The three of them no longer hesitated, stepping into the cave marked with pig-shaped runes. The sensation of space distortion flashed by, and the next moment a strong stench and humid heat. Before them lay an endless muddy pig pen with massive stone troughs scattered about. The black muck came up to their ankles, and distant grunting sounds echoed. The sky displayed a depressing dark yellow hue, and the entire pig pen was shrouded under a faint earth. Hour of the pig pen. Open. The pig pen contains many food items and supplies needed by humans. Pigs are greedy in their diet, do not attack actively, and invaders are not in danger as long as they do not steal food. Xiaohou's lips curled upward. Indeed, we made the right choice. There are plenty of supplies suitable for human use here, and more importantly, entering at this hour will not trigger the assimilation rules. However, in the shadows, pairs of dark red eyes slowly opened in the distant mire. A dozen black pigs comparable in size to wild bulls were leisurely rising from the mud, fixated on the three of them. Even more terrifying, deep within the pig pen atop a high platform built from piles of bones, a giant pig demon, cloaked in brown bristles with tusks nearly half a meter long, slowly raised its head, emitting a roar that shook the entire pig pen. Xiaohou, Chenglong, and Shuiyu organized themselves into a standard team formation and slowly advanced deeper into the pigsty. Chenglong led the way, scouting for dangers, while Shuiyu guarded the rear, and Xiaohou coordinated their actions in the middle. The stench inside the pigsty was unbearable, a putrid mix of rot and the foul odor of the pigs making them grimace. The muddy ground was sticky and uncomfortable, but the scattered wooden huts in the distance ignited a sense of anticipation in the three of them. Such places likely concealed the most valuable food and warmth supplies in this apocalypse. Differing from usual, Xiaohou twirled a cross-shaped dark golden metal with his fingertips, its surface emanating a subtle light, appearing unremarkable, yet concealing great power. Just like Gu Yes Long Yen Dao and the Black Cube, he too had a trump card to survive and thrive in the apocalypse, named Shadow of Annihilation. Ability, an honor emblem formed from high-density spiritual particles that can transform into various weapons, while also possessing corresponding unique abilities. Ranking 2026. Evaluation, a powerful and versatile extraordinary treasure that can unleash strength far beyond its rating in the hands of a strategic thinker. Holder Xiaohou. The three of them continued forward, gathering a decent haul: dried meat, thick beast hides, coarse linen, and several cans of compressed rations. Unfortunately, most of the supplies had been left out for too long and were partially spoiled, making them unsuitable for long-term storage, only usable in emergencies. Until they squeezed into a hidden small hut and looked up to see fresh smoked sausages hanging from the beams, their eyes lit up. This was genuinely good stuff that could quickly replenish their stamina, far better than the spoiled supplies. Shuiyu immediately reached out to grab one, but before his hand could touch the sausage, the light at the entrance was suddenly. A giant pig demon towering at 3 meters high stood firmly at the entrance, its limbs thick like stone pillars, and its coarse black fur as hard as steel spikes. The demon's hands were wrapped in corrosive black mist with 2 curved tusks jutting outward. The foul stench hit them like a wave, making their stomachs churn. "Be careful." Chenglong reacted the fastest, the crimson mark on his forehead suddenly shining brightly as a layer of scarlet energy armor enveloped his right hand. He charged forward, fists clenched, making a sound like the breaking of air as he struck the giant pig demon's chest. Bang! With a powerful punch, the giant pig demon let out a roar of pain, thoroughly enraged. Its crimson eyes glinted with ferocity as its right fist ignited with black mist, and it recklessly swung back. Chenglong had no time to dodge and was directly hit in the chest, his body flying like a kite, with a cut string crashing heavily against the mud wall behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chenglong. Shuiyu's eyes bulged with rage. Without hesitation, he entered berserker mode. His muscles swelled instantly, veins bulging on his arms as he gripped his steel axe tightly, leaping and striking down towards the pig demon's neck with all his might. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing erupted, sparks flying everywhere. Shuiyu felt his hands go numb from the shock, his palms nearly cracking, but the giant axe only left a shallow cut on the pig demon, not penetrating even into the deeper flesh. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Its hide is too thick, much harder to deal with than those fierce tigers from Tiger Mountain." Watching his teammates falter, Xiaohou's expression darkened instantly, no longer holding back. The shadow of annihilation at his fingertips suddenly glowed with a deep blue light flickering in the air, before transforming into a silver-white energy longbow, the bowstring made of pure light particles emanating an icy aura. Chenglong fall back to distract it. Old Shui focus on attacking its lower body, aim for the knees and hooves. Chenglong endured the pain in his chest, quickly gathering energy around him, unleashing an energy wave with his right hand to deliberately attract the pig demon's attention, then quickly retreated. Shuiyu immediately understood, lowering the giant axe and delivering precise and vicious strikes to the pig demon's legs, targeting its weaknesses. The two coordinated seamlessly, keeping the giant pig demon distracted, causing it to stagger and half kneel in pain, exposing its head perfectly. "Now's the time." Xiaohou's gaze sharpened like an eagle as he pulled back the energy longbow. A solid blue arrow materialized, instantly ripping through the air at incredible speed. Whoosh! The blue light flashed, the arrow piercing precisely into the giant pig demon's forehead. The blood hole exploded instantly, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, and the second-tier peak giant pig demon didn't even have time to scream before it fell to the ground lifeless. "We did it, let's hurry and retreat." Xiahou, you didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately waving for the others to pack up the supplies. Chenglong and Shui, you were still stunned by the astonishing arrow shot, and after a moment of hesitation, they quickly sprang into action, rapidly stuffing sausages, rations, and beast hides into their backpacks, then sprinting after Xiahou Yu. However, the noise from the fight had already alerted the entire pigsty. In the distance, a dozen red-eyed wild boars charged out of the mud, their heavy hooves pounding as they angrily pursued, their roars ringing painfully in their ears. The three sprinted desperately toward the exit, getting closer and closer. Just as they were about to step out of the pigsty's passage, Xiahou Yu suddenly turned back, the longbow formed from the shadow of annihilation, charging up, once more unleashing 3 rapid shots in succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 blue lights shot out in quick succession, piercing the foreheads of the 3 wild boars at the front, causing them to collapse instantly. The remaining wild boars were terrified by the horrifying ranged firepower, halting abruptly, anxiously circling, and roaring in place, no longer daring to take a step forward. "Get these 2 bodies out of here," Xiahou Yu commanded sharply, pointing at the wild boar corpses on the ground. These were prime meat and materials that must not go to waste. The nearby wild boars glared at them, their eyes almost bursting with rage, yet fearful of Xiahou Yu's bow and arrow, they dared not step closer. The 3 provided cover for each other, retreating step by step until they finally exited the pigsty's entrance, safely escaping the danger. Once outside the pigsty's restricted area, Chenglong and Shui, you could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, covered in mud and blood, too exhausted to lift a hand. Xiahou Yu looked at the full supplies in his backpack and gestured to the 2. Seeing their haul, both of them wore smiles of relief. "Captain, your bow is incredibly powerful." Chenglong panted, his face filled with admiration. Xiahou Yu chuckled, flicking his fingers as the shadow of annihilation transformed back into the small metal which he stored away. "Just basic operations, no time to rest. Guyu is still in Sheep Village. We need to hurry to the entrance of Zodiac Village to wait for him." The 2 did not dare delay, quickly bandaging their wounds, organizing their supplies, and lifting the wild boar corpses, following Xiahou Yu briskly towards the direction of the convoy. Back at the convoy, the 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief, returning at nearly the same time as several others who had narrowly escaped after scavenging around Sheep Village. The members of the convoy were astonished and delighted to see them return safely with a good amount of supplies. Su Qingyuan hurried over, gently hugging Xiahou Yu, her voice soft as she asked, "Was the journey smooth? Did you encounter any danger? Why didn't Guyu come back with you?" Xiahou Yu shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. "What danger could there be? Just a bunch of newly intelligent beasts. Besides, you know my trump card. That kid Guyu will be fine. He might even be picking up some great opportunities inside." Su Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, not asking further. Xiahou Yu returned to the vehicle, took a moment to catch his breath, then immediately notified the convoy to delay their departure. He had to wait for Guyu to return. At the deepest part of Sheep Village, a blood-red waterfall crashed down from the clouds, the crimson water swirling with an inescapable aura of blood, violently smashing into the blood pool below, creating wave after wave of bloody tides. A heavy scent of sweet blood hung in the air. Although the blood energy appeared fierce, it actually concealed extremely pure, refining energy. In the center of the blood pool stood Guyu, utterly unperturbed by the surging and tearing waves of blood. Clutching the dragon Yanfang in his hand, his clothes soaked through with blood, clinging tightly to his taut body, every strike he made was with all his might, slicing through the blood waves, scattering them like countless droplets of blood. He closed his eyes, his entire being enveloped in spiritual light, intertwined with blood energy, the brilliance of a treasure appraisal master, swirling back and forth, gradually absorbing and refining the violent energy from the blood pool, honing his bones and soul inch by inch. Not far away on a bluestone platform, Old Sheep stood with a staff engraved with runes, his murky sheep eyes fixed intently on Guyu in the pool. His face remained taut, though admiration flickered in his eyes as he murmured softly, "This kid truly is a prodigy. The human race indeed has a knack for miracles. No wonder that old dragon chose this lad. Village chief, is he really as powerful as you say? Even the legendary ancient dragon chose him as an heir." A steady voice came from behind as a robust young man strode over, dressed in tight-fitting attire, his appearance almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. His fourth-tier aura was well contained, yet it still exuded a sense of pressure. This man was Fei Ming, the direct disciple of Yang Zun and one of the top youths of Sheep Village. With a frown, his tone was filled with disbelief. In his view, after 3 years of hard training, he had finally reached the 4th tier, becoming the pinnacle of the younger generation of Zodiac Village. Yet Guyu, an outsider and a human, was surprisingly given such importance that the village chief spent resources to create a space for cultivation. Old Sheep turned his head, his tone slow and heavy, carrying the weight of an elder's teachings. Little Faye, you children who grew up in Zodiac Village have us old folks looking out for you. You have never experienced the harsh conditions before the arrival of the apocalypse. Your cultivation has been smooth sailing, and it's inevitable to become proud. There's a saying among humans, though fortunate to be born human, one must not regard oneself as the pinnacle of all beings. This applies to us as well. The apocalypse has arrived, and our Zodiac Village has gained an advantage by awakening spiritual intelligence ahead of other beings. However, possessing power does not mean one can look down upon other beings. This kid has only been through a few months since the apocalypse began, rising from an ordinary person to the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. This talent, resilience, and luck cannot be compared to yours. Your 4th tier was achieved through 3 years of hard training and the support of your clan, while he carved his path through life and death. Do you truly think he is inferior to you? Listening to this, Fei Ming's defiance gradually dissipated. As he looked towards the figure in the blood waves continuously wielding his sword, his gaze became considerably more serious, losing much of the previous disdain. Old Sheep observed his transformation, nodding with satisfaction, though there was something he did not voice. This blood-red waterfall, known as the blood pool of bone hell, was far more ferocious than the tumultuous waves at sea, imbued with the ability to corrode bones. Ordinary 3rd-tier powerhouses who entered here would not only be unable to cultivate by swinging their blades, they wouldn't even be able to stand firm. Under the overwhelming blood energy impact, they would soon be reduced to bones. Even for Fei Ming and others of Sheep Village's direct lineage, they must wait until they stabilize at the 3rd tier and refine their bodies to the utmost before they dare to enter cautiously, each time managing only 6 hours at most before needing to retreat, lest they be backlashed by the blood energy. Yet Guyu, after establishing a solid foundation in 2 days, stayed in this pool for a full 3 days, not only without being devoured by the blood energy, but also steadily absorbing its power. This level of resilience and willpower is unmatched among the younger generation of the entire Zodiac Village. Fei Ming bowed respectfully to Old Sheep, saying nothing more, and quietly turned to leave. Not long after Fei Ming left, the tranquil blood pool suddenly erupted, towering blood waves surging towards the sky, and the originally descending blood-red waterfall began to reverse and roll back towards the clouds. The pure blood energy at the bottom of the pool gathered frantically, forming a blood-colored dragon elephant phantom circling and roaring above the blood pool. Guyu stepped atop the blood waves, slowly emerging from the pool. His body was surrounded by a faint blood energy, his skin glowing with a lustrous sheen, and he was just a step away from the 4th tier as a treasure appraisal master. His physical body transformed. He raised his hand, feeling the surging power within him, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Now, even after transforming, he could easily subdue Su Ming and Shui Yu with one hand. If he encountered the Serpent King from the Serpent Forest again, he felt confident that he could hold his ground purely with his physical strength. Guyu tightened his grip on the dragon Yanfang, the dragon patterns on the blade becoming more vibrant. The dragon's soul on the hilt trembled, gently resonating with the power within him. Both the divine weapon and its master had undergone a transformation. He turned to the bluestone platform and bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect. Old Yang, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. Old Sheep looked at the transformed Guyu with satisfaction, raised his hand, and tossed a bronze token engraved with the 12 zodiac patterns, which flew over. The token felt warm to the touch, swirling with a faint aura of rules, and it looked quite substantial. No need for pleasantries, in my space won't hold much longer. This is the Zodiac token, a token for the Zodiac Grand Tournament in 3 years. Be sure to keep it safe. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming more serious as he urged, leave through the back door of the academy. It will take you directly to the main entrance of Zodiac Village. Once outside, make sure to leave quickly. Although you were chosen by the ancient dragon and can be considered half a member of Zodiac Village, you are ultimately still a human. Many clans in the 12 villages have grievances against you, so staying here will not be beneficial. Once your strength is sufficient, come back to participate in the grand tournament. Guyu nodded. He had been thinking of Xiahou Yu and Cheng Long and didn't wish to linger in Sheep Village. He bowed again to Old Sheep. Take care, Old Yang. I will definitely return in 3 years. With that, Guyu stored the Zodiac token, sheathed the dragon Yanfang, and turned towards the back door of the academy. His steps were steady and his aura well contained. After this rigorous training, the previous restlessness had vanished, replaced by a newfound composure befitting a powerhouse. Passing through the deep corridor behind the academy, the entrance to the hidden passage slowly opened. A breath of fresh air wafted in, completely different from the sweet, bloody aura deep within Sheep Village. Guyu stepped into the passage, the space slightly distorting, and in no time he arrived at the main entrance of Zodiac Village. Guyu swiftly ran away from Shengshao Village, and in the distance, he spotted the campsite where the convoy was stationed with off-road vehicles lined up neatly and team members busy organizing supplies and repairing vehicles. He approached quickly and immediately saw Xiaoyu leaning against the front of a car, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, a familiar teasing smile playing at the corner of his lips as he leisurely watched Guyu. "Not bad, kid, you look radiant, as if you've transformed into a different person." Xiaoyu flicked the ash from his cigarette and took a couple of steps forward to tease. "Come on, tell me what great fortune you received from old Yang. Share it with the brothers for a good look." Hearing the familiar teasing tone, Guyu didn't hold back, reaching out to snatch the iced cola from Xiaoyu's hand, twisting off the cap and downing a large gulp before leisurely replying, "It's not exactly a benefit, but my strength has increased a bit. Conservatively speaking, I could take on 10 of you without a problem." Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow at this and purposely exclaimed 3 goods with a pained expression. "All right, you really can talk now. Feeling a bit cocky, huh?" The two of them joked around for several minutes until Xiaoyu's smile gradually faded and he replaced it with a serious expression. "No time for you to rest. Hurry back to your car and check your things. We'll be departing in 10 minutes at most. We're already running too late." Guyu nodded, instantly understanding, a hint of barely perceptible gratitude flashing in his eyes. According to the original plan, the convoy was supposed to set off an hour ago. Xiaoyu had delayed departure for an entire hour just to wait for Guyu, even going so far as to redefine the route twice. Noticing the look in his eyes, Xiaoyu immediately clicked his tongue in annoyance, waving his hand impatiently. "No need for pleasantries with me. Hurry up, don't dawdle. 'Tis such camaraderie, but no manners, a rough man." Guyu said no more, turning back to his vehicle, neatly placing the supplies he had scavenged from Yang Village, including energy crystals, animal skins, and dry rations, under the bed of the car. He also carefully checked the vehicle's fuel. The main tank was full, and the spare tank had another box, enough for the car to run over 300 kilometers without worrying about breaking down on the road. As 10 minutes passed, the convoy set off on time, slowly leaving the desolate area. Strangely enough, the journey was exceptionally smooth without encountering the usual aberrant beasts or abandoned obstacles. The calmness was almost surprising. Even Xiaoyu couldn't help but be surprised, pulling out a copper coin to divine twice along the way, and each divination showed nothing but peace ahead. It wasn't until evening that Xiaoyu divined again and received a new clue. 30 kilometers to the north, there was a large cluster of living human auras. He immediately decided to lead the convoy into a nearby small town to gather urgently needed medicine, drinking water, and fuel, while also gathering the awakened members of the convoy to discuss the next course of action, whether to contact this group of people or to detour and avoid conflict. As darkness fell, the 6 awakened members of the newly formed convoy sat around Xiaohu's off-road vehicle, a rough cloth spread on the ground, displaying Xiaohu's hidden stash of canned food, cured meats, dried fruits, and a few bottles of canned drinks, making for a rare feast in the apocalypse. However, this group of people had no intention of discussing serious matters. As soon as they sat down, they began to feast, thoroughly enjoying the food, without a single one of them initiating conversation. Xiaoyu observed this scene, his forehead instantly wrinkling into several lines as he couldn't help but raise his voice. "I say, can you people say something? I didn't call you here to eat. I brought you here to discuss strategies. Can we have a little seriousness?" Hearing this, Guyu slowly raised his drink cup, pointed to the large bottle of drink next to Xiaoyu, and said flatly, "Another cup, please." Xiaoyu was instantly rendered speechless, helplessly pressing his forehead, completely losing his temper. Su Qingyuan beside him stifled a laugh, glancing at her husband, without saying a word, simply watching his helpless expression. Su Ming shot a glance at Guyu, and without a second thought grabbed the braised chicken leg in the middle, taking big bites, while urging those beside him, "Hurry up and eat. Once we're done, we'll have the energy to discuss serious matters. Don't waste it." Saying this, he exchanged glances with Shui Yu and Cheng Long, both of whom immediately understood and joined in the hearty eating, their earlier serious expressions all for show to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at these lively characters, sighed deeply, and decided not to bother with them. "All right, eat up, we'll talk. The atmosphere of the team is completely influenced by you all." Once everyone had eaten enough, he finally spoke seriously and got to the point. "I want to elaborate on the divination results. We'll set off early tomorrow, and by noon at the latest we should encounter that group. Now on to serious matters. Should we take the initiative to contact them? Everyone share your thoughts." Su Qingyuan, realizing she couldn't tease her husband any longer, spoke first, asking very rationally, "Old Xia, clarify what the other side is like. What's their scale? How many people are there? What's their strength like? Is there any danger?" Xiaoyu gave a bitter smile and shook his head. "Wife, I'm just a diviner, not an omniscient prophet, and definitely not a dream catcher from a werewolf game. I can't accurately know their numbers and strength. But what I can confirm is that they are not smaller in scale than us, and the diviner in their group is of lower rank than I am." He paused, and added this either means that the diviner is not their leader or the overall strength of their group is average. Of course, it's also possible that there are hidden powers among them, just like us. As soon as he finished speaking, he caught sight of Guyu about to speak, and quickly interrupted, fearing that this kid might say something pretentious. Guyu was not annoyed, wiping his hands, and saying directly, since their diviner is of lower rank, then we have nothing to fear, we should initiate contact, there's no harm in it. If they have ulterior motives, and try to ambush us, we won't hold back, we can seize their supplies and further bolster our convoy. As soon as this was said, Su Ming, Shui Yue, and Cheng Long, the three melee fighters, nodded in unison, their faces full of agreement. Having Guyu, a top-tier warrior, greatly boosted their confidence. Xia Houyu pondered for a moment, and felt that this plan was the most prudent, immediately confirming, alright, we'll do as Guyu says, initiate contact tomorrow. We'll be polite first, and if they have ill intentions we won't go easy on them. Not long after night, Xia Houyu informed all members of the convoy about the news that they would encounter another group of living humans tomorrow. Once the news spread, the convoy erupted in excitement. Most people were filled with joy after the apocalypse had descended for so long. They had only faced each other in the convoy every day, and they longed for the warmth of living humans. They clung to a glimmer of hope, wondering if they might encounter lost relatives, or if the other side had surplus supplies for exchange, which would be a good thing. Of course, there were also some with serious expressions, maintaining a cautious attitude. In the apocalypse, human hearts were treacherous. Often fellow humans were more terrifying than aberrant beasts. Having read many apocalypse novels before the end of the world, and having been through numerous trials in society, they had seen too much deceit, and found it hard to let their guard down against strangers. In an instant, the atmosphere in the convoy shifted. Some were excited while others were apprehensive, creating a particularly delicate ambience. As night deepened, most team members fell into a deep slumber, leaving two members to take turns keeping watch, the campfire crackling, illuminating the quiet town. However, Guyu felt no sleepiness at all, leaning alone against the side of the car, eyes closed in deep thought. Night was pitch black. Aboard the school bus, by Zhou Litsong and the others sat together. Cheng Long sat in the rear seat, as red energy rose around him and sank into his body. When the flame-hued power had fully merged within, Cheng Long formally stepped into the ranks of the second tier. Cheng Long, congratulations. You only recently became an awakened and already advanced to the second tier. Perhaps you truly are the protagonist of some novel, Bai Zhou teased with a smile as he watched Cheng Long's breakthrough. Cheng Long rose, stretched his limbs, felt the surging force within, and looked at Bai Zhou with eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Bai. It is thanks to you leading us all this time. From now on with me here, no one will be able to harm our classmates. Li Tsong and the others also congratulated Cheng Long. After the celebrations, their conversation naturally turned to the convoy's earlier announcement, and the mood grew solemn. Captain Xiahou just relayed that around noon tomorrow we will encounter another survivors' convoy. Do you think? Will we clash with them? Li Tsong spoke first, his tone laced with worry. Shen Yao shook her head. I don't think so. With the apocalypse upon us, everyone is struggling to survive. Times are hard enough. Why slaughter one another? You can't say that, another student immediately retorted. In the end times, people are unpredictable and supplies are scarce. For food, water, and weapons, anything can be done. Many apocalypse stories show that when two survivor convoys meet, clashes are often unavoidable. Nonsense. Those are just plot contrivances authors use when they need drama. We must be rational. Only Cheng Long, however, gazed through the window toward the SUV where Guyu and Xiahou sat. His expression was calm. He understood that whether the future would be peaceful coexistence or armed conflict depended not only on their own choices, but also on the attitude and temperament of the other convoy. In the apocalypse, kindness does not always beget kindness. Only strength secures a foothold. Meanwhile, tens of kilometers away across the wasteland, another large group was making camp while the morning mist still lingered. The group far outnumbered the newcomer convoy, yet most were ordinary folk, sallow and gaunt, dressed in tattered garments. Many bore scars, both new and old. Their eyes were dull and timid, clearly worn down by the hardships of the end times. Strangely, the group had only 3 or so dilapidated SUVs, and most pressed on foot, yet they kept numerous tamed animals, nimble hunting dogs, a majestic lion, live leopards, and several robust wolves. These beasts stood obediently along the convoy's flanks, their gazes sweeping the surroundings with vigilant intensity, serving as the group's most unusual guards. In a clearing at the center of the group, a bonfire roared and banished the night's chill. Several figures sat around it, their breaths differing in rhythm and force, each one a core member of the convoy. One of them, a short, gaunt elder, had his eyes closed. His hands moved swiftly through hand seals as he chanted under his breath, a faint gray mist clinging to him. After a while, he opened his eyes slowly, a keen glint flashing through them as he looked to those beside him. It has been confirmed. Tens of kilometers from our camp, there are abundant life signatures, orderly in pattern. Evidently, an organized survivors convoy. and among them a few threads of blood vigor, are especially strong. They are awakened of considerable strength. The elder's voice was hoarse. He was Zhang Pu, the convoy's perceiver. No sooner had he finished than a hulking rock-muscled man beside him interrupted with a scornful face and a questioning tone. "Old Zhang, is your perception even reliable? How many times have you cried wolf along this route? Each time you claim the other's blood vigor is strong and formidable, yet what we meet are mere chickens and dogs. Don't start spouting nonsense here again." This hulking man was called Tai Long, the convoy's main combatant and awakened of the ferocity rank. His physical strength was immense, and his temper quick. He had always despised Zhang Pu's meekness. Interrupted Zhang Pu showed no anger, he only cast him a cool glance, and continued, "Tai Long, you need not provoke me. My perception has never erred, I was merely being cautious earlier. The other convoy's size is roughly half ours, their numbers are not large. There is no need for excessive." Tai Long opened his mouth to argue further, but on the far side of the fire a figure swathed in a heavy black robe slowly raised a hand signaling everyone to be silent. That single simple gesture instantly stilled the air. Even the hot-tempered Tai Long shut his mouth, at once unwilling to speak further. It was clear the black-robed man inspired great dread. Probability of victory. Time of encounter. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a bone-chilling cold. He spoke no more than necessary, each word concise and decisive. Zhang Pu's expression flickered. He dared not withhold anything and quickly answered, "Judging by both parties' marching speeds, we will meet around tomorrow noon." The opposing convoy likely also has diviners or perceivers among them, and they are not weak. Their number of awakened by conservative estimate matches ours. Moreover, I sense they did not push on, but instead made camp where they are. They have not taken pains to conceal themselves, and do not appear hostile to contact. Zhang Pu's class was perceiver, entirely different from Xiahou Ye's diviner class. He could not divine fortunes or predict paths. His power radiated from himself, sensing life signatures within a certain area. If he concentrated his will toward a single direction, that range could expand considerably, and he could faintly perceive the opponent's blood vigor, troop size, and emotional fluctuations. Among those seated, Tai Long and the scar-faced man beside him were brothers. The scarred man was Tai Ying, an awakened beastmaster, who commanded all the beasts and formed one of the convoy's combat pillars. The other two also possessed special abilities and considerable strength, but when the black-robed man spoke, every pair of eyes turned to him. His power and authority eclipsed the rest of the group. The black-robed man fell silent for a moment, and from the shadow of the fire his crimson eyes glinted. He looked at them and slowly uttered two words with an icy finality that brooked no discussion: "Kill." "Seize." Those two terse words revealed his intention in an instant: to slaughter the other convoy and plunder every last resource. Zhang Pu's throat tightened, he swallowed hard, and at last nodded, unwilling to defy. A cruel excitement flickered across the brothers Tai Long and Tai Ying's eyes. The other two showed displeasure, but knowing the harsh laws of survival, they offered no objections. The fire crackled, stretching their shadows long. Dark thoughts quietly took root in the night. A confrontation that would determine the life or death of the two convoys had already been sown in secrecy. As night deepened at the newcomer convoy's camp, Guyu remained by the vehicle, sensing faint disturbances around him. The long saber in its scabbard trembled slightly, as if already smelling the scent of smoke. Xiahou Yu again took out his copper coins and silently divined the fortunes of the coming day. How his brow never relaxed, for the ominous signs in the hexagram left him no room for complacency. The morning mist around the new convoy had yet to dissipate. As Guyu settled back into the rear seat of his vehicle, his fingertips brushing over the Awakener's advancement guide, gifted by Master Yang. The edges of the paper were slightly curled from repeated handling, inscribed with ancient characters outlining the core rules for fourth-tier Awakeners, with remnants of Master Yang's annotations lingering at the bottom. Beside him, the secret radio continued to emit a faint crackling sound akin to a lurking beast's low growl, yet it had yet to convey any effective information. Guyu's gaze fell upon the most critical segment of the guide, his eyes shimmering slightly. Upon reaching the fourth-tier, Awakeners will undergo a complete transformation. This is the core watershed of the Awakener system. He instinctively flipped to the next page, where the text elaborated further on the special significance of the fourth tier. Before the fourth tier, the sequence is merely a foundational adaptation, allowing Awakeners to familiarize themselves with and master the common forms of core abilities. At the fourth tier, the sequence will complete its integration and evolution, allowing Awakeners to autonomously choose their specialization. Taking martial artists as an example, prior to the fourth tier, they would learn various combat techniques and martial arts tailored to their personal circumstances, while after reaching the fourth tier, the sequence would evolve into branches, allowing choices to specialize in either Qigong masters or martial artists. Guyu understood this, roughly putting it in the simplest terms. The awakening sequence before the fourth tier is akin to the basic classes in an online game, unlocking all foundational abilities of that system. The fourth tier is the transition node, and after selecting a specialization direction, abilities will undergo a qualitative leap, no longer confined to common templates, albeit at the cost of losing some original abilities. This realization stirred something within him, pondering how to choose between his ambitious sequence and the treasure appraisal sequence in the future. According to his original plan, the treasure appraiser typically followed a route of numerical enhancement and spiritual item collection. Meanwhile, the ambitious sequence would continue to develop various mechanisms. At that point, he would have high stats in his left hand and strong mechanisms in his right. However, it seemed he would need to adapt based on the actual situation at that time. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist as the new convoy set off on schedule. Several modified vehicles lined up in a neat formation, slowly proceeding along the road half obscured by weeds. After several hours, the convoy entered an expansive plain where a large crowd of figures came into view. Xia Houyu wore a composed expression, raising his hand to signal the convoy to stop. No one exited the vehicles. Everyone maintained a state of vigilance, with the windows tightly closed, leaving only a gap to observe the outside. This tacit calm contrasted sharply with the actions of the opposing convoy. Looking through the car window, their convoy was arranged in a chaotic manner. Leading were several oddly shaped modified vehicles, their fronts deliberately sharpened like fish heads, followed by two armored vehicles riddled with bullet holes. Unlike the new convoy, upon stopping, the armored vehicles opened their hatches, and a large number of people stumbled out in a disorganized fashion, creating a scene of utter chaos. Most of these individuals were emaciated and ragged, their figures so frail they seemed as if they would topple over with a gust of wind, clearly having long suffered from malnutrition. Especially a few women whose clothing was tattered, exposing large patches of skin, their eyes dull and lifeless, lacking even the courage to look up, radiating an aura of despair. Inside the school bus, Li Tsong clenched his fists tightly, slamming one onto the seat, his knuckles turning white. Damn, the leader of that convoy is utterly unworthy, treating his own people like this. He's worse than a beast. Cheng Long, sitting nearby, had a cold glint in his eyes. He had long held a deep disdain for such people during school. Just then, Xia Houyu pushed open the door and stepped out, followed closely by Shui Yu and Su Meng. Guyu was about to get out when Xia Houyu subtly gestured to stop him, raising his hand behind him, palm down, pressing lightly, indicating for him to stay in the vehicle. Seeing that Sister Su also remained in the car, Guyu instantly understood Xia Houyu's intentions and thus stayed inside to observe the opposing group. Meanwhile, 5 core figures from the opposing convoy stepped out. A mysterious figure cloaked in black with a cold aura, a striking woman in a trench coat with an upright posture, an elder known as Zhang Pu and the Iron Eagle and Iron Dragon brothers. Upon witnessing this, Xia Houyu smiled faintly and took the initiative to step forward to greet them, his tone warm and appropriately enthusiastic. "Hello, brothers. Who would have thought that in this apocalypse we would meet fellow countrymen? What a pleasure." Zhang Pu glanced at Xia Houyu, then turned to the figure in black beside him. Seeing that the latter showed no intention of stepping forward, he took a step closer, cupping his hands and saying, "Young brother, you must be the leader of the convoy. I am Zhang Pu from the Awakening Prophet sequence, and I serve as the leader of this struggling convoy." Xia Houyu, with his keen perception, immediately spotted the flaw in this statement. He thought to himself, "Old man, you sure have a way with words. A prophet sequence leader of the convoy." However, he maintained a calm expression, still smiling as he replied, "You're too polite, brother Zhang. I am Xia Houyu, serving as the guide for our new convoy, affectionately nicknamed Little Gauda from the Perceiver sequence. This older brother beside me is our convoy's leader." Shui Yu stood beside Xia Houyu, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion, yet he said little, merely nodding slightly, adopting a pose to complement Xia Houyu's performance. Zhang Pu inwardly scorned Xia Houyu as a little fox, yet he maintained a friendly appearance. "Young man, I see your convoy is well equipped, with nearly everyone having a vehicle. You must have ample supplies. I wonder if we could exchange some supplies. Although our convoy isn't as affluent as yours, we do have some rare items." Feigning excitement, Xia Houyu stepped forward, eagerly shaking Zhang Pu's hand warmly. "That would be wonderful. I was just thinking about that. How about this? In 10 minutes, well-organized personnel from both sides to exchange supplies, and we can also enhance our friendship through some interaction." "Sounds good. Young brother, you are straightforward. See you shortly." Zhang Pu agreed with a smile and turned back to both sides returned to convey the notification. On the new convoy side, upon learning of the supply exchange, most people were less than enthusiastic. Having completed a supply exchange the previous night, they currently did not lack essentials. However, considering that the opposing side might have special rare items, a few individuals still offered some surplus supplies, setting them down in an open area beside the vehicles to create a temporary exchange point. Meanwhile, the 6 awakeners from the new convoy unusually all gathered inside Guye's vehicle. The secret radio was placed on the table, its continuous crackling filling the car, buzzing and interfering with the sounds from outside. Well, kids, so you were hiding such a treasure. No wonder you gather so much information every time we arrive at a new place, Xiaohou teased, playfully patting Guye's shoulder. Su Qingyuan chimed in. Little Gu, you've hidden it deep enough. Although I already knew you were extraordinary, I didn't expect your trump card to be even more impressive than I imagined. Guyu ignored their banter, focusing his energy to amplify his perception, precisely sensing the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy's 5 auras, while also paying attention to the secret radio's activity. Amidst the radio's crackling, a faint wave of information could be discerned, easily overlooked if one did not pay close attention. At that moment, the secret radio suddenly transmitted a clear noise followed by a somewhat hurried voice cutting through the static, intermittently ringing. The one called Xia something on the other side is truly no good. 9 out of 10 sentences are nonsense. Xiaohou. Inside the secret radio of the Guyu vehicle, the static noise suddenly diminished, yet the broadcast continued with 8 out of 10 statements directly targeting Xiaohou, causing him to reveal a look of helplessness. That navigation guy opposite looks incredibly slick. 9 out of 10 of his words can't be trusted. Exactly, that kid clearly seems like a schemer. Xiaohou shrugged his shoulders, looking innocently at the others. Brothers, don't listen. There are negative reviews. Before the others could tease him, the voice from the radio continued, growing increasingly perilous, each sentence laced with intense murderous intent. Captain, shall we act directly, or wait a moment longer? Seeing the stance of the opposition, it seemed they planned to rest another day, as should we. Before he finished, a harsh electrical noise interrupted, followed by a flustered apology. Sorry, Captain, that wasn't my intention. I have no intention of retreating. A cold, hoarse voice then rang out, belonging to the leader of the Chihua team in a black robe. Jimu, that slick-tongued kid tomorrow is up to you to deal with. Immediately after, a steady, deep male voice sounded. Okay, but I feel that their team still has hidden combat power, should we? No need, just leave the rest to me. After that, the radio transmitted a cacophony of suppressed whimpers and wails, as if someone was being forcibly muffled, the pitiful sounds intermittent, and before long they completely vanished, leaving only endless static noise with no further information. The few people in the vehicle exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious, as the earlier dialogue confirmed their previous suspicions. The other side had never intended a peaceful transaction. Their intentions to seize resources and act violently were glaringly obvious. Xiaohou was the first to regain his composure, solemnly analyzing the situation. All right, brothers, we can now be 100% sure that the other side will definitely move against us. It's just that the specific timing hasn't been finalized. Everyone stay alert tonight. In my judgment, the other side is likely to strike during the deep night. Chung Long clenched his fists and spoke urgently. Captain, since we know they're going to act, should we strike first? Gaining the upper hand is always better than being on the defensive. Xiaohou shook his head, patting Chung Long's shoulder, his tone steady. Xiao Chung, you're still young. Some things you need to learn from old Gu, who seems kind, but is actually shrewd. Taking the initiative doesn't necessarily mean good things. We know very little about their strength, personnel arrangement, and awakeners' abilities. If we act rashly and fall into a trap, it would be disastrous. Planning before acting is the true way to seize the initiative, whether it's a battlefield melee or a street fight. Intelligence is always paramount. Su Qingyuan took over the conversation, her tone carrying a hint of certainty, calming Chung Long's emotions. Old Xia is right. We need to conceal ourselves, well, while also figuring out the other side's details. But there's no need for everyone to be overly worried. This time, we have a secret weapon to assist us. Upon hearing this, the others looked up in curiosity at Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan chuckled lightly, slowly taking out a leather medicine box from her backpack. Upon opening it, several vials of different colored liquids quietly sat inside their bottles, shimmering faintly, clearly not ordinary items. She cleared her throat and introduced one by one. This green potion you're all familiar with. It's a fatigue relief agent, no need to elaborate. The red one is a blood chi enhancement agent. Taking it can significantly boost physical strength and defense for a short period with a dramatic increase in explosive power, but after the effect wears off there will be a brief period of weakness lasting half an hour, so use it cautiously. As she spoke about the last blue potion, she deliberately paused, teasingly watching the eager expressions of the others before slowly continuing. This bottle is an invisibility potion. At this revelation, everyone in the vehicle gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Invisibility is a formidable weapon in combat. At a critical moment, it can turn the tide of battle. If the apocalypse were to arrive, Su Qingyuan looked at their expressions, gently knocking on their foreheads, and said with exasperation, don't think too far. This invisibility potion is extremely difficult to concoct. I only have 3 bottles, and its effect is very short, lasting only 20 seconds. Guyu, I'll give you 1 bottle. Old Xia, you'll get 2 bottles. She distributed the green fatigue relief potions to everyone and handed the red blood qi potions to Chunglong Su Ming and Shui Yue 2 bottles each and instructed, everyone should take the fatigue relief potion now and save the blood qi potions for emergencies. Remember, do not use them lightly. Guyu held the blue potion bottle in his hand, feeling the faint energy circulating inside, and asked Sister Su, do these types of potions require a lot of materials? What are the consumption costs for refining? Can specific effect potions be made according to demand? Su Qingyuan, hearing this, revealed a hint of confidence and replied slowly, there are no specific material requirements. Materials containing spiritual essence are the best, as the potency of the resulting potions is stronger. Even without spiritual materials, ordinary resources can suffice for refining, though the effects will be significantly reduced. In terms of consumption, aside from the invisibility potion, the rest of the potions combined only consumed half of my sequence energy. As for targeted refining, I am currently unable to do so. It will likely have to wait until my potion maker sequence reaches level 3 or 4 and unlocks deeper capabilities before I can attempt it. Guyu secretly sighed. Indeed, every series has its unique aspects. If Su Qingyuan were to break through to level 4, who knows, she might even concoct potions to help ordinary people awaken in the future. After distributing the potions, the group gathered once more to carefully discuss strategies, confirming each person's responsibility for dealing with enemy personnel, clarifying defense and counterattack roles. Thereafter, the secret radio transmitted no further messages. While the atmosphere in the vehicle remained tense, everyone was not as anxious as they had imagined. Time flew by. As the sun set in the west, the makeshift trading market established by the 2 vehicle teams officially commenced operations. On the vast plain, numerous simple stalls were set up with supplies neatly arranged, and people constantly coming and going, presenting a seemingly peaceful trading scene, yet undercurrents were surging beneath the surface. Strangely, most stalls were managed by members of the new vehicle team, displaying compressed rations, drinking water, cotton, clothing, medicines, and various supplies, while members of the Chihua team were mostly buyers, with very few selling their goods. What puzzled the new vehicle team even more was that the Chihua team members were extremely generous, their trading methods quite peculiar. Some exchanged thick cotton clothing for a bucket of instant noodles, while others traded a whole pack of compressed biscuits for a small piece of cured meat. Some even offered decent herbal medicines just to swap for a piece of dried meat. It's important to note that as the apocalypse progresses, temperatures are dropping increasingly. Cotton, clothing, and warm supplies are far scarcer than food, yet they appeared utterly unconcerned, as if these supplies held no value. Most bizarrely, after acquiring food, these individuals showed no intention of storing it. They tore open the packaging on the spot and devoured it ravenously, their emaciated faces reflecting an almost greedy thirst, as if they hadn't eaten a full meal in ages, competing for the last bits of food. Seeing this, the members of the new vehicle team felt it was strange, yet many still took out some of their surplus supplies to trade with them, knowing these items would be useful later. Guyu stood at the corner of the vehicle team, calmly scanning the trading scene, taking everything in. He activated the minor light vision of the treasure appraisal sequence, quietly probing the members of the Chihua team, discovering that these ordinary survivors still harbored faint toxins within their bodies and were severely drained of blood qi, having long been hollowed out. Looking toward the nearby enemy corps camp, the figure in the black robe remained hidden in the shadows atop an armored vehicle. A man sat cross-legged, locking eyes with Guyu. Xiaohou walked up beside Guyu and whispered, something's not right. These people aren't here for trading at all. They seem more like those having their last meal before execution. Guyu's ears echoed with the words of Xiaohou, yet his gaze remained fixated on the figure in the black robe amidst the distant crowd. That person was shrouded in shadows, exuding a cold and oppressive aura reminiscent of the suffocating feeling when encountering the Snake King for the first time in a serpent forest, causing a subtle unease in Guyu's heart. He secretly estimated that the other's strength should be at the 3rd tier. The respected Elder Yang once said that his current rank was already top tier among the 3rd tier, capable of challenging the 4th tier. However, the black-robed individual barely exerted any pressure on him, at most on par with the 3rd tier, and within that tier Guyu was confident he feared no opponent. With this thought, Guyu's desire for the 4th tier grew even stronger. Both his ambitious and treasure appraisal sequences had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, and the gear he possessed apart from the dragon Yindao consisted only of 2 items: the black cube, which were barely usable. The spiritual treasure glasses he usually relied on were unable to decipher certain high-tier magnetic fields and phenomena, especially when it came to fellow awakeners. Other equipment had fallen behind, and his ability to illuminate gems could only be used once on an item, creating an urgent need for advancement. According to the information provided by Elder Yang, there would inevitably be a specialized enhancement route for the treasure appraisal sequence that could help him awaken a second illumination ability, or even further. Moments later, the black-robed man pushed open the door of his cart and blended into the trading crowd, subtly exchanging goods. Upon witnessing this, Guyu turned to meet Xiaoyu's gaze, and the two exchanged a knowing look, understanding one another. Guyu stepped into the trading market, and upon entering, he truly discovered some good items. Several stalls of the begging caravan surprisingly concealed numerous treasures. On a few crude wooden planks, herbs and old artifacts were scattered about, with several emitting a faint spirit. Though they were not spiritual items, they were still rare materials, good for either absorbing their spiritual glow or for Su Jie as raw materials. Behind the stall stood a couple. The man had a rugged face with deep scars crisscrossing his cheeks, exuding a fierce aura. The woman was clad in a thick cotton coat, but could not stop her body from trembling, with a bruise on her forehead and an expression filled with fear. Guyu crouched down, lightly touching a few items with strong spiritual energy, then picked a few herbs that matched his needs, raising his eyes to ask, "Brother, how can I exchange for these?" The man did not immediately quote a price. Instead, he stared fixedly at Guyu, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. "Are you an awakener? If not, there's nothing to discuss. If you are, I'll give you the items for free, but you must help me with a task." This unusual trading condition made Guyu raise an eyebrow slightly. He feigned nonchalance and smiled. "Well, I know two awakeners quite well. Tell me your request. Oh, as long as it's within my capability, I'm open to negotiations." Hearing this, the man fell silent and returned to his seat, pointing at the pile of living supplies next to him, making it clear, without the identity of an awakener, there was nothing to discuss. Guyu was secretly astonished. This man had some backbone, not even allowing room for haggling. Seeing that Guyu had yet to leave, the man could no longer contain his impatience, saying, "Are you buying or not? If not, hurry up and leave. Don't delay my business." The woman beside him quickly reached out to grab her husband, pressing him back into his seat, preventing his anger from escalating. "If not, hurry up and leave. Don't delay my business." The woman beside him quickly reached out to grab her husband, pressing him back into his seat, preventing his anger from escalating. The man saw that Guyu not only did not leave, but was also staring intently at his wife, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. However, as he stood up, he felt a heavy pressure like a mountain on his shoulder, forcing him back into his seat, unable to move. "Brother, please calm down," Guyu said with a gentle smile, lightly pressing his palm down. The pressure of the third tier quietly released. The man suddenly realized that the person before him was indeed a genuine awakener, and recalling his previous rashness, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Guyu retracted his hand, maintaining a calm tone. "Now, we can have a proper discussion. Name your price. As long as it is not beyond my capabilities, I can consider it." The man pondered for a moment, packed all the herbs and items Guyu had chosen into a cloth bag, and handed it over. "Here are the items for you. Later I will come find you, and then I will tell you what to do. You tell me where you are?" Guyu felt a stir in his heart. This brother was quite interesting, having directly paid the full amount before any business was done. He smiled and replied, "Brother, you are quite straightforward. I'm at the Black Wooling Homewang up ahead." After receiving the cloth bag, the man quickly tidied up the stall. His movements hurried, clearly wanting to leave the trading area as soon as possible. Guyu keenly sensed that whatever task he needed help with was undoubtedly related to the begging caravan, so he needed to avoid others, or rather avoid their caravan members. He subtly raised his eyes, sending a warning glance towards Xiaoyu in the distance, then turned and walked slowly toward his vehicle. Just a few steps away, he heard the man's lowered, urgent voice behind him, evidently instructing his wife on subsequent arrangements. Not long after returning to the car, he heard a knocking sound on the window. Guyu opened the car door to see the man staring at him with bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily. Guyu stepped aside to indicate for the other to come up and speak. After the man entered, he tossed another package in front of Guyu and then knelt on both knees. "I, Zhao Dalu, am willing to use these items for the lives of all ordinary people in our caravan, begging you to help." Looking at Zhao Dalu, who was kneeling with a face full of earnest pleading, Guyu did not immediately agree, but stood quietly in place waiting for him to reveal the true reason. Soon after, Zhao Dalu slowly stood up, his eyes red as his voice trembled slightly from suppressing anger and despair. "I am just a rough man without any great abilities. The herbs and weapons I gave you earlier are just a down payment. As long as you are willing to help us, my wife and I will give you our entire remaining fortune, and if that is still not enough, we can gather more. As long as we can kill those bastards, any condition is negotiable." Guyu clicked his tongue lightly, his tone calm, yet serious, leaving no room for ambiguity. "It is not a matter of whether it is enough. I can take action, but the premise is that I need to know the ins and outs of the whole matter, what exactly you have encountered, and what you want me to do." Zhao Dalu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and recounted the truth about the Beggar's Cart team. This team, known as the Beggar's Cart team, consists of 6 awakened individuals adhering to the absolute principle of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. There was no order at all within the team. The weak must obey all commands of the strong unconditionally, and the lives of the bottom survivors were like being in hell, filled with suffering. Especially the women in the team who suffered extreme bullying and exploitation. The bruises on his wife's body and the snakebite-like wounds were all lessons left from resisting and refusing. As Zhao Delu described the team's atrocious deeds one by one, Gu Ye's brows tightened, and his aura unconsciously turned colder. Moral outrage. Not really, as he did not consider himself a champion of justice, but such barbaric actions indeed made it impossible for Gu Yu to remain calm. To be honest, the conditions are indeed quite generous, and I seem to have no reason to refuse. Gu Yu paused, his tone serious. But after all, the other side has several awakened individuals, and their lineup is not weak. Zhao Delu hurriedly stepped forward, eager. I know each of their abilities. I have been in the team for a long time, secretly observing them. I am clear about their backgrounds. In the next 10 minutes, Zhao Delu revealed everything he knew to Gu Yu, from their abilities to their working styles, without holding anything back. Gu Yu quietly took notes, and the two walked out from their hiding place, their expressions normal, as if they were just having an ordinary conversation. By the way, there is one more thing. That black-robed man sends someone to his cart regularly, and after a while they are released. Those who come out are not only physically weak, but also have no memory. I originally thought it was for that kind of thing, but later found that more men went in so. At this moment, Xiaohou Yu had already been waiting not far away, and when he saw the two come out, he immediately approached. Seeing this, Zhao Delu quickly left. Gu Yu raised his hand and showed the paper filled with notes which contained the enemy intelligence he had just jotted down quickly. Xiaohou Yu understood at once, reached out to take it, and carefully read it. The paper clearly listed the information of the 6 awakened individuals in the Beggar's Cart Team 1. Black-robed Captain, the strongest, real name unknown, referred to as Captain by the entire team. Known abilities include flight and immense strength with specifics unclear. 2. Jimu, nearly 1.9 meters tall male with the ability of plant manipulation, capable of animating vines and trees for attacks and restraints, highly stealthy. 3. Iron Eagle, beast tamer with control over all mutated beasts in the team, including hunting dogs and lions, with a wide range of combat capabilities. 4. Iron Dragon, Iron Eagle's brother, can transform into a giant, possesses terrifying strength, and has a violent temperament, acting recklessly. 5. Su Ning, a gunslinger with precise marksmanship, adept at long-range sniping and ambush. 6. Zhang Pu, suspected to be a perception type, small before awakening, but returned to normal stature afterward, abilities lean toward pathfinding and sensing life forces, also able to vaguely foresee fortune and misfortune. After reading the intelligence, Xiaohou Yu frowned slightly. The enemy's configuration was quite complete, covering all aspects: ranged melee, control, perception, and support. Especially that Jimu, who can manipulate plants. He had not been seen since the teams encountered each other, indicating he was likely hidden as a trump card. After all, the opponent's abilities could be considered hidden weapons in the wilderness and should not be underestimated. However, after hearing about the opponent team's style, Xiaohou Yu's brows tightened. He looked up at Gu Yu, his expression serious, as he asked, "Old Gu, how confident are you in facing that black?" Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. 70-30, how about that? Xiaohou Yu was taken aback and instinctively asked, "Can you raise it a bit more?" 50-50 is fine. Gu Yu tilted his head slightly, looking puzzled. What's wrong? After all, he is the leader and his strength should be the top in their team. If you can defeat or hold him back, we will have an absolute advantage. Gu Yu's lips twitched. He then realized that the other party had misunderstood his meaning and added faintly, "I mean, I have 70, he has 30. In my hands, he might not even have a 30% chance of winning." Xiaohou Yu was first stunned, then slapped his thigh hard. All traces of worry dissipated as he couldn't help but praise, "Awesome. With your words, that's enough. Since the other side is not a good match, then let's go for a killing and looting. No, it's to act on behalf of the heavens." Based on the existing intelligence coupled with the previous lineup arrangement, Gu Yu will be responsible for confronting the black-robed captain. The remaining 5 will be coordinated by Xiaohou Yu, who will also restrain Ji Mu on the side battlefield, while Su Qingyuan will assist with potions to monitor Su Ning on Yanon. Su Ming and Shui Yu will directly confront Iron Dragon and Iron Eagle, with Cheng Long responsible for overall battlefield mobility. At the same time, a small number of available personnel from the team will follow Cheng Long to evacuate the other members of the cart team. Tonight's battle is expected to be anything but peaceful. In the early hours, the world was completely engulfed by an ink-like darkness, leaving not a single star's glimmer. In the open area where 2 convoys intersected, a figure in a black robe silently appeared, the leader of the beggar's fleet. Just as he was about to step forward, a blazing beacon of fire suddenly ignited in midair, its golden red flames piercing through the darkness, compelling him to instinctively step back. The figure in the black robe looked up and saw a tall silhouette leaning against a withered tree trunk, arms crossed, with a golden red patterned tang knife propped against his chest, its blade shimmering with a spiritual light. It was Guyu, who had been waiting here for quite some time. Noticing the cold gaze of the figure in the black robe, Guyu chuckled softly, raising his hand for a casual greeting, his tone tinged with mockery. "Out here in the middle of the night, are you counting stars?" The figure in the black robe let out a low, chilling laugh, his voice laced with a bone-chilling coldness. "It seems you are not as easy to defeat as I had imagined." Guyu lightly brushed his fingers over the spirit treasure glasses, the lenses glimmering faintly, but he could only sense the exceptionally cold and chaotic energy field surrounding the other party, unable to discern their sequence information or the depth of their strength. The opponent's secret techniques were indeed extraordinary. Clearly unwilling to say much, the figure in the black robe planned to end the battle swiftly. His form suddenly transformed into a bolt of black lightning rushing towards Guyu's face, without a sound, moving so fast that it left a shadow behind. Guyu's gaze sharpened, no longer holding back. The long yin knife responded with a hiss as it was drawn, its golden red blade erupting in brilliance, meeting the black-robed figure head. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the night sky, shockwaves expanding wildly in all directions, sending dust flying from the ground. Guyu frowned slightly, feeling a hint of surprise. Given the enhanced sharpness of the long yin knife after its spiritual illumination, even the scales of the Snake King would struggle to withstand it, yet the opponent could block it hidden with just their physical body and weapon. With his divine sense fully extended, he instantly caught a glimpse of a faint silver sheen on the palm of the black-robed figure, realizing this person must be wearing a high-level protective spirit treasure or enhanced armor. At the same time, several shadows swiftly darted past behind the black-robed figure. It was Ji Mu, Tai Ying, Tai Long, Su Ning, and Zhang Pu, who were following the original plan to launch a surprise attack on the newborn convoy. Guyu did not intervene. His task from the very beginning was to restrain and eliminate this leader. As long as he dealt with this person, the remaining rabble would pose no threat. With his mind made up, Guyu flipped his wrist, the long yin knife swirling up a continuous wave of blade energy, while his right hand's white-hot gloves radiated a searing heat, red energy enveloping the blade as he re-engaged in battle with the black-robed figure. The golden red blade shadows clashed against the pitch-black energy, each strike causing the ground to fracture with fine cracks. Meanwhile, Tai Ying and Tai Long raced towards the newborn convoy's bus, planning to control the ordinary survivors, as per their original plan, to threaten the opposition. However, just as they stepped into the designated area, Tai Ying suddenly felt a surge of lethal danger. Quickly relying on his keen intuition as a beast tamer, Tai Ying abruptly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding bullets that whizzed through the air. On the other hand, Tai Long, who had transformed into a giant and whose physique had increased several times, couldn't dodge in time due to his size. Puff, puff, puff. Several bullets accurately hit his body, bursting open blood flowers on his solid muscles. Inside the school bus, Xian Yair firmly held the malevolent spirit pistol borrowed from Guyu, the muzzle still glowing faintly. Although she was not an awakened one, she had a passion for shooting sports long before the apocalypse arrived, often practicing at shooting clubs abroad with her parents during holidays. To put it bluntly, in the entire newborn convoy, including Guyu, no one's marksmanship surpassed hers. This was precisely why Cheng Long decisively borrowed the malevolent spirit pistol and handed it to Xian Yair. And indeed, Xian Yair did not disappoint, achieving remarkable results as soon as she fired. Beside her, Tai Long covered the bleeding wound with his hand, the excruciating pain enraging him, with his dwindling rationality completely collapsing. He let out a furious roar, his massive body storming towards the school bus, intent on crushing the entire vehicle and its occupants. Tai Ying, sensing that the battlefield atmosphere was off, was about to blow the whistle to summon the beast horde, when two figures suddenly leaped down from above, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Tai Ying's pupils constricted. Su Ming stomped hard on Tai Long's chest, pinning the giant to the ground. Unable to move, Shui Yu leaned on a giant axe, looking at Tai Ying with a mocking expression. "The circus beast tamers are just idling about. Why don't we brothers entertain you?" Seeing this, Tai Ying let out a cold laugh, his aura suddenly surging. "Do you really think you can handle us, brothers?" Before his words could finish, several shadows rapidly approached, and roars of beasts echoed from all directions, causing Shui Yu and Su Ming to stiffen, no longer daring to be careless. Smoke and gunfire filled the rest of the battlefield as well. Su Ning, with a high ponytail, had just found a sniping position, aiming her gun, but saw Su Qingyuan sitting on a nearby rock, several vials of various colored potions laid out beside her, smiling as she made eye contact. The two faced each other from a distance, neither making the first move, creating a strange standoff. Meanwhile, Ji Mu stealthily infiltrated the center of the newborn convoy, only to find all the vehicles empty, not a single ordinary survivor in sight. His heart sank instantly, realizing he had fallen into a trap, and turned to return to assist the others. Just then a chilling murderous intent suddenly locked onto him from the darkness. Ji-Mu's expression changed drastically. He quickly clasped his hands together and shouted, "Which shield?" Several thick wooden trunks shot up from the ground, layering upon each other to form a heavy wooden barrier in front of him. Swish! A blue energy arrow tore through the darkness, instantly piercing through the layers of wooden shields with overwhelming force. Puff! Ji-Mu's shoulder was directly pierced, the hole gaping and horrific. Ji-Mu grit his teeth against the excruciating pain, his face pale as he glanced around, yet he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the attacker's shadow. In the darkness, Xiahou Yu held the spiritual energy bow, transformed from the shadow of extinction, drawing the bowstring again. The second energy arrow had already coalesced, locking onto his vital point. Ji-Mu's body was covered in goosebumps and inexplicable anxiety and fear sweeping over him. However, before he could react, an arrow shot through his throat with lightning speed. Xiahou Yu looked at the fallen Ji-Mu, not rushing to approach, but instead wore a look of suspicion. According to Zhao Dalu, this Ji-Mu should be the second in command of the Beggar's fleet, theoretically not weaker than the black-robed figure, yet he was so easily eliminated. Just then Ji-Mu's body on the ground suddenly withered, gradually transforming into a decayed wooden skeleton. Xiahou Yu's expression changed dramatically. At the same time, the effect of the invisibility potion expired and a heavy male voice came from behind. "So that's it, the ability to turn invisible. Ooh, I underestimated you." Xiahou Yu quickly withdrew to create distance, recharging his longbow, quietly observing the newcomer. Standing before him was Ji-Mu, but the aura radiating from his body was entirely different from before. On the main battlefield, the fight between Gu Yu and the black-robed figure had entered the second phase. The black-robed figure's surrounding dark energy surged wildly, a pair of pitch-black energy wings unfurling behind him as he soared into the sky, the flapping of his wings summoning a furious wind, his power soaring once again. "Tisk, you look just like a bat." Gu Yu spoke disdainfully, the black cube in his hands suddenly materializing, countless components swirling around him, instantly transforming into several torrents of black energy, crashing towards the black-robed figure in midair. The black-robed figure flapped his wings to evade, yet the falling torrents of energy suddenly reshaped, morphing into countless black ropes that coiled around him like spirit snakes, tightly binding his limbs and torso. Just as the black-robed figure prepared to break free, a powerful wave of fatigue surged around him, the light and shadows before his eyes swirling, and the space began to distort. Before he could even observe his surroundings, Gu Yu's voice echoed from all directions. "Welcome to my world. This place is called the Inconceivable Space." Within the realm of the incomprehensible space, the environment around was inverted and chaotic, completely under Gu Yu's control. The figure in the black robe stood in this eerie domain, feeling a complete disorientation in his senses. Yu up was down, direction was confused, and even the extraordinary power within him moved sluggishly, as if it had completely slipped from his grasp. He suppressed the surging unease and astonishment within, clenching his fingers tightly, trying to adapt to this subversive spatial environment. Gu Yu sensed the power within him and knew he had to act swiftly. With a flip of his palm, the long yin blade suddenly ignited with a blazing golden red flame, the scorching blade aura sweeping across the entire space. In the next moment, Gu Yu transformed into a streak of golden red light, swiftly closing in on the figure in black. The figure in black exerted all his strength to mobilize the extraordinary power within him, but the dizziness caused by the reversed senses could not be dispelled, and his movements were inevitably a beat too slow. The blade's edge cut through the air, radiating a devastating sharpness. The figure in black hurriedly dodged, but the sharp long yin blade sliced directly through his right shoulder. A deep gash that could be seen to the bone opened instantly as black blood dripped from the blade, staining the spatial ripples, which were quickly dissolved. As excruciating pain surged, the figure in black had no time to spare. Gu Yu had already charged forward again, the long yin blade dancing with an impenetrable storm of blade light, sealing off all avenues for him to evade or counterattack. At that moment, dark energy surged wildly around the figure in black, and a pair of illusory black energy wings abruptly solidified, transforming into heavy black-scaled wings that wrapped around him tightly, as if erecting an indestructible defensive barrier. The long yin blade struck repeatedly against the wings, the sound of metal clashing resonating endlessly. The figure in black took the opportunity to counterattack, his fingernails rapidly elongated, transforming into sharp claws as black as ink, unleashing arcs of black claw blades that shot towards Gu Yu. The figure in black had already made up his mind. Since he could not adapt to the laws of this incomprehensible space in a short time, he could only defend instead of attack, betting that Gu Yu could not maintain this ability for long. As long as he could hold out until the space dissipated or seize a flaw from Gu Yu, he could turn the tide of battle. Gu Yu also sensed the other's intentions. His gaze turned colder, and the momentum of his blade surged, no longer holding back. The flame of the long yin blade grew ever more intense with each strike, infused with his own strength, the blade light pressing towards the weak points of the figure in black's wings. The figure in black fiercely protected his vital points, swinging his claws to create a wave of force to block, but the edge of the long yin blade was too sharp, and the cracks on the defensive wings multiplied. With the dissipating dark energy, he had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position, left with no choice but to passively endure the blows. At that moment, from outside the space, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed the ground, trembling violently, even causing ripples in the barriers of the incomprehensible space, clearly indicating that another battlefield had erupted with overwhelming power. Returning to the battlefield where Xia Houyu and Ji Mu were engaged, their second clash had already begun. Having previously tested each other's abilities, both sides had a clear understanding. Xia Houyu relied on the long-range suppression of the extinguishing shadow, darting quickly through the forest, sending precise blue light arrows towards Ji Mu. Ji Mu, on the other hand, fully unleashed his own power, summoning a wooden shield that was several times thicker than before, with thick vines like pillars layered in front of him, making it difficult for either side to gain an advantage. Seeing the prolonged stalemate, Xia Houyu took out the last remaining bottle of invisibility potion from his pocket, intending to open it and consume it. But then Ji Mu suddenly clasped his hands together, slightly bending his knees, a green light surging around him as he raised his head and let out a deafening roar. Tree realm descends. As soon as the words fell, the ground violently heaved, dust flying everywhere, and countless thick vines erupted from the earth, wildly writhing and growing along the ground, tender green shoots rapidly sprouting, instantly growing into giant trees. In just a moment, the originally open plain was completely transformed, overtaken by a dense and deep forest with thick trunks and lush foliage sealing off the entire area hermetically. The offensive was far from over. Countless vines and branches moved, as if they were alive, striking and entangling towards Xia Houyu's position with tremendous force, powerful enough to easily crush boulders. Xia Houyu's face changed dramatically. An arrow pierced through the approaching vines, but in an instant more branches erupted from the ground, forcefully knocking him back. The immense impact caused his blood to surge, and he inwardly lamented, "Tch, this is a bit too much. I should have switched places with Gu Yu. It's more appropriate for someone like him to handle such a numerical monster." This earth-shattering commotion instantly attracted the attention of everyone else on the battlefield. On Su Qingyuan's side, she had been in a standoff with Su Ning. According to their original plan, she only needed to hold back this awakened gunner. But at this moment, seeing Xia Houyu in peril, a trace of concern flashed in Su Qingyuan's eyes as she subtly tightened her fingers. Yet she understood that she absolutely could not lose her composure. The opponent's marksmanship was precise, and if she rashly withdrew to assist, now her back and weaknesses would be fully exposed to the enemy, equivalent to seeking her own demise. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyuan's expression suddenly became resolute. She tightly held various potions in her hand, the bottles shimmering with spiritual light, and once again met Su Ning's gaze, her eyes fearless, not yielding an inch. Su Ning, witnessing this, felt a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected this seemingly gentle woman to possess such determination and composure. She glanced over the other parts of the battlefield. Tai Long and Su Ming were engaged in fierce combat. Tai Ying was entangled by Shui Yue, and the leader was trapped within Gu Ye's spatial domain. It seemed that their side was not gaining any advantage and was subtly falling into a disadvantage. Considering this, Su Ning slowly lowered his gun, raised both hands to signal that he meant no harm, and gestured to Su Qingyuan, wanting to open a dialogue. Su Qingyuan's gaze deepened as she recalled the intelligence regarding the survival caravan that Gu Yu and Xia Houyu had organized. Among them, Su Ning and Ji Mu couldn't be considered wicked individuals, they were merely bystanders. Thus Su Qingyuan lightly nodded, signaling her agreement to talk, but she did not lower her potions, still maintaining a defensive posture. Meanwhile, within the incomprehensible space, Gu Yu had fully opened his divine sense, clearly perceiving Xia Houyu in dire straits. Ji Mu's tree realm descend was immensely powerful, and if it dragged on, Xia Houyu might be in danger. It seems like things aren't looking good for old Xia. It looks like I can only take a risk here. Gu Yu thought inwardly, then lowered his head to sense the power within him. Having seized the martial artist sequence energy from Chui, after several fierce battles, there was hardly any left. As the original owner Chui, he had barely stepped into the third tier of awakening, and his energy reserves were shallow. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Yu activated the solid party power of the ambitious sequence within him, completely burning away the remaining martial artist sequence energy, transforming it all into his own combat power. In an instant his aura surged explosively, the golden-red spiritual light intertwining with the black spatial power, the flame of the long yin blade, reaching its peak, his gaze flashing with brilliance, the killing intent overwhelming. Guyu fully unleashed all his power, and the airflow within the mysterious space instantly stagnated as the violent energy fluctuations swept through every inch of the surroundings. The hair on the black-robed man stood on end, making even breathing extremely difficult, as an uncontainable fear rose in his heart for the first time. Without waiting for Bars to react further, Guyu's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing the distance to him in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man exerted all his strength to summon dark energy as solid black wings behind him wildly contracted, wrapping him tightly from head to toe, forming an impenetrable barrier with not a single gap left, while a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. 8 directions conceal blade. Guyu shouted violently, completely burning the last trace of energy remaining in the martial master sequence as the power surged through his meridians and a new martial arts insight suddenly connected in his mind. The golden-red dragon yin blade's blade light surged violently, instantly splitting into 8 fierce blade shadows from the 8 directions of up, down, left, and right, sealing off every angle for the black-robed man to dodge or defend, leaving no escape as the 8 blades simultaneously slashed down toward the center. A shrill and piercing scream shattered the space as the black-robed man's proud energy wings and protective dark aura were utterly torn apart like paper under this lethal strike, and the black robe on his body was shredded into countless fragments that filled the sky. Guyu finally saw his true appearance: disheveled gray-white hair, blood-red eyes filled with a murderous glint, sharp fangs exposed, and skin as pale as paper, resembling a Western vampire. So it's a vampire looking truly ugly. Guyu's gaze turned cold as he swung the dragon yin blade again, aiming to finish him off completely. Just at this critical moment, an unexpected change occurred. The black-robed man's formerly twisted and pained face suddenly turned bizarrely sinister as his blood-red mouth opened wide, revealing another face full of fangs, a dual visage appearing utterly eerie. Guyu's heart jolted in shock. Before he could dodge, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a pale and emaciated hand pierced directly through it, and icy energy spread through the wound, eroding his meridians. The black-robed man revealed a sickly but triumphant smile, his voice hoarse and cold. "Little ghost, remember this: the one who will kill you is Bars Yugalan. I am a dual-sequence awakener of vampire and demon. Forcing me to use my trump card means you have died worthily." Yet just as the words fell, Bars suddenly sensed something was off. The Guyu he pierced was exceptionally light, lacking any flesh and blood texture, instead emitting a faint smoky aura. Looking up at the Guyu before him, he saw a cunning bad smile on the other's face, and Bars instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, realizing he had been tricked. Spiritual object, misty spirit, jade activated. The Guyu before him instantly transformed into scattered starry smoke, dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, the mysterious space that had been maintained for so long completely collapsed, and energy ripples spread outward. Before Bars could regain his senses and stabilize himself, he felt a bone-chilling coldness at his back as a sharp blade pierced directly through his chest, the tip glimmering with a cold light. A young yet mocking voice rang in his ears, carrying a decisive killing intent. "This sentence I return to you intact. The one who will kill you, the newborn transport team. Chunglong." Bars' head twisted at a bizarre angle, his blood-red eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment, glaring fiercely at Chunglong, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as he let out a mad laugh. "Good kid, Chunglong. I will remember you." Before his laugh faded, Bars' body began to swell wildly, the energy around him in complete chaos, clearly intending to self-destruct and take everyone with him. Guyu's expression changed drastically. He instantly activated his stealing ability, siphoning off a portion of the violent energy within Bars, while simultaneously activating the ambitious sequence to forcibly strip away the other's sequence origin. A violent energy storm swept through, dust rising and airwaves churning. When the storm settled, only Guyu remained standing with his blade, his clothes slightly tattered, tightly gripping a dark red metal that emanated a dense vampire sequence aura. "Tisk, I thought you were going to self-destruct, but I didn't expect you had a trick up your sleeve," Guyu murmured to himself, then checked his own condition. Vampire sequence has successfully taken over current level 3. Martial Master sequence energy has been exhausted, automatically destroyed, can arm new sequence abilities at any time. All martial techniques from the original Martial Master sequence have been retained and can be merged with my own sequence for use. Quite a harvest. Old Xia is holding on. I'll be right there. Guyu gripped the dragon yin blade tightly, his figure moving as he rushed towards the battlefield of Xia Houyu and Jimu. Returning his gaze to the other battlefields, the fighting had already reached a fever pitch. Su Ming faced off against Tai Long. Both were giants of pure physical strength following an extreme melee combat route, with no flashy moves relying purely on brute force and bodily hardness. Iron fists collided, punches and kicks interweaving. Every clash produced a thunderous roar, and neither could gain the upper hand. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, muscles bulging, each exerting their last ounce of strength to suppress the other. Tai Long gritted his teeth and exerted force, ready to throw Su Ming down, but suddenly saw a confident smile curling at the corner of Su Ming's mouth. "You laugh, you?" Tai Long shouted angrily, the curse still unfinished, when he suddenly noticed two thick arms extending from Su Ming's side, with 4 arms striking out simultaneously, doubling the strength. Tai Long's pupils contracted suddenly. With no time to react, he was firmly grasped by Su Ming and lifted high, then slammed heavily to the ground. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The ground cracked open, and Tai Long spat blood, his giant form instantly wilting. On the other side, Tai Ying wielded a fine iron spear, fiercely clashing, with Shui Yu's heavy axe, sparks flying upon impact. Shui Yu had slightly superior hard power, but Tai Ying was well-versed in close combat, constantly activating the Beastmaster sequence's power, summoning hounds and wolf packs to attack from all directions. The dense pack of beasts formed a surrounding circle, making it difficult for Shui Yu to unleash his full power as he remained constrained in movement. "Big guy, your brother is about to be taken down by my buddy. Aren't you going to help?" Shui Yu swung his axe to repel a few wild wolves, speaking in a deep voice, attempting to disturb Tai Ying's mindset. However, Tai Ying remained unfazed, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "If I don't kill you, how will I have the chance?" As he spoke, Tai Ying revealed his sharp white teeth and raised his hand to emit a sharp whistle into the sky. A large hawk swooped down from the clouds, its claws glimmering coldly, aiming directly for Shui Yu's eyes, intending to attack his vital points and throw him into chaos. Shui Yu's expression darkened as he swung his axe to block, but the wolves underfoot had already pounced, tightly entwining his legs, cutting off his escape route, and he found himself in a dangerous situation. At this critical moment, a crisp gunshot suddenly rang out across the battlefield. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots accurately hit the diving hawk, which let out a cry of despair. Wings hit, crashing down to the ground lifeless. Tai Ying was furious, turning to glare at the shooter, who was none other than Su Ning, who had previously been in a standoff with Su Qingyuan. Yet Su Ning completely ignored his fury, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield, landing directly on Xenia Air, who was behind the school bus, holding the evil spirit pistol, a glimmer of interest and recognition in his eyes as he curiously observed this extraordinary marksman. Su Qingyuan followed closely behind Su Ning, tightly grasping the potion, her expression wary but fearless, looking at Shui Yu and saying in a deep voice, "Shui Yu will leave the beast pack to me, focus on dealing with Tai Ying." On the battlefield, Ji Mu had already pushed his power to the limit. The dense forest constructed by the tree realm was impenetrable, with thick vines slithering like living snakes, while branches and leaves swept through the air with a force of 1,000 pounds. Xiahou Yu dared not face it head-on, instead relying on his agility to weave and dodge, his figure continuously shifting through the gaps in the branches. Suddenly, a violent energy explosion erupted from the main battlefield in the distance, the roar resonating across the plains, causing even this tree realm to tremble. The corner of Xiahou Yu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. He knew that a victor had been determined on Gu Ye's side, and immediately spoke with a tone full of mockery. "Little Zhu Jin, the direction where your boss is located is quite lively. It seems he has already been dealt with by my buddy. Aren't you going to go over and collect his body?" Ji Mu's expression was as grave as iron, but the control of the vines did not waver in the slightest. His gaze was steady as he coldly replied, "No need for clever words, the truth will be revealed in action." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Mu raised both hands high above his head, his energy surging violently. The vines scattered throughout the tree realm instantly converged wildly towards the center, forming a gigantic net that gradually compressed Xiahou Yu's space for movement, aiming to trap him completely. Xiahou Yu appeared to be in a flurry, his figure dodging continuously, but with each evasion, he was subtly inching closer to Ji Mu. At this moment, Ji Mu had not yet realized this. He intended to strike while the iron was hot and in the battle thoroughly. He urged his power, and countless thick vines shot out from the surrounding giant trees, swiftly wrapping around Xiahou Yu like iron chains, binding him tightly at the center of the trunk, rendering him immobile. Seeing the situation was set, Ji Mu let out a long breath, the tense aura around him slowly relaxing, and his guard was lowered. He stepped closer to the bound Xiahou Yu, planning to capture him as leverage in negotiations with the new Khan. However, upon getting closer, he found Xiahou Yu's expression remained calm and unruffled, not at all flustered, instead wearing an air of nonchalance which left Ji Mu puzzled, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. "I remember you seem to have the surname Xia." Ji Mu spoke in a deep voice filled with confusion. Xiahou Yu upon hearing this twitched the corner of his mouth and corrected him helplessly. My surname is Xiahou, thank you. The surname is of no importance. Jimu waved his hand, dismissively locking his gaze onto him. I am very curious now that you have no power to resist. Why are you so calm, without a hint of tension? Xiahou Yu gently shook his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Jimu, and retorted, how can you be so sure that your convoy has already secured victory? What if that violent explosion earlier was indeed, as I said, your boss being defeated? Jimu frowned and shook his head, saying, impossible. Bela's strength is formidable, arguably the strongest among the third-tier awakeners I have encountered. Xiahou Yu chuckled lightly, his tone growing more confident. In my view, with your captain's strength at best, he can only serve as a training partner for Guyu, merely adding a bit of flair. Moreover, who gave you the confidence to think you have me completely under control? As soon as he finished speaking, at the very moment Jimu relaxed his guard, a glint of brilliance flashed in Xiahou Yu's eyes. The shadow of annihilation in his hand rapidly transformed, shifting from a spiritual energy longbow to a sharp silver-white fist blade. With a sudden forceful flick of his wrist, the sharp blade instantly sliced through the vines, binding his arm, breaking free from the first restraint. Jimu's expression changed in shock, not expecting his opponent to have such a hidden card. He immediately shouted angrily, the vines around him tangling and gathering in his right hand, delivering a heavy punch towards Xiahou Yu. However, Xiahou Yu was already fully prepared. The shadow of annihilation transformed again, a solid spiritual energy shield appearing instantly, firmly blocking in front of him and successfully absorbing the force of the punch. At the same time, he swung his arm, the shield extracting part of its energy, morphing into a long silver-white greatsword, the blade gleaming coldly, pointing straight at Jimu. Goodbye, O master of would release the ninja god. Xiahou Yu's tone was calm, laced with a hint of ridicule. Thank you for meticulously urging the vines to construct this closed cage. Not only did it compress my space for survival, but it also firmly locked your own range of movement within this tree realm. Jimu's pupils constricted suddenly, a chill rising in his heart as he came to a realization. Xiahou Yu had been feigning weakness from the very beginning, deliberately luring him to continuously urge the vines to compress the space. What appeared to be Jimu forcing Xiahou Yu into a desperate situation was in fact a trap that ensnared himself within this tree realm. Then Xiahou Yu intentionally allowed himself to be bound by the vines, lowering his guard and seeking close combat, preventing him from fully utilizing his extensive plant manipulation abilities. Every step of the plan was intricately linked, demonstrating a level of cunning and meticulousness far beyond Jimu's expectations. This guy, did he set this trap from the very beginning? No, it was from the moment I activated the tree realm that he had already devised such a detailed combat strategy. What kind of ruthless characters have we gotten ourselves into? Jimu's heart was tumultuous, but it was too late to think further. The silver-white sword light had already sliced through the air, carrying a sharp gleam. Swish! The sword light flashed past, and a deep wound was instantly carved into Jimu's shoulder, the blood gushing forth. Facing Xiahou Yu, Jimu chose not to evade. Instead, he poured all his strength into the vines behind him, forcibly tearing open a small gap. With this force, he created distance from Xiahou Yu, rapidly retreating from the confines of the tree realm, turning to flee desperately. But just as Jimu thought he had escaped, and was finally relieved, a teasing voice came from his side, casual and relaxed. Oh, busy at this late hour. Jimu froze, turning sharply to see a slender youth with slightly parted hair and wearing a monocle standing. Guyu was smiling brightly at him, his aura calm, his clothes neat, clearly indicating that the earlier battle hadn't exhausted him much. Without waiting for Jimu to react, Guyu had already raised his leg and casually kicked out. Jimu was alarmed, immediately crossing his hands in front of his chest to block, but that seemingly gentle force was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. He was instantly kicked away, crashing heavily into a nearby tree stump, his whole body feeling as if his bones had shattered, unable to rise again. Guyu walked over slowly, his tone still relaxed. Brother, I have a general understanding of your convoy situation. You possess remarkable skills. Why follow that thing that is neither human nor ghost? Besides, it seems the others in your convoy hold you in decent regard. Jimu clutched his chest, struggling to lift his head, looking at Guyu's relaxed demeanor, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Bela's strength was the most formidable awakener he had ever encountered. He had been completely defeated by Ballas before forced to submit. But the slender youth before him had actually defeated Ballas, and it seemed he hadn't even exerted himself much. Remembering the cautious Xiahou Yu from earlier, Jimu's last shred of resistance completely vanished. He slowly lowered his hands that had been guarding in front of him, his aura gradually calming. Looking at Guyu and the approaching Xiahou Yu, he bitterly sighed. Indeed, as the old saying goes, heroes are as numerous as fish crossing a river. I concede. On the battlefield beside the school bus, the fierce battle was nearing its end. The brawl between Tai Long and Su Ming had reached a fever pitch, with heavy footsteps from the two creating deep craters in the ground and debris and dust swirling in the air. On the other side, Tai Ying's situation was even more precarious. After Su Ning and Su Qingyuan arrived to provide support, his pride as a beast tamer had completely lost its advantage. The mutated beasts he raised far surpassed ordinary wild animals, but they ultimately could not compete with the awakened one's extraordinary physical attributes. Moreover, the potion in Su Qingyuan's hands was a natural nemesis to this group of beasts. Bang! 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 Su Ning's modified spear continuously spat out flames, the explosive armor-piercing rounds accurately hitting the vital points of the beast horde. The wild wolves at the front were instantly blown apart, while the remaining beasts let out whimpering cries and retreated in defeat. She twisted her wrist, the spear creating a dazzling display in her palm. Raising her hand for another shot, the hawk circling in the sky fell to the ground with a thud, silenced. "Sister, your potion is amazing." Su Ning turned to Su Qingyuan, grinning with admiration. "I brewed it all night, and I was so tired my eyelids were about to stick together. After drinking this bottle of yours, I feel full of energy." Su Qingyuan sidestepped to avoid the lunge of a hunting dog, deftly gripping its neck. With a slight exertion of her fingers, there was a crisp crack, and the dog instantly lost its breath. She casually tossed the corpse aside and turned to Su Ning with a slight smile in her eyes. "This is just a basic slow-release, invigorating potion. There's an even more powerful one I'll show you after the battle. Then I shall eagerly await it." Su Ning replied with a smile, firing her spear again to take down several hunting dogs that attempted to flank them. Regardless of gender, a back-to-back fight always brings people closer together. In just a matter of minutes, the two women with their vastly different personalities had already developed a bond akin to sisters. In the center of the battlefield, Tai Long and Su Ming clashed once more, their iron fists colliding with a thunderous roar. The violent shockwaves swept outward, creating fine cracks in the ground. At this moment, Tai Long was covered in wounds. His giant form bore numerous fist marks and bloodstains, each breath coming in heavy gasps. Su Ming was no better, his clothes soaked with blood and sweat, tattered and torn. His extra two arms, continuously engorged with blood, had become even more muscular, veins bulging, muscles trembling slightly. "Big guy, don't hold on anymore." Tai Long gasped, his crimson eyes fixed on Su Ming with a hint of malice. "What if you have 4 arms? The giant sequence relies on recovery and durability. My Titan giant sequence far surpasses your 4-arm giant in this regard. If this drags on, you'll be the first to collapse." His words were not empty. The Titan giant sequence was renowned for its extreme recovery and defensive capabilities. Even though he was slightly weaker in strength than Su Ming and had been injured multiple times, he was still able to maintain his stance thanks to his formidable recovery, fighting Su Ming to a standstill, even showing signs of a potential comeback. "Damn you!" Su Ming yelled, all 4 arms exerting force to push Tai Long back several steps. Who collapses first is still in question. "If you have the guts, take this punch from me." With that, Su Ming swiftly pulled out 2 bottles of qi and blood potions prepared by Su Qingyuan and downed them in one go. As the potions went down his throat, they instantly transformed into a searing hot current that coursed through his body. The fatigue from the prolonged battle vanished, and his wounds healed at a visible rate. Even his engorged arms regained some flexibility. In the next moment, his body swelled again, towering even higher than Tai Long's giant form, his aura multiplying several times. Tai Long stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief, exclaiming, "You actually took drugs?" The situation he had barely managed to stabilize with his sequence talent was instantly reversed by the 2 bottles of potions, leaving him shocked and desperate. What terrified him even more was that not far away on the battlefield, Shui Yu also pulled out 2 bottles of qi and blood potions and downed them. His previously sluggish movements regained incredible speed, and he swung his heavy axe with a fierce wind, completely overshadowing Tai Ying with a furious flurry of axe strikes. Tai Ying's face was filled with despair. He had already been restrained by Su Qingyuan's potions against the beasts, and was now completely overpowered by Shui Yu. With the latter's drug-induced strength, he was quickly losing even the chance to retaliate. The last straw that broke the camel's back was finally here. The roar of a motorcycle engine grew louder as it approached. Cheng Long rode in on a modified off-road motorcycle, a corpse hanging from the handlebars. The perceiver Zhang Pu from the begging for life convoy. Cheng Long's face was pale, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, his body splattered with patches of blood. His aura was chaotic, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle and an unprecedented psychological shock. His task today was to provide mobile support throughout the battlefield. After ensuring the ordinary survivors of the new convoy were safe from the fighting, he had immediately plunged into the begging for life convoy's camp. But as soon as he entered the camp, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. Zhang Pu, a perceiver with no combat strength, was assaulting an unarmed woman in the convoy, while her husband lay lifeless beside her, a dagger lodged in his chest, his body still warm. In that moment, Chung Long's fury ignited to its peak, and the power of the warrior sequence surged uncontrollably. He charged forward with a roar, and before Zhang Pu could react, one of his arms was brutally snapped by Chung Long. Zhang Pu, who was not skilled in direct combat, was utterly powerless against the enraged second-tier warrior. In just a few exchanges, he was brutally beaten to death by Chung Long. This was Chung Long's first true act of killing since the apocalypse began. A severe physical discomfort churned in his stomach, nearly making him vomit. Yet at the same time, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Only by wielding the power in his hands could he protect those he wished to safeguard and punish such inhumane villains in this world where lives were as cheap as grass. He took off his jacket and draped it over the trembling woman, softly comforting her for a moment before hearing the deafening sounds of battle from the main battlefield. Realizing the battle was reaching a boiling point, he quickly gathered his equipment, hopped on his motorcycle, and sped off with Zhang Pu's corpse. By the time Gu Yu and Xiahou Yu arrived at the main battlefield with the surrendered Ji Mu, the battle had already reached a definitive conclusion. Chung Long and Su Ming launched a flanking attack. Chung Long's red energy coalesced into a fist that violently pierced Tai Long's heart, while Su Ming's forearms simultaneously exerted force, brutally twisting Tai Long's neck. The awakened one of the Titan giant sequence did not even let out a final scream before crashing to the ground, completely lifeless. On the other side, Tai Ying watched his younger brother die, his eyes instantly turning crimson, plunging him into. He knew well that after today's battle, the begging for life convoy would cease to exist, and everything he had done within it would never be forgiven by these people. With death inevitable, he might as well take someone down with him. With that thought, he completely abandoned defense, attacking with reckless abandon, his spear stabbing wildly. In the fierce clash, Shui Yu's wounds multiplied, blood dripping from them, staining half of his body. Yet instead of retreating, Shui Yu's fighting spirit grew ever more intense. His berserker sequence thrived on injury. The more severely wounded he was, the more explosive his power became. Tai Ying's desperate attacks did not intimidate him. Instead, they completely unleashed the ferocity within him. Tai Ying became increasingly hopeless. Despite having resolved to fight to the death, the man before him was even more reckless, his onslaught more ferocious and ruthless. In the end, Shui Yu took one of Tai Ying's thrusts head in, allowing the spear to pierce his shoulder. With a tremendous force, his heavy axe swept out, and in a flash of cold light, Tai Ying's head was severed cleanly and tumbled into the dust. As the fierce battle concluded, Shui Yu pulled the spear from his shoulder, casually flicking away the blood, gripping the spear and exploring it repeatedly, admiring its sharp tip with a smile, completely disregarding the bleeding wound on his body. Seeing this, Su Ming also crouched down, rummaging through Tai Long's already lifeless body. Eventually, he found a piece of black inner armor covered in fine scales among Tai Long's personal belongings, which had impressive defensive capabilities. This was Tai Long's treasured survival item. He weighed it in his hands and, satisfied, put it away. The fierce battle had finally come to an end, the scent of blood and gunpowder still lingering in the air as the dawn broke, dispelling the darkness of the night. The members of the new team worked in unison to clean the battlefield. After a flurry of activity, they finally returned to their vehicles to catch their breath, alleviating the fatigue from days of travel and an all-night battle. Chung Long and Su Qingyuan brought Su Ning and Ji Mu, leading the survivors of the begging team, over. Most of these people looked gaunt and ragged, their clothes tattered and barely covering their bodies, with varying shades of bruises and old wounds visible on their exposed skin, their eyes vacant and hollow. When looking at the new team members, a flicker of vigilance and timidity would pass through their eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Yu and Xiahou Yu were squatting beside an off-road vehicle, counting the spoils of this battle. Xiahou Yu held a small notebook, meticulously jotting down notes while lamenting. Ji Mu survived and surrendered, but there was nothing to loot. What a pity. Su Ning has joined us, but we can't take their belongings. What a pity. Tai Ying exploded with a fine iron spear, which that brat Shui Yu pocketed directly. My treasure. Tai Long lost a piece of scale armor with top-notch defense, which was taken by Su Ming, simply wasteful. The black-robed man bars was obliterated by Yu, not a hair left behind. What a blood loss this is. Listening to his greedy accounting, Gu Yu couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth, reaching out to knock on his notebook, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Say something useful, or I'll let you experience the taste of hidden blades from all directions. Xiahou Yu immediately tucked away his playful thoughts, pulling out a palm-sized black pouch and placing it on the table, which landed without making a sound. This is a good item found on Zhang Pu. It comes with a storage space with a capacity of 2 cubic meters, a precious treasure in the apocalypse. It also contains many items imbued with spiritual light. What do you think? Do you want it? Gui's eyes lit up slightly. Storage-type treasures were extremely rare in the apocalypse and highly practical. This pouch was produced when Chung Long killed Zhang Pu. According to our prior agreement, exclusive equipment from a kill belongs to the individual, while public resources will be distributed by the team, so this storage pouch belongs to Chung Long. If you want it, you will have to negotiate with him later. Xiaohou Yu smiled as he put away the pouch, adding the scattered spiritual light items inside. Once everyone gathers, we will divide them according to contributions. You won't miss out. As he spoke, the sky brightened, the golden sunlight spreading across the plain. Su Qingyuan returned with the others, nearly 100 survivors from the begging team, following behind, standing quietly in the open space, not daring to make a sound. The members of the new team looked at the group of bullied survivors before them, their faces showing a mix of indignation and sympathy. Not long after the apocalypse struck, they encountered Xiaohou Yu, their leader. Under his management, although the team did not lead a luxurious life, it remained orderly and strictly regulated. While their lives could not be considered stable or prosperous, and they constantly faced the dangers of the apocalypse, they supported each other and had never witnessed any acts of wanton trampling upon their kind. Only upon seeing the dire state of the begging team today did they truly understand that the law of the jungle, ruthless plunder and oppression without limits, were the most genuine and cruel reflections of human nature in this apocalypse. Xiaohou Yu cleared his throat, leaped onto the roof of the off-road vehicle, looking down at the members of the begging team, his voice booming and clear as it reached everyone's ears. Ladies and gentlemen, first allow me to say a few formal words. From today onward, we welcome you to officially join our new team. After joining the team, there are several iron rules I hope you will remember and strictly adhere to. Upon hearing the word rules, many survivors from the begging team flashed a glimmer of despair, clearly having suffered under the harsh regulations set by bars, their bodies trembling slightly. Xiaohou Yu took in everyone's reactions and softened his tone a bit, continuing. The first and most important rule: no matter how big the argument or conflict, you must never raise a hand against your own team members, and there must never be any acts of harm against your fellow humans or bullying the weak. If anyone violates this, regardless of who it is, they will be directly expelled from the team without exception. The second rule: if you need resources, fair trade, mutual consent. No matter what price you are willing to pay, as long as the other party agrees, it can be done. But if anyone dares to engage in forced buying or selling, or even commit heinous acts, I will not hold back with the weapon in my hand. The third rule: the team will regularly stop for rest, organize internal resource trading, and will also go out collectively to gather resources, distributing according to contributions, and will never let those who exert effort go hungry, so you need not worry about basic survival issues. At the same time, for each person just joining the team, the resources you originally brought will not be taken and will belong entirely to you. As he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman in a thick cotton coat with a kind face stepped forward, smiling gently at everyone. She was Aunt Jo, responsible for the team's logistics. Lastly, I want to say the road ahead in this apocalypse is still long, but the flame of humanity will never be extinguished in our hands. Things will get better, and I ask you all to not give up hope of living and to lift your spirits. As the speech concluded, the faces of the begging team's members gradually lost their numbness and sorrow, and many eyes rekindled with a desire for life, with some unable to hold back their tears, softly sobbing. They had struggled in the apocalypse for so long, and this was the first time they encountered a team that did not treat them as cannon fodder nor bullied them wantonly, feeling for the first time the long-lost respect and stability. After settling the newly joined survivors and allocating temporary housing and resources, Xiaohou Yu took Guyu Chenglong and others, following Ji Mu and Su Ning's lead, to the temporary encampment of the begging team to scavenge the resources of several awakened ones. Ji Mu was familiar with the camp, directly leading everyone to Bar's exclusive vehicle, which contained a large amount of compressed food, bottled water, and fuel medicine. Ji Mu and Su Ning had no objections and instead actively helped to count and organize moving out all the resources. After a thorough accounting and division, the new team enjoyed a bountiful harvest. Many survivors received a fair portion of food and warm clothing, finally revealing smiles on their previously tense faces. Guyu, Xiaohou Yu, and the other core awakened ones also received corresponding items, and their strength rose to a new level. After finishing all this, Xiaohou Yu took out some copper coins and performed a simple divination. The augury showed that the surrounding environment was stable within 100 miles, with no large-scale mutated beast hordes or hostile forces, and several roads leading to nearby towns that were in acceptable condition. After pondering for a moment, he realized that the team had added nearly 100 survivors, and everyone was exhausted from days of travel and a fierce all-night battle, urgently needing rest. Moreover, the team's combat strength had significantly increased, so even if unexpected situations arose, they would have sufficient strength to respond. He promptly decided that the team would rest here for a night to allow everyone to recover, and in the evening, they would hold a welcome party, both to welcome the new members and to allow the tense group to relax. Once the news spread, the entire team erupted in excitement. Whether it was the veterans of the new team or the newly joined survivors, their faces showed expressions of disbelief and joy. The word party was already somewhat distant to them. In this apocalypse where life and death could be faced at any moment, having a peaceful party was something they dared not even dream of. Several young men excitedly jumped onto the car roof, cheering and waving their arms. The girls gathered together, laughing and discussing which songs to sing in the evening. Even the survivors of the begging team who had been numb for so long couldn't help but smile, actively helping to gather firewood and build a bonfire platform, filling the camp with a long-lost vitality and liveliness. As night fell again, a huge bonfire ignited in the center of the camp, the blazing flames dancing, illuminating everyone's smiling faces. Before the party began, the newly joined Ji-Mu and Su-Ning sat on folding chairs beside Xia-Ho-Ye's off-road vehicle, gazing at the flickering figures and dancing bonfire in the center of the camp, their eyes filled with an indescribable sense of emotion. Xiaoyu added a retractable sunshade to the side of the off-road vehicle, using parts he had scavenged from the scavenger convoy during the day. He also pulled out a folding table and matching chairs from the hidden compartment at the back of the vehicle, transforming the off-road vehicle, originally designed for fleeing in the apocalypse, into a cozy seating area for small gatherings. Guyu Chenglong, Su Ming, and Shuiyu sat around the table munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts. On the folding table in front of them lay dried meat, canned fruit, and several bottles of seized liquor and fruit wine. The cool night breeze swept across the plain, carrying the warmth of the bonfire, while laughter and joyful voices filled the air, accompanied by distant songs and cheers. This rare tranquility and stability was an incredibly luxurious scene even before the apocalypse. To be honest, I've been with bars for nearly a year, and I never thought I'd still experience days like this in the apocalypse. Su-Ning took a big gulp from the bottle in front of her. The spicy liquor slid down her throat, yet she felt a sense of comfort wash over her as she looked at the lively scene before her, her voice filled with relief. I used to think that in the apocalypse it was a survival of the fittest, where it was all about living or dying, and just managing to protect myself was already exhausting. Only now do I realize that living together as a group can be so much more comfortable. Ji-Mu nodded in agreement, lifting his water cup to take a sip, his gaze shifting to Xiaoyu and Guyu, his tone sincere and filled with guilt. Thank you both for putting aside past grievances and taking us and giving those innocent survivors a chance to live. In the past, I had done many things that aided the oppressors. In the future, if the convoy has any tasks, Ji-Mu will go through fire and water without hesitation. Stop with the formalities. Xiaoyu slapped Ji-Mu on the shoulder, his voice booming, and his face lit up with a hearty smile. Once you enter a convoy, you're brothers for life. Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his ear, causing him to wince in pain. No swearing. Su Qingyuan's languid voice floated in from behind, her fingers not loosening their grip in the slightest. I'm sorry, dear. Be gentle. Everyone is watching. Give me some face. Xiaoyu quickly pleaded, evoking laughter from everyone at the table, who raised their bottles and cups, the crisp clinking sounds mixing with laughter in the evening breeze. The party officially kicked off, and many people took out their long-preserved drinks, gathering around the bonfire to raise their glasses and celebrate, laughing loudly. The newly joined survivors gradually let go of their guardedness and timidity, taking out the food they had just received and toasting with those nearby, heartily enjoying their meal. The numbed expressions on their faces finally returned with vibrant smiles. In a corner of the camp, away from the chaos of the bonfire, Guyu, having left Xiaoyu, leaned against the roof of his Wuling Hongwang car with a cup of clear wine, gazing up at the full moon hanging high in the sky. The silvery light poured over the plain, also illuminating him, enhancing the tranquility of his sharp aura. Distant songs and laughter wafted in through the night breeze, blurred and far away. In Guyu's mind, the experiences of the past 2 months since the apocalypse descended surged uncontrollably. On the day of the apocalypse, he had just recently completed his resignation and had barely rested for a few days before witnessing the horrific sight of mutated beasts tearing at pedestrians in the streets. Next, the community fell. The bizarre supernatural rules swept through the city. Communications were completely severed, and he didn't even have time to make a complete farewell call to his parents far away in his hometown before being drawn into this endless darkness. Such overwhelming and pervasive terror must have already reached his family, who were thousands of miles away. As this thought crossed his mind, a rare expression of sadness and worry appeared between Guyu's brows. Those emotions, forcibly suppressed under the weight of life and death battles, would inevitably surface silently in such a rare moment of peace, causing a heaviness in his chest. He raised his head and drank the clear wine in his cup, the cool liquid unable to suppress the rising bitterness in his heart, his fingers tightening slightly around the glass. At that moment, a faint suppressed sobbing sound came from beneath a nearby tree. Guyu frowned slightly, initially thinking it was a new member being sentimental. Considering that Xiaoyu had to socialize with everyone tonight, and he had rare free time, he decided to go over and offer a few comforting words. He placed the empty cup on the roof of the car, picked up an unopened bottle of clear wine, jumped down from the car, and walked towards the direction of the sound. However, as he got closer, he discovered that the person squatting in the shadows was actually Yair. He wasn't very familiar with her, only knowing she was one of the students in the school bus, usually with a pleasant personality somewhat resembling Sister Sue. Today on the battlefield, she had dealt a critical blow to Iron Dragon with the evil spirit pistol. He truly hadn't expected to see her shedding tears in secret here. Yair quickly sensed his footsteps, hurriedly wiped her eyes, quickly composed herself, and looked up at it. Upon recognizing it was Guyu, she paused for a moment, then shyly curved her lips, her voice still carrying a hint of hoarseness from crying, "It's you, Gu. Gu." Hearing this address, Guyu paused his steps, his lips twitching slightly, finally understanding the helplessness Xiao you felt when being called Old Xia every day. Yair couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, quickly correcting herself. "Sorry, Gu, I misspoke. Why are you here? Aren't you joining everyone to have fun?" Guyu collected his thoughts, suppressing the embarrassment, and deliberately maintained a serious expression, speaking in a deliberately stiff tone. "I heard someone was secretly crying over here, so I came to see if something was wrong." Yair rubbed her slightly red eyes again, her eyes curving as she teased him. "Gu, your way of comforting is quite unique, but it's a bit too stiff." Guyu was momentarily speechless, standing there feeling a bit at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Yair did not continue to tease him, shifting aside slightly and patting the grass beside her, softly inviting, "If nothing's wrong, would you like to sit with me for a while? This spot is quiet, and it's a good angle to see the moon." With nothing else to do, Guyu nodded and sat down beside her, maintaining a distance of half an arm's length, neither too distant nor overly intimate. He handed the clear wine in his hand over, but Yair shook her head, taking out a bottle of orange-flavored soda from beside her, shaking it with a smile. "I don't drink alcohol, just this. I just got it today, and I'll treat you." Sitting side by side under the tree's shadow with the lively bonfire party behind them and the full moon above, the two, who had been immersed in their pasts just moments ago, now found themselves inexplicably gathered together, quietly appreciating the moon. The night breeze caressed them, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees as the atmosphere gradually shifted from initial awkwardness to a more relaxed state. It was Yair who first broke the silence, turning to look at Guyu with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, softly asking, "Gu, what did you do before the apocalypse? I always feel like you're not like us students, nor like those who have been in society for a long time." Seeing her take the initiative to open up the conversation, Guyu relaxed a bit, leaning against the tree trunk, and replied in a calm tone, "I worked as an HR at a hotel after graduation, did it for a few years, and the more I did it, the more I felt I was losing my humanity, so I decided to resign without any safety net." Yair couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "HR, huh? So are you a good person or a bad person?" Guyu raised an eyebrow, continuing her train of thought. "HR deals with human affairs. It's not that simple to categorize good and bad. How many human affairs did you handle while you were employed?" Yair tilted her head, asking with a smile. "I refuse to answer that question," Guyu replied seriously, yet he couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips. Seeing the rare smile on his face, Yair felt her heart skip a beat, quickly looking down and taking a sip of her soda to mask her fluster. The sweet orange flavor spread on her tongue, but it couldn't suppress the faint, unclear stirrings of emotions. After a moment of silence, Yair seemed to remember something, quickly pulling out an item from her backpack and handing it to Guyu with both hands. It was the evil spirit pistol. The gun body was spotless, free of any blood or dirt, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. Yair's actions were serious, and her tone became much more earnest. "Gu, I'm returning this gun to you. Long lent it to me today, saying this is your personal weapon, and thanks to it, I was able to help." Guyu looked at the pistol she handed over, and then raised his eyes to meet hers. The girl's eyes sparkled, reflecting the moonlight, filled with genuine gratitude. He recalled how when he and Xiaoyu had arrived on the battlefield today, the other party had shot down the ferocious beast with the gun. A thought suddenly crossed Guyu's mind. He raised his hand and brushed over the evil spirit pistol, a flicker of spiritual light passing over it, before he pushed the gun back. Yair was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. "Gu, this is. It's a gift for you. Consider it a reward for treating me to drinks." The noise of the evening party gradually faded away, and the camp returned to tranquility from the lively festivities. Only the dying embers of the bonfire occasionally crackled, sending sparks into the night air, while the evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, brushing past the neatly parked rows of vehicles. Inside the school bus, Yair leaned against the window, her back pressed against the cool glass, tightly holding onto the cursed handgun. Uncontrollably, the scene from under the tree replayed in her mind. "You should keep this gun," Guyu said softly, yet with an undeniable certainty that resonated in her ears like the evening wind caressing the strings of a zither, sending ripples outward. "Long just borrowed it. Oh, I am giving it to you now. Today I also saw that it is more useful in your hands than in Yair still vividly remembered how her eyes widened in disbelief at that moment, overwhelmed by the thought of possessing a mystical object of extraordinary power, a handgun with lethal capability. Guyu had so easily given it to her, someone he had only met a few times. I have infused it with extraordinary power, and the bullets have been completely refined with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, it is enough for you to use 100 spirit bullets without needing any extra supply. Thinking of this, Yair subconsciously curled her fingers, the familiar warmth returning to her ears. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping us hold off Tai Long today. No need to feel burdened about it. Yair buried her face in her knees, unable to suppress the smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The two of them chatted for a long time until Chung Long's voice echoed from a distance, prompting them to stand up and part ways. She held the gun and took a light step forward, but couldn't help turning back to look at him, smiling and waving. "Good night, brother Yu. And thank you for the gun." Guyu stood under the moonlight, gently nodding at her, his voice soft. "Good night." Thinking of these moments, Yair raised her hand to touch the cursed handgun in her arms, feeling the faint warmth of the extraordinary power left by Guyu. She silently vowed to master her shooting skills to perfection. Meanwhile, at the other end of the camp, the interior of Guyu's Wuling Hongguang was similarly quiet. The compartment was neatly organized, with the long yin blade leaning against the seat, the spirit treasure glasses resting on the center console, and various spirit light objects seized from the begging team's haul, all neatly piled in the storage compartments. Guyu lay on a folding bed in the back seat, his fingertips lightly tapping on the bedboard. The blood-pool body refinement had solidly elevated his physical strength to the 4th tier, yet his ambitions, as both an ambitious person and a treasure appraiser, remained at the peak of the 3rd tier. This night was rare for its calm. There was no slaughter, no crisis, making it the best opportunity for a breakthrough. With his mind set, Guyu immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and directed his consciousness inward. In the next moment, the spiritual light within the car surged violently, all objects trembling in unison as streams of pure spiritual energy peeled away from the items, transforming into a golden current that continuously flowed into Guyu's body. At the same time, the black magic cube suddenly floated up from the storage compartment, hovering in midair and spinning rapidly, its surface patterns glowing, transforming into black energy that merged into Guyu's body. Guyu simultaneously activated 2 core sequences, one black and one gold, the energies intertwining within him. The black energy of the ambitious sequence was fierce and domineering, while the golden energy of the treasure appraiser sequence was gentle and substantial. Though these two energies seemed contradictory under his control, they fused perfectly, one for offense and the other for defense, constantly impacting the barrier at the peak of the 3rd tier. A sudden wave of discomfort washed over him, and Guyu gritted his teeth, raising his hand to retrieve the peak crystal from the storage compartment, which had been acquired from the giant sheep, and held it in his palm. Pure energy surged madly from the crystal, flowing into his body through his palm, providing continuous support for the 2 sequences of energy. Time passed slowly, and for a full 3 hours the spiritual light in the car never dissipated. Until the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the crystal in his palm completely turned to ashes, and the 2 energies within him finally broke through the last barrier, achieving transformation and fusion. The floating black magic cube slowly fell back into the storage compartment, and the surging spiritual light converged entirely back into Guyu's body. He slowly opened his eyes, 2 streams of black and gold light flashing briefly in his gaze, his aura now more restrained and substantial, having surged several times more than the previous night. Feeling the unstoppable power coursing within him, a hint of ecstasy flashed in Guyu's eyes as he focused inward to check the complete information of the 2 sequences after their promotion. Sequence name: Ambitious Person. Unique sequence: Current tier 4th tier. Core ability: Power of Authority. Ability details: 1. Gift of Talent can separate one's own source of extraordinary power, imprinting it onto the soul of the chosen one, granting them a special talent independent of their own sequence, with the ability to recall the gifted extraordinary power at any time, allowing the choice of permanently stripping the received talent from the target upon retrieval. 2. Sequence Theft can forcibly strip the complete extraordinary sequence from the bodies of other awakened beings for one's use. Sequence Theft has no attribute or pathway restrictions and can simultaneously bear up to 5 external sequences. The stolen sequences can be activated, sealed, or destroyed at will. Next tier promotion conditions: successfully steal 5 complete extraordinary sequences from different systems. Current progress: 25. Stolen Vampire Sequence. Martial Artist Sequence. Sequence name: Treasure Appraiser. Unique sequence: Current tier 4th tier. Core ability: Observer. Precious Light. Ability details: 1. Observer, the five senses receive extraordinary enhancement to the utmost, allowing precise capture of the magnetic fields of all things. Upon activating the insight state, one can directly observe any state of an object, and when used in conjunction with observation type spiritual items, enhances one's senses while boosting the abilities of the spiritual items. 2. Precious light can extract spiritual energy from any item without relying on external objects, sealing it within designated items, while precisely controlling the variables of the spiritual energy. Can directly use the extracted spiritual energy to refine one's own physical body, achieving a body immune to ghostly and evil influences at the utmost level, rendering oneself immune to curses and corrosive extraordinary abilities of the same tier, significantly enhancing physical defense. And recovery can activate any non-living item, unlocking hidden attributes and strengthening core abilities. For already activated items, a second activation can be performed with a chance of substantially elevating the item's tier and unlocking exclusive abilities. Failure of activation results in a slight reduction of the item's inherent spirituality. Next tier promotion conditions successfully activate over 100 items while refining one's own body to the level of immunity to ghostly and evil influences. The information of the two sequences clearly presented itself in Guyu's mind, bringing him immense joy. Although the ambitious person sequence had removed its temporary stealing ability, it had perfectly integrated and strengthened its core capabilities of solidifying factions and seizing power. Not only could it grant others permanent talents, but it could also simultaneously bear 5 external sequences, significantly increasing both fault tolerance and upper limits. Moreover, the promotion of the treasure appraiser sequence perfectly resolved his previous concerns. Not only was the observer ability significantly enhanced, allowing him to see through more secrets with the spirit treasure glasses, but more importantly, it unlocked the second activation permission. The spirit treasure glasses, long yin blade, and even the cursed handgun given to Exine all had the potential for further evolution. Guyu raised his hand to pick up the spirit treasure glasses on the center console, his fingertips brushing over the lenses as the golden spiritual light of the treasure appraiser sequence slowly infused into them. After a full half-hour of waiting, the spiritual light lingering within the carriage finally dissipated entirely, revealing a spirit treasure spectacles, its frame intricately carved with delicate spirit runes, hovering silently before Guyu's eyes. Its lenses shimmered with a soft golden radiance far more vibrant and sentient than during its initial consecration. Guyu lifted his hand, gently removed the spectacles, and placed them upon his nose. Instantly, his 5 senses expanded infinitely, the energy fluctuations of nearby vehicles, the subtle flow of spiritual energy through distant grass and trees, even the precise trajectory of sequence energy coursing through his own meridians, all unfolded with crystalline clarity within his mind. He immediately focused inward to examine the spectacle's attributes. A meticulously structured interface materialized before him, richer and more detailed than ever before. In-name Spirit Treasure Spectacles, exclusive artifact of the Appraiser sequence. In Spirit Artifact rank 2026. In Core Ability Detection Analysis. Inbound Holder Guyu Soul Binding Irremovable. In Artifact Evaluation, having undergone secondary consecration, it has undergone complete metamorphosis. Its observational capabilities have leapt across all dimensions. It can now precisely discern the sequence rank vulnerabilities and physical condition of awakened beings at or below its own tier, even against higher tier awakened beings, mutated beasts, or eldritch entities. It reliably reveals foundational data and threat level, while its capacity to pierce concealment and illusion-based arts has been dramatically enhanced. A quiet surge of triumph stirred in Guyu's heart, his eyes gleaming with barely concealed exhilaration. The successful completion of secondary consecration had elevated the Spirit Treasure Spectacles to an entirely new echelon, its power now perfectly harmonizing with his 4th-rank Appraiser's observer ability. Henceforth, reconnaissance and hazard evasion would be as effortless as breathing. Seizing the momentum of his heightened state, Guyu retrieved his remaining personal equipment one by one, subjecting each to consecration renewal, and then attempting secondary consecration. Alas, the Baijua gloves, his steadfast companion through countless life-or-death battles, failed utterly in their secondary consecration attempt. Their once vibrant spiritual luminescence dimmed to a faint flickering glow. Fine fissures marred their surface, rendering them incapable of enduring the violent energy surges of high-intensity combat. Guyu ran his fingers tenderly over the glove's worn surface, a profound sense of nostalgia settling deep within him. This venerable artifact at last had reached the end of its battlefield service. After brief reflection, he resolved to exchange the Baijua gloves, along with supplementary supplies and gear, for the storage pouch Chunglong had acquired after slaying Zhang Pu. Having stowed away his equipment, Guyu turned his gaze toward the crowning achievement of this consecration, a spirit jade, pale azure in hue, exquisitely translucent, and warm to the touch. It hovered serenely above his palm, its spiritual energy flowing with quiet grace. Its attribute panel manifested clearly in name Yin-Yao Spirit Jade, in Spirit Artifact, rank 2091, in core ability Miss Shield Protection inbound. Holder Gyu inability details. Upon sustaining fatal injury, the protective mechanism activates automatically. The host's physical form dissolves into ethereal mist, nullifying that lethal blow entirely, and reforms within 100 meters at a location specified by the host. The Jade contains 9 uses replenishable gradually by absorbing ambient spiritual energy or the host's own chi. For awakened beings capable of controlling spiritual energy, it is a truly recyclable top-tier survival artifact. An artifact evaluation consecrated to restore its fragmented spiritual essence. Its protective function is now fully activated. Immune to attack type triggered exclusively by mortal threats. A commendable artifact of salvation. Guyu secured the Yin-Yao Spirit Jade, close to. For Guyu, his core arsenal, once anchored solely by the Black Demon Cube and the Lone Yin Blade, had now expanded to include both the Spirit Treasure Spectacles and the Yin-Yao Spirit Jade, comprehensively bridging his critical gaps in detection and survivability, elevating his overall strength to a new plateau. Conversely, his reserves of residual crystals and spirit luminous artifacts had dwindled significantly, consumed nearly entirely during prior upgrades and corporeal reinforcement. Carefully storing the Baizhua gloves, Guyu turned and stepped out of the carriage, heading toward the school bus to locate. As he crossed the camp's open ground, he noticed Zhao Lu engaged in animated conversation with the newly arrived Zhao Dalu. 2 men whose names bore striking similarity, conversing with remarkable rapport. Brother, look at our names, just 1 character apart. That's no coincidence, it's cosmic fate. Zhao Lu declared, clapping Zhao Dalu heartily on the shoulder. Absolutely. From this day forth we're sworn brothers. Whatever comes, I'll stand firm. Zhao Dalu, equally spirited and forthright, accepted without hesitation. Guyu passed them without interruption, continuing straight to the school bus and tapping lightly on its door. To his surprise, when it swung open, Xinyer stood before him. Their eyes met, both paused startled. Moonlight bathed the young woman, her simple cotton attire pristine, her long hair drawn back, with quiet elegance, her features luminous and clear. Recognizing Guyu, she broke into a radiant smile, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons, her voice bright and gentle. Brother, what brings you here? Is there something urgent? Guyu steadied himself and stated his purpose plainly, seeking Chunlong to discuss the exchange of the storage pouch. Xinyer nodded knowingly, slipped back inside the bus, and glanced over her shoulder with a playful wink and a crisp, confident okay gesture before vanishing swiftly to fetch Chunlong. Moments later, Chunlong descended from the bus. Without preamble, he tossed a palm-sized, antiquely textured black storage pouch directly toward Guyu. Guyu caught it midair. The weight in his palm was unexpectedly substantial, far heavier than anticipated. He stared at Chunlong, bewildered. This is... Chunlong scratched the back of his head. The usually resolute youth, accustomed to charging headlong into battle, now wore an uncharacteristic flush of bashfulness. Brother, you already told me your plan. It's just a storage pouch. Take it, no strings attached. If not for you and Captain Xiaohou holding the line, I'd have fallen long ago. This means nothing in comparison. Guyu weighed the pouch thoughtfully, its dense interior unmistakably brimming with spirit luminous artifacts. He raised his gaze to Chunlong, his expression quietly probing. Chunlong shifted under that steady regard, chuckling awkwardly. Brother, your tactile intuition really is extraordinary. Captain Xiaohou mentioned your sequence cultivation demands abundant spirit-infused objects, so I added some accumulated spirit crystals and spirit herbs. And, well, I'd also like to ask a favor. Guyu, meeting the youth's earnest gaze, gave a slight nod, then firmly pressed the folded Baizhua gloves into Chunlong's hands, his tone unwavering. Fair exchange. I accept the pouch, but take these gloves. They may no longer withstand intense combat, but they'll still shield your hands from ordinary assaults. Now, tell me plainly, what do you need? Seeing Guyu's sincerity, Chunlong dropped all pretense. His smile vanished, replaced by solemn resolve. Brother, I wish to become your disciple. I ask only for your guidance in sequence cultivation and ability development. Guyu arched a brow, mildly surprised. Chunlong hastened to elaborate on the unique nature of his hero sequence while Guyu listened intently, his fingers brushing the upgraded spirit treasure spectacles, prompting an immediate comprehensive mental schematic of Chunlong's hero sequence named Hero Growth Pathway, in current tier, second in core talent, technique mastery, and ability specifications. 1. With each tier advancement, the cultivator gains the capacity to learn 1 additional non-originary, non-rule-based martial skill. 2 at second tier, 3 at third, and so forth, capped strictly by tier. 2. Cannot acquire sequence-specific originary talents, such as the appraiser's object identification or chi control, but may master derivative combat techniques or bodily enhancement abilities drawn from other sequences. 3. Learned abilities are adapted, not replicated. E.g. acquiring the strength amplification and gigantism abilities from the four-armed Colossus sequence grants equivalent power and scale augmentation, yet omits the extra limbs characteristic of Su Ming's manifestation. Nguyu understood instantly Chung Long's hero sequence emphasized pragmatic integration, like a novel's protagonist constantly assimilating skills to fortify himself. After a moment's contemplation, Guyu spoke, "Discipleship isn't necessary. I will guide your cultivation. You've likely heard from old Xiaohou about my own sequence. It may not suit you, but I possess martial expertise, or perhaps that path holds promise for you." At noon, the warm sun hung high in the sky as the new convoy completed its final adjustments, gradually starting their vehicles and moving steadily in the predetermined direction. According to the divination symbols interpreted by Xiahou Yu that morning, the convoy needed to embark on a long journey, with the final destination being Dingan City, situated over 100 miles away. They would pass through a couple of abandoned villages along the way, which would provide the convoy with fresh water, dry rations, and cold weather supplies. A rare smooth route in this apocalyptic world. For 2 consecutive days the convoy traveled smoothly, encountering neither mutated beasts nor other survivor factions, and no strange supernatural phenomena. The tense nerves relaxed, even Gu Ye's expression softened considerably, and his mood lightened. Yet beneath this calm, strange variables lurked. The temperature difference between day and night was widening at an alarming rate. During the day the sun shone brightly, and the temperature remained mild, allowing everyone to dress lightly. But when night fell, the cold pierced like icy blades, as if they had plummeted from a warm autumn into the depths of winter. Just last night, an elderly man who had recently joined the convoy suffered a high fever due to the sudden drop in temperature. His consciousness became muddled, and if it hadn't been for Su Qingyuan's timely night patrol, he likely would not have survived until dawn. Following this incident, the members of the convoy dared not be careless any longer. At night, regardless of whether there was sufficient space in the vehicles, they chose to huddle together in the same vehicle, relying on each other's body heat to ward off the cold. The nights at the makeshift camp lost their previous casualness, leaving only the tightly shut doors and windows of the vehicles and the oppressive sound of their breathing. Guyu also rarely abandoned his habit of staying up late to cultivate and organize his abilities. He crawled into his vehicle, curled up on the seat, and wrapped himself tightly in a thin blanket to conserve energy for the journey ahead. The next day, just as dawn broke with a faint light on the horizon, Guyu pushed open the tightly shut door of his vehicle, preparing to stretch his legs. However, as soon as his feet hit the ground, the sight before him made his pupils constrict in shock. Overnight, the world had completely transformed. The mountains and plains were blanketed in thick white snow, covering the roads, fields, and abandoned villages. The distant hills and the nearby flatlands were all dressed in silver, creating a desolate scene. The cold wind whipped through the snowflakes, stinging his face. Surrounding the camp, the vehicles, the embers of the campfire, and the weeds were all buried under a thick layer of snow. The biting cold permeated the air, and every breath he took was visible as white mist. Looking at the other members of the convoy, whether elderly or young, their faces were etched with shock and fear, their eyes revealing a dread of the unknown natural disaster. After the apocalypse descended, they faced the claws of mutated beasts, the blades of adversaries, and even the eerie phenomena of the supernatural. They managed to endure through it all, but in the face of this sudden extreme blizzard, they could no longer hold back. Xiahou Yu stood in the center of the camp, waving vigorously at Guyu, signaling him to come over to discuss important matters. Guyu tightened his coat and quickly walked over against the cold wind. At this moment, Jimu was activating his ability, a soft green light emanating from his palm. Countless resilient vines broke through the snow and intertwined to form a simple windbreak. Then someone brought dry firewood and ignited it with a lighter. The campfire blazed brightly, the orange flames dispelling some of the surrounding chill, providing the people huddled around the fire with a bit of warmth. Guyu, Xiahou Yu, and a few others sat together, their expressions grave. "Gentlemen, given the current trend in weather, the extreme cold will only worsen. If we can't find a way to keep warm and can't reach Dingan City in time, I'm afraid our ordinary survivors in the convoy won't last much longer." Achoo! Su Ming let out a loud sneeze. The muscular man, who usually walked bare-chested and was unafraid of punches, now shivered slightly in a thick, tattered cotton coat. "Captain, this cursed weather is too sinister. Even with our physical fitness, old Shui and I are on the verge of collapse. You need to think of a solution." Shui stood beside him, tightening his cotton coat and nodding gravely, clearly at a loss for how to deal with this. Su Qingyuan squatted by the campfire, fiddling with the firewood. Her eyes were filled with worry as she calmly analyzed the situation. "The cold weather supplies we currently have, along with the cotton clothing and blankets we collected from the scavenger convoy, can barely keep most people going for 3 to 5 days. However, even in good conditions, it will take at least 2 more days to reach Dingon City. Now that the roads are completely blocked by snow, vehicles cannot pass normally, and the journey will only be extended indefinitely, leading to an increasing shortage of supplies. This statement struck a chord with everyone. In the face of this indiscriminate natural disaster, even the strongest awakeners struggle to resist the ongoing cold consumption unless they choose to abandon the convoy, or even their own vehicles, and search for a shelter alone. Jimu felt the depletion of his ability and said solemnly, "If it is to resist the cold in the short term, I can continue to generate vines to build windbreaks or ignite the vines that have been produced. However, if this continues for a long time, my extraordinary power will be rapidly consumed, and I won't be able to support the needs of the entire convoy. It can only temporarily alleviate the urgent situation." Despite this, he still tried to muster his spirits, attempting to encourage everyone not to lose hope. Hearing this, Xiahou Yu nodded, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and quickly sketched a simple diagram with a charcoal pencil outlining the structure of the windbreak and warm resting area before handing the drawing to Jimu. "Jimu, during this time, I need you to continuously activate your ability to build a centralized warm camp according to this design, allowing everyone to gather together for warmth and reduce heat loss. See if you can use your ability to enhance the details, making the vine structure more windproof and warmer." Jimu took the drawing, studied it carefully for a moment, pondered for a long time, and finally nodded solemnly. "I will try my best. It should be feasible." Receiving the affirmative response, Xiahou Yu let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Chung Long, Su Ming, and Su Ning, calmly assigning tasks. "Xiao Chung Mingzi, you are responsible for the vehicles with the most passengers. Most of the newly joined survivors are with you, so please do your best to maintain order. Su Ning, you are more familiar with the new members, help to soothe their emotions, and later gather everyone at the warm area Jimu is building for unified placement." The three responded in unison and turned to carry out their tasks. Xiahou Yu then looked at Su Qingyuan. Before he could speak, Su Qingyuan smiled and nodded, her eyes filled with understanding. "Don't worry, I will immediately gather all the cold weather supplies and medicines from the convoy, and I will call Aunt Zhou to help. Once everything is counted, I will send it to the warm area, prioritizing the elderly, children, and the weak." Seeing his wife's tacit cooperation, a hint of tenderness flashed in Xiahou Yu's eyes. As he turned his head, his gaze fell on Gu Yu, and a sly smile suddenly appeared on his face, his eyes hiding a little scheme. "Old Xia, your expression is a bit lewd. My instincts tell me you are up to no good." Gu Yu spoke, lightly hitting the nail on the head. Unlike his usual furious rebuttals, this time, Xiahou Yu not only did not mind the way he was addressed, but warmly wrapped his arm around Gu Yu's shoulder, his tone filled with a hint of flattery. "Only old Gu knows me well. There is still a crucial task that requires the two of us to go together. I don't trust anyone else." Gu Yu understood in his heart that he would have to participate in this matter, which was likely to be quite troublesome, so he returned to his vehicle to retrieve thick cotton, clothing, a scarf, and gloves, fully arming himself against the bone-chilling cold outside. The two fully armed individuals stepped out of the camp, instantly confronted by the biting cold wind wrapped in snowflakes, which was several times harsher than the chill inside the camp. The bone-chilling wind drilled down their collars, cutting against their faces like a knife. With each breath, they inhaled fine shards of ice, sending shivers deep into their lungs. Gu Yu tightened his scarf, covering most of his face, and turned to look at his companion Xiahou Yu. His voice, steady despite the wind and snow, asked, "Old Xia, tell me, where's the destination?" Xiahou Yu tossed a copper coin into the air with his fingertip. The coin spun in the snowstorm before landing steadily back in his palm. He glanced at the divination symbol and smiled. "It's about 2 kilometers from here. There's an abandoned city called Wanhai City. The divination indicates a favorable outcome. The dangers inside are not severe, and the pressure I feel is manageable. So you're saying we should rely on our strengths to venture in?" Gu Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised, but upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the only way to break the current deadlock. The heavy snowfall in the sky showed no signs of letting up, and the snow on the ground had already reached nearly a foot in depth. At this rate, the blizzard would only intensify over the next few days, making it impossible for the convoy to navigate through the accumulating snow. If they remained stuck in place without shelter or sufficient supplies for warmth, the convoy would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and in the end, only those awakened individuals who had undergone physical enhancements would survive. Xiahou Yu's plan was precisely based on the geographical advantage of Wanhai City. It was very close to the camp, with residential apartments in the city providing shelter from the wind and snow, and large supermarkets capable of replenishing winter supplies and food. If the supernatural threats and mutated beasts inside were minimal, they could even relocate the convoy there for rest and to endure the severe blizzard. Upon this thought, Gu Yu no longer hesitated, responding in a low voice, "Let's do it." "I knew you wouldn't hesitate." Xiahou Yu patted his shoulder with a smile, then quickly composed himself and said seriously, "However, our main purpose this time is exploration. We need to understand the distribution of supernatural entities, the available resources, and safe zones in the city. If we encounter tough opponents, don't fight recklessly. Once we know the situation, we can bring the others back to deal with it. Guyu nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances before turning around, braving the heavy snow towards Wanhai City. The snow was knee-deep, and with each step they had to pull their feet out of the deep snow and stomp down heavily. A journey of 2 kilometers that usually took just a few minutes stretched into nearly half an hour before they finally reached the outskirts of Wanhai City. The road sign at the city's edge had long been toppled by the blizzard, and the paint on the metal sign was chipped and peeling, with the 3 characters for Wanhai City half obscured by snow barely discernible. The main road at the city entrance was deserted, with only the howling wind and snow rushing past. At the end of the street ahead, faint pale shadows flickered in and out of sight amidst the storm. We've arrived. Guyu stopped brushing the snowflakes off his eyelashes. He turned to Xiaoyu, asking, so what do you think? Should we go in through the front door, or do you have another way? Xiaoyu tossed the copper coin again, and as he caught it, his brow furrowed slightly. He stood there contemplating for a moment before waving to Guyu and turning to sneak around the side wall. Seeing this, Guyu immediately followed. As they rounded the back of the wall, Guyu looked at the narrow hole barely big enough for a person to crawl through and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this the way you found? Before he finished speaking, Xiaoyu had already crouched down and swiftly slipped inside, leaving only his voice to come from the hole. The front door has ominous signs. The side door is safer. Stop dawdling and get in quickly. Guyu glanced around to ensure there were no disturbances, then crouched down and darted through the hole at lightning speed. As the two entered the city and stepped onto the main road, they both froze in place. The entire city was eerily quiet, with nothing but the sound of the wind and snow blowing past the buildings. Not a single other noise could be heard, not even the roar of a mutated beast. The snow inside the city was equally deep, almost burying the thresholds of the street-side shops. The two struggled to move forward through the thick snow. After another half hour of difficult trekking, they finally spotted a well-preserved high-rise apartment building at a street-side location. Next to the apartment building was a large chain supermarket. Although the glass doors were damaged, the main structure remained intact. The two exchanged glances, and Guyu lightly brushed his fingers over the spiritual treasure glasses on his nose. The lenses instantly glimmered with a faint golden light, as the observer ability of the treasure appraiser sequence was activated to its fullest, sweeping over the surrounding area. The spiritual treasure glasses scanned the entire area, detecting no strong supernatural magnetic fields or signs of mutated beasts. He then shifted his gaze to the white shadows lingering at the city entrance, and the target information instantly became clear in his mind. Name: White-clad lost children. Supernatural rank: first rank. Spirit core ability: body concealment, vitality, absorption, misfortune, infliction. Spirit evaluation: spirits that feed on the vital energy of living beings, often born in burial sites and places of untimely death, usually appearing in groups capable of forming exclusive cold magnetic fields that inflict misfortune. Backlash on living beings within the range. The more numerous they are, the stronger the magnetic field, and the more pronounced the backlash effect. Tisk: these things are probably kin to the red-clad, joyful children. Guyu withdrew his gaze, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. The most troublesome part is that these entities appear in swarms. He relayed all the detected information to Xiaoyu, who immediately furrowed his brow. They were not afraid of single powerful enemies, but they dreaded the numerous elusive spirits. If they wanted the ordinary survivors of the new convoy to settle here, these hidden white-clad lost children had to be completely eradicated. The two exchanged glances and reached a consensus in an instant. Guyu activated the spiritual treasure glasses once more, using the observer ability to scan every corner of the apartment building and supermarket, marking the hiding spots of all the white-clad lost children. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, twirled the copper coin with his fingers, using divination to deduce the surrounding fortunes and check for any higher-level supernatural entities or mutated beasts lurking nearby. Moments later, the two withdrew their abilities, simultaneously confirming that aside from 6 first-rank white-clad lost children, there were no other high-level threats in the vicinity. The shadow of extinction appeared in Xiaoyu's hand, transforming into a silver-white longbow, which he grasped with his other hand. Guyu also slowly drew the Dragon Slayer blade from his back, the golden-red blade shimmering in the wind and snow. With a determined heart, Guyu and Xiaoyu's figures simultaneously sank as they stealthily approached the flickering white-clad figures at the entrance, concealed by the swirling snow and wind. The howling wind and snow struck against the buildings, producing a wailing sound that perfectly masked the faint crunch of their footsteps on the snow. As they drew near, the leading white-clad corpse child suddenly turned its head, as if sensing the vitality of the living. Its form was ethereal, its face as pale as paper, with hollow eye sockets devoid of any spirit save for 2 flickering green lights dancing in the snowstorm. Yet before it could emit a warning cry, a blade of scorching sunlight sliced through the air, Before the corpse child could utter even a half-hearted wail, its body was cleaved in two by the blade's light, instantly dissolving into nothingness. Almost simultaneously, Xia Houyu raised his hand to draw his bow, the spiritual light surging in his palm as 3 arrows materialized in an instant. With a soft twang, the 3 energy-infused arrows shot forth like meteors, piercing through the howling wind directly toward the remaining 3 corpse children. The 3 white-clad corpse children were still caught in shock from the slaying of their companion, unable to react in time to dodge, and were pierced through their spiritual cores by the arrows, transforming into wisps of black smoke that scattered in the roaring snow. Seeing this, the remaining 2 corpse children let out sharp, piercing cries, their surrounding aura of coldness surging violently as they attempted to conceal themselves and flee. However, as soon as they moved, their bodies suddenly sank, as if the surrounding wind and snow had solidified at that moment an invisible barrier of space, firmly locking them in place. The world before them instantaneously upside down, and their own dark spiritual energy became sluggish and obstructed. Guyu once again activated the inconceivable space, pulling the 2 injured corpse children into the alternate dimension. Before they could struggle, the Longyan blade gleamed with a fierce golden-red light, the dragon patterns along the blade glowing brightly as the killing mechanism was instantly triggered. The blade light flashed past, clean and decisive. The 2 corpse children did not even have time to scream before they were completely erased, leaving not a trace of coldness behind. As the spatial ripples dissipated, the surrounding wind and snow returned to normal, and the entrance was thoroughly cleared of all malevolent spirits. Xia Houyu sheathed the fading shadow, the longbow instantly transforming into glimmers of spiritual light that dispersed. He looked at Guyu with a face full of wonder and spoke with admiration. "Old Gu, your ability is truly hidden deep. With spatial techniques like yours, you can even directly imprison malevolent spirits. Please tell me all about it." Guyu, no longer harboring any intent to hide from Xia Houyu, briefly explained the general situation of the inconceivable space. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the dissipating spiritual light in Xia Houyu's palm. He had previously only heard Chung Long and the others mention Xia Houyu's sequential weapon. Seeing it today with his own eyes, he finally understood the capabilities of this treasure, which similarly possessed the ability to transform into various forms and grant corresponding attributes akin to his black magic cube. The 2 did not linger any longer, quickly leaving a safety mark at the entrance before turning and striding through the knee-deep snow back toward the direction of the camp. Upon entering the camp's vicinity, the sight before them caused both to pause slightly in surprise. In just over an hour, Jimu had already fully utilized the capabilities of the plant sequence. Using sturdy roots as the foundation and resilient vines as the structure, he wove together a continuous, centralized windbreak shelter. The layers of tightly woven vines effectively blocked the howling wind and snow, while a special oily vine inside ignited, without producing choking smoke, only releasing gentle, persistent warmth that dispelled a large portion of the biting cold. The survivors who had been huddled in the cramped vehicle could finally step outside. Upon seeing Guyu and Xia Houyu return safely, Su Qingyuan immediately signaled to the nearby team members to notify the core members. Before long, Qinglong, Su Ning, Ji Mu, Su Ming, Shui Yue, and others arrived one after another, gathering inside Xia Houyu's off-road vehicle. The space inside the vehicle was already not very spacious, and with 7 or 8 people squeezed together, it felt even more cramped, yet no one uttered a complaint. Everyone bore a solemn expression. At the center of the folding table inside the vehicle lay 3 copper coins used by Xia Houyu for divination, their edges emanating a dark aura with the divination sign indicating a great omen of misfortune. Beside them, Gu Ye's top-secret radio crackled with static, and intermittent urgent broadcasts emerged from the horse speaker. Blue Star Snow Disaster. Warning. No signs of abatement. The buried corpses underground are about to awaken. The snow disaster, accompanied by a tide of corpses, true calamity, is imminent. Repeat. Suddenly the static ceased, and the radio fell silent. Xia Houyu twirled the copper coins with his fingertips, his brow furrowed tightly. He had just drawn 2 divinations, both foretelling great misfortune. Not only was the road ahead perilous, but even securing their position posed a dire threat. The hearts of everyone present sank, clearly realizing that the severity of the situation far exceeded their initial expectations. Xia Houyu rubbed his temples and spoke solemnly. "Originally, Old Gu and I planned to first ascertain the situation in Wanghai City with our few core powers, clearing out a safe area before allowing the convoy to settle in for shelter from the snow. But now it seems that this plan is unfeasible. The radio's warning and the feedback from the divination both indicate that the upcoming dangers far surpass our expectations. The blizzard will not cease, and the so-called foul corpses are about to awaken. Even if we wish to proceed as planned, we cannot. We must prepare to hold our position here for the long term." Everyone's expressions grew increasingly grave. With their abilities as awakeners, it would not be difficult for them to venture deep into Wanghai City and find a sturdy building to take refuge. However, the new convoy consisted of over 200 people, more than half of whom were unarmed, ordinary survivors, with the elderly, women, and children making up the majority. To ensure everyone's safety, they needed to clear out a large enough shelter that could accommodate everyone and completely eliminate all anomalies and mutated beasts. The difficulty and risk involved would increase exponentially. A brutally stark choice, the most common and cruel in the apocalypse, lay bare before everyone. Should they preserve themselves, abandon the convoy, and venture forth alone, relying on their strength to survive this disaster? Or should they risk their lives to fight, using their own safety to help over 200 lives carve out a path to survival? The vehicle descended into a brief silence. Only the howling wind and snow outside the window continued to sound. The silence lasted but a moment. Chung Long was the first to raise his hand. His youthful face showed no hesitation, his voice resolute as iron. I will prepare the equipment. Whenever we need to clear the area, just say the word, Captain and Brother Yu, and I will be ready. Su Ning leaned against the car door, smiled slightly, and raised his hand, as well as tone carefree and frank. Count me in. I've lived for over 20 years, and have yet to fulfill a heroic dream. Anyway, with Gu Yu and the captain holding the fort, what is there to fear? Jimu, sitting in the corner, nodded slowly at these words and said solemnly, it's rare to encounter such compassionate people. If I abandoned everyone at this time, I would be no different from bars. Su Ming clenched his fist tightly, knuckles cracking. Let's do it. I'll kill one of those mutated beasts and malevolent spirits that come at us. Shui Yu lowered his head, sharpening the giant axe in his hands, the blade gleaming coldly. He looked up and grinned. Just the right time to test my berserker sequence and see if I can withstand the so-called tide of corpses. No one flinched and no one gave up. Xiao Yu looked at Gu Yu beside him and saw him grinning mischievously. With his heart steady, Xiao Yu took a deep breath, looked at everyone, and spoke with a steady and powerful voice that penetrated the chill in the vehicle and struck at everyone's hearts. Everyone, I, Xiao Yu, promise here that we will be able to lead everyone through this crisis. After this battle, we will no longer be a wandering convoy without a stable home, but we will have a truly secure stronghold of our own in Wanghai City. As his words fell, the chill in the vehicle seemed to be completely dispelled by this collective resolve. Gu Yu slowly stood up, the Longyan blade behind him lightly touching the vehicle floor, producing a clear, resonant sound. He swept his gaze across the gathered crowd, his tone calm, yet imbued with immense weight. The white-clad corpse children at the entrance of Wanghai City have been dealt with by me and old Xia. We have already selected a temporary residence, and once the snow calms down a bit, we shall set off. After the meeting, the camp instantly came to life, with everyone diligently fulfilling their roles amidst the Su Qingyuan sat in the modified off-road vehicle facing the portable workstation she had built herself, where glass test tubes, dried herbs, and purified reagents were neatly categorized. Frowning slightly, her fingers moved rapidly. Time was tight, and she needed to prepare a batch of potions before the team set off. In another corner of the camp, Gu Yu leaned against his Wuling Hongguang, gently stroking the spirit treasure glasses that had undergone secondary enlightenment, the lenses shimmering with a faint golden light in the snowy glow. He took this moment to repeatedly simulate the route and contingency plans for the internal movement in Wanghai City. Brother Yu. A gentle voice came from beside him. Gu Yu looked up to see Xian Yair quickly walking towards him, her cheeks slightly flushed by the cold wind. She approached Gu Yu holding the evil spirit handgun with both hands and said softly, Chung Long just mentioned that you will be heading to Wanghai City next. You might encounter a lot of troublesome things, so it's better for you to keep this gun. Oh, it adds an extra layer of protection during critical moments. Gu Yu did not take the gun, but instead looked at her with a faint smile in his eyes and asked softly, is the gun still comfortable to use? Xian Yair's eyes lit up instantly as she nodded vigorously, her tone filled with excitement. Very comfortable. I specially borrowed a training gun from Sister Su Ning today and learned a lot about firearms and sniping techniques with her. Seeing the determined and earnest light in the girl's eyes, Gu Yu couldn't help but smile. He recalled his secondary enlightenment ability as a treasure appraiser and reached out to take the handgun. His fingers brushed over the icy cold gun body as pure spiritual energy gradually infused into it, performing a secondary enlightenment on the gun. He nodded gently, saying, then thank you for your kindness. They'll get you a better one when we reach Wanghai City. He paused and suddenly remembered calling out to the girl who was about to turn away, by the way, Yair, can you drive? Xian Yair was taken aback for a moment, but quickly nodded, saying, yes, I got my driver's license before the apocalypse, and I drive often. Gu Yu then took out the key to the Wuling Hongguang from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Then could you please keep an eye on the car for me? My supplies and backup gear are inside. In a while the convoy will advance slowly, and I need to enter Wanghai City ahead of old Xia and the others, so I can only trouble you. The key in her palm carried Gu Yu's warmth, and Xian Yair felt a warmth in her heart. She immediately tightened her grip on the key, confidently nodding vigorously. Don't worry, brother Yu. He'll take care of it. I guarantee nothing will happen to the car or the supplies. Watching the girl run off into the distance, Guyu raised his hand to touch the yin yao ling yu he wore close to his chest, and then patted the long yin dao at his waist. After confirming his equipment was in order, he tightened his military coat and headed towards the camp's entrance. For this operation, they had already determined their roles. Cheng Long, Su Qingyuan, and Su Ning would lead the convoy, clearing the snow from the road, while slowly advancing towards Wanghai City, also responsible for the overall protection of the camp against unforeseen situations. While Guyu Xiaoyu Ji Mu Su Ming and Shui Yu formed the assault team, aiming to swiftly secure the previously identified apartment, creating a safe landing point for the convoy. A few minutes later, the 5 strongest members of the new convoy's assault team charged forward at full speed towards Wanghai City amidst the swirling snow. On the way, Xiaoyu walked briskly, while reiterating the battle plan and detailed information about Wanghai City to the other 3. Wanghai City, despite having city in its name, is essentially a large film and television city, with modern residential houses interspersed with ancient-style buildings. The outskirts are mostly ordinary residential houses with a loose structure unsuitable for garrisoning. Closer to the inner main road, there are ancient-style courtyards built later with solid walls. Our core target this time is a row of apartments on the northwest side, which can sufficiently accommodate our more than 200 people. According to the earlier reconnaissance by me and Old Gu, there shouldn't be too strong a presence of supernatural beings or aberrant beasts in the outskirts. So far, we've only encountered first-level spirits like the white-clothed child ghost, which pose little threat. As Xiaoyu spoke, Su Ming and Shui Yu both sighed in relief, their expressions lightening significantly. As long as they weren't facing hordes of high-level anomalies, their 5-man strength was more than enough to handle anything. After rushing through the snowstorm for over 10 minutes, the 5 of them arrived once again at the gates of Wanghai. Unlike the previous cautious approach this time, there were no Yin spirits blocking the entrance, and with their own combat power sufficient, the 5 moved in unison, quickly passing through the gate and advancing towards the northwest along the main road, soon arriving outside their target apartment. Next to the apartment was a large shopping mall, its glass doors shattered all over the ground, and the inside was pitch black. Guyu's spirit treasure glasses instantly emitted a faint glow, clearly capturing movement inside the shopping mall through the snowstorm. A distorted figure nearly 2 meters tall was crouching with its back to the entrance, and on its back lay a white-clothed child ghost with a pale complexion, their auras intertwined, exuding a chilling coldness. Guyu's fingertips brushed over the lenses, and the target information instantly became clear. Name: Ghost, Crying Child, Supernatural Class, 3rd level, Yin Spirit, Symbiotic Entity, Aberrant Beast, Host. Core abilities: Vitality Absorption, Servant Control, Flesh Fragmentation, Spirit Object Evaluation. A host of a distorted creature controlled by the white-clothed child ghost, who died a wrongful death, filled with resentment, and after death was taken over by the Yin Spirit to coexist. It can strengthen its body by absorbing other Yin spirits, and its flesh fragments can split into brand new white-clothed child ghosts, relying on the misfortune power of the white-clothed child ghost to advance. To kill it, both the host's body and the parasitic white-clothed child ghost must be destroyed simultaneously. The one cannot be missing, or it can regenerate infinitely. Guyu immediately whispered the detected information to the others. At this, Xiaoyu gestured to Su Ming and Shui Yu to lure the creature. The two nodded in understanding. Shui Yu lifted a massive axe and plunged it into the snow, then picked up a piece of debris and smashed it against the glass door of the shopping mall. With a loud crash, it immediately startled the ghost crying child inside. The distorted figure suddenly stood up, letting out a deafening roar. It clearly sensed the smell of its kind being slaughtered on Guyu and Xiaoyu, and immediately grabbed a broken iron shelf next to it, charging towards the 5 with madness. Seeing this, Su Ming and Shui Yu simultaneously discarded their close combat weapons and activated their sequence abilities. Su Ming's body swelled as 2 additional arms sprouted from his sides. With 4 hands, he accurately grabbed the shoulders of the ghost crying child, exerting force from his waist and abdomen to lift its massive body and slam it into the snow. However, the ghost crying child was a 3rd level symbiotic entity, and the moment it hit the ground, it twisted its body and delivered a punch enveloped in a chilling wind, smashing directly into Su Ming's chest and knocking him down. In that moment, Shui Yu leaped up, the blood energy from the berserker sequence burning fiercely around him. He concentrated all his strength and landed a heavy punch on the white-clothed child ghost on the back of the ghost crying child. The violent masculine blood energy instantly burned the body of the Yin spirit. The white-clothed child ghost let out a piercing shriek, the ear-piercing sound wave causing Shui Yu to feel dizzy and momentarily dazed. The ghost crying child seized the opportunity, turned around, and unleashed a heavy punch that sent Shui Yu flying, crashing heavily against the apartment's courtyard wall. At that moment, the ghost crying child suddenly felt its legs firmly bound. Looking down, it saw countless thick vines breaking through the snow below, wrapping around its legs and torso like iron chains. It was Ji Mu's would escape sequence ability. Before it could struggle free, a bright blue energy rope shot through the air, binding its upper body along with the white-clothed child ghost tightly. Just as the white-clothed child ghost was about to launch a mental attack, a golden red blade light cut through the snowstorm. Martial technique, Dragon's Dance. Guyu transformed into a fleeting shadow, the long Yan Dao carrying the dragon-shaped aura and pure yang energy, slashing down from the sky. The blade precisely sliced through the throat of the ghost crying child and the core spirit of the white-clothed child ghost. Two lines of blood erupted simultaneously, and the massive third-level symbiotic entity collapsed to the ground completely silent. After the kill, the five did not linger for a moment. Ji Mu immediately activated the vines to wrap the corpse of the ghost crying child along with the remains of the white-clothed child ghost, preventing its flesh from splitting and regenerating. Guyu then took out a lighter and ignited the vine-wrapped corpse, ensuring that nothing remained of it before they left. After dealing with the hidden dangers of the corpse of the ghost crying child, Guyu, Xiaoyu, and the other three stepped steadily through the entrance of the apartment. The interior of the apartment was orderly, although covered by a thin layer of dust. It was overall spacious and clean, showing no signs of decay. Compared to the outdoor shelters of the camp, this place was a rare haven of stability in the apocalypse. Standing in the center of the hall, Guyu lightly brushed the spiritual treasure glasses on his nose, and a faint golden spiritual light spread from the lenses, activating the observer ability of the gem appraiser sequence. Su Ming and Shuiyu split into two groups, advancing layer by layer to clear the area. Ji Mu stood guard at the front door of the apartment, as countless flexible yet sturdy vines broke through the snow and quickly wrapped around the broken doors and windows, weaving a dense defensive barrier. After a few minutes, the four returned to the hall one after another, and the five regrouped. Shuiyu patted the dust off his clothes, his tone somewhat relaxed. The entire apartment has been thoroughly cleared, and we only encountered 3 scattered first-tier white-clothed child of the dead, which have all been dealt with. There are no hide-ear anomalies or hidden foul magnetic fields. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment upon hearing this, quickly finalizing the subsequent tasks with a steady and decisive tone. Mengzi old Shuiyu to investigate the Moonfall G supermarket and surrounding shops outside the apartment. If you encounter ordinary mutated beasts, eliminate them on the spot. If you encounter anomalous spirits, retreat immediately and regroup. Jimu, you will head out the front door to assist in the direction of the convoy. I have a feeling that the journey in this blizzard will not be peaceful, so make sure the convoy arrives safely. Old Gu, do a thorough scan of the apartment's interior to ensure there are no overlooked hidden dangers. Oi, I will quickly clear the area outside and eliminate all scattered dangers in the surrounding streets. Jimu, Su Ming, and Shuiyu accepted their orders and immediately turned to carry out their tasks, but just as they were about to move, Guyu suddenly reached out and gently placed his hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder, stopping him. Old Xia, this seems a bit distant. Guyu's tone was calm, yet lacked the usual jest. It seems this task of eliminating external hidden dangers should not fall to you. He paused, continuing. I have already conducted a preliminary investigation of the entire apartment using the spiritual treasure glasses and have not detected any abnormal magnetic fields. It is safest to leave a more detailed hidden danger check to you. I will handle those monsters outside. Before Xiaoyu could retort, Guyu gripped the hilt of his dragon Yanfang knife and, turning his body, stepped outside the apartment door. Watching Guyu leave, Xiaoyu chuckled softly, feeling a warmth rising in his heart. Guyu was right. Everyone had already made up their minds to face difficulties together, but the new convoy was something he had built himself. With over 200 survivors willing to follow him, he naturally felt that the most dangerous path should be taken by himself first. However, Guyu's actions at this moment completely shattered his obsession with shouldering responsibilities alone. Upon reflection, it seemed that during the journey of the new convoy, everyone had already lost the initial barriers between them. Good old Gu, since it's like this, I won't hold back. You better not run into any trouble. Xiaoyu suppressed his thoughts and immediately focused, activating his divination sequence to sense the subtle aura within the apartment, thoroughly checking for hidden dangers. On the other side, Guyu stepped out of the apartment, standing amidst the swirling snow, surveying his surroundings. He activated the spiritual treasure glasses, looking in the direction of Su Ming and Shuiyu at the supermarket, detecting no abnormal magnetic fields or dangerous movements around them. He immediately relaxed and turned to stroll through the streets and scattered shops nearby. Since he intended to establish this place as a long-term shelter for the convoy, he needed to thoroughly understand the surrounding environment, potential risks, and available resources, who otherwise one day they could find themselves in a perilous situation. Wanghai City was originally a film and television cultural city, with most surrounding shops being creative souvenir stores, specialty food shops, and ancient weapon stores. Guyu entered one by one to inspect, Although the interiors were chaotic, there were no traces of lurking spirits. In several shops, he discovered numerous unspoiled canned beverages, vacuum-sealed ingredients, and a batch of unsharpened cold weapons, though he wasn't sure if they could be used. Just as he was about to notify Su Ming and Shui Yu to come and organize, a wave of chilling malice suddenly attacked from behind, piercing toward his brow. Gu Ye's expression changed, his spiritual sense erupting to its peak. The hair all over his body stood on end. Without a moment's thought, he flipped his wrist, the dragon Yanfeng knife unsheathed in response, slashing fiercely in the direction of the encroaching malice. The blade cut through the air, leaving only a sharp sound of breaking air, yet it struck nothing tangible. Before him, there were still only swirling snowflakes and empty streets, as if the malice just now had been but an illusion. Something's not right. Gu Yu frowned, speaking softly to himself. It seems I've encountered a tough opponent. He repeatedly activated his abilities, scanning the surrounding streets, yet found nothing. Just as he was planning to temporarily withdraw and discuss tactics with Xia Houyu, a soft and melodious voice, yet laced with a bone-chilling coldness, suddenly rang in his ear, like hair wrapping around his neck, both tingly and eerie. "Little brother, are you looking for me?" Gu Yu reacted quickly and reached back, but his fingertips only passed through a patch of icy air, completely missing. A clear, delicate laugh echoed in the air, ethereal and strange, followed by a figure gradually floating into view, looking down at Gu Yu. Gu Yu raised his eyes and finally saw the appearance of this figure. She wore a long dress with dark red patterns, the hem fluttering without wind down to her ankles. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and her face was delicate and gentle, with crescent-shaped eyebrows that seemed non-threatening. However, a vermilion tear mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of enchantment and sorrow. "Little brother, don't be so tense, I mean no harm." The girl chuckled lightly, her voice soft. "If I wanted to harm you earlier, even if you noticed, you would have already been gravely injured and wouldn't be able to stand here safely. Moreover, you currently have no specialized means to deal with spiritual entities. Even if I stood still and let you attack, your knife wouldn't touch my spiritual form in the slightest." Gu Ye's expression grew serious as he ignored the provocation and immediately activated the spiritual treasure glasses, fully probing the opponent's information. An entire spiritual entity panel instantly appeared, named Yuan Li, anomalous class 4th tier, malevolent ghost, core abilities, blood chi, absorption, fear, illusion, spiritual entity, phasing, mental invasion, nightmare, entanglement, evaluation, bearing immense grievances and hatred in life, dying with resentment. She coalesced into a 4th tier malevolent ghost through constant devouring. Her spiritual form is refined, strong, and power, possessing both mental control and physical lethality, making her extremely difficult to kill. She is a highly dangerous high-tier spiritual entity. The moment he saw the information, Gu Ye's heart rang alarm bells. This was the first high-tier anomaly he had encountered since entering the apocalypse, and conservatively speaking, it could match the 3 Snake Kings he had faced in the Snake Forest. Yuan Li observed Gu Ye's solemn expression, her smile growing wider. The surrounding mist of darkness swirled slowly, and the wind and snow around seemed to freeze under her cold aura, making the air increasingly biting. "It seems you already know my background." Yuan Li gently floated down to the ground, her steps light, as if she were treading on cotton, making not a sound. "I've been in Wanghai City for a long time, and it has been ages since I've seen a living person with such a pure aura and pure yang energy as you." She slowly approached Gu Yu, her tear mole becoming increasingly vivid, her tone playful, yet somewhat eerie. "I won't kill you, nor will I absorb your blood energy. As long as you agree to one thing, I can not only allow your convoy to remain here, but also help you eliminate other forces in the city. Don't be too quick to refuse. Things here are not as simple as they seem." Seeing that the other party indeed bore no malice, Gu Ye's fingertips moved slightly, slowly, sheathing the long yin blade. The pale golden glow of the spiritual treasure glasses concealed behind the lenses firmly locked onto the fierce ghost before him, his tone calm and unperturbed. "State your terms." Seeing this, Yuan Li covered her mouth and let out a light laugh, her graceful figure slowly stretching in the air, ultimately lazily reclining, her pure white gown cascading down the hem, gently swaying with the surrounding ethereal mist, her long dark hair spreading out, highlighting the crimson tear mole at the corner of her. "I'm making it even more enchanting. You are quite easy to talk to, young man." Yuan Li's eyes sparkled as her voice flowed softly. "My request is quite simple. I wish for you to help me find my physical body. In return, before you help me find my body, I can help you completely conceal the aura of everyone in your convoy, so that the spirits and aberrant beasts within the city cannot detect your presence. I will also divulge all the secrets and dangers within this city to you. After you help me find my body, I can even promise to assist you with 3 tasks. Regardless of whether you wish to eradicate all the aberrations in the city or deal with any enemies, as long as I can do it, I will not refuse." Gu Ye's fingertips rubbed his chin, his gaze heavy as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his heart. This condition sounded remarkably generous, even to the point of being somewhat unreal. Given the current blizzard blocking the roads, the convoy was in a dilemma, and Wanghai City was the only option. If they could indeed gain the assistance of this fourth-tier fierce ghost before him, the risks of settling in the city would be significantly reduced. He raised his eyes to look at Yuan Li, his tone still indifferent. The terms do sound good, but without any evidence, how should we prove each other's sincerity? Hearing Gu Ye's response, Yuan Li raised an eyebrow, her almond-shaped eyes crescent-shaped, as she smiled brightly at him. Now, that's quite reasonable. All right, big brother, let me first show you my sincerity. With a flick of her fingertip, a wisp of mist spread in the air, transforming into a simple topographical map of Wanghai City. As she pointed at the phantom, she slowly explained, the entire Wanghai City is divided into two parts, the inner city and the outer city. The area you have just entered is the outer city, mostly consisting of former film and cultural streets, ghost houses, and hotels, with scattered buildings and weak defenses. Thus, while the outer city appears safe, it is actually a trap to lure external survivors. Once anyone enters the aberrations in the inner city, will quickly become aware of it. The inner city, on the other hand, is where the truly powerful entities of the city are located. To put it simply, within the inner city, there are no fewer than 30 third-tier aberrations like the ghost crying child you took down before, and there are 4 fourth-tier entities on par with me. As for the deepest core area, no one knows what tier the entity within is, but it should not be much stronger than me. Listening to Yuan Li's nonchalant words, Gu Yu couldn't help but marvel inwardly, thinking that Xiahou Ye's divination skills truly needed to be abandoned. It was said that Wanghai City was relatively safe with favorable auspices, yet now there were 30 third-tier entities and several fourth-tier ones in the inner city. Did that mean the other alternative city he divined was filled with 5th and 6th-tier monsters? At that moment, he even entertained the thought of whether he should turn back immediately and advise Xiahou Yu to find another place to settle. Yuan Li, observing the changing expressions on Gu Ye's face, immediately covered her mouth and mockingly exclaimed with feigned surprise, wow, could it be that you are scared, big brother? Indeed. Gu Yu succinctly admitted his cowardice. After all, a great man once said that to no one is bound to die, and still recklessly rush into danger is a foolish act called fervor. Yuan Li's mocking expression instantly froze, her almond eyes widening in surprise, clearly not expecting him to acknowledge his fear so plainly. After a moment of stunned silence, she couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. Don't worry like that, big brother. Yuan Li floated to Gu Ye's side, waving her slender hand. Rest assured, as long as you remain in this guest house area of the outer city with my help to conceal your aura, those things in the inner city definitely won't detect you. Gu Yu remained non-committal, raising his eyes to look at her, his tone still carrying a hint of detached calmness. That may be so, but I seem to have no compelling reason to trust you. Yuan Li, observing his unyielding demeanor, also dropped the playful attitude, her voice taking on a more serious tone, but I equally have no reason to deceive you. You know well that if I had wanted to make a move earlier, even if you sensed it, you might not have been able to escape unscathed, and with your companions scattered everywhere, it would be as easy as pie for me to target them. Yet I did not do so. She continued to actively reveal myself and disclose all the details of this city is the greatest sincerity I can show. Gu Yu fell silent, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the blade's hilt as he rapidly contemplated in his heart. From an emotional standpoint, Yuan Li's words indeed held a high degree of credibility. If she truly harbored malice, there was no need for her to waste words. She could simply have attacked. However, to fully trust a suddenly appearing fourth-tier fierce ghost, he couldn't get past this hurdle, not just for the others in the convoy, but even for himself. But he also understood that the convoy had truly run out of options. The blizzard had sealed off all paths forward, and staying put would only lead to being overwhelmed by the relentless cold and the impending tide of corpses. There was simply no second choice other than to settle in Wanghai City. After a long while, Gu Yu sighed in resignation and slowly nodded. To be honest, trusting you is indeed the best choice at the moment, but I cannot fully trust you based solely on a few words. He raised his gaze to Yuan Li, his eyes sharp as he proposed his own conditions. So let's conduct a test. Since you are so familiar with the situation here, choose a fourth-tier being. Let us join forces to eliminate it. Firstly, it will serve as your token of trust. Secondly, it will allow you to see my strength. After all, you would also want to know my true capabilities. How about that? Hearing Gu Ye's words, Yuan Li's smile gradually faded as she lowered her gaze, contemplating for a long time. She understood that Gu Ye's proposal was the only way for both parties to establish trust at this moment. She had already revealed her trump card, and Gu Yu had provided a reciprocal plan. Jointly slaying a fourth-tier aberration would not only allow them to gauge each other, but also bind their interests together, serving as the most secure guarantee of trust. After a moment, Yuan Li raised her head and solemnly nodded. All right, I accept your proposal. With a flick of her fingertip, the mist coalesced again, pointing to an ancient stage at the junction of the inner city and outer city on the topographical map. This is where two other fourth-tier beings reside. One a singing performer, and the other an elderly man who seemed to have been a director in life. As for the remaining one, you need not concern yourself with it. Even if we were to join forces, it would be impossible to quietly eliminate them unless we dismantled this place. Guyu looked at the ancient stage and a mobile home marked on the topographical map, then nodded. When do we strike, and what abilities do they possess? We can do it now. Yuan Li floated beside Guyu, the mist around her instantly retracting, completely concealing her aura. The actor always performs its final act at this hour, and it is when their guard is most relaxed. The elderly man usually lies in his mobile home elusive. The position I've marked for you is where I just saw them. But before that, aren't you going to inform your companions, so they don't panic when they find you missing? Upon hearing this, Guyu nodded, returning to inform Shui Yu of the situation, asking him to relay to Xiahou Yu that he had discovered a potential threat and needed to temporarily eliminate it, assuring him that he would follow the original plan and not to worry. Moments later, Guyu tightened his grip on the long yin blade, looking at Yuan Li beside him. Let's go. Yuan Li chuckled softly, her fingertip lightly tapping against Guyu's ankle, instantly concealing his aura. As well, stay close to me, big brother. If anything else discovers us on the way, it would be troublesome. As her voice fell, her form flickered, transforming into an imperceptible white shadow drifting toward the ancient stage. Guyu took a deep breath, lightly treading on the snow, following closely behind. The wind and snow continued to howl, the streets empty of any presence save for the swift shadows of the two figures weaving between the buildings. Approaching the inner city, the figure of Yuan Li transformed into a wisp of faint white mist, merging into the wind and snow, leaving only a voice to guide Guyu's direction. Guyu tightened his grip on the long yin sword, activating the spiritual treasure glasses to lock onto her aura, and followed closely behind their figures, swiftly traversing through the snowstorm towards the eastern side of the city. Unbeknownst to them, from deep within Wanghai City, the sound of ancient opera had already pierced through the wind and snow, quietly resounding. Behind the crimson-painted stage curtain, pairs of hollow, lifeless eyes were fixated on their approach, as if watching prey voluntarily walk into a trap. Before long, the two arrived near the ancient opera stage. This was a large stage built in an ancient style, with flying eaves and red pillars covered in snow and dust. In the open space in front of the stage stood rows of old wooden chairs, creaking mournfully as the wind and snow swept over them. Guyu's fingertips brushed over the spiritual treasure glasses, the lenses shimmering with a faint light, but the energy he sought to probe was disrupted by the chaotic, cold magnetic field surrounding the stage. What startled him even more was that amidst the foul aura surrounding the stage, he distinctly detected several fluctuations of living blood energy. How can there be traces of the living here? Guyu lowered his voice, looking at Yuan Li, who had quietly materialized. Yuan Li's expression grew serious as she softly said, "The old thing I was going to take you to see suddenly vanished, likely changing direction. What is currently on this stage is another fourth-tier malevolent spirit, the actor Hong Ying. Perfect. Getting rid of him will yield the same effect. Let me clarify his background and abilities for you first. In life, he was the exclusive opera actor of this film city, performing on this ancient stage for over 10 years. However, when the film city decided to rebrand, they deemed his old performances unpopular and planned to replace him with some young girls to attract attention. He refused to leave and clashed with the wealthy young masters who came to cause trouble, and before long, he was found hanging from the stage's beam. After his death, his resentment did not dissipate, transforming him into a fourth-tier malevolent spirit. His ability is to emit a mental charm through his opera voice. Additionally, he can pull listeners into a constructed operatic illusion, where he becomes the very embodiment of the rules, freely suppressing the strength of his opponents. Lastly, and most troublesome of all, he can turn those who succumb or perish in his illusion into living corpses. These puppets retain the blood energy of the living, yet are completely under his control, and there are many of them, making them difficult to deal with. When you enter the stage to listen to the opera, you must remember, do not let his voice drag you deep into the illusion. I am a spiritual entity, once I manifest, he will immediately sense me, so I cannot stay by your side. But rest assured, I will remain in the shadows, never deceiving you. Should you find yourself in danger, I will act immediately." Guyu listened intently and nodded at Yuan Li. Seeing this, Yuan Li transformed again into white mist, concealing herself in the surrounding wind and snow, completely suppressing her aura. Guyu took a deep breath, suppressing all sharpness in his aura, pretending to be an ordinary refugee as he slowly crossed the snow-covered open space and stepped into the range of the ancient stage. As soon as he stepped in, the previously intermittent sound of opera suddenly became clear. On the wooden chairs in front of the stage sat dozens of figures, all sitting upright, facing the stage motionless. Yu found a seat towards the back, his fingertips resting on the long yin sword at his waist, the observability of the spiritual treasure glasses fully activated, scanning the figures beside him. Upon seeing this, a sinking feeling washed over him. The spiritual treasure glasses clearly indicated that these bodies contained the warm blood energy of the living, their hearts beating slowly, yet their complexions were as pale as paper, and their eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if their souls had been drawn out, unresponsive to everything around them, only slightly turning their necks when the sound of the opera came from the stage like puppets on strings. Just as Yu was about to reach out and test the reactions of the figures beside him, the heavy curtain on the stage slowly opened. A man clad in a red opera robe adorned with an exquisite face mask stepped slowly to the center of the stage. He moved gracefully, his flowing sleeves billowing, and began with a pure and melodious Danjiao voice, his tone sorrowful and lingering. Since I followed the great king on campaigns enduring wind and frost year after year, I can only resent the unprincipled Qin for bringing suffering to the living, causing the common people to suffer and become displaced. This is a segment from Yuji in Farewell, My Concubine. As soon as he opened his mouth, the surrounding living corpses straightened their backs, a glimmer of obsession flickering in their hollow eyes. Yu couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart, sensing that the opera voice seemed to hook into his spiritual sea. He hurriedly activated his extraordinary power to protect his mind, barely resisting this silent charm. Within just a few breaths, the figure of Hong Ying on stage spun around her, flowing sleeves gathering, and when she looked up again, she had changed into a suit of black battle armor, wearing a king's helmet, holding a golden spear with a formidable presence. The softness of the Danjiao had completely faded, replaced by the overwhelming heroism of the king of Chu, and she opened her mouth with a powerful Huaguan voice. With a spear I faced several generals in the Han camp. How can bravery guard against being surrounded from 10 directions? I passed the order to halt the troops and return to the camps. This incident has caused you much panic. As the singing concluded, Hong Ying's spear suddenly thrust forward, and the air around the stage froze instantly. Yu felt a wave of overwhelming drowsiness suddenly wash over him, his eyelids feeling as heavy as if filled with lead. He bit his tongue sharply, the pain snapping him awake, but when he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had turned upside down. He was no longer sitting on the wooden chair beneath the stage. Instead, he found himself in the midst of a battlefield filled with countless soldiers dressed in a black and white military robe, clad in hard leather armor, holding a bronze sword in his hand, with military flags fluttering behind him, prominently embroidered with a large Han character. I have become Han Xian. Yu's heart trembled violently, instantly realizing he had indeed been dragged into Hong Ying's operatic illusion. At that moment, a furious shout came from the opposite side, and he saw Hong Ying clad in the king's armor, holding the spear, her eyes wide with rage, charging towards him with the momentum of 1,000 troops, the spear aimed fiercely at his head. You spear wielder, come take my life. Yu thought to himself, coldly sneering, feeling no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited. In terms of strength and physical capability, he was confident that few could surpass him within the same tier. Yu gripped the bronze sword tightly, facing the spear and striking upwards fiercely. But at the moment of impact, an immense force far beyond his expectations surged through, causing his hands to throb with pain, and he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer, directly sent flying crashing against the edge of the stage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yu stared, wide-eyed disbelief etched on his face. This was impossible. Even if Hong Ying's strength truly exceeded his own, there couldn't be such a vast disparity. He propped himself up from the ground, looking down at his hands. A strong sense of dissonance flooded over him. He could distinctly feel that all his serial abilities had vanished. It's not that he is too strong, but it's that in this illusion, he forced me into the identity of Han Xian, suppressing my power. This is not a real battlefield, it's an illusion. Just as he discerned the true nature of the illusion, Yuan Li's anxious voice suddenly exploded in his ears like thunder breaking a dream. Good brother, wake up. He is about to control the puppets to devour your flesh. If you fall deeper, it will truly be too late. Yu's body jolted, his eyes suddenly clearing. He suddenly came to his senses, still seated on the wooden chair beneath the stage, the long yin sword at his waist still there, and the fourth-tier serial energy within him was surging. The battlefield, the injuries, everything was a false perception brought on by the illusion. Above the stage, Hong Ying had already stopped singing, her spear pointed diagonally, her mocking gaze fixated on him. The surrounding living corpses who had been sitting motionless had now all stood up, their faces twisted in rage, mouths dripping with drool, encircling him from all directions, trapping him in the center. Tisk, are you not planning to continue acting with me? Hong Ying let out a strange laugh, her voice no longer melodious, but filled with coldness. Since you have awakened, then stay here and become another puppet to listen to the opera on my stage. No need for acting, but a fight is acceptable. Yu scoffed coldly, the long yin sword unsheathing with a sound, the golden red, pure yang sword light surging instantaneously, fiercely slashing towards the rushing living corpses. As the blade passed, several puppets in the front row were instantly sliced in half, not even given a chance to regenerate. Yet more puppets surged like a tide, dense and unending. Behind one of the pillars on the side of the stage, Yuan Li watched Guyu instantly break free from the illusion and take on the battle stance, quietly letting out a breath of relief. She had just been sweating nervously. If Guyu had truly fallen completely into the operatic illusion and had his soul extracted by Hong Ying, even she would have been powerless to save him. Fortunately, Guyu's will was strong enough, and his control over his serial powers was sufficiently robust, allowing him to break free before the illusion fully took shape. Guyu's Dragon Yin blade suddenly reversed, and the golden red, pure yang blade light swept out like a ribbon, instantly cleaving the puppet in the front row into countless pieces. In just a few breaths, the dozen or so surrounding puppets were all chopped to pieces, turning into a ground covered with charred fragments. On the stage, Hong Ying watched Guyu bloodied below with great interest, not showing the slightest anger, instead a morbid joy ignited in her eyes. She had seen too many prey invade the stage, either collapsing under the mental strain of illusions or being torn apart by waves of puppets. A living person like Guyu, strong and with an iron will, was simply the perfect protagonist for her grand performance. Hong Ying lightly clapped her hands, and the heavy red curtain on the stage suddenly fell from both sides, enclosing the entire stage and the audience below, like an iron barrel isolating the external wind and snow, as well as light, leaving only the red lanterns hanging on either side of the stage, emanating a faint red glow, making the enclosed space even more eerie. Guyu raised an eyebrow, just about to urge his mysterious space to break through, when he suddenly felt a weightiness surround him. Looking down, he discovered that a set of dark gold battle armor had appeared out of thin air, the cold armor fitting his body perfectly, without any sensation of hindrance. He initially thought he had fallen into the other party's illusion suppression again, but the next moment, he clearly felt that the fourth-tier energy within him was not being suppressed. Instead, it was being stimulated by this armor, surging even more violently. At the same time, Hong Ying on the stage donned a plain white Han Xine battle robe, her long sword pointed diagonally, her brows and eyes filled with a chilling sense of command. Around the red curtain, dozens of large flags embroidered with the character Han rose up in an instant, and the puppet corpses that had originally fallen on the ground were dragged behind the flags. When they emerged again, they were already clad in armor, wielding spears and halberds, transformed into well-trained soldiers, their aura rising steadily, hinting at the battle power of a second-tier awakener. "Come on, Chu Ba Wang." Hong Ying's theatrical tone rang out again, carrying a hint of mad laughter. "Today you will play Xian Yu while I will take on the role of Han Xian. Let's see if you can break through this ambush of 10 formations." Looking at the armored puppets closing in from all directions, Guyu rubbed his brow, showing no fear, but rather a keen interest. He spoke in a deep voice, "Spear-wielding warriors. Do you not know that this is not Gaixia, but rather the giant deer, where this king breaks the cauldrons and sinks them?" As his words fell, the fourth-tier energy within Guyu surged violently, the power of the martial artist series pouring into the Dragon Yin blade, igniting boundless flames, the scorching air waves sweeping across the entire audience, seemingly responding to his overwhelming battle intent. A soldier in the front row swung a bronze sword towards Guyu, who responded with a heavy slash of his blade, the sound of metal clashing, erupting, as the puppet was cleaved in two along with its sword. In an instant, 7 or 8 more soldiers closed in from both sides, axes and halberds raised, sealing off all directions for him to evade. Guyu did not flinch or avoid, thrusting the Dragon Yin blade into the ground, bending down to pick up a fallen spear, twisting his wrist as he wielded it like a dragon, moving with great agility. The spear techniques from his former martial artist series were displayed vividly in his hands, the spear shadows overlapping. With each thrust, he could accurately pierce the head of a puppet. Hong Ying on the stage watched this scene, trembling with excitement, her long sword waving wildly, as if she were a true commander directing thousands of troops. As she waved, streams of dark red, strange air flowed out from her body, spreading along the ground, all flooding into the puppets. The puppets, empowered by this air, experienced a surge in their aura. From initially being killed by Guyu with a single strike, to later being able to barely withstand a few of his moves, now numerous puppets were capable of posing a substantial threat to Guyu through their encirclement, the scars from blades on their armor forcing Guyu to dodge sideways. Just as Guyu flicked his spear to send 2 puppets flying, the voice of Yuan Li suddenly rang in his ear, delicate as a mosquito, yet crystal clear. "Good brother, these puppets are all mere shells controlled by him, using sinister energy. No matter how many you kill, you won't injure his essence, only wasting your strength. I will soon attach my spiritual body to the spear in your hand. Wait for the right moment to approach him. There's no need to get too close. Within a yard I can lock in on his spiritual essence. Gu Yu nodded slightly, his movements not pausing in the slightest, as if he was simply dodging normally, arousing no suspicion from Hong Ying. In the next moment, he distinctly felt the spear in his hand growing warm, dark red, mysterious threads spreading along the spear's shaft, which was exactly Yuan Li's spiritual power attaching itself. Gu Yu understood in his heart, immediately waving the spear, and the spear striking like a dragon, the blade slashing like thunder, forcibly tearing a path through the encirclement of puppets continuously advancing towards the stage. Ha! Good. This is the Ba Wang I want. Hong Ying, seeing this, became even more excited, swinging her long sword faster, continuously injecting sinister energy into the puppets faster, more fiercely. Only then will your final scene of self-destruction at Wujiang be more impressive. She was completely immersed in her own drama, not noticing Gu Ye's true intention of approaching, thinking he was merely a trapped beast trying to perform the play of the Ba Wang charging through the ranks. Just as the distance between the two narrowed to within a yard, a glint of sharpness flashed in Gu Ye's eyes, and he suddenly hurled the two weapons in his hands. First to be thrown was the Dragon Yen blade, a golden red blade light, carrying a fatal momentum aimed directly at Hong Ying's face. Following closely was the spear possessed by Yuan Li, the tip concealed hidden behind the blade light, without any aura leaking. Seeing this, Hong Ying sneered, casually waving her hand. A torrent of overwhelming sinister energy surged forth, accurately striking the Dragon Yen blade, sending it flying violently and nailing it to the stage's support beam. Your intentions are too obvious, Ba Wang. With such tricks, do you think you can break my 10 formations? But before his words could finish, his pupils suddenly contracted. The long spear that followed the blade light had already broken through the obstruction of the sinister energy, heading straight for his chest. Hong Ying instinctively reached out to grip the spear shaft, about to mock the opponent's petty tricks, but suddenly saw countless fine red threads spreading from the spear shaft, wrapping around his limbs, as if they were alive, tightly locking his spiritual essence, rendering him unable to mobilize even a hint of sinister energy. How is this possible? Hong Ying's manic expression froze instantly, and just as he was about to scream, he felt a bone-chilling coldness invade from behind. Yuan Li's figure slowly emerged from behind him, her pale, white fingers pinching the end of the red thread, the tear mole at the corner of her eye glowing red, her delicate smile captivating. Yuan Li, you dare ruin my play. You. Hong Ying's eyes widened in rage, struggling furiously, but the red threads tightened more and more, causing his spiritual essence to ripple, threatening to shatter at any moment. Yuan Li giggled, her fingers suddenly tightening, the endless red threads instantly retracting. Drama lunatic, what's the matter? Can't you even curse? Sorry, your grand play is about to come to a complete end. The red aura erupted violently, and the red threads strangled Hong Ying's spiritual essence, exploding into a mist of blood in midair. The puppets that had been frantically attacking Gu Yu suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if their souls had been extracted, no longer moving, their armor turning to ashes and disappearing without a trace. Watching the stage before him fall completely silent, Gu Yu had just let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly saw Yuan Li's expression change dramatically, as if facing a great enemy, her eyes fixed fiercely on the red stage robe that Hong Ying had dropped, the chilling aura around her instantly reaching its peak. Gu Ye's heart tightened, quickly gripping the Dragon Yen blade that had flown back to his hand, the Lingbao glasses activating instantly, the red light on the lenses flashing wildly. On that seemingly ordinary stage robe, a terrifying sinister aura surged forth, far surpassing before, indicating that Hong Ying's spiritual essence had not been completely annihilated, but had instead merged with the robe, soaked in her resentment. The robe floated in midair without wind, and Hong Ying's manic theatrical voice rang out again, this time devoid of melodiousness, only an overwhelming resentment and madness. Good. What a splendid play of breaking the situation together. Since you do not wish to perform the 10 formations, then today I shall accompany you in a true performance of Farewell, My Concubine. But the ending of this play should be that both of you meet your demise. As the words of the red tassel echoed, the entire enclosed stage space suddenly spun wildly. The red-painted pillars and wooden chairs of the stage instantly melted away, replaced by the turbulent shores of the Wu River. The flying snow turned into icy, bone-chilling river water crashing against the riverbank. In the dark brown waves, countless souls of the Han army, condensed by malevolent energy, roared as they crawled out of the water, their broken armor resembling a tide that surged towards Gu Yu and Yuan Li. The figure of the red tassel hovered above the surface of the Wu River, the red theatrical robe soaked in decades of resentment, fluttering freely, without wind making a rustling sound. Yuan Li's smile faded, her expression serious, as she murmured, "Not good. This crazy actor has truly..." He fused his spiritual body origin with his life robe and the theatrical illusion completely. This was no ordinary spiritual illusion, but a ghost realm forged from his lifelong resentment. Guyu furrowed his brows, his fingers brushing over his spiritual treasure glasses on the bridge of his nose. The faint golden spiritual light surged, instantly penetrating the overwhelming malevolent energy, firmly locking onto the red tassel on the river's surface. The complete information panel clearly presented before him: name, red tassel, origin in collapse, supernatural class, 4th rank, malevolent ghost, core abilities, essence absorption, theatrical illusion, ghost realm control, puppet, refining, theatrical seduction, spiritual object evaluation. In life, he was consumed by his obsession with theater and overwhelming grievances, committing suicide and hatred, coalescing resentment into a 4th rank malevolent ghost. At this moment, he had completely burned out his spiritual body, origin entering an indiscriminate explosive state. For 1 hour, his own resentment and malevolent energy would be released in an unlimited manner, and within the forged ghost realm, all illusionary abilities would become substantial. The cost of this state was the continuous collapse of the spiritual body. Once it surpassed the limit of endurance, it would lead to the disintegration of the origin and the scattering of the soul. Guyu's gaze precisely captured the key information of origin and collapse, and continuous collapse of the spiritual body, and a plan formed in his mind. He turned to Yuan Li beside him and asked in a deep voice, this explosive state of his shouldn't be able to last long, right? Are there any restrictions or ways to break through? Hearing Guyu's precise question, Yuan Li raised an eyebrow in surprise, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Good brother, your insight is truly sharp. Indeed, he looked overwhelmingly powerful, now able to unleash malevolent energy without restraint, turning all illusions in the ghost realm into reality. But all of this was at the cost of burning his own spiritual body, origin. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the approaching souls of the soldier puppets. Continuing in this state, he will grow stronger, but his spiritual body will also become increasingly unstable. At most, he can last an hour. Once his origin is burned to the extreme, without us needing to act, he will naturally disintegrate. Guyu nodded in understanding, gripping the dragon-slaying sword at his waist. With a clear sound, the golden-red pure yang blade light shot out of its sheath. Guyu nodded in understanding, gripping the dragon-slaying sword at his waist. With a clear sound, the golden-red pure yang blade light shot out of its sheath, tearing through the cold ghost realm, creating a ray of warmth. His gaze was calm, firmly locking onto the red tassel on the river's surface, his tone steady, yet filled with undeniable battle intent. Since that's the case, there's no need to remain on the defensive. Don't hold back either. Let's act together. Either we last until his spiritual body collapses, or we send him on his way right now. Yuan Li looked at Guyu, covering her mouth as she chuckled lightly, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye appearing even more enchanting amidst the scarlet malevolent energy. She lightly nodded, and in the next moment her figure suddenly transformed into a stream of crimson light rushing towards the encircling soldier puppets. Since my good brother has spoken, I naturally cannot fall behind. As her playful laughter faded, countless dark red threads surged from her fingertips, like living entities wrapping around the approaching souls of the Han army. Standing on the river's surface, the red tassel scoffed disdainfully at the scene, waving his hand as hundreds of soldier puppets drew their blades, fiercely hacking at the entangling red threads. Yet those red threads, though seemingly thin, were incredibly resilient. Instead of breaking under the blade's strike, they instantly split apart, forming an impenetrable spider web that wrapped around all the attacking soldier puppets. Yuan Li, this little trick of yours is useless against me. The theatrical tone of the red tassel carried heavy sarcasm. My soldier puppets are all transformed from souls devoid of soul and thought, without emotions or desires. Your emotionally charged red threads cannot affect them in the slightest. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Yuan Li covering her mouth, laughing so hard that her flowers trembled. No, that's fine, a big sister can teach them to have some. At the moment her voice fell, the red threads wrapping around the soldier puppets suddenly glowed with red light, piercing into the soldier puppets' soul bodies like needles. In the blink of an eye, the originally numb and dazed soldier puppets suddenly flashed with a hint of scarlet rage, turning their blades against their own companions. The once orderly army of souls instantly descended into chaos, fighting amongst themselves. Though these soldier puppets had no emotions, they were born from the red tassel's resentment. Yuan Li's emotional threads amplified that resentment, transforming it into indiscriminate killing intent. Even soulless puppets could be easily controlled. Seeing this scene, the red tassel's face turned ashen and the madness in his theatrical tone intensified. Seeking death, he shouted angrily, forming seals with one hand. The soldier puppets that had turned against each other instantly ceased their movements, all transforming into dark red malevolent energy, converging towards the center. In just a few breaths, the malevolent energy coalesced into 3 figures of ghost generals towering several meters high and clad in heavy armor, each exuding the peak malevolent aura of the 3rd rank, wielding giant axes and long knives that glinted coldly, fiercely chopping towards Yuan Li. Just as the ghost general's weapons were about to strike Yuan, Li, a remnant shadow suddenly flashed by. Guyu appeared in an instant, the dragon-slaying sword enveloped with pure yang flames and the fierce strength of a martial artist executing a technique known as 8 directions concealment. 8 ferocious blade shadows fell simultaneously, sealing off all escape routes for the 3 ghost generals. The golden-red blade light clashed with the malevolent energy, emitting sizzling sounds of burning. The 3 ghost generals did not even have time to let out a scream before being cleaved apart by the blade light, dissipating into malevolent energy scattered across the Wu River. A mere few puppets dared to present themselves for humiliation. Guyu stood with his sword, his gaze coldly fixed on the red tassel on the river's surface. Seeing this, the red tassel laughed in anger, his malevolent energy surging wildly. The turbulent waters of the Wu River instantly coalesced into a crimson spear, several meters long, its tip glinting coldly, locking onto Guyu's face. He flickered and instantly crossed several dozen meters of the river, appearing right in front of Guyu. The spear in his hand swept out, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, smashing fiercely towards Guyu's waist. Before the spear's wind arrived, the sharp, malevolent energy had already caused Guyu's robes to rustle. Yet facing this thunderous strike, Guyu did not dodge. Instead, a slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth, a glimmer of cunning triumph flashing in his eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for the red tassel to close in. Just as the spear was about to touch Guyu's body, the black magic cube in his arms suddenly floated into the air, its surface patterns illuminating. Countless components rapidly disassembled and reassembled, transforming into dark, resilient ropes that swiftly coiled around the red tassel's limbs and torso, firmly binding him midair. "Little tricks! You dare to show off before me!" The red tassel shouted angrily, a surge of blood light erupting from his body, the malevolent energy of his origin exploding forth without reservation, instantly severing all the black ropes formed by the black magic cube. But just as he broke free from his bindings, the surrounding world suddenly flipped upside down. The Wu River, the riverbank, and the souls vanished entirely, leaving only a boundless, chaotic space before him. Everything was in complete disarray. Visual, auditory, and tactile senses were all obscured. The spiritual body origin that was originally connected to the ghost realm was suddenly severed, and even the surrounding malevolent energy became sluggish and difficult to navigate. Within the realm of the inexplicable, chaos surged and boundless darkness enveloped all directions, devoid of up or down, left or right, front or back. Only the sound of Guyu echoed from all sides simultaneously. "Welcome to my world." Red Tassel's eyes widened in horror, her body trembling furiously beneath her theatrical robe, only to discover that her control over her spiritual body had plummeted to an unimaginable level. She attempted to raise her hand to gather her malevolent energy, but the sensation of her toes reached her fingertips. She sought to turn and find Guyu's figure, yet her vision swirled with the inverted waters of the Wu River. Even her once unbreakable connection to the ghost realm had been severely weakened by this peculiar space. In this space, your senses and your control over your spiritual body will be thoroughly disrupted. Guyu's voice surged again from all directions, laced with faint mockery that rippled through Red Tassel's spiritual body. "The ghost realm rules. You pride yourself on our worthless here." Amidst the chaos, a golden red blade of light suddenly tore through the darkness, moving faster than the limits of perception. Guyu's figure appeared silently behind Red Tassel, the blade of the Longyan knife slicing through the barrier of her spiritual body, fiercely striking towards her core. Red Tassel, filled with shock and anger, let out a scream that was not of this world, putting all her strength into redirecting her malevolent energy, trying to gather a defense. But in this space where her senses were completely disarrayed, her reaction was delayed, sensing the blade coming from behind, yet raising her hand to defend in front. With a sharp sound, the blade struck solidly against Red Tassel's spiritual body, and the golden-red pure yang flames surged wildly from the wound, causing her spiritual body to burst forth with splashes of blood, rendering her once solid form somewhat ethereal. "You wretch!" Red Tassel let out a frenzied roar, crimson blood mist erupting from her body, coalescing into numerous palm-sized figures clad in red. These figures mirrored Red Tassel's appearance, each shrieking in a theatrical tone, darting rapidly around her, releasing dense crimson blood energy, attempting to repel Guyu, while also trying to disrupt the rules of this space. "What's wrong?" Unable to win, Hedon, now planning to play a war of attrition. Guyu's light laughter drifted from the chaos, unmasked mockery evident. His figure weaved through the multitude of blood-red figures, as if strolling leisurely, then pulled out several silver-white spheres the size of Longyan from his storage pouch, flicking them with his fingertips, so they scattered precisely around Red Tassel. "These are spiritual energy bombs crafted by Guyu after extracting spiritual energy based on the abilities of a treasure appraiser used for the first time in actual combat. As the swiftly moving blood-red figures touched the spheres, the silver-white shells exploded instantly, unleashing a surging wave of pure yang spiritual energy. Those blood-red figures didn't even have time to let out a scream before they turned to ashes in the tide of spiritual energy. The scattered residual waves of spiritual energy violently struck against Red Tassel's spiritual body, which had already been injured by the blade's aura, causing further cracks to appear as she stumbled backward, her crimson glow flickering. "Do you like it?" Guy's figure reappeared, leaning on the Long Yin knife, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It's the first time using it in real combat. Looks like it works quite well." Red Tassel stared at him, the madness in her eyes nearly spilling over, suddenly erupting into a fit of neurotic laughter, her tone distorted with a desperate fierceness. "Do you think this means you've won? Who can't hold out longer? It's still uncertain." With that, he frantically squeezed his spiritual body's origin, an endless blood mist gushing forth from within him, more red-clad figures coalescing, rushing about wildly in the realm of the inexplicable. Each figure carried the malevolent energy of self-detonation akin to countless timed bombs, intent on thoroughly disrupting this space. Guyu observed this self-destructive behavior of his gaze flashing as he instantly saw through his intentions. This actor was wagering his spiritual body's origin, relying on these puppets' indiscriminate self-explosions to forcefully shatter this inexplicable space. "'Tis clever idea. Is this the first time someone has thought of this method to escape?" Guyu chuckled lightly, not in the least bit flustered, but instead reached for another spiritual energy bomb and threw it. "Let's see if you can survive before this space breaks apart." In the instant his words fell, the blood-red figures simultaneously self-exploded, the terrifying tide of malevolent energy sweeping across the entire inexplicable space. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy crystals Guyu threw also detonated, the pure yang spiritual energy colliding violently with the Yin malevolent energy, the two cataclysmic forces intertwining, causing the already battered spatial barrier to instantly be riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar, the inexplicable space was utterly shattered. As the space dissipated, the two were once again thrown back into the Wu River ghost realm. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Red Tassel's eyes. Even as her spiritual body neared collapse, she crazily absorbed the residual ghostly energy in the ghost realm, instantly coalescing into a blood-red long knife, several feet long, infused with a lifetime of resentment, and swung it fiercely towards the now stabilized Guyu. "Die for me." Just as the blood-red long knife was about to strike Guy's head, countless scarlet threads suddenly emerged from the space's fissures, writhing like venomous snakes, instantly ensnaring Red Tassel's entire body. This time the red threads showed no mercy, the needle-like tips piercing directly into his spiritual bodhi's origin, like countless shackles firmly binding all the flow of malevolent energy around him. Even the half-struck blood-red long knife froze in midair, unable to fall further. Yuan Li's figure slowly emerged from behind Red Tassel, her head tilted, her pale, white fingertips gently hooking the end of the red threads, her tear mole crinkling. With a soft laugh, eyes crescent-shaped, her tone sweet. "The mad actor, the show is over. It's time to close the curtain." "No, my show isn't over yet. I am the king of this stage." Red Tassel's eyes widened in rage, struggling frantically, her spiritual body's origin tearing apart further under the violent pull, the thick, ghostly energy uncontrollably spilling out. But the more she struggled, the tighter the red threads in Yuan Li's hands constricted, almost severing her spiritual body entirely. Meanwhile, Guyu had stabilized his form, the Long Yin knife in his hand once again glowing with golden red light, step by step approaching Red Tassel. "Your show should have ended the moment you pulled us into this Wu River ghost realm." Guyu's tone was icy, devoid of any fluctuation as he stood before Red Tassel, raising his blade high. Seeing this, Yuan Li tightened her fingers again, the red threads holding Red Tassel's body straight, leaving him no room to dodge, and she even winked at Guyu playfully, adding, "Good brother, the climactic moment of the finale is up to you." Guyu's lips curled slightly, and then the blade came crashing down. With a hiss, the blade accurately struck the core of Red Tassel's spiritual body origin, the pure yang force surging and instantly working in tandem with Yuan Li's red threads like two sharp blades, thoroughly shattering the foundation of her spiritual body. Red Tassel let out an agonizing scream, her spiritual body disintegrating under the double assault of the blade light and red threads. The theatrical robe that had absorbed her lifetime of resentment lost its foundational support, slowly drifting down from midair, eventually landing on the stage floor. As the last remnant of Red Tassel's soul was extinguished, the surrounding Wu River ghost realm receded like a tide, and after the world spun around, the two found themselves back in the ancient theater in reality. The red curtain that had sealed the stage had long since torn into strips amidst the energy shock, and the surrounding puppets and souls had vanished without a trace, leaving only the scattered wooden chairs and the glimmering spiritual light on the stage. Yuan Li retracted the red threads, brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, let out a long breath, and then bounced over to Guyu, circling around him, her almond eyes sparkling with admiration covering her mouth, and laughing. Good brother, your spatial ability is just too impressive. As she spoke, she playfully made a gesture of catching a turtle towards Guyu, her eyes and brows unable to hide. Guyu sheathed the Longyin knife, bent down to pick up the crimson origin crystal that had coalesced red tassels lifetime of resentment from the center of the stage, and also retrieved the fallen theatrical robe. As his fingertips brushed past the spirit treasure glasses, the information of both items instantly became clear, truly shocking Guyu. He raised his eyes to Yuan Li, who was smiling brightly beside him, smiled faintly, and tossed the crystal to her. Pleasure working with you. Yuan Li caught the crystal, weighed it in her hand, smiling even more joyfully, her tear mole brightening. Wow, good brother is quite generous. Then I won't be polite. Yuan Li played with the crimson ghost essence crystal at her fingertips. Just as she was about to say something, she looked up and saw Guyu had already turned and was striding out of the stage, his figure quickly disappearing into the swirling snow. Hey, good brother, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? She hurriedly lifted her skirt and quickly chased after him, her figure swaying and transforming into a red shadow lightly floating beside Guyu, tilting her head to look at him, her apricot eyes filled with confusion. Guyu turned back and waved to her, his steps steady, his tone calm. Of course, I'm going back to the apartment to meet the incoming team. Once everyone is settled, I will help you find your physical body. Yuan Li was momentarily stunned, her long eyelashes fluttering twice, and a smile instantly blossomed in her eyes, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. She immediately quickened her pace, floating beside Guyu, her small hand patted her chest, her tone playful, yet assured. All right. Then I will go back with you. Don't worry, with my red thread I guarantee that the aura of your entire camp will be thoroughly concealed. Not to mention the little fish and shrimp from the outer city, even that old man from the inner city won't be able to discover you without getting close. As she spoke, her fingertips twirled a fine red thread which gently floated in the wind and snow, emitting a faint red glow. It appeared delicate, yet concealed immense power of concealment. The two of them, a person and a ghost, raced through the wind and snow, and in just a little over 10 minutes they returned to the front of the rental apartment. Inside the apartment lobby, Xiaoyu, Guyu, and Yuan Li were not sitting together. Xiaoyu glanced at Yuan Li floating beside Guyu, his tone carrying a hint of tentative politeness. Thank you, little sister, for helping just now. The moment these words were spoken, Yuan Li's brows furrowed, her little mouth pouting instantly, her previously smiling face dropping slightly, glaring at Xiaoyu with displeasure. Who are you calling little sister? In terms of age, I might be much older than you. Xiaoyu's smile instantly froze, the corners of his mouth twitching. He quickly changed his words. I was being rude, then this elder sister. As he was about to finish, he was interrupted by Yuan Li raising her hand, crossing her arms, and turning her face away, her tone slightly proud. Why call me elder sister? We aren't familiar enough, don't try to get close. Xiaoyu stood there opening his mouth, but ultimately didn't say a word, only looking at Guyu with an expression of disbelief, his eyes filled with the question, what's going on here? Why is her attitude towards you and me so different? Guyu, seeing this, lightly coughed and quickly steered the topic back on track. He briefly explained to Xiaoyu the process of slaying the ghost Hong Ying, as well as the cooperation agreement made with Yuan Li, and how she could help conceal the team's aura. As soon as the serious matter was addressed, Yuan Li's proud demeanor instantly dissipated, reverting to her playful and cheerful self, leaning close to Guyu, blinking her eyes, and asking, Good brother, when will the people from your team arrive? I will prepare the red thread in advance to ensure that they are not targeted by those filthy creatures on their way here. Xiaoyu watched in astonishment from the side, leaning towards Guyu and whispering, Wait, why is her attitude towards you and me completely different? Aren't we brothers? She doesn't even give me face. Guyu shook his head helplessly. He too did not understand Yuan Li's capricious temperament. He could only pat Xiaoyu's shoulder as a form of comfort. Without saying much more, Yuan Li excitedly went to prepare the red thread. Her fingertips flickered and countless fine red threads flew out from her sleeves, as if alive, spreading along the apartment's walls, doors, windows, and surrounding streets, weaving into a massive concealment barrier. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the red threads had completely merged into the wind and snow, and the walls becoming invisible to the naked eye. She floated back to Guyu's side, brushed off the dust from her hands, and cheerfully claimed, Good brother, it's done. This barrier not only conceals aura, but as long as any ghosts, aberrant beasts, or living beings come within 100 meters of the apartment, I will instantly know. Thank you for your hard work. Guyu nodded at her, his eyes carrying a hint of gratitude. It wasn't hard at all. Yuan Li smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye glowing. Then I'll take my leave first. Just call me when you're ready, and I'll be right there. As her voice fell, she transformed into a red shadow, instantly disappearing into the snowstorm. Guyu and Xiaoyu walked to the entrance of the apartment. Looking from afar, the entire apartment looked no different than before. However, once they activated their sequence abilities, they could clearly sense that a strong cold barrier enveloped the area around the apartment, completely concealing the life within the building. If one did not approach the door, they would never know there were people inside. Xiaoyu stroked his chin, putting aside his playful thoughts, his brow slightly furrowed as he looked at Guyu. Old Gu, to be honest, can we trust what this ghost said? Even if you teamed up to kill that ghost actor Hong Ying, what if Hong Ying was already her nemesis, and eliminating Hong Ying was her intention all along? What if she set this trap to use your hands to devour all the ghosts in Wanghai City and then turn against us? What should we do? Guyu did not refute. He understood that Xiaoyu had his own concerns. Yuan Li was a fourth-tier fierce ghost. Her intentions were hard to predict, and no one could guarantee that her cooperation did not hide ulterior motives. But he also had his own considerations. He looked at Xiaoyu and calmly analyzed. The possibility you mentioned does exist. However, given the current situation, Yuan Li has no reason to act against us, nor has there been any signs of her doing so. Just earlier at the stage, she had countless opportunities to watch me be severely injured by Hong Ying, even to team up with Hong Ying to eliminate me, but she did not. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded and patted Gu Ye's shoulder. All right, I trust your judgment. If you need help when you go, just call me. Currently, the blizzard continues. The tide of corpses is approaching, and there are other fourth-tier ghosts in the inner city eyeing us. Collaborating with her is the most advantageous choice for the team right now. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then nodded and patted Gu Ye's shoulder. All right, I trust your judgment. If you need help when you go, just call me. After more than half an hour, the roar of the team's engines finally echoed from the distant snowstorm. The leading off-road vehicle slowly approached Chenglong at the wheel, and upon seeing Guyu and Xiaoyu standing at the entrance of the apartment, he immediately excitedly waved his hand. The vehicles of the entire new team entered the apartment yard in an orderly manner according to the predetermined batches, stopping one after another on the vacant land next to the apartment building without any chaos. As the doors opened one after another, over 200 survivors began to disembark. When they saw this solid and intact apartment building, everyone was stunned, and then their faces burst into undisguised joy and anticipation. Since the apocalypse began, they had been roaming for nearly half a year, always teetering on the brink of life and death, either squeezing into cramped cars at night or huddling in drafty abandoned buildings, never having a truly safe place to rest. Now this warm and sturdy apartment building was like a safe harbor in their desperate plight, a light in the Shui Yu and Su Ming immediately took action, allocating residences for each family according to the apartment layout provided in advance by Xiahou Yu, as well as the household situations and health conditions of the team members. Ji Mu activated his would escape ability, generating luminous vines in the apartment's stairwell and hallway, dispelling the darkness and bringing a touch of warmth. Everyone started moving, taking the keys to their assigned rooms, eagerly going to inspect their living spaces. The previously silent apartment building instantly became lively, filled with the warmth of human presence. Once everyone had been assigned their residences, Xiahou Yu instructed Shui, Su Ming, and Ji Mu, along with a few young men, to move all the supplies from the team into the original storage room on the first floor of the apartment. The storage room contained several large commercial refrigerators and rows of sturdy shelves. The group arranged food, drinking water, medicine, ammunition, and winter supplies in an orderly fashion, while Su Qing Yuan and Aunt Yu counted and registered each item, working diligently for an entire afternoon until all supplies were accounted for. In the afternoon, the duty room on the first floor of the apartment buzzed with the gathered core awakened of the convoy. Guyu Xiahou Yu Chenglong, Su Qing Yuan, Su Ning, Ji Mu, Su Ming, and Shui Yu sat around the table upon which lay a map of Wanghai City and the duty roster Xiahou Yu had drawn up. All right, brothers, the first step of our apocalypse stronghold plan is now complete. Xiahou Yu tapped the table and spoke, first a smile on his face. The strange anomalies and mutated beasts inside the apartment and within 100 meters around have been mostly cleared. At last we can sleep without constant dread. Calm or no calm, we must not let our guard down. From now on, I need everyone to join regular patrols of the surrounding area. If anything abnormal appears, deal with it immediately. No danger may approach the apartment. When he finished, Guyu took up the thread, pressing a fingertip on the boundary line between the outer and inner city on the map. His tone grave. Wanghai City is divided into inner and outer districts. We are on the northwest side of the outer city, where usually there are fewer serious anomalies or mutated beasts. But I must emphasize, under no circumstances approach the inner city or the border where inner and outer meet. There are at least 3 fourth-tier fiends and several high-tier mutated beasts still in the inner district. At his words, everyone fell a few degrees more serious and nodded in unison, engraving that iron rule into their minds. Seeing this, Xiahou Yu smiled and spread a sheet on the table. The duty roster and operation plan he had stayed up half the night to draft. He arched an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Now comes the main act. Since we finally have a place to settle, we can't keep living like fugitives drifting from day to day. This is the simple roster and division of labor I put together. Many of you worked before the apocalypse, so it should look familiar. Our convoy counting us numbers 219, of whom 107 are able-bodied men of prime age. These people will be assigned tasks based on physical condition, their present circumstances, and their pre-apocalypse work. 60 of them will form 3 search teams. Each day 2 teams, led by 2 of our members, will scour outer city supermarkets and shops for supplies. The teams not out that day will handle the apartment's daily security and patrol duties. The remaining elders and women will take care of daily logistics, meals, sewing, and tending to the wounded. In addition, we must find a way to restore the apartment's power and water systems and set up broadcast communications. We cannot live forever groping in the dark. They listened to his clear plan, faces brightening with surprise as tension that had held them for so long finally. This was no longer running and hiding, it was true settlement, an earnest decision to live on in the apocalypse. This actually sounds fun, like running a management game. Su Ning was the first to laugh, tapping the table with her fingertips, enthusiasm in her voice. Before the collapse, I worked at a radio station. I know circuits and broadcasting systems. I can take a look at the apartment's distribution room and wiring to see if we can get power back. We should also put the corpse tide on the agenda. Jimu spoke up at once, his expression serious. We don't know when a warning of the corpse tide might come. We must prepare in advance and build basic defenses. Su Qingyuan nodded and added, we should also increase our medical supplies and armament. If a corpse tide comes, most people will need to join the defense. Leave the defenses to the 2 of us. Su Ming answered in a thick voice, slapping Shui Yu on the shoulder. Old Shui and I will take people this afternoon to reinforce the apartment's courtyard wall, build 2 defensive works at the entrance, and weld steel bars across the windows. If the corpse tide comes, it won't be easy to break in. After the meeting, everyone set to their tasks with feverish energy. On the rooftop, Xian Yair stood with the new Evil Spirit handgun Guyu had given her, practicing at a makeshift target again and again. The cold wind drove snowflakes against her face, yet her hands remained steady and unerring. Each time she squeezed the trigger, the bullet struck dead center. You've improved quickly. A familiar voice came from behind. Xian Yair turned to see Su Ning approaching slowly, holding a bottle of warm ginger tea. Xian Yair set the gun down and took the tea, whispering, Sister Ning, what brings you up here? Just finished the meeting, came up to look. Su Ning stood beside her and stared at the cluster of bullet holes in the target, surprised as she nodded. You really have a gift. When I first saw you, you could only shoot effectively within 20 meters. Now you're putting pressure on me. Caught by the compliment, Xian Yair's cheeks flushed as she lifted the tea to her lips and murmured, Sister Ning, you tease me. How could I compare to you? Su Ning saw the concentration in her eyes, inclined her head slightly, corrected Xian Yair's grip with a gentle hand, and said softly, steady your wrist more and drive force from your hips and abdomen, not by bracing your arms against recoil. I'll teach you a set of mobile shooting techniques so you can handle sudden situations. Xian Yair nodded, hard eyes bright, and followed Su Ning's instruction with serious attention. The first-floor kitchen of the apartment was a hive of activity. Aunt Zhou and a dozen women fussed around the stove, a pot of hot soup simmering and steamers full of buns, the aroma filling the whole floor. Lin Hui, the woman Cheng Long had rescued from Zhang Pu, tied on an apron and carefully trimmed vegetables at the side, her face free now of the numb fear it once bore, set instead with a calm, peaceful smile. Lin Hui, rest a bit, don't overwork, Aunt Zhou said with a smile, watching her. You're fine. You don't need to be doing. Lin Hui shook her head, eyes rimmed with moisture, answering softly, Aunt Zhou, I'm okay. Back with the begging convoy, I used to live in constant fear. I never imagined I could have stable days like this, be able to eat a proper hot meal. Being able to help a little makes me feel at peace. Aunt Zhou patted her shoulder and said warmly, from now on this is your home. No need to be afraid anymore. Lin Hui nodded hard and wept, tears of joy rolling down her cheeks. At the apartment entrance, Su Ming and Shui Yu led men welding rebar to reinforce the courtyard wall. With 4 arms, Su Ming hoisted a heavy steel plate and set it down while Shui Yu wielded the welding gun, and sparks flew in showers. Old Shui, you seem to be aiming the welder at me. Then why don't you dodge? Because I trust you. Idiot. Jimu stood nearby, urging thick vines to grow and wind around the rebar, binding the courtyard wall until it was as solid as an iron drum. Toward evening, the apartment suddenly lit up. Su Ning had brought several experienced brothers into the electrical room that afternoon, and after an hour of emergency repairs, the power system was barely restored. Everyone stopped their work and cheered at the glow of the lights. Those lights not only chased away the dark, but also dispelled the half-year gloom that sat heavy in their hearts. At dinner time, they gathered in the apartment hall. The long table was piled with steaming dishes, meat, vegetables, and hot soup. It was the most secure and plentiful meal they had eaten since the world fell apart. Xiaohou Yu raised his cup, stood, and smiled to us, for finally having a home in this apocalypse. To the captain, to everyone. They all lifted their cups and cheered in unison, voices full of excitement and joy. The clink of cups, laughter, and conversation wove together into the smoke and fire warmth of human life and the hope of survival. In a corner of the hall, Yuan Li slipped into view, without a sound, leaning against a pillar and watching the warm revelry. Confusion flickered in her almond-shaped eyes before they landed on Guyu, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curved. She had died long ago. When she lived, her family disliked her. She dropped out of school early to work, was cheated of her savings, and died harboring grievance. She had never truly seen the warmth of people gathered like this. Guyu seemed to sense something and turned, catching sight of her. He lifted his cup in a small salute toward her. Yuan Li froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and let out a quiet laugh, giving him a playful wink before dissolving into a red shadow and vanishing without a sound. The next day, the sunlight was bright, streaming through the apartment's glass window and falling on Guyu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a momentary daze, forgetting where he was. It wasn't until he heard voices and the faint clattering of tools from downstairs that he suddenly regained his senses. The new student team had already set up camp in Wanhai City, and he no longer needed to flee day and night. He quickly got up, strapped the long yin dao to his waist, checked his other gear, and pushed the door open to step outside. The courtyard of the apartment was already bustling. Most people were already up, some cleaning the snow, some hanging clothes to dry, and others organizing supplies that had just been stored yesterday, each face displaying a long-lost relaxed smile. Jimu and Su Ming were preparing to set out with the first search team, backpacks on their backs and weapons in hand, ready to head to the nearby supermarket for supplies. Guyu, good morning. Upon seeing Guyu, several people greeted him with smiles. Guyu nodded in return, smiling as he said, "Be careful, don't go near the inner city boundary." "Don't worry, Guyu, we've got it covered," Su Ming replied in a deep voice, waving his hand as he led the search team out of the apartment. Guyu turned to find Xiaohou Yu, who was inspecting the defensive structures, and told him about going to the inner city with Yuan Li. Xiaohou Yu had originally planned to wait until he broke through to the 4th tier to go together for safety, but Guyu still declined. Just a few steps out the door, a red figure floated out from the shadows of a nearby tree, landing beside him. Yuan Li was wearing a plain white long dress, her long hair gently swaying in the wind, and the tear mole at the corner of her eye looked particularly beautiful in the sunlight. She waved the red thread in her hand and cheerfully said, "Hello, good brother, so punctual. Are you all ready?" Guyu nodded and got straight to the point. "Let's go. Where is your body hidden?" Upon hearing the word body, the smile on Yuan Li's face faded slightly, and a hint of imperceptible hesitation and worry flashed across her brow. She bit her lip and truthfully replied, "In the deepest part of the old rental area in the inner city. Going in now, it's very likely we will encounter 2 other 4th-tier vengeful spirits in the inner city. The madman is dead, so they must have sensed something amiss and are watching for movement everywhere. Normally I could go in myself, but you are a living person, your yang energy is too strong. As soon as you step into the inner city, they will quickly sense it." Looking up at Guyu, she was filled with genuine concern. "How about we wait a bit longer, until your friend reaches the 4th tier, or until the heat dies down?" "No need." Guyu looked at her, his tone calm, yet firm. "Since I promised you, I will definitely help you find your body back. And the fact that you can clearly inform me of these risks shows that you have no ill intentions towards me. Let's go on." Seeing the determination and trust in Guyu's eyes warmed Yuan Li's heart. She nodded heavily, and a smile spread across her face again. "All right. Then let's go. I will definitely tell you all the dangers I know in advance, and I won't let anything happen to you." As her voice faded, her figure shimmered and transformed into a wisp of faint red mist, blending into the surrounding wind and snow, leaving behind a gentle voice in Guyu's ear. "Good brother, follow my voice, don't stray. Many alleys in the inner city are dead ends, and there are many hidden traps." Taking a deep breath, Guyu tightened his grip on the long yin dao at his waist, and following Yuan Li's guidance, he stepped into the inner city of Wanhai City. Unlike the desolate silence of the outer city, the air in the inner city was colder and damper, filled with a strong aura of decay and chill. Along the way, Yuan Li's voice continuously echoed in his ears, reminding him where the Yin spirits roamed, where traps lay, helping him avoid numerous dangers. After walking for about half an hour, the two finally arrived at a dilapidated rental area. Yuan Li's voice rang out again, this time devoid of its usual lightness, instead carrying an unmistakable tremor and plea. "Good brother, it's the 3rd floor, room 302, just ahead. Once we go in, if I ask you to close your eyes, will you listen to me? I beg you." Guyu could clearly hear the fragility in her tone, realizing that this place hid her most unwelcome memories. He didn't ask further, and simply replied softly, "All right, I will listen to you." Upon receiving Guyu's promise, Yuan Li fell silent for a moment, seemingly relieved. But just as Guyu reached for the door of room 302, a large amount of dark inky mist suddenly surged out from inside, rushing towards the two like a tide. Be careful. This black mist is deadly to our spiritual forms. Yuan Li's voice suddenly turned sharp, her figure flickering at the edge of the black mist, her spiritual form becoming increasingly ethereal. I can't go in. Good brother, you have to rely on yourself. My red thread will always guide you. Wrap this end around your left hand, and no matter what happens, you must not let go. My body, it's on the balcony of the bedroom inside. Before her words fell, her figure completely vanished. Guyu quickly wrapped one end of the red thread tightly around his left wrist, feeling its coolness against his skin. He drew out the long yin dao, took a deep breath, and stepped into the thick black mist. To Guyu's surprise, the interior of the black mist was not pitch dark. Instead, it was unusually bright, clearly revealing the layout of the rental house. However, it was eerily silent, without a single sound. He couldn't even hear his own footsteps, and the air was thick with a foul odor that mixed mold and blood. He remembered Yuan Li's words and did not look around randomly, instead turning straight towards the bedroom. Pushing open the bedroom door, a stronger stench of blood hit him. Lifting his eyes, he saw a bright red coffin placed right in the center of the balcony, covered with strange black runes tightly wrapped in 8 heavy chains of black iron, exuding a chilling aura. Guyu quickly approached the coffin, raising the long yin dao to strike at the chains. With a loud clang, sparks flew, yet the black iron chains remained unscathed, showing not even a scratch. At that moment, the red thread on his wrist suddenly began to fade, its temperature dropping gradually. Guyu's heart sank. He knew that Yuan Li outside must be in trouble. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around the coffin, unleashing all his fourth-year strength, hefting the heavy coffin onto his shoulder. Go! He turned and ran towards the door, but despite the distance being only a few steps, he ran for a full 3 minutes without seeing the door. The surrounding walls seemed to extend endlessly, transforming the once familiar rental house into a labyrinth from which he could never escape. Outside the rental house, Yuan Li was biting her teeth tightly, her left palm deeply marked by the red thread, crimson blood dripping, continuously transforming into faint red mist, maintaining the connection with Guyu. Her face was as pale as paper, and her spiritual form became increasingly ethereal, clearly having exhausted a significant amount of her original power. Not far away, an old man in a black robe with a lewd face leaned against the wall, leering at Yuan Li with a wicked grin, chuckling. Yuan Li, don't struggle anymore. It's been 3 years, you still haven't given up on reclaiming this broken body. He continued, that kid who just went in is probably in grave danger too. You're exhausting your original power like this, that red thread won't hold for long. He licked his lips, his gaze growing more greedy. Why not join me, old ghost? Once we break through to the 5th tier, we can devour this black mist together. By then the entire Wanghai city will be ours, what do you say? Yuan Li shot him a cold glance, her face devoid of its former flirtatious smile, now replaced with chilling coldness. Pa. Old ghost, just on your disgusting appearance, do you think you are worthy? I never looked up to you when I was alive. Even in death you are unworthy of serving me. If I weren't bound right now, I would have long since ripped you apart and fed you to the wild dogs. The old man, far from angered, only laughed more recklessly. Your mouth is quite tough. But it doesn't matter. Once you exhaust your strength, you will be at my mercy. He paused, deliberately elongating his tone with a venomous undertone. What a pity for your good sister. She never enjoyed a day of fortune in life. And in death, it was even worse, stripped of her clothes and thrown into a mass grave without anyone to collect her body. In this world, she probably can't even condense a spiritual form right. His words struck Yuan Li's heart like a sharp knife. Her face instantly turned pale, and her once beautiful eyes ignited with an inferno of rage. The red threads around her wildly surged forward like venomous snakes towards the old ghost. Old ghost. You are seeking death. The sinister words of the old ghost precisely struck the deepest scar in Yuan Li's heart, which she was most unwilling to touch. The charming smile that usually graced her face vanished without a trace. Her apricot eyes suddenly turned cold, and even the tear mole at the corner of her eye was stained with a chilling aura. The originally light red thread in her hand instantly transformed into a scarlet hue like blood, and the swirling dark mist around her coalesced into substance, leaving behind a faint red silhouette. Immediately, her true form turned into a streak of flowing light rushing straight toward the old ghost. Shut your filthy mouth. You will pay for what you just said. Yuan Li's voice was as cold as ice, a stark contrast to her usual soft tone. Countless red threads surged wildly from her sleeves like venomous snakes, flicking their tongues, intertwining into an impenetrable net, descending upon the old ghost with a glint of cold light at the tips, aiming to completely shred his spiritual body. However, the old ghost remained unfazed, still wearing that nauseating lecherous smile. With a casual wave, a dozen pale-faced ghost children emerged from the black mist behind him, shrieking as they lunged toward the red threads. These ghost children had sharp teeth and frantically bit at the resilient red threads. Although they were being torn into black smoke by the threads, they successfully stalled the offensive. "Little girl, you have quite the temper," the old ghost scoffed, his figure swaying as he prepared to blend into the black. But Yuan Li had already seen through his tricks, swiftly following his movements. Her right hand gathered a dense, crimson, malevolent aura, transforming into sharp claws as she fiercely clawed at the old ghost's back. "Got you." The claws penetrated the figure before her, yet Yuan Li furrowed her brows. Something felt off. Looking down, she realized she had pierced through a ghost child that he had pushed out as a decoy. The ghost child bore an eerie smile, and its entire body suddenly ignited with pitch-black, ghostly flames rapidly spreading along Yuan Li's arm, scorching her spiritual body. "You've fallen for it, Yuan Li," the old ghost's voice came from behind her, laced with unabashed mockery. Yuan Li acted decisively, her left hand forming a blade as she swiftly severed her right arm, which had been ensnared by the ghostly flames. The severed arm fell to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of red mist. The red mist surrounding her surged, and in the blink of an eye a brand new right arm grew back, though the brilliance of her spiritual body dimmed slightly. Such cruelty. The old ghost stroked his chin, grinning lecherously. "I could use your hand as a toy to play with since I happen to be missing something." Yuan Li bit her lip, ignoring his vile words, her murderous intent intensifying. Just as she was about to reignite her assault with the red threads, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. Several ghost children had bypassed her defenses and were rushing toward the distant clone she had left behind. That clone was intentionally left by her beside Guyu to help him withstand the black mist and warn of danger. Yuan Li's heart tightened, and she instantly lost her composure. Without a second thought, she turned and flew toward the direction of the clone, completely forgetting the old ghost lurking behind her. "Being overly concerned leads to confusion, little girl." The old ghost revealed a triumphant grimace, the black mist around him swelling as his figure transformed into a black arrow, instantly catching up to Yuan Li. He concentrated ghostly energy into his palm, slamming it with pitch-black ghost flames onto Yuan Li's lower abdomen. PFF. Yuan Li spat out a mouthful of crimson spiritual blood, her entire being flying backward like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily against the cold wall and sliding down to the ground. She clutched her abdomen, struggling to prop herself up, already burdened with part of the damage from the black mist, and using her spiritual body to protect Guyu. Now heavily injured, she felt increasingly ethereal, lacking even the strength to lift her hand. "How does it feel?" "Not so pleasant, right?" The old ghost slowly approached her, looking down at her with malicious intent. "Don't worry, I will send that kid down to keep you company soon. Wait until I kill him in front of your eyes, and then slowly refine your spiritual body, ensuring that you will never forget me. How about that?" As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the ghost children charging toward the clone simultaneously let out sharp shrieks, their ghostly energy surging, seemingly ready to self-destruct. Yuan Li's eyes widened in horror as she wanted to stop them, but could only watch helplessly as tears uncontrollably welled up. Since becoming a strange being, she had rarely made a friend, yet now this hard-earned friendship was about to perish before her eyes. A massive energy storm suddenly erupted, intertwining black ghost flames with crimson spiritual energy engulfing the entire alley. Yet in the heart of the storm, Yuan Li froze. What she had anticipated as her clone shattering and her spiritual body rebounding did not occur. Instead, she distinctly felt her clone was safe and even moving closer to her. As the energy storm gradually dissipated, a tall figure stood quietly in place. Guyu carried the enormous vermilion coffin on his shoulder, his eyes blood-red, face somewhat pale, hair caked with dust and ashes, and his upper body clothing appeared corroded, revealing a smoothly contoured back. He bore several wounds of varying depth, slowly seeping blood. Only the pants around his waist remained intact, appearing particularly comical amidst the chaos. He casually tossed the coffin aside with a dull thud, dusted himself off, glanced at his tattered shirt, and couldn't help but mutter, "TCH, indeed, only underwear has the strongest defense." He then raised his eyes to look at Yuan Li, who was slumped on the ground, her face pale and blood at the corners of her mouth. The indifference in his gaze instantly faded, replaced by a rare murderous intent. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the old ghost in black, who had yet to react. His tone was icy enough to freeze. "Old thing, the injuries on her body, did you inflict them?" The old ghost shivered under Guyu's gaze. Since becoming a strange being, he had devoured countless living people and low-level spirits, always instilling fear in others. Never had anyone dared to look at him with such an interrogative gaze. He steadied his mind, forcing a boastful expression back onto his face, and spat, "So what if I did? You little brat are lucky to have escaped from my black mist coffin. But just right when I enjoy this little girl later, I will have a little fun." Before he could finish his words, a sudden blur appeared before him. Guyu's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a colossal hand imbued with immense spiritual energy crashed down on his head. Vile words are truly unbearable to hear. Guyu spoke flatly, yet the force of his grip was as heavy as Mount Tai. He pressed the old ghost's head down forcefully, slamming it into the ground covered in snow and rubble, dragging him along. The scattered spiritual energy tore through the old ghost's spiritual body, leaving behind sizzling trails. The old ghost let out a chilling scream, struggling desperately, but he couldn't break free from Guyu's iron grip. "Let me go, you damned human. How can you possess such power? I will kill you." Guyu turned a deaf ear, dragging him to a wall. With a sudden surge of strength, he forcefully pressed the old ghost's upper body into the icy brick wall. The brick wall shattered, debris flying. The old ghost's head was stuck in the wall, his limbs flailing futilely, and his screams turned into dull, desperate wails. "Oh, how is this possible? As a mere human, how can you possess such strong, malevolent energy?" The old ghost was stuck in the brick wall, emitting heart-wrenching wails as its spiritual form continued to disintegrate under the searing power of Guyu's transcendent abilities, yet it remained undeterred, summoning the remnants of the ghostly children hidden in the black mist with its last ounce of strength. Guyu paid no heed to its cries, a sudden glint of crimson flashing in his eyes, as a pair of sharp fangs subtly curved at the corners of his mouth. Those were the vampire traits he had previously seized from bars. Just moments ago in the darkness, he had vaguely sensed the surrounding black mist continuously eroding his physical being. Although the red thread from Yuan Li helped to ward it off, if it continued, he would likely lose half his life before escaping the black mist's embrace. In desperation, he donned the vampire traits unexpectedly, finding the effects remarkably good, not only enhancing his physical strength further, but also allowing him to absorb the black mist to replenish and reinforce himself. He slightly parted his lips, an invisible pulse suddenly erupting, and those ghostly children, just emerging from the old ghost's body, did not even have time to scream before transforming into pure black energy, flowing like a stream into Guyu's mouth. The taste isn't bad, it's passably nourishing. Guyu licked the corner of his lips, his tone flat, yet his right hand suddenly exerted force, piercing directly through the old ghost's spiritual essence. "Farewell, you foul-mouthed, old relic." With a dull explosion, the old ghost's spiritual form completely shattered, turning to a sky full of black fragments scattered by the wind and snow. The debris from the shattered brick wall fell like rain, leaving only a dark red crystal to testify that a battle had once taken place here. The crimson in Guyu's eyes quickly faded, and his fangs retracted, his appearance returning to its original refined state. He brushed off the dust from his hands, quickly walked over to Yuan Li, crouched down, and his tone shifted from the earlier chill to a gentle warmth as he gently wiped away the spiritual blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. "Are you okay? Did you sustain any injuries?" Yuan Li stared at him blankly, her eyes still red, struggling to hold back her tears as she suddenly leaped into Guyu's embrace. "I'm fine. Guyu, you're amazing. Just now I truly thought I would never see you again." Her body was still trembling slightly, the momentary fear nearly making him believe he had harmed the person before him. Guyu paused, looking at her like a frightened little cat, his voice softening as he gently patted her. It's all right, everything's fine." Besides, he hesitated, pointing to the nearby crimson coffin, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I brought back what you were looking for." Yuan Li suddenly looked up, following his pointing direction. Upon seeing the familiar coffin, her pupils constricted, the traces of her tears still wet on her face, yet disbelief filled her expression. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat choked, unable to utter a single word. Just as he raised his head to say something, he noticed that Guyu had, unbeknownst to him, closed his eyes. "Go on quickly." Guyu gently pushed her shoulder, his tones soft yet firm. "Just call me when you're done. This place isn't safe." Yuan Li looked at him, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, gratitude, emotion, and even a hint of feeling she herself had not yet realized. She bit her lip, said nothing more, and turned to walk quickly to the crimson coffin. The black chains on the coffin had long been damaged in the earlier explosion, losing their binding power. Yuan Li reached out, gently pushing open the heavy coffin lid. Inside the coffin lay the still body. She was dressed in a faded old dress, her features haggard and emaciated, her cheeks, sunken eyes tightly shut with dark circles around them, resembling exactly how she looked 3 years ago when she had died with resentment. Ironically, in such an era, she had actually starved to death. He did not want the person before him to see that horrific visage and emaciated form. Yuan Li gazed at her own corpse in the coffin, her expression tender yet sorrowful. She gently extended her hand, fingertips brushing against her cold cheek, then took a deep breath, and an overwhelming red spiritual light erupted from her body. Her spiritual form transformed into countless tiny red light dots resembling fireflies dancing in the sky, slowly flowing into the flesh within the coffin. In an instant, the entire coffin was enveloped in red spiritual light. The originally emaciated body gradually became plump and rosy under the nourishment of the spiritual light. The sunken cheeks restored their original delicate contours. The pale skin took on a healthy hue. The tightly shut eyes quivered slightly, with long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed as the coffin suddenly splintered into pieces, and the black chains broke into several sections, clattering onto the ground. As the red spiritual light dissipated, a girl dressed in red slowly stood in place. She was no longer in the previous translucent spiritual form, but had gained a real flesh and blood body. Her skin was fair and delicate, her brows and eyes elegantly curved, the prominent red tear mole at the corner of her eye still striking, her lips curled with their habitual charming smile, vibrant and lively. She twirled around her skirt, fluttering, feeling the long-lost heartbeat, and warmth. Her eyes filled with indescribable joy. "I'm back. I finally have a body." Yuan Li excitedly ran to Gu Ye's side, patting his shoulder, her voice clear and melodious, brimming with uncontainable happiness. Gu Yu turned around, looking at the vibrant girl before him, a smile surfacing in his eyes. "Congratulations, your wish has been fulfilled." "I have to thank you, dear brother." Yuan Li smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, standing on her tiptoes, quickly pecking Gu Yu on the cheek. The soft sensation faded instantly, and Gu Ye's ears turned a light shade of red, awkwardly turning his head away and clearing his throat. "It's nothing, we're partners, it's only right." Seeing his slightly flustered demeanor, Yuan Li's smile grew even brighter, the tear mole at the corner of her eye curving even more. She deliberately leaned closer to Gu Yu, teasingly blinking her eyes. "Oh dear brother, you're blushing. Could it be that my kiss made you shy?" Gu Yu stood to the side, watching Yuan Li spin in circles in the snow, her brows arched, and her smile radiant as a flower. When she finally stopped panting, she gently reminded, "All right, it's time to go back. Although you have restored your physical body, you have suffered significant injuries. Be sure to protect yourself. Moreover, there is a high possibility of a massive corpse tide breaking out in Wanhai City. Sunu everywhere is unsafe, so take care of yourself." Saying this, he brushed the snow off his clothes and turned to pack up his things to leave. "Hey, good brother." Yuan Li immediately chased after him, grabbing the hem of his clothing with her hand. A hint of evident dissatisfaction flashed across her delicate face, and her lips pouted slightly. "What do you mean by taking care of yourself? Do you want to part ways with me so soon? Who said we are just partners? We are friends, very, very good friends." She deliberately emphasized the word friends, looking at Gu Yu with bright eyes filled with a hint of stubbornness and a barely perceptible nervousness. Gu Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her serious demeanor, reaching out to ruffle her hair. All right, it was my mistake. So what are your plans next, Miss Yuan Li?" Seeing this, Yuan Li immediately lifted her head proudly, placing her hands behind her back. She cleared her throat in a mock serious manner and took a couple of small steps, saying earnestly, "Ahem, considering the many dangers you will face next, and given that I happen to be in a good mood, I will reluctantly join your team to offer some help. No need to thank me too much. Oh, just buy me some good food in the future." Looking at her feigned generosity that couldn't hide her anticipation, Gu Yu smiled and replied, "I truly thank Miss Yuan Li for that. Let's go, it's just in time to take you back to meet the others." The two walked side by side, and as they passed by a clothing store on the street, Gu Yu paused. A few low growls from distorted beasts drifted faintly from inside the store. He gestured for Yuan Li to wait outside, and pushed the door open to enter. After a brief moment, a few short cries of distress echoed from within, followed by silence. Gu Yu emerged holding two pieces of clothing, handing one of the cream-colored down jackets to Yuan Li. "Put this on, your red dress is too conspicuous and doesn't keep you warm." Yuan Li was momentarily taken aback as she received the down jacket. Her fingers brushed against the soft fabric, warming her heart. She obediently put it on. The jacket was a bit loose, making her appear even more petite and delicate. Gu Yu also donned a black windbreaker. After all, he couldn't go without clothes. With Yuan Li by his side, the lower-tier undead spirits and distorted beasts along the way sensed her fourth-tier fierce aura from afar and scattered in fear, not daring to approach. The two enjoyed an unobstructed journey and soon returned to the apartment in the outer city. As they reached the entrance, they saw Xia Hou Yu pacing anxiously, clutching 3 copper coins and walking back and forth. Upon spotting Gu Yu, he rushed over. Just as he was about to complain, his gaze swept over Gu Yu and Yuan Li, and he froze instantly. He looked at Gu Yu's brand new windbreaker, then caught sight of the faint kiss mark on his cheek that was nearly invisible. Looking at Yuan Li, who had a rosy complexion and a smiling face, he immediately displayed an understanding expression of "I get it." He patted Gu Yu on the shoulder, lowering his voice, and spoke in a serious tone, as if imparting wisdom. "Young man, having energy is good, but you must also exercise restraint and be mindful of the occasion. In this world fraught with crises, if a distorted beast suddenly appears while you are preoccupied or you encounter other survivors, it could lead to your demise or social embarrassment." "What the hell are you talking about?" Guyu's face darkened as he raised his hand wanting to hit him. Xiaoyu laughed heartily and dodged, winking at him. He certainly knew Guyu wasn't that kind of person, he was just teasing. At lunchtime, Xiaoyu gathered the core members of the team in the apartment lobby, setting a full table of dishes both to welcome Guyu and Yuan Li and to formally welcome Yuan Li into the team. Su Ning was still upstairs adjusting the broadcasting system, while Ji Mu and Su Ming were out with the search team looking for supplies, leaving the remaining few sitting around the table. Let me introduce everyone, this is Yuan Li. Xiaoyu pointed at Yuan Li, smiling as he said, from now on, she will be a member of our team. She is very powerful, so we will have a strong helper in dealing with those strange undead spirits. Hello everyone, I am Yuan Li. Yuan Li stood up confidently, bending her eyes into crescents as she smiled sweetly at everyone, completely shedding the arrogance and distance from their first meeting. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. Welcome, Yuan Li. Su Qingyuan smiled, gently passing her a pair of clean chopsticks. Please sit down, the food is getting cold. Everyone was very welcoming, showing no signs of exclusion. Guyu sat to the side watching the scene, unable to help but shake his head and chuckle. He had initially worried that Yuan Li would have trouble getting along with everyone, but he didn't expect her to integrate in so quickly, especially with the aura of a girl next door she exuded after regaining her physical body, which endeared her to everyone. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and looked up at Yuan Li. He saw Yuan Li looking back at him as if they were telepathically connected, and she playfully winked at him, shaking the cream cake in her hand. She took a sip of orange soda, a bit of cream stuck at the corner of her mouth, resembling a kitten caught sneaking a treat. Guyu's heart completely relaxed. He had always been worried that although Yuan Li had restored her physical body, her essence was still that of an undead spirit and unable to eat and drink like a normal person. Now it seemed he had overthought it. After her physical body was reshaped, she was no different from an ordinary person. Just as lunch was halfway through, a buzzing electric sound suddenly came from upstairs, followed by a clear broadcasting voice that spread throughout the apartment. Hello, hello. Testing, testing. Can everyone hear me? It was Su Ning's voice, tinged with excitement. Instantly, everyone in the lobby cheered. Su Ning had successfully repaired the apartment's broadcasting system, so in the future there would be no need to run around shouting for notifications. Xiaoyu raised his cup high, shouting loudly, Su Ning is awesome. The night fully enveloped Wanghai City as the biting wind and snow beat against the window ledge of the apartment building. Despite the chill in the corridor, everyone managed to sleep soundly. Su Qingyuan carefully arranged a vacant room next to Guyu for Yuan Li. Holding her newly acquired bedding, Yuan Li smiled sweetly, bidding everyone good night, resembling a well-behaved girl next door as she successfully settled into the new student group. After watching Yuan Li return to her room, Guyu turned and walked into his own room, shutting the door behind him, cutting off the sounds of the patrolling guards outside and the faint noises in the corridor. He sat down at the desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingertips, and then took out several items from his storage pouch. One by one, the scarlet play robe that exploded after Hong Ying was slain, the fourth-tier malevolent energy crystal left behind by the black-clad ghost, and a black iron chain that had peeled off from the coffin sealing Yuan Li's body. Guyu sat at the desk, concentrating and holding his breath, channeling the pure, extraordinary spiritual energy within him to gather in his palms, slowly pressing it towards the play robe on the table, activating the enlightenment ability. The pale golden spiritual energy flowed like a gentle stream, gradually seeping into the patterns of the play robe. The originally dull robe began to emanate a faint glow, the previously blurred patterns becoming increasingly distinct, while the surrounding malevolent aura was gradually subdued, no longer so wild and unruly. The other two items lay quietly on the table. Guyu took a deep breath, first brushing his fingers over the Lingbao glasses on his nose, as the pale golden spiritual light flowed gently, instantly projecting the information of the two key items clearly before his eyes. He first looked at the pitch-black crystal enveloped in dense malevolent energy. The panel information immediately materialized. Name: Malevolent Energy Crystal, Tier 4th ability, can be used either by direct ingestion or through Mechanist sequence embedding. Direct ingestion can significantly enhance one's sequence ability with a chance to comprehend the lingering malevolent talent within the crystal, but there is a risk of being possessed by the residual soul within the crystal and having one's consciousness corroded by the malevolent energy. Embedding in a spiritual object slot can awaken the corresponding malevolent talent in weapons armor, avoiding the risk of backlash. Evaluation: a 4th-tier spiritual material with excellent energy grade. Due to containing violent killing intent and the remnants of malevolent spirits, it is highly discouraged for awakeners to ingest directly. The risks are extremely high. After reading the information, Guyu couldn't help but frown tightly. His original plan was to use the vampire sequence within him to directly refine this 4th-tier malevolent energy crystal, thereby enhancing his strength to cope with the upcoming zombie tide and inner-city crisis. However, he hadn't expected this crystal, like the previously obtained Snake King purple crystal, to carry lethal risks even with direct ingestion. If the malevolent energy invaded his body and the residual soul took over, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the upgraded Lingbao glasses provided another viable path: Mechanist sequence embedding. Guyu's fingertips stroked the desk thoughtfully. He then shifted his gaze to the iron chain from the coffin and activated the Lingbao glasses to scan it, but the panel only displayed the words "scrapped spiritual material." Only the relatively resilient material remained, which could be used as ordinary spiritual material, but it held little value. Guyu shook his head lightly, casually setting aside the iron chain, no longer paying it any mind, and turned his full attention back to the scarlet play robe. The enlightenment process lasted a full quarter of an hour. As the last wisp of spiritual energy completely merged into the play robe, a glimmer of joy flashed in Guyu's eyes. The enlightenment was a complete success. At this moment, the scarlet long robe had undergone a stunning transformation, the fabric engraved with gilded patterns and both sides embroidered with fierce armored warrior designs, exuding an extraordinary aura through the flow of the patterns. Guyu activated the Lingbao glasses again, and the detailed information of this newly enhanced spiritual object fully appeared. Name: Ghost Dream Play Robe Spiritual Object. Ranking 2001. Abilities: Summon Soldiers. Weave Dreams. Transform Summon Soldiers. Can release malevolent energy contained within the robe to summon the carved warriors to fight for him. Can also devour the summoned soldiers to quickly heal his own injuries and replenish spiritual energy, with malevolent energy able to be replenished by his extraordinary power. Spiritual energy. Weave Dreams activates the robe's power, condensing the painted images into a canvas of illusions, trapping specified targets within a fixed area of illusion. The strength of the illusion increases with his own power. Transform can freely adjust the temperature sensation after wearing it, changing the appearance and size of the robe at will, adapting to different scenarios and wearing needs. Slots: Blank Evaluation. A top-tier armor with comprehensive functions and versatile abilities featuring summon, illusion, and disguise support capabilities, adaptable to most combat and survival scenarios. Can embed various energy crystals to enhance abilities. Note: the play robe contains a massive amount of resentment. Long-term, or may be influenced by the murmurs within the robe, affecting the user's mental state. If the user is Guyu, he can directly ignore this negative effect. Looking at this detailed and powerful information of the spiritual object, Guyu couldn't contain his wild joy. The capabilities of the Ghost Dream Play robe exceeded his expectations. Guyu immediately took off his pajamas and donned the Ghost Dream Play robe. With a thought, he activated the transformation ability according to his needs. The scarlet play robe shimmered with a faint glow, its entire form rapidly changing, ultimately transforming into a simple, appropriately sized black winter nightgown. The fabric was soft and skin-friendly, allowing for smooth movement without any sense of restraint, completely unrecognizable from its original appearance. He stood up and walked into the corridor outside. The wind and snow poured in through the corridor window, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, yet Guyu felt a warm sensation enveloping him, not sensing any cold at all. The temperature adjustment effect of the transformation ability was nothing short of perfect. He strolled casually in the corridor, feeling the snug but unrestrictive touch of the play robe, and the faint energy resonance with it within him, growing increasingly satisfied with this spiritual object. After a moment, Guyu returned to his room, closed the door, and sat back down at the desk, his gaze landing on the two fourth-tier crystals on the table, once again lost in thought. One was the Snake King purple crystal obtained earlier, containing the power and toxin energy of the Snake King. The other was the recently acquired fourth-tier malevolent energy crystal, filled with bizarre and violent malevolent energy. According to the information provided by the Lingbao glasses, the two blank slots of the Ghost Dream Play robe could perfectly embed these two crystals. However, once embedded, unless the crystal was completely destroyed, it could no longer be removed, effectively binding it permanently. Guyu stroked the two crystals repeatedly with his fingertips, weighing the pros and cons. If he embedded the malevolent energy crystal, it would likely enhance the robe's summon and weave dream capabilities. However, this robe also had a hidden attribute containing massive resentment. If he added a crystal filled with malevolent energy, there would be a significant risk if the resentment within gained sentience. While the Snake King purple crystal was relatively mild in attributes, its only drawback was the toxin and the potential for serpent transformation. Embedding it would both strengthen the robe's abilities and avoid any backlash, making it far more adaptable than the malevolent energy crystal. After pondering for a long time, Guyu finally made his decision. He picked up the Snake King purple crystal on the table, slowly bringing it close to one of the blank slots of the Ghost Dream Play robe. Without hesitation, he prepared to complete the embedding. The fourth-tier malevolent energy crystal, on the other hand, was carefully returned to the storage pouch, temporarily set aside for later plans once he found relevant methods from the Mechanist sequence. At the moment the crystal made contact with the robe's slot, a faint purple spiritual light intermingled with the gilded patterns of the robe, as a subtle energy fluctuation slowly spread. The Snake King purple crystal gradually embedded into the slot, perfectly fitting with the robe. After the Serpent King amethyst was completely embedded into the slot of the Ghost Dream robe, a faint purple glow began to flow along the golden patterns of the robe, instantly revealing a brand new ability in the previously empty skill bar. Serpent Shadow. It allows the injection of energy into the Serpent King vessel on the Peach Talismans, materializing the Serpent King's Phantom for combat. The Phantom inherits all abilities of the Black Mamba Serpent King, and after devouring an enemy's life form, it will fully return the energy and spiritual power to the user, enabling sustained combat. Guyu gently brushed his fingers across the robe, feeling the warm energy surging from the harmony between the Serpent King amethyst and the robe, and he let out a long sigh. Now clad in the Ghost Dream robe that offers both offense and defense, holding cards such as the Unfathomable Space and the Dragon Yin Blade, he felt more confident facing the impending tide of corpses and the multiple crises of Wanhai City. The next day, as the morning light brightened, sunlight streamed through the window into the corridor. The members of the newly formed team were already busy fulfilling their respective duties. Sheng Long and Shui Yu set off before dawn, with 10 skilled team members driving towards the outer city shopping district in search of supplies, the wheels crunching over the snow as they sped towards their destination. Su Qingyuan was stationed in the temporary medical room on the first floor of the apartment, busy preparing potions and organizing emergency bandages, with herbs boiling in a nearby container. Su Ning was bustling back and forth between the power distribution room and the broadcasting room, carrying circuit boards and screwdrivers, repeatedly checking the circuits and debugging the broadcasting equipment to ensure that communication and power could function normally when the tide of corpses struck. In the hall of the first floor of the apartment, Xiaohou Yu was already waiting there with several core team members. The tables and chairs were neatly arranged with a simple map of Wanhai City and a personnel assignment chart on the table, creating a calm yet serious atmosphere. When Guyu pushed the door open and entered, most of the attendees had already gathered. In a nearby corner, Yuan Li propped her chin on one hand, idly playing with the red thread between her fingers. Upon seeing Guyu, her eyes lit up, and she playfully winked at him, while subtly shaking the small cake in her hand, her brows curved in a charming and lively manner. Seeing this, Gaius' lips curled slightly, and he nodded gently in response before finding a spot near Xiaohou Yu to sit down. Noticing Guyu had taken a seat, Xiaohou Yu casually handed him a bottle of chilled soda, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a calm tone, "No need to rush, we're still waiting for a few more people, we can start the meeting once they arrive." Guyu took the soda, his fingers brushing over the cold bottle, and glanced around at the attendees. He initially thought they were waiting for Su Qingyuan and Su Ning, but soon after footsteps could be heard at the hall's entrance. Bai Zhou and Li Tsong were the first to walk in, followed by the Zhao brothers, Zhao Lu and Zhao Delu. Previously, Zhao Lu and Zhao Delu had become close due to their similar names, and through their time together, they naturally became sworn brothers in front of the team, demonstrating a high level of cooperation and reliability in their daily tasks. Following them were a few others, including 2 tall, capable-looking young men. Guyu noticed their unfamiliar faces, having not seen them in the team before, and couldn't help but pay a bit more attention. Once everyone was seated, the hall quieted down. Xiaohou Yu cleared his throat, stood up, and walked to the simple map. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he directly got to the point, his tone serious and grave. "Everyone, after these 2 days of arrangements and adjustments, our newly formed team has officially transitioned from survival and exile to the stable phase of defense. However, we all know that this peaceful time won't last long. A large-scale tide of corpses may erupt at any moment, which is a life-and-death crisis we must face. Today's meeting is to lay all the issues on the table and finalize our response plans one by one." He pointed at the resource and defense markings on the map, saying solemnly, "Currently, there are 2 most pressing issues that must be prioritized. The first is resource reserves. The food, drinking water, and medicines we currently have can barely sustain our team of 220 for half a month. Once the tide of corpses surrounds the city and we are hindered in our searches, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, all search teams must intensify their exploration efforts to fill the resource gap. The second issue is weaponry. We only have a few salvaged firearms, cold weapons, and homemade Molotov cocktails. If a large-scale tide of corpses breaks out, relying on these will be utterly insufficient to fend off the countless zombies and mutated beasts. We must quickly gather heavy and sufficient weaponry to fortify our battle line." As Xiaohou Yu's words fell, the people present immediately began to discuss in low voices, their expressions particularly grave. Amidst the chatter, Guyu noticed the 2 unfamiliar young men, particularly the one in a dark coat with a tall stature, who slowly raised his hand, his demeanor steady and his gaze resolute, emanating a competent aura. "Captain, teammates, hello everyone." Chu Ping stood up, politely nodded, and spoke clearly. "My name is Chu Ping, and I was a police officer before the apocalypse arrived. I understand that the Wanghai City film and television city we are currently in is not an abandoned area, so there must be a police station in the urban area. According to regulations, there must be a stockpile of firearms and ammunition there. Even if the quantity is small, it can still equip some team members and enhance our combat effectiveness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ye's eyes flickered with understanding and appreciation. He had specifically called these two because he valued their professional skills. Chu Ping came from a family of military and police and was familiar with military defense and firearms knowledge from a young age. The other young man, Shun Bo, graduated with a degree in agronomy and was skilled in crop cultivation, making him a much-needed talent for the team at this stage. Chu Ping's suggestion precisely addressed the issue of weapon shortages. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow and immediately inquired, "How confident are you in finding the police station? And how likely do you think you can successfully retrieve firearms and ammunition?" Without waiting for Chu Ping's response, Gu Yu instinctively glanced at Yuan Li beside him, casting a questioning look. Yuan Li immediately understood, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her voice sweet, as she spoke up. "There is indeed a police station in the urban area on the west side of Wanghai City, which is not far from our apartment. It takes just over 10 minutes by car to reach it, but I haven't been there in my previous life, so I'm not sure if they have any weapons." Upon hearing this, Chu Ping nodded affirmatively, adding, "As long as the police station hasn't been completely destroyed or looted by ill-intentioned people, there should be basic police equipment in the gun cabinets. Even if there are not many bullets, the firearms themselves can still be of great use. I am familiar with the police station structure and firearm management process. As long as we can reach it, I can find a way to open the gun cabinets." Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and then decisively established a plan. "All right, when Cheng Long and Shui Yu return with the supplies, we will immediately have Cheng Long lead a team cooperating with Chu Ping to go to the police station on the west side to secure weapons. We must be cautious and avoid alarming other forces in the city." After resolving the weapon issue, the group turned to discuss the construction of defensive fortifications. The apartment building was the only refuge for the team and needed to be fortified into an impregnable fortress with defensive works and a front line. Jin Yu's sequence was the core of the defense construction, but relying solely on the rapid growth of vines to build barriers was never enough. A large quantity of steel, concrete, and other building materials, as well as professional construction planning, were also required. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lu immediately stood up, thumping his chest and declaring loudly, "Captain De Lu and I were construction workers before the apocalypse, skilled in wall building, reinforcement, and construction work. We guarantee to keep the apartment buildings safe and secure." Li Tsong beside him also stood up, adjusting his glasses, his tone steady. "I graduated with a degree in civil engineering and have spent years visiting construction sites with my mentor. I can take responsibility for drafting detailed plans for the layout, structure design, and defensive line planning, collaborating with Brother Zhao and the others for the construction." The ever-silent Bai Zhou raised his hand slightly and spoke softly. His voice, though quiet, was remarkably clear. "I have awakened a new sequence called the Perceiver sequence, which allows me to sense the locations of zombies, mutated beasts, and anomalies within a certain range, and even predict their movement directions." Upon hearing this, the entire venue filled with joy. Compared to Xiao Ye's divination and Gu Ye's confidential radio station, Bai Zhou's perception ability was more complete and precise. With Bai Zhou's sensing capability, the convoy could search and defend outside while avoiding dangers in advance, accurately grasping enemy movements and significantly reducing the risk of casualties. Xiao Yu could hardly hide his delight and immediately added, "Great. Bai Zhou, you will be responsible for sensing any movements around us throughout the journey. Notify Su Ning and me directly of any situation." Bai Zhou nodded, gently replying, "I understand, Captain." As the meeting was nearing its end, Su Ning rushed in from the distribution room, drenched in sweat. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water from the table, he tilted his head back and gulped down half the bottle, wiping the corner of his mouth as he spoke with barely concealed excitement. "Captain, the apartment's electrical system has been completely repaired and the broadcasting system has been debugged. It can maintain normal operation through the previous trial audio channel. Restoring the heating system is just a matter of time. I've been exhausted these last few days." The continuous stream of good news eased the tense expressions of everyone present, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future, and the gloom that had hung over them due to the approaching zombie tide dissipated significantly. As the meeting adjourned, everyone immediately returned to their tasks, diving into preparations for battle. Li Tsong led the Zhao Lu brothers to build defensive structures. Although Li Tsong's designs and bows were sound, there were many impractical aspects, which the Zhao Lu brothers pointed out and improved. The work of the others also fell into place while Gu Yu teamed up with Yuan Li, planning to delve deeper into the Wanghai inner city, looking for opportunities to take advantage of the situation. Previously, the four major fourth-tier anomalies within the inner city, Hong Ying and Old Ghost, had been swiftly eliminated, leaving only the Ghost General. Taking down the solitary ghost general would not only yield high-tier spiritual materials and equipment, but also broaden the convoy's exploration range, completely eliminating threats in the inner city. Xiahou Yu was highly supportive of this plan. He had already touched upon the threshold of the 4th tier and was planning to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. He personally sought out Su Qingyuan for a full package of spiritual energy replenishment potions, handing them over to the two and repeatedly reminding them to stay safe. After everything was arranged at noon, Guyu and Yuanli set off again, stepping into the Wanhai inner city. The anomalies and scattered mutated beasts along the way could hardly withstand the duo's combined efforts. About half an hour later, the two arrived at a grand ancient military camp ruins. The mottled stone walls were covered in cracks, and the tattered black flags on the flagpoles fluttered in the wind. A thick, inky, ghostly aura enveloped the entire camp, with heavy iron rust and deathly energy permeating the air, creating a sense of oppressive dread. At the center of the camp stood a tall and imposing figure seated on a tiger skin chair, clad in pitch-black heavy armor, wearing a ghostly face helmet and leaning against a long crescent-shaped ghostly halberd. The ghostly energy surged around him, yet there was not a soul in sight. The vast military camp was entirely empty except for him. Guyu stood at the entrance of the camp, gazing at the ghost general, who was as steady as a mountain, with no trace of fear in his eyes, only a blazing battle spirit ignited within. With his current strength, even without using any other equipment, there were very few at the same level who could make him feel pressure. And the ghost general before him was the strongest opponent he could encounter at this level. This battle was just what he needed to test the true limits of his combat capabilities. Is this guy really the ghost general? I expected 1,000 troops hidden in this camp from the name, yet it turns out there's not even a subordinate around. Guyu raised an eyebrow, softly commenting with no hint of caution, only anticipation for the upcoming battle. Yuanli stood beside him, playing with a red thread in her small hands, responding cheerfully, her eyes full of charming confidence. Who knows? Perhaps true strong individuals like me never need a little brother for support. This ghost general probably thinks his subordinates are too weak and can't be bothered to bring them along. Their light-hearted banter was unreserved, clearly reaching the ghost general's ears. The next moment, the ghost general, who had been seated on the platform, suddenly opened his eyes. Beneath the heavy armor, a pair of phoenix-like eyes flashed with cold light, and the overwhelming ghostly energy erupted, locking onto Guyu. He uttered no unnecessary words, gripping the crescent-shaped ghostly halberd beside him with his right hand. The blade scraped along the ground, sparking bright sparks, and the heavy blade emitted a whistling sound as he slowly stood up while holding it in one hand. Sensing the chilling, killing intent directed at him, Guyu's battle spirit surged completely. He turned to Yuanli, his gaze resolute. I want to test my limits. In this battle, don't intervene, or just help me keep watch. Yuanli nodded in understanding, obediently retreating behind a stone wall on the side of the camp, crossing her arms and smiling at the scene, content to be a spectator. Okay, I won't intervene. Just go all out, big brother. If you can't hold on, just call for me. With Yuanli's response, Guyu had no more worries. He gripped the long yin blade tightly, the blade trembling and emitting a series of hums. He stepped forcefully onto the ground, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, charging straight towards the ghost general on the platform, launching a direct frontal assault without any flashy techniques. The ghost general's gaze was as sharp as a torch, watching Guyu charge at him. A low, muffled roar emerged from beneath the heavy armor as he swung the crescent-shaped ghostly halberd downwards. The dark, ghostly energy fused with the blade, transforming into a long, dark blade light that surged towards Guyu with the force to split mountains and shatter rocks. This strike required no technique. It was purely an ultimate display of power and momentum. The wind from the blade shattered the blue stones beneath, and a wave of force swept across the entire area. Guyu's eyes were sharp, refusing to take a step back. He poured all his energy into the long yin blade, swinging it to meet the attack head-on, showing no signs of dodging or evasion. What he sought was a hard collision, to break force with force, to touch the limits of his combat in the most direct slaughter. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the camp, ringing painfully in everyone's ears. The golden red blade light collided with the dark, ghostly blade light, and shockwaves radiated wildly from the two as the camp's stone walls instantly shattered into several pieces, and the ground cracked with numerous fine fissures. Some stepped back, gripping their weapons, gazing at the unfolding battle. Guyu's arm trembled violently as a massive force surged into his body through the blade, causing his legs to quiver slightly under the enormous impact. Similarly, the ghost general swayed slightly under the counterforce, tightening his grip on the halberd. In this clash, they were evenly matched. Guyu's battle spirit intensified even further as he let out a low growl. Without waiting to stabilize his stance, he charged forward, once more, blade raised. In the moment when the twin blades clashed violently, a torrent of raging energy surged through the entire barracks like a tsunami. The clash of golden-red flames and dark, ghostly energy tore through the air, causing the mottled stone walls to crumble and the ground to crack like a spider's web. This was a direct clash between kings devoid of any flashy techniques, solely driven by the ruthlessness and determination of the battlefield, with each strike aimed directly at the enemy's vital points. In Gu Ye's hand, the long yen blade burned with an ever more intense flame, its blade humming incessantly, as if boiling for the fierce battle. The Ghost General's crescent blade condensed ghostly energy into a tangible black light, the ancient patterns etched on the blade radiating a chilling aura, each swing carrying immense force that distorted the very air. The two fought, relying solely on their bodies and instincts, and amidst the intertwining lights of their blades, blood splattered occasionally. Gu Ye's shoulder was struck by the crescent blade, a wound deep enough to see bone gushing forth blood. The Ghost General's forearm was also marked by a deep cut from the long yen blade, dark, ghostly energy dripping from the blade, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. His entire being was in a state of boiling blood, every muscle burning. Gu Yu wiped the sweet metallic blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a low guttural roar as the battle intent in his eyes surged to its peak. He suddenly stepped back, crushing the blue stone beneath his feet, and like an arrow released from a bow charged forward again, his voice carrying a tremendous momentum echoing throughout the barracks. Ghost General, you have quite the skills. Next you'd better watch closely. Before his words faded, Gu Yu leaped into the air, his form halting abruptly at a height of 2 meters. He gripped the long yen blade tightly, and in an instant 8 identical blade shadows split from the blade, each radiating a fierce edge suspended midair. 8 directions, hidden blades. The 8 blade shadows shattered the air, simultaneously enveloping the Ghost General from 8 different directions, the blade wind howling as it tore apart the surrounding ghostly energy, even slicing the air to produce sharp shrieks. With all 8 blades unleashed, every possible escape route was sealed off. Yet the Ghost General did not flinch or dodge, a glint of coldness flashing in his phoenix-like eyes. The overwhelming ghostly energy leaking from his body suddenly contracted, flooding inward, and immediately after his originally tall stature surged several feet, heavy armor swelling as ghostly energy coalesced into a thick layer of black armor resilient enough to withstand the simultaneous impact of the 8 blade shadows. Clang, clang, clang. The rapid sounds of collisions rang out as all 8 blade shadows struck the Ghost General, yet only left faint white marks on his ghostly armor, failing to even break skin. The Ghost General snorted coldly, suddenly raising the crescent blade high, ghostly energy frantically condensing into a black blade aura several feet long, fiercely slashing down towards Gu Yu in the air like a torrential river, twisting the space in its wake. Gu Ye's pupils constricted as he had no time to evade, immediately crossing his blade before his chest, extraordinary power converging into a heavy golden barrier. The blade aura crashed down, and at the moment of collision with the long yen blade, a deafening explosion erupted, shattering the golden barrier instantly, the long yen blade vibrating violently, and Gu Ye's figure was sent flying like a kite, with a severed string tumbling through the air for dozens of meters, before finally dissipating the residual force, crashing heavily onto the ground, shattering the stone slabs beneath him. He staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from his face, and looked down at the long yen blade in his hand. The flame still burned fiercely, but the blade was now covered in fine cracks, evidently damaged from the immense force of the previous impact. Kid, your swordsmanship is indeed exquisite, and your power can be considered top-notch. The Ghost General slowly sheathed his blade, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, his tone carrying a hint of regret. It's a pity you lack a good weapon. Your blade is sharp enough, but it's too ostentatious, ultimately a weak point. Upon hearing this, Gu Ye's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains from the blade's cracks, his voice steady and resolute. Is that so? I think it's you who lacks a good weapon. Before his words faded, Gu Yu suddenly lifted his hand. The previously shattered fragments of the blade now all floated into the air, suspended above. He pushed off the ground, charging towards the Ghost General at breakneck speed, with extraordinary power surging around him, drawing all the fragments of the blade into his hands. Countless shattered blade fragments quickly reassembled in his palm, the remnants of the long yen blade interlocking and merging, and in the blink of an eye a brand new long blade took form. So what if you reassemble? Once broken, there will be another time, the Ghost General scoffed disdainfully, swinging his blade directly at Gu Ye's throat. Gu Yu did not dodge or evade, blocking with his blade the long yen blade, and the crescent blade clashed once more, sending sparks flying. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed as the Ghost General's massive body was pushed back several meters by this kick, crashing heavily against the stone pillar of the platform. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed as the Ghost General's massive body was pushed back several meters by this kick, crashing heavily against the stone pillar of the platform, which instantly shattered. He quickly raised his hand to grip the crescent blade, steadying himself and looked down at his chest, where a clear footprint had appeared on the black armor, ghostly blood oozing from the seams. "Good kid, I underestimated your blade." The ghost general's tone finally carried a hint of gravity, forcing me to this extent. "You deserve my serious attention. It's no wonder you went to the trouble of using such quality materials to craft the sheath for your weapon. It seems your efforts were not in vain." Guyu glanced down at the sheath at his waist. It was formed from an ancient iron treasure chest opened with the black cube in the dragon field and back. Then he only noted its hardness, not thinking much of it. Hearing the ghost general's words now, he realized that the origin of this sheath was likely extraordinary. But he did not dwell on it, gripping the reassembled long yin blade tightly, the flames igniting once more as he took the initiative to attack. "Words are useless, let's fight." The two engaged in battle once again, the lights of their blades intertwining. The ghost general wielded his crescent blade with sweeping ferocity, each strike carrying the momentum to sweep away thousands, fully displaying the killing nature of a battlefield general. Guyu, on the other hand, moved nimbly, utilizing the speed advantage of the ghost dream cloak to constantly seek out flaws, his swordplay sharp and ruthless, each move targeting vital points. However, after several fierce collisions with the crescent blade, the long yin blade shattered once more. This time, even the hilt showed signs of cracking. Guyu used his extraordinary power to lift all the fallen blade fragments into the air, his energy surging as he firmly bound the fragments around him. Dance of the Dragons. Under Guyu's control, countless blade fragments transformed instantly into a massive dragon-shaped flame, coiling and roaring through the sky, combined with the only remaining broken blade in his hand, launching a thunderous strike at the ghost general. The ghost general's expression finally changed, not daring to be careless, pouring all his ghostly energy into the crescent blade, blocking horizontally. The dragon-shaped flame crashed into the crescent blade, a violent explosion once more engulfing the barracks, the dragon image dispersing and all blade fragments flying apart. The ghost general's ghostly energy surged violently, a massive gash opening in his heavy armor, a deep scar visible to the bone appeared on his chest, and the red-hot flames seared through the wound, forcing a low groan of pain from him. Guyu, seeing the further shattered long yin blade in his hand, showed no hesitation and activated his reassembly ability once more. The scattered blade fragments floated up again, gathering towards his hand, and a brand new blade took shape. However, at this moment, the ghost general revealed a mocking smile, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of calculation flashing in his gaze. Beside him, Yuan Li had been closely monitoring the battle, and upon seeing this scene, immediately urged her ghostly eyes to investigate with all her might. When she saw the two long blades about to collide again, she instantly felt something was amiss, her body tensing with red lines, and she shouted in an unprecedentedly urgent voice, "Guyu, be careful, the blade in your hand." Before her words finished, a crisp crack was heard. The twin blades clashed with a thunderous sound, shattering the silence of the barracks. In the moment the blades met, the reconstructed long yin blade in Guyu's hand unexpectedly shattered, without warning, with countless silver shards scattering like falling stars. However, the ghost general's crescent blade remained unscathed under the protection of ghostly energy, carrying unmatched power and a piercing howl as it slashed directly at Guyu's neck. No one noticed that with each shattering of the long yin blade, the ghost general was secretly urging the ghostly energy, silently devouring a small portion of the blade fragments. Guyu's reconstruction appeared exquisite, yet it had long been seen through by his opponent. Each assembly made the blade's structure weaker than the last, and at this moment it finally collapsed under the extreme force of impact. Guyu's pupils contracted sharply, and the hair on his body stood on end. There was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, he abruptly twisted his body to evade, while activating the transformation of his ghost dream drama robe into armor. Crimson malevolence and golden spiritual light intertwined in an instant, hardening the drama robe into a form-fitting dark armor with shoulder guards, a heart shield, and arm guards fully formed to protect his vital points. Clang! The crescent blade brushed against the side of Guyu's neck, the heavy blade sweeping across his left shoulder. The armor instantly cracked with several fissures, and a violent, malevolent ghost energy surged into his body through the wound, tearing at him. Guyu let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps as the stone slab beneath him shattered. Unable to hold back, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, staining the ground in front of him. The ghost general slowly sheathed his blade, his slanted phoenix eyes narrowed into a cold gleam, a mocking smile creeping to his lips. "I told you weapons are ultimately your weakness. Your blade is shattered, what do you have to fight me with?" Guyu raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, looking down at the reformed, yet notably shorter broken blade in his hand. At the chipped edge of the blade remained the charred traces of ghostly energy's erosion. Although pure yang spiritual energy circulated around him, it could not conceal the internal injuries roiling within. A glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes, yet there was no sign of panic. Instead, he slowly raised his head, the crimson malevolence and golden spiritual light surging violently as the energy of the ghost dream drama robe erupted like a volcano. The short blade pointed at the ghost general, his voice laced with mockery. "Even if the blade is shattered, I can still cut you down." With these words, Gu Ye's figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The ghost general snorted coldly as the crescent blade swept towards him, the wind of the blade howling, bearing down on Gu Ye's face. Gu Ye's foot slipped, and his body suddenly shifted sideways, barely dodging the blade, while his right fist, enveloped in force, struck hard at the ghost general's right cheek. Bang! The dull sound of impact rang out as the ghost general's massive frame was forced to turn his head back 2 steps, the bones beneath his heavy armor trembling slightly. Just as he steadied himself, Gu Yu had already surged close, his hands clamping down on the ghost general's wrist that held the blade like iron pincers. With a sudden burst of strength from his waist, he hoisted the mountainous figure over his head and slammed him down onto the ground. 18 falls of clothing. The inertia carried Gu Ye's immense strength, the crescent blade flying from the ghost general's hand and embedding heavily at the edge of the stage. The ghost general braced himself on one hand, his figure shooting up like a ghost, striding forward, his right leg infused with ghostly energy, delivering a horizontal kick aimed directly at Gu Ye's abdomen. Puff! Gu Yu let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as his body was sent flying. In midair, he twisted his body, bracing himself with one hand, landing gracefully, like a fish, his breath chaotic, yet still as steady as a mountain. The ghost general turned to retrieve the crescent blade, but after taking 2 steps, 15 colorful small spheres suddenly appeared before him. His pupils constricted, just as he intended to dodge, a massive energy storm erupted with a thunderous roar, the shockwave surging and forcibly halting his steps. As the storm dissipated, Gu Yu had already surged forth once more, seeking death. The ghost general's eyes flared with rage as his ghostly energy boiled like ink. No longer holding back, he abandoned the crescent blade and engaged Gu Yu in close combat. Every punch and elbow strike bore the ferocity of a battlefield general, with each collision causing debris to rain down around them. Yet Gu Yu showed no signs of fear. The enhanced physique granted by the treasure appraiser's sequence allowed his physical strength to far surpass that of his peers. The dark devouring ability from the vampire sequence quietly activated, absorbing the ghostly energy, flooding into his body and transforming it into energy for healing his wounds. The ghostly energy not only failed to erode him, but instead became the best nourishment, making him stronger with each blow. After exchanging several blows, the ghost general finally sensed something was amiss. He forcefully took one of Gu Ye's punches, his body retreating several steps, raising his hand to blow the bronze whistle hanging at his waist. The sharp whistle pierced through the barracks, echoing throughout the inner city. In the next moment, the ground shook violently, clouds of dust swirling in the distance. Gu Ye's pupils constricted sharply as he beheld a pitch-black warhorse engulfed in crimson flames charging towards him like a black lightning bolt, scorching the ground black and cracking it wherever its hoofs fell. Seeing this, Yuan Li felt the red lines around her tighten instantly. Just as she was about to rush forward to support him, an intense sense of danger suddenly washed over her. She looked up suddenly, only to see several pitch-black arrows wrapped in ghostly energy descending upon her. At the critical moment, Yuan Li raised her hand to unleash a flurry of red lines, the arrows crashing into them, instantly shattering and exploding, barely blocking this wave of attack. Meanwhile, Gu Yu had no time to turn back. The blazing warhorse had charged close, and the ghost general leapt onto its back, once again wielding the crescent blade, his figure resembling a black meteor as he swung down violently at Gu Yu. The blade, light infused with the warhorse's charging might, carried the murderous aura of 1,000 troops, unstoppable. As the clouds of smoke and energy debris slowly dispersed, the air was thick with the remnants of ghostly energy, blood, aura, and the scent of shattered weapons. The ghost general reined in the fiery warhorse, the crescent blade pointing diagonally at the ground, his ghostly energy still surging, but when he beheld the scene before him, disbelief filled his phoenix eyes. He gripped the handle of his blade tightly, and his entire aura faltered. Before him stood Gu Yu, surrounded by a swelling crimson malevolence, a colossal shadow coiling beneath him. A serpent body winding several meters long, pitch black, as inked scales glimmering with a chilling ghostly light, and its massive mouth slightly ajar, revealing sharp poisonous fangs. On its head a crown of serpents loomed ominously, the shadow of the Black Mamba King. The shadow of the Serpent King radiated a disquieting pressure, locking onto the ghost general and his fiery warhorse, forcing the surrounding ghostly energy to continuously retreat under this ferocious aura. Gu Yu stood firmly atop the Serpent King's shadow, his robes billowing in the fierce wind, his injuries rapidly healing under the nourishment of the dark devouring ability and the Serpent King's energy. He looked down at the astonished Ghost General, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, his tone calm, yet tinged with certainty. Fortunately, I embedded the Serpent King's purple crystal into the Ghost Dream Drama robe earlier, just in time for it to be of use. I originally planned to have a fair fight with you, but since you called for help first, I won't hold back. With those words, Guyu raised his hand, summoning the black magic cube that spun rapidly in his palm, transforming in a flash into a long spear that shimmered with a chilling light, its shaft engraved with intricate patterns, and its tip sharp, directly aimed at the Ghost General. The shadow of the Black Mamba King emitted a low hiss, its massive serpent body slowly coiling around, completely sealing off the Ghost General's escape. The fiery warhorse, sensing the pressure from the Serpent King, anxiously pawed at the ground, neighing repeatedly, entirely losing its previous ferocity. The Ghost General regained his composure, his face dark enough to drip water. He hadn't expected Guyu to possess such a trump card. The previously assured battle had been entirely reversed by the appearance of this Serpent King's shadow. He tightened his grip on the crescent blade, his ghostly energy surging once more, his gaze fierce, but no longer daring to underestimate, his eyes fixed on Guyu and the Serpent King's shadow. Before him, a fierce battle of greater intensity was already imminent. Amidst the swirling dust entwined with residual energy waves, Yuan Li stood atop a distant high, building, her crimson figure swaying slightly in the wind. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She instinctively covered her mouth, breathing so lightly that even her breaths were barely audible. This fierce battle before her had long exceeded the norms of a typical fourth-tier confrontation. The powerful auras of the two riders resembled two monstrous beings wreaking havoc in the end times, with each collision sending tremors through the entire street. Good brother, go for it. Kill him. The clear shout pierced through the storm, carrying a hint of confidence, yet she did not dare to intervene recklessly. Instead, she wove a hidden network of red threads around her, continuously monitoring Guyu's every movement for any unforeseen events. Guyu and the Ghost General's mounts, one black and one red, engaged in a ferocious chase and slaughter on the streets of the inner city. The phantom of the Black Mamba King coiled in midair wherever its crimson serpent body swept past, house beams and pillars shattered with a crack, and the souls of the spirits were scattered by the overwhelming pressure. The thundercloud black steeds' hooves stomped through fire, each gallop igniting fiery sparks, crushing the bodies of aberrant beasts on the street, leaving behind only charred remains. The two riders wielded their spears and sabers, intertwining golden-red spiritual radiance with pitch-black ghostly energy in the streets. In a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, the two had fought their way from the depths of the inner city to the edge of the outer city. Where the aftermath of their battle traversed the dilapidated structures of the outer city were left in tatters, yet they had completely cleared out the residual threats lurking there. On the rooftop of the newborn apartment, Xiaohou Yu had just stepped out of his closed-door training room, his aura at the peak of the fourth tier immediately spreading around him. He stretched his limbs, feeling the surging power within him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. It seems every sequence of breakthrough has its own method. Old Guyu should look at me with new eyes now. Before his words fell silent, a pressure far beyond his own surged from the distance, followed closely by a fierce fourth-tier aura. Xiaohou Yu's smile froze on his face, his brows slightly raising. Just as he was about to speak, Su Qingyuan walked up from downstairs with a tray of potions, her gaze landing calmly on him. You broke through. How does it feel? Great, my power feels very stable. Xiaohou Yu turned around, looking in the direction from which the pressure came, curiosity flashing in his eyes. But with all this commotion outside, it seems like Guyu is at it again with someone. Su Qingyuan nodded slightly, handing over a bottle of freshly concocted focus potion. Yuan Li just came back and said that the two are fighting from the inner city to the outer city. Cheng Long and Su Ming have already gone to the outskirts to watch and keep an eye on things. Do you want to go take a look? Of course. Xiaohou Yu's eyes sparkled brightly, raising a hand to wipe his face, a mischievous smile of anticipation creeping onto his lips. Perfect. Let's prepare a little surprise for our number one combatant. On the abandoned street at the edge of the outer city, the battle was still reaching a fever pitch. Not far behind a broken wall, Yuan Li, Cheng Long, and Su Ming stood with bated breath. Su Ming's eyes widened, fixated on the center of the battlefield, his throat bobbing as he gasped. Is Guyu's power still human? Cheng Long nodded vigorously, his voice tinged with uncontainable shock. He's far from divine, but he's already very far from being human. Yuan Li propped her chin on her hand, her eyes filled with unabashed admiration as she followed the figure amidst the storm, murmuring softly, Big Brother is the strongest. In the center of the battlefield, the spear, made from the black magic cube, emitted a cold, piercing light. Though it didn't possess the overwhelming blade aura of the dragon-slaying saber, it excelled in its boundless versatility and indestructibility. After all, this was the original transformation of the black magic cube, truly indestructible. The ghost general reined in the thundercloud black steed, easily blocking the jet-black blade aura emitted by the crescent moon saber with the spear. In the close-quarters combat, the saber's blade was ensnared tightly by the spear's whip-like extension, making it difficult for him to break free no matter how much strength he exerted. After finally creating some distance, just as he was about to draw his bow and shoot, the spear instantly transformed into a round shield, forcefully absorbing his full-powered arrow. This kind of battle left the ghost general feeling utterly frustrated. However, he noted that the phantom of the Snake King under Guyu depended on his extraordinary power to maintain it, unable to exist for long, while his thundercloud black steed was a solid fourth-tier perfect aberration beast. If he could just stall until the Snake King's phantom dissipated, he could easily slay Guyu with one blow. "Kid, your strength is impressive," this general acknowledges it. The ghost general turned his horse's head, pointing the crescent moon saber at Guyu, his voice grave, "But ultimately you lack a decent weapon, unable to break through my ghostly armor. Why not call it quits? Let's join forces to seize the treasures at the core of the inner city and dominate the entire Wanghai city together. How about it?" The empty promise of an invitation received no response from Guyu, not even a glance. He unleashed his extraordinary power fiercely, the Snake King's phantom spiraling faster, the spear sweeping forward, pressing relentlessly towards the ghost general's heart, the assault growing ever more fierce, leaving no room for the opponent to breathe. Seeing Guyu unyielding, the ghost general's eyes grew more ruthless. He stopped saying anything more, channeling all his ghostly energy into the saber and driving the thundercloud black steed to charge again. In the instant the two riders closed and a cold glint flashed in Guyu's eyes. Scatter! The Snake King's phantom suddenly vanished and countless blood-colored puppets appeared out of thin air, rushing forth like a tide to bind the thundercloud black steed's four hooves and the ghost general's body. The ghost general roared in anger, urging his ghostly energy to shatter the puppets, only to see these blood-colored puppets explode around him with a deafening crash, transforming into a rich red wave of energy that instantly trapped him and his warhorse, rendering him immobile. Guyu leaped into the air, his toes landing on the back of the thundercloud black steed, his stance as steady as Mount Tai. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he locked the ghost general's neck tightly. The ghost general, caught by the throat, found his arms ensnared by the puppets in the energy wave, leaving him hardly able to struggle. "Kid, that's enough." The ghost general's voice was hoarse, filled with final desperation. "You can't kill me. At worst, we can wipe the slate clean and past grievances will be forgotten. Without a powerful weapon, you can't break my origin." Guyu leaned down, bringing his mouth close to the ghost general's ear, his voice soft, yet carrying a chilling edge, each word enunciated clearly. "Who said I have no weapon?" The ghost general's pupils constricted suddenly, a heavy weight settling in his heart. Sure enough, Guyu's right hand quietly drew out the hilt, and the shattered fragments of the dragon-slaying saber around him quickly converged. Due to the absence of the blade's fragments, it couldn't fully coalesce into a long sword, but under the enhancement of the power of the black magic cube, the fragments rapidly gathered and forged at the spear tip, instantly transforming into a sharp spear tip gleaming with wind blades, the spear body swirling with light accompanied by whistling winds. "Goodbye, Ghost General." Guyu exerted force with the spear in his hand, the spear tip precisely stabbing towards the Ghost General's throat. "I will take good care of your mount and weapon." A piercing scream echoed through the street as the Ghost General's body disintegrated into a cloud of black, ghostly energy the moment the spear tip pierced in, leaving behind only a set of armor and a long tassel. The thundercloud black steed sensed its master's disappearance, letting out a mournful whinny, anxiously pawing at the ground, but making no other movements. Not far away, Xiahou Yu, who had just arrived, gazed at the large fourth-tier aberration beast on the ground. He recalled the phantom of the Snake King beneath Guyu's feet, and turned to Su Qingyuan beside him, his lips twitching into a bitter smile. "I think I should go back and practice in closed-door training again." Guyu gazed upon the majestic Tian Wu Zue, a surge of irresistible affection welling up in his. He raised a hand to adjust the spirit treasure glasses perched on his nose. A flash of pale gold light illuminated the warhorse's information panel before him. Name: Tian Wu Zue. Rank 4th tier. Abilities: War Stomp, Beacon Flame, Aura, One-Man Barricade. Appraisal: a born divine steed imbued with battlefield ferocity and boundless potential. As Guyu beheld this opulent profile, his eyes gleamed with fervent brilliance. His gaze locked upon the celestial mount, as though it were a peerless treasure unearthed after eons. Tian Wu Zue shook its mane, its obsidian eyes watchful and wary, dark spiritual energy flickering faintly across its body, clearly unbroken, poised at any moment to erupt into violence. Yet in the next instant it caught sight of Guyu withdrawing from his spatial pouch a generous slab of spirit-infused herbs, and an even larger hunk of raw meat, the aroma instantly permeating the air. The warhorse's sharp, noble eyes widened into round, gleaming beads, its nostrils twitched subtly, and a low, rumbling whinny escaped its throat. Go on. Eat your fill, Guyu said with a smile, offering the haunch meat before it. Tiyun Wuzue stamped its hooves uneasily, pacing back and forth in place, as if locked in fierce internal deliberation. At last hunger overcame caution. It bent its knees slightly, and approached Guyu with quiet docility, extending its warm tongue to gently lick his cheek, a gesture of trust and kinship. Then it lowered its head and devoured the meat with hearty, unrestrained relish, its expression one of pure, unadulterated contentment. Watching this awe-inspiring divine steed, Guyu burst into unrestrained laughter, long-buried ease and joy surging through him like spring tide. As he stroked the smooth, silken mane of the Wuze, Guyu suddenly sensed something extraordinary, though dense, ghostly energy coiled within its frame. Deep beneath pulsed an exquisitely refined current of spiritual energy. This discovery stirred his curiosity, but he chose not to probe further. For now, returning to the caravan took precedence. Just then Xiahou Yu approached with the others, clapping Guyu lightly on the shoulder with a tone laced with both envy and admiration. Remarkable. You've subdued the ghost general in half a day. Even faster than my own breakthrough. Guyu shrugged, a self-satisfied smirk playing upon his lips. Old Xiahou, your pace simply won't do. I've already cleared both inner and outer city, while you've only just ascended. How does it feel, breaking through to 4th tier? Xiahou Yu nodded noncommittally, his eyes brimming with undisguised awe. Without further exchange, the group turned toward the freshman dormitory. Yet Guyu did not follow immediately. He led Tiyun Wuzue instead to a secluded spot along the inner city's edge. With a mere thought, he summoned from his storage space a lavish array of spirit-rich herbs and several luminous spirit adornments, laying them all out upon the ground. At the sight, Tiyun Wuzue stamped its hooves with eager excitement, gazing at Guyu with rapt plea. Upon Guyu's silent nod, it bowed its head and devoured the herbs voraciously, the spiritual energy flooding down its throat, causing its entire coat to shimmer with soft, radiant luster. Under the torrential baptism of potent spiritual energy, Tiyun Wuzue shuddered violently, its once jet-black, glossy coat gradually transforming before the eye into a resplendent silver-gray, regal and enigmatic, while an aura of sovereign inviolability under the torrential baptism of potent spiritual energy, Tiyun Wuzue shuddered violently, its once jet-black, glossy coat gradually transforming before the eye into a resplendent silver-gray, regal and enigmatic, while an aura of sovereign inviolability slowly emanated from its core. Guyu activated his spirit treasure glasses once more. The Wuzue's profile had been utterly renewed. Name Tiyun Wuzue. Rank 4th tier. Abilities: Divine Demon Repulsion, Beacon Flame, Battlefield, Lightning Stride, Speed. Divine Demon Repulsion. Capable of freely shifting between energy forms. Ghost form, entire body turns pitch black, all attributes double. Ghostly energy surges to empower its master, conjures the Beacon Flame Battlefield, intensifying with enemy numbers, its black flame, raging unquenchable until foes are utterly consumed. Within this battlefield, both steed and trusted master are granted immunity to death once. Spirit form immune to all debuffs. He possesses lightning stride, speed, able to traverse special substances and store vast reserves of spiritual energy, which may be unleashed in a single devastating burst, especially lethal against aberrant and anomalous entities. Appraisal: a transcendent apex tier aberrant beast, evolved with sentience, perfected dual form mastery, capable of seamless battlefield adaptation. All enhancements extend synchronously to its trusted master. Incredible. Guyu breathed aloud, overcome with exhilaration, and impulsively wrapped his arms around the Wuzue's powerful neck. Such a formidable divine steed entrusted to the Ghost General. It was nothing short of sacrilege. The general hadn't even tapped 1/10 of its latent potential. Tiyun Wuzue nuzzled Guyu's cheek affectionately, its silver-gray mane rippling softly in the breeze, its gaze tender and unwavering, mind and soul aligned between rider and mount. Guyu vaulted onto its back, tapped lightly behind its ears, and gave a gentle squeeze with his thighs, his voice light with mirth. Let's ride. Onward to explore this city anew. Before the words faded, Tiyun Wuzue let loose a piercing, resonant neigh, its silver-gray mane streaming like liquid starlight, its hooves striking air that shimmered with nascent wind, blazing forward like a streak of living radiance into the heart of the inner city. Racing full speed, Guyu finally halted behind the former encampment of the Ghost General. Overgrown with wild grasses, its weathered stone walls half swallowed by shadow, emanating in eerie, suffocating silence, thick black vapors churning ceaselessly before him. He adjusted his spirit treasure glasses once more. The pale gold light swept across the forbidden zone behind the barracks, and his brow furrowed. There, coiled and seething, loomed an overwhelmingly potent presence, Neither pure spiritual energy nor unadulterated ghostly force, yet bearing uncanny resemblance to the black mist that once imprisoned Yuan Li's corporeal form. Only denser, purer, far more ancient. What unsettled Guyu most was how that presence seemed shackled, bound by invisible chains, unable to break free, confined to a narrow radius where it writhed violently like a caged beast roaring in futility. An instinctive thought flashed Tiyun Wu Zue's unique ability to pass effortlessly through any substance. Just as he weighed whether to approach, the steed beneath him erupted in a sharp, warning shriek. Ears pinned back, hooves digging frantically into the earth, its silver-gray coat bristling with electric tension, emitting a shrill, urgent cry. Simultaneously, Guyu's pulse spiked. A jolt of icy clarity flooded his mind. He had ridden unknowingly within a single step of the epicenter of that forbidden energy storm. Too close. Cold sweat broke across his brow. He seized the reins, forcefully commanding the Wu Zhe to pivot, then spurred it into a frantic retreat, galloping hard, until the oppressive aura receded entirely before reining it to a halt. Hand pressed to his chest, he whispered hoarsely, still trembling, "Humph. My spiritual perception has sharpened dramatically after successive battles with Hong Ying and the black-robed elder. Even Yuan Li couldn't cloud my senses so stealthily. Whatever lies within must be at least 5th tier." Refusing to linger, Guyu wheeled the steed about and urged it into full sprint, racing toward the freshman dormitory. They tore through the streets like wind. Within moments, the dormitory loomed into view. Guyu dismounted, preparing to lead Tiyun Wu Zue through the entrance, only to find the steed standing firm, head bowed slightly, eyes glinting with unmistakable reluctance, tail swishing faintly, an unwillingness to be confined within these walls. Guyu paused, recalling how he'd first failed to locate the ghost general inside his own barracks. That memory clicked. He released the reins and activated his ambitious strategist ability, infusing part of his own power into the Wu Zue. Its silver-gray coat blazed brighter, its frame visibly broadened, and it answered with a joyful, ringing whinny, nudging Guyu's wrist with its muzzle, affectionate and eager. Guyu chuckled, patting its mane. "Go on, roam nearby. Don't stray too far." Watching the Wu Zue vanish into the distance, Guyu, through their newly forged bond, felt its location and vitality like a soft ember in his awareness. Satisfied, he turned and walked calmly into the freshman dormitory. After returning to the room, Guyu locked the door behind him and quietly placed the damaged Long Yin Dao on the table. The blade was covered in fine cracks, and the chipped edge resembled a saw, bearing the clear marks of the fierce battle with the Ghost General. After the Ghost General's demise, the consumed fragments had returned to their positions, yet the blade could no longer regain its former sharp luster, and the dragon patterns on the blade had faded to the point of nearly vanishing. In front of the hilt, the reassembled spearhead of the black cube lay alone, its metallic sheen reflecting a hint of desolation in the dim light. This divine weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles had ultimately reached the end of its lifespan. Guyu's fingertips lightly brushed the shattered blade, feeling its rough and fragile texture. He understood that the current Long Yin Dao could no longer withstand intense combat. Even if he forcibly used the black cube to condense the fragments and reassemble them into the shape of a blade, it would shatter upon impact, just like during the fight with the Ghost General. At present, the tide of corpses could erupt at any moment, and the hidden threats deep within the inner city loomed dangerously, while the road ahead was fraught with unknown perils. Guyu naturally did not wish for this former divine weapon to fall into complete silence, so he had to repair this weapon that could continue to accompany him in battle. However, he truly had no better ideas at the moment. He rubbed his brow, his fingers unconsciously stroking the table as thoughts surged in his mind. Suddenly, the Ghost General's earlier mocking words exploded in his mind. "No wonder you would deliberately expend such high-quality materials to craft a sheath for your weapon. Oh, it certainly wasn't a wasted effort." Guyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. He immediately got up and retrieved the mysterious iron sheath from the corner of the table. Focusing the power of the black cube, the mysterious iron patterns on the sheath swirled rapidly, and its form gradually disintegrated, eventually transforming back into the ancient mysterious iron treasure chest lying quietly on the table. Guyu first picked up the previously reassembled spearhead and thrust it fiercely into the treasure chest. With a crisp ding, sparks flew, but the mysterious iron chest remained unmoved, not even a scratch left behind. He then pulled out the long tassel that the Ghost General had exploded, brushing it against the spiritual treasure glasses, and a line of information immediately appeared named Victory Tassel, Grade Peak, 4 status damage characteristics, contains immense fighting spirit, and indomitable. Well, although damaged, it remains a top-tier spiritual material. Looking at the 3 extraordinary items before him, the spearhead reassembled from the Long Yin Dao, the mysterious iron treasure chest, and the Victory Tassel, an audacious plan gradually took shape in Guyu's heart. He was neither a mechanic nor a craftsman, and couldn't forge extraordinary items in the traditional sense. However, the core ability of the black cube was to alter material forms and forcibly reassemble and fuse them. This might be the key to breaking the deadlock. Guyu took a deep breath, placing the three items side by side on the table, and his fingertips slowly covered the mysterious iron treasure chest. The golden energy of the black magic surged suddenly, and the mysterious iron patterns on the surface of the treasure chest flowed rapidly. Under the impetus of overwhelming power, the chest began to slowly deform, ultimately transforming into a gun barrel that glimmered with the cold light of mysterious iron with delicate patterns and a heavy texture. Next, he took the fragments of the damaged Long Yen Dao and the victory tassel, using the power of the black cube to forcibly splice the fragments onto the gun barrel and securely tie the long tassel to the top of the barrel. Though there were slight cracks at the junction of the gun body, they were temporarily stabilized under the binding energy of. Then Guyu took out all the remaining spiritual energy materials he had. Those were the 4th grade spiritual grass crystals, collected earlier fragments of beast bones containing spiritual light, and the energy crystals left behind after the ghost general's death. He activated the appraiser sequence, his fingertips glowing with a faint golden light, purifying all the pure spiritual energy from the materials, transforming it into streams of light that surged crazily into the joints and gaps of the gun body. The precise control of spiritual energy by the appraiser combined with the forced fusion of the black cube caused the cracks in the gun body to mend at a visible speed. However, the scanning results of the spiritual treasure glasses showed that this unfinished weapon still had many discordant aspects, and the traces of the breaks were clear, making it impossible to analyze any panel information temporarily. Without hesitation, Guyu immediately activated the ability of enlightenment. The golden spiritual light enveloped the entire gun, forcibly pushing it to break its shackles and complete its sublimation. This was an attempt that gambled all his spiritual energy, testing his spirit with every passing second. Fortunately, the enlightenment did not fail. The golden spiritual light continuously washed away the flaws of the gun body, the mysterious iron gun barrel, gradually shedding its cold hue, transforming into a flowing light of gold and white. The fragments of the Long Yen Dao and debris were thoroughly nourished by the spiritual energy, their patterns rejuvenating. The red tassel of the victory tassel became increasingly vibrant, while the fighting spirit and will condensed into a substantial red light at the tip of the gun. After a long wait of 3 hours, the light outside the window transitioned from the dusky twilight to the pitch-black, cold night. At this moment, the entire gun suddenly erupted with dazzling golden red light. The light pierced through the dimness of the room, illuminating the entire apartment hallway with a warm glow. The golden white gun body flowed with a luxurious radiance, the gilded patterns winding upon it, while the blood-red tassel of the victory tassel fluttered in the wind. A brand new divine weapon had finally emerged. Guyu raised his hand, brushing over the spiritual treasure glasses, and a clear panel slowly appeared, named Gilded Divine Edge Rank. Abilities: Martial God Realm, All Laws, Counter, 1000-mile, Decapitation, Bloodthirst, Devour. Heaven. Martial God Realm, in battle, can enter a state of freedom, fighting with sensory instincts, integrating all of one's abilities, and comprehending new martial skills in real time. All Laws, Counter, weakens all energy bodies touched during the swing, directly shattering the energy defenses of the enemy upon impact. 1000-mile, Decapitation, targets heavily injured foes, triggering the instant kill mechanism for immediate execution. Bloodthirst, all damage dealt in battle is converted into an increase in one's combat power and injury recovery. Devour Heaven, by killing any existence, one perfects oneself and continuously evolves and strengthens. Evaluation, an unparalleled top-tier divine weapon with limitless evolutionary potential. Hard to find an opponent in the apocalypse. Guyu grasped the gun body, his fingertips feeling the cool touch of the gilded patterns as a surge of immense power flowed into his body through his palm. This divine weapon, which fused the remnants of the Long Yen Dao, the essence of the mysterious iron treasure chest, and the will of the victory tassel, was far more powerful than he had imagined. He gently swung the long gun, producing a sound that sliced through the air. The golden white flowing light swept across the table effortlessly, cleaving a smooth cut into the hard wooden surface. The aura of All Laws Counter quietly lingered around the gun body. Even the surrounding air felt slightly diminished. Good. A flash of ecstasy crossed Guyu's eyes as he couldn't help but let out a low shout. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed, accompanied by the soft, melodious voice of Yuan Li penetrating through the door. "Good brother, are you inside? May I come in?" Guyu lightly brushed his fingertips, storing the golden spear into his spatial storage, and quickly walked to the door, raising his hand to push it open. Warm yellow light spilled through the crack of the door, illuminating the ceramic bowl in Yuan Li's hand. Inside the bowl was a steaming meat soup, its rich aroma mingling with a hint of herbal fragrance wafting towards him. Her brows curved with a faint smile at the corners of her eyes. She handed the meat soup to Guyu, her gaze unconsciously sweeping over the empty palm of his hand, then resting on the quietly changing aura around him, curiously blinking. Good brother, what were you busy with inside just now? Guyu took the meat soup, his fingertips touching the warm bowl, warmth spreading from his fingertips to the depths of his heart. A gentle smile appeared at the corners of his lips as he lightly rubbed the bowl's rim. It's nothing, just giving an old friend a new look. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed, casually chatting about the daily routine of the convoy. Suddenly Guyu recalled the fierce black mist he encountered deep within the inner city, and his doubts could no longer be suppressed, prompting him to softly ask, "By the way, Yuan Li, do you have any information about the black mist we encountered behind the Ghost General's barracks?" Yuan Li paused slightly, her hand holding the soup spoon, hesitating for a moment as she lowered her gaze in silence before slowly speaking, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "I'm not too clear on the specifics either. That black mist probably appeared shortly after the apocalypse began. Many of us evolved from the spirit state to our current form because of that mist." She paused, gently stroking the bowl's rim with her fingertip, continuing, "Moreover, it has an innate restraint against us beings in the spirit state. Even the Ghost General does not dare to approach that area easily. As for what exactly is hidden inside, I genuinely know nothing. I only remember that the Ghost General seems to have some understanding of it. He would often ride in on his steed, the kick Cloud Black Stallion, but each time he emerged, he would bear severe injuries. It must contain something of crucial importance to him." As she spoke, Yuan Li's voice gradually fell, a trace of barely noticeable gloom passing through her eyes. Seeing this, Guyu recalled that the other party's body had also been shrouded in a black mist. He quickly apologized, "Sorry, it was my fault for bringing up something that made you sad." Before he could finish, Yuan Li waved her hand nonchalantly, her brows curving back up with a hint of playfulness. "Oh, come on, that's all in the past. Besides, without you I wouldn't have been able to regain my body. Once our convoy gets through this period, I'll accompany you to take a look. But I must say beforehand, I can only help you observe. Even if I have a physical form, I wouldn't dare to touch that thing lightly." Guyu nodded with a smile, reaching out to ruffle her hair. After chatting for a while longer, Yuan Li finally stood up with the empty bowl and left. The sky outside had completely darkened the night like ink. The wind and snow beat against the window panes, making a rustling sound. After Guyu finished washing up, he was about to rest when another knock sounded at the door. Today's guests really are endless. Guyu chuckled as he got up to open the door, but the figure outside made him pause slightly. It was Xia Houyu, who had just recently broken through to the 4th tier. "Old Xia, why are you looking for me to drink instead of busying yourself with planning the convoy after your recent breakthrough?" Guyu stepped aside to let him in, his tone laced with teasing. Xia Houyu, however, was unbothered, shutting the door behind him and retrieving 2 bottles of well-preserved spirits from behind, placing them on the table with a crisp clink. "I have stories, and I have liquor, my friend. Let's chat for a bit." Guyu was naturally delighted, taking out some marinated snacks and pastries. The two sat side by side on the edge of the bed, drinking together under the hazy moonlight filtering through the window and the warm yellow light in the room. "As the night falls and the sky turns to snow, can we share a drink?" Xia Houyu tilted his head back and downed a cup of liquor, the liquid running down the corner of his lips. He raised a hand to wipe it away, sighing, "Old Gu, who would have thought that just a few months ago we were wandering around like stray dogs hiding from zombies and mutated beasts. Now we can actually settle down smoothly in this Wanghai city with our own convoy." Guyu also drank a cup, the crisp liquor sliding down his throat with a faint spiciness. He gazed out the window at the swirling snow, feeling a deep sense of emotion indeed. "When the apocalypse first arrived, I was running around searching for caves and abandoned houses to escape, barely able to eat a hot meal. Now not only do I have a place to stay, but I can also avoid most of the dangers. It all feels like a dream." The two exchanged cups, the liquor dwindling, and their conversation gradually deepened. From the chaos of the apocalypse to the mundane moments before it, and now to the details of their convoy, the discussion became more and more profound. It was only at this moment that Guyu learned that Xia Houyu had already gotten engaged to Su Qingyin shortly after graduating from university. Both of them were outstanding individuals, successfully applying for startup funds and running their business well. Just as they were about to get on track, the apocalypse suddenly struck, disrupting everything. In the course of their conversation, Xia Houyu also revealed his impressive economic knowledge and a clear plan for the future of the convoy. From optimizing resource storage to refining personnel division and long-term development goals, everything was organized and to the point. The two bonded well, and before they knew it, it was already late at night. It was only when Su Qingyin entered with a lantern, gently knocking on the door, that she took the drunken Xia Houyu away. Guyu then realized that Xia Houyu had a habit of blackout drinking. He had gotten so drunk the previous night that he couldn't remember how he returned to his room. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Guyu got up early, and headed to Xiao Ye's room. This guy had planned to discuss future developments with him yesterday, but ended up blacking out and couldn't even remember how he got back to his room. Guyu intended to take this opportunity to help him recollect what happened. As soon as he opened the door, he found Xiao sitting on the bed, holding his head in confusion as he stared at Guyu, a pained frown etched on his face from the hangover. Old Gu, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have yesterday, did I? Guyu looked at his state, suppressing a laugh, and deliberately slowed his speech. Not much was said. For instance, you once chased after Sister Sue in college, tricking her into believing that a student council event was being held at a hotel, only to find yourself cornered and chased around 3 streets by her. And there was the time you had a dream thinking you were in a loop and ran to the neighboring basketball dorm at midnight to mess around, only to get beaten up by their roommates, and both of you got reported by the school. And then you wrote a love letter to Sister Sue that mistakenly ended up in your advisor's hands, which made your advisor so angry that they called your parents to make you read it out loud in public, turning you into a celebrity at school. And, okay, stop. Xiao quickly raised his hand to interrupt, his face flushed red, completely embarrassed and unwilling to hear any more. Guyu pursed his lips, inwardly scoffing. With such a psychological endurance, how did he manage to confess in front of the entire faculty and students at the graduation ceremony? Before long, the dizzy feeling from the hangover gradually dissipated. Xiao rubbed his swollen temples, finally regaining his composure. The two of them set aside their playful banter and returned to the serious matters of the convoy. Xiao instantly composed his expression, his demeanor becoming serious as he spoke earnestly. To get to the point, you must keep my embarrassing stories from yesterday strictly confidential, brother. Speaking of crucial matters, Chung Long and the others have returned from the police station yesterday, and it wasn't a wasted trip. Not only did they find standard firearms, but they also unearthed a large batch of hunting rifles. That can't be right. Guyu raised an eyebrow filled with doubt and instinctively asked, according to regulations, grassroots police stations are only supposed to have a limited supply of handguns, and there shouldn't be more than 2 rifles. How could there be so many hunting rifles? This completely contradicts the standard firearm storage regulations. Xiao smiled mysteriously at this, leaning slightly forward and lowering his voice to say to Guyu, to be honest, I didn't have much hope at first. I was only thinking of having them collect some batons and riot gear. Having a few handguns would be a bonus. Do you remember that kid Chu Ping? Guyu nodded lightly, his tone firm. Of course, he used to be a policeman before the apocalypse, knowledgeable about defense and basic firearms. This time it all depended on him. Xiao continued, his eyes filled with acknowledgement for Chu Ping. He said that our Wanghai city is backed by continuous wild mountains and hills surrounded by border villages and towns. There are many hunters in the area, and every year they have to turn in their hunting rifles to the local police station. Plus, the outskirts are not peaceful, and many farmers have secretly hoarded hunting rifles for self-defense. Following this line of thought, he really found a large number of hunting rifles in the police station's hidden warehouse and the old sites of nearby farmers, as well as a batch of unregistered standard reserve rifles. With this, our convoy can truly upgrade from bird guns to artillery. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Guyu's eyes as he instantly grasped the key point. Xiao said solemnly, in the convoy apart from us core awakeners, the combat power of the ordinary members is weak. It's just right to select a group of strong, robust members with firearms experience to form a specialized firearms team to deal with the impending large-scale zombie tide and mutated beast wave, while also alleviating much of the pressure on us awakeners. With a firearms team providing firepower support combined with our awakeners standing guard, we will feel much more confident in facing the zombie tide. I have already arranged for Su Ning and Chu Ping to work together, responsible for screening team members and developing shooting training plans. Guyu responded, intrigued. Su Ning. Guyu couldn't help but chuckle at this teasing. You really treat her like a workhorse, making her repair the apartment's electrical system, the broadcasting equipment, and now you're dragging her into forming a shooting team. Being teased by Guyu, Xiao showed a rare hint of embarrassment, helplessly explaining, honestly, no one is more suitable than her. Su Ning is an awakener of the sharpshooter rank and has a much greater control over firearms than ordinary people. She is the perfect person to teach the team members how to shoot. I can only compensate her in other ways later. Before Guyu could say more, Xiao suddenly sat up straight, looking at Guyu with a serious expression, his tone grave. Next, there's another crucial matter that requires you to go in person, brother. Guyu raised an eyebrow, not asking further, only indicating for him to continue. In the eastern part of Wanghai City, there is an art school that hasn't been thoroughly investigated since the apocalypse began. It must be stockpiled with a large number of supplies. You understand what I mean, right? Xiao signaled with his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Guyu instantly understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Tisk, this is a golden opportunity. It seems we can harvest a large batch of supplies this time and replenish our reserves significantly. That's exactly what I mean. Xiao clapped his hands, finalizing the plan. This time Yue and Su Ming will lead the team. I will also assign you 10 capable team members and 2 large trucks. Make sure to bring back all the supplies you can carry. Gu Yu nodded, showing no sign of hesitation. He immediately got up and returned to his room to organize his gear and prepare for departure. He stored the golden divine blade in his storage space, wore the ghost dream outfit close to his body, and brought sufficient potions, maintaining his combat power at peak condition. At noon, sunlight pierced through the clouds as a group set off in a grand procession from the freshman dormitory. Previously, the convoy had been continuously eliminating potential dangers in the surrounding area. Coupled with Gu Yu's earth-shattering battle with the ghost general, the low-level anomalies and mutated beasts in the vicinity had long been scared away. Although the streets along the way were shattered and filled with ruins due to the earlier battles, they traveled smoothly without encountering any obstacles and soon arrived near the Eastern Art School. Without any hesitation, the group drove the trucks straight into the rusty fence at the school entrance. The sound of metal breaking echoed as the 2 trucks drove directly into the campus. Following the previously formulated plan, Gu Yu led a truck with his team directly toward the school cafeteria, while Shui and Su Ming took another team to the campus supermarket. The 2 teams acted separately, efficiently conducting the search for supplies. Gu Yu arrived at the school cafeteria with his team. This 3-story building was enormous and served as the main storage point for ingredients within the school. To prevent hidden anomalies and mutated beasts from launching sneak attacks, the group formed a defensive formation, exploring and inspecting layer by layer. As they conducted the search, they found no danger, but instead discovered a massive stockpile of rice flour, cooking oil, dried vegetables, various seasonings, and a large quantity of vacuum-packed meats. Even though the apocalypse had lasted for a long time, these supplies were still well preserved enough for the convoy to use for quite some time. On the other side, Shui and Su Ming also brought back good news. The campus supermarket not only had shelves full of supplies, but also a hidden backup warehouse filled with long-lasting items such as biscuits, bread, bottled water, and functional drinks in quantities that were astonishing. Everyone worked together to continuously load the gathered supplies onto the 2 trucks. However, even with the truck beds completely stuffed, more than half of the remaining supplies in the school could not be transported in one trip. Gu Yu decisively instructed Shui and Su Ming. You 2 take the team and drive the 2 trucks filled with supplies back to the dormitory and bring back a few empty trucks as well. I will stay here to carefully inspect the surrounding area to see if there are any overlooked supplies, while also guarding these remaining supplies to prevent them from being seized by other forces or mutated beasts. Shui and Su Ming exchanged glances without any hesitation, nodding in agreement as they quickly led the team away in the trucks. In an instant, the vast art school was left with only Gu Yu. He walked slowly to the center of the playground, remaining vigilant against any possible hidden dangers within the school, and headed towards the teaching and dormitory buildings deep within the campus, intending to conduct a thorough investigation. Just as he reached the foot of the teaching building, Gu Yu's magical glasses suddenly emitted a faint glow. A weak yet chilling aura drifted slowly from the piano room on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Although it wasn't powerful, it carried a hint of eerie fluctuations, clearly not an ordinary presence. Gu Yu's palms stirred with spiritual power, and the golden spear emerged from the storage space, firmly grasped in his hand. The moment he held the spear, his aura became more condensed and heavy, with the golden patterns on the spear shimmering with a delicate glow. He walked slowly to the door of the piano room on the 3rd floor and pushed open the slightly ajar door with one hand. The room was dimly lit with heavy curtains blocking most of the sunlight. In the center of the room stood a black grand piano, silently at rest. The piano bench was empty, yet the black and white keys moved up and down on their own, sending an inexplicable chill down one's spine. Gu Yu's expression remained calm as he raised his hand to brush over the spiritual treasure glasses on his nose. A faint golden light instantly swept across the entire room, revealing a line of clear information before his eyes: name, piano, ghost rank, 2nd rank, abilities, ghostly, sound manipulation, grievance, possession, wall, passing evaluation, an ordinary vengeful spirit that perished in the piano room during the apocalypse, its obsession fused with the piano, becoming one with it. Skilled in hiding its form and creating illusions, it uses sound waves to disrupt the mind. Its nature is simple, it has never harmed anyone, and poses no threat to you, now easily defeated with a single shot. Gu Yu understood, and using the spiritual treasure glasses to scan the surroundings, once more confirmed that there were no hidden spirits or traps in the room. The tense aura around him gradually relaxed. His senses fully awakened, he perceived every minute movement within a 10-meter radius, already acutely aware that the hidden ghost was currently tiptoeing silently, standing behind him. Noticing that the entity was merely a harmless 2nd-rank ghost, Gu Yu's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. He chose to retract the golden spear, turning his back to the piano ghost, pretending not to notice anything, intending to play a game with this bored little ghost. From the shadow behind him, the figure of the piano ghost slowly coalesced. She wore a pure white vintage lace dress, the hem dusted with a bit of dirt. Her long hair was disheveled with faint traces of blood at her forehead, yet her features remained beautiful and delicate, her eyes curving gently, entirely devoid of the usual menace of an evil spirit. The piano ghost covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, her eyes darting around as she secretly devised ways to scare him. Her murmured thoughts reached Gu Ye's ears perfectly. Finally, someone has come. I'm so stumped. Let me think about how to scare him. How about pretending to have broken arms and legs? No, that's too ugly, it would ruin my image. Or should I pretend to be a man using this face? No, that's too much of a loss. I've got it. He'll just take off my head and throw it at him. That'll definitely scare him into screaming and running out. That's the plan. Gu Yu suppressed a laugh, his shoulders shaking slightly, secretly shaking his head. This little ghost seems clever, but in reality, she's incredibly silly. Her scare tactics are so cliché. Seeing that Gu Yu was still facing away from her, completely oblivious, the piano ghost felt a surge of joy. She quickly suppressed her thoughts, gently reaching out her cold hand to pat Gu Ye's shoulder, instantly adopting a timid and pitiful tone, her voice soft and coy. Classmate, why are you here all alone? It was so cold in the piano room just now, I was really scared all by myself. Gu Yu looked at her act and felt a playful urge to tease her. He put on a stern expression and spoke gently, don't be afraid, rest assured with me here, no one can harm you. Okay. Gu Yu readily agreed, opening his arms. The piano ghost was overjoyed seeing her plan succeeded. She couldn't help but blurt out, that's great. Then can you hug my head first? Gu Yu, without waiting for him to react, the piano ghost raised her hands and decisively removed her own head, cradling it in her hands, and directly threw it towards Gu Yu, a bright, mischievous smile on her face. Gu Yu instinctively reached out to catch it, lowering his head to meet the smiling, blinking head in his arms. Their eyes met, and his expression remained calm and unperturbed, showing no signs of shock, even raising an eyebrow with interest. The headless body of the piano ghost froze in place, her smug expression instantly turning into shock. Wait. This isn't right. Normally when a person sees this scene, shouldn't they be scared out of their wits and run away? Why does this person have no reaction at all? Without waiting for her to regain her composure, Gu Yu directly lifted the still dazed head, turned, and walked to the window, casually tossing the piano ghost's head out. With a muffled thud, the head landed steadily on the grass below, rolling twice before coming to a stop. Piano ghost. Her headless body instantly froze, and the next second she staggered and turned, panicking as she rushed towards the door, only to run smack into the door frame, with a loud thud, collapsing to the ground, flailing her limbs in utter chaos. From downstairs came the piano ghost's furious yet aggrieved screams. Hey, you heartless bastard. This is too much. Gu Yu rubbed his itchy ears from the noise, chuckling helplessly. He leaped nimbly from the third-floor window, landing steadily on the ground, bending down to pick up the head that had fallen, brushing off the grass and dirt on it. Holding the piano ghost's head in his hand, she glared at him, cheeks slightly reddened with indignation, full of grievance. What are you doing? You just threw my head away. It hurts so much when it hits the ground. And it got so dirty. Looking at her flustered and aggrieved appearance, Gu Yu couldn't help but smile with amusement. The piano ghost's heart tightened as she suddenly realized something was wrong. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, she saw Gu Yu grip her head tightly, his arm slightly pulling back, preparing to throw. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I won't scare people anymore. I promise. But unfortunately it was too late. Gu Yu exerted his wrist, directly throwing her head out again, this time flying straight towards the center of the empty playground. Oh! A shrill and aggrieved scream echoed throughout the campus. At the entrance of the teaching building, the piano ghost's headless body stumbled out, frantically groping towards the playground, but as soon as she stepped off the stairs, she tripped, losing her balance, and rolling down the steps, awkwardly collapsing on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Gu Yu crossed his arms, standing in place, watching this scene, unable to suppress his laughter. Gu Yu stood with arms crossed, watching at the other end of the playground, where a head covered in grass clippings and cursing rolled around. He then glanced at the headless body at the entrance of the teaching building, flailing its limbs in confusion, and finally couldn't bear to tease them any longer. He walked over slowly, bent down, and lifted the head of the Chin Gue again, gently brushing off the grass and dirt that clung to it with his fingertips. Stop cursing, I'll help you find your body back. The cursing of Chin Gue abruptly ceased. She blinked her watery eyes, looking at Gu Ye's calm profile, pouting in annoyance as she turned her head away, yet obediently closing her mouth, only mumbling softly. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have had to throw my head. Thrown it twice. Gu Yu, holding her head, walked to the entrance of the teaching building, watching the headless body still struggling on the ground, trying to push itself up with its hands, and couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out to help the light spirit body up, then carefully placed the head back on the neck, gently infusing a hint of warm spiritual energy with his fingertips to align the connection of the spirit body. All right, try to move now. Qinggue immediately shook her head and turned her neck, confirming there was no misalignment, before she let out a sigh of relief. She raised her hand to touch her neck, and then her forehead, and then hands on her hips, stared angrily at Guyu, trying to look fierce. You are too much. Who throws other people's heads around like that? And twice. Yet on her pretty face there was no sign of fierceness. Instead, she looked like a puffed-up kitten, quite adorable. Guyu raised an eyebrow, pretending to lift his hand. Oh, then it seems I didn't throw it far enough, just now. No, no, no. Qinggue immediately shrank back, clutching her head tightly with both hands, her tone softening. I was wrong. I shouldn't have scared you. I won't dare again. Seeing her look both timid and adorable, Guyu couldn't help but he put away his joking demeanor and asked seriously, how long have you been here? Why don't you leave? Mentioning this, the smile on Qinggue's face gradually faded. She looked down and kicked a stone, her voice a bit downcast. On the day the apocalypse broke out, I was practicing the piece for my graduation performance in the piano room when the teaching building suddenly collapsed and I was crushed to death here. Later, I don't know what happened, but the collapsed building returned to its original state, yet I didn't dare to go anywhere else and just stayed here. I usually haven't harmed anyone, just occasionally scaring passers-by to relieve my boredom. She looked up at Guyu, her expression cautious, her fingers nervously twisting her skirt. Just now. You didn't kill me or disperse my spirit body, so can I leave now? After saying that, she secretly made a cute expression towards Guyu. Guyu noticed her cautious demeanor and felt a slight stir in his heart, asking, how about considering joining us? All meals and accommodation are covered, and there will be people to play with you. Qinggue's eyes instantly lit up, looking up at Guyu in disbelief. Really? You all are willing to take me in? But I'm a ghost. Others will be scared of me. It's okay, there's another ghost in our team who's much stronger than you, and she's really nice. You two should get along well. Guyu nodded with a smile. I'm willing. I'm willing to follow you. Qinggue immediately nodded vigorously, afraid that Guyu would change his mind, her face blooming with a bright smile again. My name is Lin Wan. I'm from the music department of this school, and I'm also a member of the student council. From now on, I'll be following you. I play the piano beautifully, and I'll play for you every day. Guyu nodded with a smile, bringing Lin Wan back to the cafeteria, simply organizing the scattered supplies and waiting for Shuiyu and the others to return. Before long, the rumble of trucks could be heard from afar. Shuiyu and Su Ming drove in with 3 empty trucks, marching grandly into the campus. Seeing Lin Wan, who was bouncing beside Guyu, both of them froze for a moment, instinctively tightening their grip. Guyu, this is. Don't be nervous. She's Lin Wan, a local here. She means no harm, and she'll be part of our team from now on. Guyu simply explained. Just as he was about to command everyone to move the supplies, Lin Wan stepped up first. She cleared her throat, hands behind her back, and seriously shouted at everyone, classmates. Oh no, I mean team members. Everyone quiet down. The crowd looked at each other, stopping their movements curiously. Seeing this, Lin Wan felt even prouder, puffing out her small chest, adopting the demeanor of a student council member. I'm Lin Wan, a member of the student council's life department at this school. I know everything about the resources here. I will lead the team, next ensuring that everyone moves all the movable items as quickly as possible. First, the first group come with me to the underground warehouse of the teaching building. There are emergency supplies stored by the school, all compressed biscuits and mineral water with a very long shelf life. Second group, go to the 3rd floor of the dormitory. Every dormitory has daily necessities in the cabinets, blankets, clothes, and toiletries, all of which can be used. Third group, go to the storeroom behind the convenience store. I remember there were lots of snacks and drinks piled up there. I sneaked in before, and the owner hid them really deep. She clearly assigned tasks, waving her little hand with a bit of leadership, leaving Shuiyu and Su Ming dumbfounded. Guyu chuckled and shook his head, saying to the two, let her lead, she knows this place better than we do. The others immediately sprang into action, with Lin Wan running ahead, chattering as she led the way, this way, this way. Watch your step, there used to be a pit here. Hey, don't open that cabinet. It's full of expired instant noodles. This way. Yes, this metal cabinet. It's full of chocolates which I hid. I originally planned to share them with my classmates at graduation, but... She paused here and quickly resumed her smile, pointing at the cabinet and saying, now they're all for you. Under Lin Wan's leadership as the team leader, the group's efficiency was astonishing. Not only did they complete the planned supply transport quickly, but also found a whole bunch of hidden resources. The 3 trucks were packed to the brim, filled with rice, flour, oil, snacks, drinks, and even a fair number of brand new bedding and clothing, far exceeding expectations. As the sun set, golden rays bathed the campus, casting a warm glow over the dilapidated buildings. Guyu did not get on the truck, but whistled loudly. From afar, a loud neigh could be heard as the steed Tin Wuju galloped into view. Guyu mounted the horse while Lin Wan transformed into a faint white light, joyfully attaching herself to the lance of the Lujin Shinfeng. Let's go. Back to the dormitory. With Guyu's order, the 3 trucks slowly departed from the art school, speeding towards the new student dormitory. The truck bed was stacked full with heavy supplies and also filled with the joy of everyone. This massive sweep of the art school not only completely resolved the supply shortage for the team for the next month, but also unexpectedly brought in Lin Wan a double delight. At this moment in the new student dormitory Yuan, Li was leaning by the window gazing far towards the direction of the returning convoy, holding a freshly baked strawberry cake. Upon seeing Guyu riding Tian Wuzhu, her eyes brightened, instantly smiling, as she waved her hand, the tear mole at the corner of her eye particularly captivating in the sunset. But when she saw the small white light on the lance of the Lu Jin Shinfeng, she paused slightly, then curiously blinked. The convoy slowly drove into the apartment complex, and Guyu dismounted, stunned by the sight before him. In just a single day, the walls that were merely foundational had shot up from the ground. The 3-meter-high reinforced concrete walls were entwined with thick thorny vines nurtured by Ji Mu, with sharp steel fragments embedded among the vines. At each corner stood a 3-meter-high watchtower equipped with searchlights recently seized from the police station. Within a 50-meter radius outside the walls, a clearing had been established with crisscross trenches and pitfall traps dug out. The entire apartment was tightly enclosed within, resembling an impregnable city within a city. Yuan Li bounced over to Gu Ye's side, still clutching half a piece of unfinished strawberry cake. Just as she was about to offer it to him, a faint white light drifted down from the golden gun tassel, transforming into Lin Wan's figure, curiously looking around. "Good brother, who is she?" Yuan Li tugged at Gu Ye's sleeve and whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Her name is Lin Wan, and she is the piano ghost I met at the art school. She will be our teammate from now on," Guyu introduced with a smile. Lin Wan looked at the lively Yuan Li in front of her, her eyes instantly brightening. She immediately leaned forward, extending her hand, her tone enthusiastic. Hello. I am Lin Wan. Are you the powerful sister that Guyu mentioned?" Yuan Li, seeing her energetic demeanor, also smiled and divided the cake in half to give to her. "I am Yuan Li. From now on you will hang out with me, and no one will dare to bully you." Sure. Lin Wan took the cake and happily took a big bite, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Meanwhile, Xia Houyu was carrying 2 bottles of liquor toward Guy's room. Just as he turned the corner, a figure blocked. "Hey, you the newcomer. Wait a moment." Xia Houyu was taken aback and turned to see Lin Wan standing behind him, hands on her hips, seriously pointing at the supplies stacked in the yard. "Why are you still loitering here? Hurry up and go help move the bottled water. Sister Su said all drinking water must be moved into the underground warehouse today, or it will freeze tonight, and we won't be able to drink it." Xia Houyu. He pointed at himself, looking bewildered. "Me? The newcomer?" "Yes. Look at you, all clean and tidy. You must have just joined the convoy, right?" Lin Wan nodded, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "Hurry up, everyone is busy, don't slack off. Sister Su said to let me supervise everyone working." Just then Yuan Li walked over, saw this scene, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. "Lin Wan, he is not the newcomer. He is our captain, Xia Houyu." Lin Wan. Her expression froze instantly, going from serious to flustered, her face flushed as she stammered, "See, Captain. I'm so sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I didn't mean to make you move things." Seeing her nearly on the verge of tears, Xia Houyu couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand. It's fine. You are right. I should go help out. But first I need to talk to Guyu about something, and he'll come back to help move later." With that, he turned and walked into Guyu. Guyu watched the 2 bottles of liquor shaking in his hands, recalling the last time Xia Houyu got drunk and embarrassed himself, and couldn't help but tease. "What's wrong? Are you trying to outdo your last social death and have another go?" Xia Houyu's lips twitched as he placed the bottles on the table. "Look at what you're saying. Don't worry, this time I definitely have the quantity. But not bad, you went out and brought back a female ghost, and she's so capable too. Tell me, can you teach me your trick of attracting ghosts?" Guyu looked at him with a half smile, remaining silent. In the next second, Xia Houyu was squatting on the ground, covering his left eye, grimacing in pain. No. I was wrong. No more jokes." When he raised his head, his left eye had turned into a dark panda eye, looking particularly comical. The 2 sat at the table, meticulously counting the harvest this time and discussing the upcoming deployment. Xia Houyu cleared his throat and spoke first. "This time your search results have far exceeded expectations. In the first batch of supplies returned, besides the basic food items like rice, flour, oil, frozen meat, and vegetables, there were surprisingly 3 intact large motors and several boxes of wires, just right for solving our power and heating problems." He paused, pointing to the walls outside the window, his tone turning serious. "Moreover, thanks to you and the Ghost General's battle, most of the anomalies and aberrant beasts in Wanghai City were scared off, giving us the time to fully construct the defensive works. After 2 days and nights of hard work, our city, within a city defense system, has basically taken shape. Let me explain the layout in detail. The entire defense system is divided into 2 layers, each progressively secure to ensure foolproof safety. First layer, the outer warning zone, extending 500 meters beyond the walls. It features a warning net made of G-Muse vines. Any living creature that touches it will trigger an alarm. Baijiu leads a reconnaissance team stationed at the watchtower regularly, using their perception abilities to cover the entire area, detecting the movements of corpse tides and aberrant beasts in advance. Second layer, the main defensive wall, which is the 3-meter-high reinforced concrete wall you see. The interior of the wall has been reinforced with G-Muse vines capable of withstanding impacts from third-tier aberrant beasts. Every 20 meters along the wall, there is a firing point equipped with rifles and shotguns manned in rotation by the firearms team members. The main entrance is fitted with double iron doors, leaving a 2-meter-wide buffer zone in the middle with iron railings reinforced with vines on both sides, providing openings for our people to directly attack the creatures outside with metal weapons. At the same time, if the main entrance is breached, the second iron door can be closed to trap the zombies in the buffer zone for concentrated extermination. Guyu nodded repeatedly. Xiao Yes layout was clear and comprehensive with almost no apparent flaws. The outbreak time of the corpse tide has already been sensed by Baijiu, likely occurring in the early hours 3 days from now. Xiao Yes' tone became more serious. So for these 3 days we will not arrange any exploration tasks outside. Everyone will stay in the fortress, reinforcing the defensive works and conducting pre-battle training. Guyu nodded, deeply agreeing. He had originally planned to take these days to investigate the mysterious black mist deep within the inner city, but with the impending corpse tide, if he were injured during the investigation and unable to participate in the defense, it would be a disaster for the entire convoy. As night fell, stars twinkled, and the night in Wanghai City was particularly silent, only the sound of the wind howling past the walls. Guyu whistled, and his horse, Tiyun Wuzhua, immediately galloped over from the distant woods, its silver-gray mane glimmering in the moonlight. He mounted the horse, gently squeezed its belly, and Tiyun Wuzhua transformed into a streak of light racing toward the outskirts of Wanghai City. On one hand, he was familiarizing himself with the coordination between himself and Tiyun Wuzhua, getting accustomed to its dual forms. On the other hand, he was personally scouting the movements of the corpse tide, gathering first-hand intelligence. Tiyun Wuzhua switched to its spiritual energy state, surrounded by a faint white glow, moving at an astonishing speed, with exceptionally light steps, making almost no sound, perfectly blending into the night. Guyu lay on the horse's back, feeling the wind rushing past his ears, the bond between horse and rider growing ever more harmonious as they galloped along the outskirts of Wanghai City, encountering no obstacles along the way. Until they arrived at an abandoned factory in the southern part of the city, Guyu suddenly reined in the horse, and Tiyun Wuzhua immediately stopped, alertly pricking its ears. The rain of valley urged the divine sense, and he gazed towards the southern horizon. Under the moonlight, faint silhouettes swayed slowly on the distant skyline, moving stiffly and leaving uneven footprints in the snow. He immediately tightened his grip around the horse's belly, kicking the cloud-black steed as he switched to a state of spiritual energy, a faint white glow enveloping him as he silently raced towards those figures. As the distance closed to 50 meters, the black cube at his fingertips spun rapidly, transforming into a sturdy black rope, which he suddenly hurled out. The rope accurately wrapped around the waist of the foremost figure, and with a flick of his wrist, he forcefully pulled the figure into view. Upon seeing the face gray and rotten with murky eyes, he couldn't help but curse. Damn, it really is a zombie. The vanguard of the corpse tide has actually come this close. He waved his hand, and the black cube morphed again into a large black bag, effortlessly scooping up 5 scattered zombies nearby. Muffled roars and scratching sounds emanated from the bag, but they could not breach the defenses of the black cube. At that moment, his gaze landed on one of the zombies, and his brow furrowed instantly. This zombie was clad in camouflage military uniform. Though the insignia was faint, he could vaguely make out the rank. The uniform was not severely damaged, with no obvious signs of weathering or corrosion on the fabric, and it even carried a hint of lingering gunpowder scent. A military uniform zombie. A bold guess surfaced in his mind. Could there be an abandoned military base or garrison nearby? This is undoubtedly tremendous news. A military base must stockpile a large amount of firearms, ammunition, and military supplies, possibly even heavy weaponry, enough to elevate the combat power of the convoy to a new height. Although there is likely a significant number of zombies inside, the risk is proportional to the reward. Moreover, judging by the condition of the uniform, this garrison point cannot be too far from here. Looking at the bright moon overhead with the night still young, he decisively said, "First, let's scout the way. If there really is a base, we can make further plans." He turned the horse around, kicking the cloud-black steed to tread on the snow, following the scattered footprints towards the... The number of scattered zombies along the way increased, but the cloud-black steed moved with incredible speed, and with the concealment ability of the Phantom Dream cloak, all the zombies could only see a blurred white light flash, by unable to lock onto their target. After about 20 minutes, an abandoned construction site came into view. The broken tower crane stood crookedly in the night, while several unfinished buildings loomed like giant shadows. The site was littered with steel bars, cement bags, and discarded construction machinery. Several zombies in military uniforms were aimlessly wandering at the entrance of the site, issuing low, rumbling growls. He dismounted, patting the neck of the cloud-black steed, whispering, "Wait for me here, keep an eye out. If anything happens, warn me immediately." The cloud-black steed nodded, obediently flicked its tail, and silently hid behind a broken wall, scanning the surroundings alertly. He restrained his aura, the phantom dream cloak transforming into a black cape shrouding him in shadows. Like a ghost, he slipped into the construction site, stepping on scattered debris without making a sound. Dark brown bloodstains were visible everywhere on the ground, alongside torn camouflage fabric and broken rifle slings, indicating that a fierce battle had occurred here. He silently twisted the necks of several patrolling zombies, dragging their bodies to a concealed spot before weaving through the unfinished buildings in search. Strangely, aside from those zombies at the entrance, the buildings were empty, not a single zombie shadow to be found, let alone any military supplies. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Leaning against a concrete pillar, he frowned. It can't be. With so many military uniform zombies, they couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. Where could I have missed something? After pondering, he decided to take a big gamble. He swiftly returned to the broken wall, mounted the cloud-black steed, and headed straight for the tallest 7-story building. He raced up the stairs to the rooftop, unfastened the bag formed from the black cube, pulled out all 5 zombies inside, and tossed them one by one over the edge of the rooftop. Immediately after, he took out a Molotov cocktail, lit it, and threw it onto the empty ground below. Boom. Flames erupted instantly, painting the sky with a fierce glow. The zombies' screams mixed with the explosions of the Molotov cocktails, creating a huge noise that reverberated through the quiet construction site. It wasn't long before the entire site suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless roars echoed from all directions as a throng of zombies surged forth like a tide from every corner, rushing towards the direction of the flames. Among them were at least a dozen military uniform zombies, many of whom were wielding submachine guns. Although they lacked intelligence and could only swing wildly, the dark muzzles still sent chills down one's spine. Standing on the rooftop, he watched the surging tide of corpses below, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his back. Fortunately, he hadn't rashly stormed in earlier, otherwise surrounded by so many zombies, even he would have suffered greatly. His gaze fixed tightly on the direction from which the tide of corpses emerged, the northwest corner of the construction site, a single-story bungalow. The vast majority of military uniform zombies had poured out from that inconspicuous bungalow, yet the area of that bungalow was at most 100 square meters, impossible to accommodate so many zombies. There's definitely something off. His eyes narrowed. He patted the cloud-black steed, whispering, "Wait for me here, I'm going to take a look. If I'm not back by dawn, you head back to the apartment on your own and tell Xiaoyu about the situation here." The cloud-black steed nudged his hand, letting out a low whinny as if in agreement. He leaped down from the rooftop, landing steadily on the ground. Using the cover of the night and the firelight, he circled around to the back of the bungalow, pried open a slightly ajar window, and quietly slipped inside. Inside the bungalow lingered a strong odor of mildew mixed with the stench of blood and the rotting scent. Various handguns, rifle magazines, military daggers, and communication devices were scattered on the ground, along with several unopened boxes stained with blood. This sight brought a smile to his face. Indeed, it was worth the trip. He did not rush to collect the supplies, but summoned the golden divine edge, scanning the room. Soon he discovered a half-open iron door in the corner behind which was a passage leading downward. Faint green light flickered from the depths of the passage, accompanied by a steady flow of cool, damp air. The rich scent of blood wafted from the passage. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the discomfort in his heart and pulled out a portable music player. This was given to him by Lin Wan earlier during the day at the art school. He pressed the play button and soft music began to play, then tossed the music player into the depths of the passage. The music echoed in the empty corridor, and after a minute there was no response, nor did any zombies rush out. He breathed a sigh of relief, but seemed there was no danger in the passage for now. He stepped inside, bent down to pick up the music player, preparing to turn off the music. As his fingertips brushed against the cold surface of the music player, a sticky sensation coursed through him. Taking advantage of the dim light from the passage, he looked down and saw a smear of red blood on the exterior of the music player. What is this? The blood of the zombies is surprisingly bright red. Indeed, everything in movies is deceptive. Guyu wiped away the warm blood with her fingertip, casually commenting as she suppressed the strange feelings in her heart, gripping the golden spear tightly, continuing deeper into the passage. The walls on either side of the passage were covered in moss, and the water pooled beneath her ankles was icy cold. The deeper she went, the stronger the smell of blood became, mixed with a faint scent of disinfectant. What he did not know was that at the moment his fingertip touched that drop of fresh blood, a huge figure lurking in the shadows on the rooftop of an abandoned hospital dozens of miles away suddenly opened its eyes. Its form was hunched skin a grayish-blue with several bone spikes protruding from its back, its voice hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Sister, a bug has intruded." The woman sitting by the window slowly turned around, dressed in a white trench coat, her face cold and stunningly beautiful, with long hair like a waterfall. Upon hearing the word bug, her brow furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of displeasure. However, the massive figure seemed unconcerned, continuing to speak to itself, its tone tinged with greed. "The aura is very fresh, very complete, more tempting than those before, but also very dangerous." The woman raised her eyes, her cold voice like shards of jade colliding. "Let's not worry about him for now. There should still be a few surviving soldiers in the armory. Use your abilities to control the corpse sentinels to investigate his background and check on the status of those people. What is urgent now is to deal with those 3 convoys and seize their supplies." The huge figure fell silent, only 2 long antennae suddenly extending from its head, quivering continuously, emitting invisible sound waves that spread toward the abandoned construction site. Meanwhile, in a corner of the construction site, 2 corpses that had been leaning against the wall, already cold, suddenly moved. Their skin was as black as ink, muscles knotted, their military uniforms tattered, and their eyes were not the murky white of ordinary zombies, but a deep dark blue glimmering with a cold light. They emitted no howls, their movements were stiff yet exceptionally precise, like puppets on strings, quietly heading toward the underground passage. At the end of the passage, a heavy steel security door blocked Guy's path. The door was covered in rust, and in the center was a large circular combination lock resembling the blast doors commonly used in bank vaults. "It seems this is the place." Guyu knocked on the door, producing a dull sound. Most of the military supplies should be inside. There might even be some unexpected surprises. He tugged at the combination lock with all his strength, but it did not budge. Guyu frowned. This type of mechanical lock couldn't be opened without a key and could only be forced open. He took 2 steps back, gripping the golden spear, tightly channeling all his spiritual energy into the golden patterns on the gun suddenly glowed. He lunged forward, and the gun tip easily pierced through 10 centimeters of steel, leaving a smooth hole. He then twisted his wrist, carving a large cross on the security door. Watching the door wobble precariously, Guyu stepped forward and kicked hard at the center of the cross. Bang! A huge explosion sounded as the security door collapsed inward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Guyu was about to step inside, a sudden wave of deadly intent surged from his side. He instinctively rolled to the ground, and with a loud bang, a bullet struck precisely where he had just stood, leaving a deep bullet hole in the cement floor, sparks flying. Guyu's heart sank. Was it an intelligent zombie? Or a survivor? Without time to think, 3 more rapid gunshots rang out, the bullets flying in a triangular pattern. Guyu sidestepped to evade the bullets, grazing his shoulder, leaving 3 shallow scratches on his ghostly robe, then disappearing from sight. Hiss! I almost forgot, ordinary bullets are hard to injure me now. Guyu rubbed his shoulder, cursing himself inwardly. Indeed, the instinctive reaction to firearms was not so easy to overcome. At that moment, a whooshing sound came from behind. Guyu ducked down to dodge, and then saw a man with a military dagger pouncing towards him from behind the cover of dust, the dagger aimed directly at his back. Guyu was instantly furious. Even a mud doll has some fight left in it. If it were a zombie, it would be fine, but this clear tactical coordination and precise use of firearms obviously indicated other survivors. He quickly grabbed the wrist of the attacking hand, twisting it hard. With a cracking sound, the man's wrist broke and the dagger clattered to the ground. Guyu pulled him forward, executing a clean back slam, smashing him hard to the ground. The man let out a muffled groan and fainted on the spot. The man who had just attempted the sneak attack wanted to rush forward to help, but saw Guyu was a step ahead, grabbing him and slamming him down. Another armed man nearby was about to fire, but saw a golden flash whizzing past the tip of the golden spear, grazing his ear and pinning itself into the wall behind him, the gun vibrating violently. "Don't move." Guyu's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. "I am also a living person and mean no harm, otherwise it wouldn't just be a grazing shot." The man turned pale, his hand holding the gun trembling uncontrollably, and he slowly lowered his weapon, raising both hands. At that moment, the air at the entrance of the passage suddenly turned cold, a piercing chill creeping up his spine. Then a faint yet exceptionally heavy sound of footsteps slowly emerged from the darkness. Guyu turned sharply, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the darkness and shining directly toward the end. In the beam, 2 pitch-black figures stood silently, their skin a matte black iron color, muscles knotted like rock, their tattered military uniforms clinging tightly to their forms, outlining powerful lines. They did not howl, did not breathe, lacking the decay and ferocity of ordinary zombies. Their faces were rigid as stone carvings, and only their eyes, a deep blue, flickered with cold, bloodthirsty light, locking onto the 4 people in the room. The armed man, subdued by Guyu, saw these 2 figures, and his face instantly turned ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably, teeth chattering, as he hoarsely screamed, "It's the corpse sentinels." They are coming. Hurry to find Yun Gang. Otherwise we will all die here. While shouting, he scrambled backward using hands and feet, gripping the ground tightly, his eyes filled with deep-seated fear, as if those two figures were demons from hell. Gu Ye's brow furrowed tightly as an inexplicable heat rose from within him, the blood in his body giving the faint impression of boiling. He immediately raised his hand to brush over the spirit treasure glasses on his nose. A faint golden light flashed, and a line of clear information appeared before him. Name: Black Iron Corpse, Sentinel rank level 4 abilities: Corpse Transformation, Evil Chi Iron Body, Rapid Regeneration Evaluation, a combat weapon controlled by high-level corpse poison, and mental power, retaining complete combat skills and instincts from its life as well as its serial abilities with a flesh hardness comparable to alloy steel, possessing dual transformation abilities. Its only weakness is the corpse core within the head. Apart from that, any injury can heal quickly in a short time, making it extremely dangerous. As the information just vanished, 2 Black Iron Corpse guards moved simultaneously. Their speed far surpassed that of ordinary zombies, leaving shallow craters on the cement floor as they dashed forward like 2 bolts of black lightning towards Gu Yu. With a fist enveloped in dense black malevolence, they struck down towards Gu Ye's head and heart with a force that could split mountains. Gu Ye's eyes sharpened. He swiftly extended his left hand like lightning, accurately gripping the wrist of the left corpse guard, pulling it sharply towards himself, while raising his knee to strike it hard in the abdomen. With a muffled thud, the corpse guard's abdomen caved in, yet it seemed unaffected by pain, instead tightening its embrace around Gu Ye's waist, opening its mouth full of crimson fangs to bite fiercely at Gu Ye's neck, the stench of decay flooding the air. In a critical moment, a surge of scarlet malevolence erupted around Gu Yu. Puppet play. Countless bluid energies surged from the ghost dream robe, coalescing into armored puppet soldiers around him. The leading silver-armored soldier stepped forward, gripping the corpse guard's head firmly and pulling it away from Gu Yu with immense force, throwing it hard against the wall. The other puppet soldiers immediately swarmed in, brandishing long swords and spears to surround the 2 Black Iron Corpse guards. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yu withdrew, raising his hand to pull out the golden spear lodged in the wall, the spear tip pointing towards the ground as he cast a cold glance at the 3 survivors huddled in the corner. Move inside, don't be a hindrance. The 3 exchanged glances, relief evident on their faces, hurriedly pointing towards the blast door before crouching and rushing inside without looking back. Gu Yu shifted his gaze back, gripping the golden spear tightly as he leaped into the fray. Despite the numerical advantage of the puppet soldiers, their strength was vastly inferior to that of the 4th-tier Black Iron Corpse guards. In a matter of moments, they were completely torn apart by the 2 corpse guards' bluid energy fragments scattering across the ground. The 2 corpse guards picked up broken steel bars from the ground as weapons and charged fiercely at Gu Yu. Clang! The steel bars clashed violently, with the golden spear instantly severed at the root, the edges smooth as a mirror. Gu Yu twisted his wrist, sweeping across with tremendous force, striking the left corpse guard's chest and sending it flying back to crash heavily against the wall. He then redirected the spear tip like a venomous snake, aiming straight for the right corpse guard's head. The corpse guard reacted swiftly, unable to evade, and instead opened its mouth wide, biting down hard on the spear tip with its solid fangs. Dark corpse energy surged out frantically, enveloping the spear like ink, attempting to corrode the. At that moment, the spear tip suddenly ignited with a golden glow, the ability to dispel all methods activated in an instant, causing all the corpse energy to dissipate as if it were ice meeting the scorching sun. Crack! The corpse guard's fangs shattered with a sound. Gu Yu withdrew the spear, swiftly pressing down on its head with his left hand, exerting force to drive it hard into the wall, cement debris flying everywhere. Just then a sound of slicing air came from behind. A cold smile crept across Gu Ye's lips as he did not turn back, stabbing the golden spear backward. The golden blade of air whistled out, precisely piercing the head of the corpse guard attempting to sneak attack from behind. Black corpse blood splattered out, and the corpse guard wobbled before collapsing straight down. As Gu Yu prepared to turn around and deliver the final blow to the corpse guard against the wall, he was startled to see its body suddenly swell, muscles bulging, skin cracking with fissures, and purple corpse energy gushing forth, energy fluctuations rising sharply. You think you can use me as a shield? It won't be that easy. Gu Ye's gaze sharpened as the black cube in his palm spun, rapidly transforming into a massive black cube, instantly encasing the Sunto explode corpse guard within, forming an absolutely sealed space. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded from within the black cube, causing the entire passage to tremble slightly. Gu Yu peered through the cube at the swirling purple corpse energy, frowning slightly. Is this the high-level corpse poison? Looks quite disgusting. He slowly approached, raising his hand to retract the black cube. The lingering purple corpse energy quickly spread out, but dissipated entirely upon contact with Gu Ye's surrounding spiritual energy. After carefully scanning the surroundings with his divine sense to confirm there were no hidden corpse guards, Guyu turned and walked in the direction where the three survivors had just left. Before long, a similarly heavy blast door appeared before him. Guyu pondered whether to break the door directly or knock when the circular turntable in front of him suddenly began to rotate on its own. Accompanied by the heavy sound of machinery operating, the blast door slowly opened to both sides, revealing the scene inside. What came into view was a spacious control room, filled with monitoring screens divided into dozens of small images continuously surveilling every corner of the construction site. In the center of the room were several folding army beds, and in the corner were piles of compressed biscuits and mineral water resembling a small survival base. Just as Guyu stepped into the room, a resolute-looking man with black-framed glasses, messy hair, but sharp, dressed in a white lab coat, and carrying a handgun at his waist, he extended his hand towards Guyu with a sincere tone. "Hello, friend. I am Yao Duo, the temporary head here. Thank you for saving my team members earlier, otherwise they would have met their end outside today." Guyu did not shake his hand, but rather held the golden spear, surveying him with a hint of coldness in his tone. "Just now your three companions attacked me on sight. Is this how you treat friends?" Yao Duo's expression showed a hint of guilt as he awkwardly withdrew his hand, sighing, "I sincerely apologize. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts are treacherous. We've been here for over 3 months and have seen too many people kill each other for resources. Upon hearing the noise outside, we thought the raiders had come again, which is why we acted rashly. I apologize on their behalf," he said, waving to the 3 men who had just attempted to ambush Guyu. The 3 men who had attacked Guyu, including the teammate who had been knocked unconscious and had just awakened, approached with their heads down, bowing deeply to Guyu. "We are sorry, we misunderstood you." Seeing their sincere expressions, Guyu's expression softened slightly as he nodded and ceased to pursue the matter. "Forget it. Now tell me, how did you end up here? And what about those black iron corpse guards? What is going on?" Yao Duo's expression instantly became serious at the mention. He walked to the monitoring screen and pointed at one of the images. Yao Duo walked to the window, gazing at the wandering zombies on the surveillance screen, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression grew heavier, his voice carrying a weariness born from the trials of time. "Let me tell you some things that may completely overturn your understanding of this world." A few team members' expressions changed, and they quickly reached out to stop him. Yao Duo raised his hand to interrupt them, extinguishing the cigarette, but in the ashtray his tone resolute. "There's nothing left to keep secret. The world has become what it is, and hiding it away will only lead to more people dying in confusion. It is better to speak the truth, at least allowing everyone to die with understanding." Truth. Guyu's heart jolted, and a memory flashed in his mind of the words spoken by the sheep elder in Shengshao village, since the apocalypse descended 5 years ago. Back then he was not strong enough, and he merely remembered the words without much thought. Yao Duo caught the flicker of understanding in Guyu's eyes, nodded, and continued, "From your reaction, you must have heard similar statements. Indeed, you possess such strength in the apocalypse, and have survived to this day. You must have encountered quite a few terrifying 4th or even 5th tier beings. Have you never wondered, how could such powerful monsters arise in just a few months?" He paused, scanning everyone present, stating each word clearly. The onset of the apocalypse was not merely a few months ago. The earliest time we can confirm is 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Guyu's pupils constricted, indeed, matching the time the sheep elder mentioned. Correct. Back then there was no global catastrophe sweeping the world. All anomalies occurred only in remote mountains, deep forests, and desolate deserts. Some places turned into uninhabited areas overnight, all living things disappearing without a trace. Yao Duo's voice was low, laced with a hint of fear. The government detected the anomalies through satellites immediately and dispatched troops to suppress them. But the dispatched troops went missing one after another without even a signal returning. At the same time, sporadic supernatural events began to emerge across the country, along with reports of beast mutations. In the face of this unprecedented crisis, the government initiated the highest level of emergency plans and began nationwide control. It was from that time that this world began to change gradually. And the most terrifying thing is not those monsters, but those strange beings whom we collectively refer to as the people you live with every day may have been bizarrely replaced without your knowledge. They have the same appearance, voice, and memories as before. Even their habits are unchanged. The only difference is that they are no longer human. The control room fell into a deathly silence with only the faint hum of the air conditioning. Everyone lowered their heads, faces filled with fear and dread. Clearly, they had all experienced the pain of betrayal from those closest to them. Fortunately, about 2 years ago, awakeners began to appear among humans. Though their initial strength was weak, at least we finally had the power to resist those monsters. Yao Duo's tone softened slightly, then grew heavy again, but the calm did not last long. A few months ago, the worst event occurred. The apocalypse fully descended. Countless supernatural beings, zombies, and mutated beasts erupted around us. Legendary zombies, vampires, and even mythical monsters transformed into reality. We once thought that with modern weapons and equipment we could at least defend most cities. But we were wrong. Major military districts, research institutes, and government buildings were the first to fall. Not because the monsters were too strong, but because of insiders. The comrades, leaders, and even family members we trusted the most had long been bizarrely replaced. At critical moments they cut off communications and detonated various databases. Yao Duo's voice trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. Human civilization began to collapse in those few short days. Our team was originally a biological research unit of the military consisting of 120 members tasked with guarding this place and studying the zombie virus and some supernatural phenomena. However, we never expected that there were already infected individuals among us. They had been lurking until the day of the full descent, when they suddenly erupted simultaneously. We didn't even have time to activate the self-destruct protocol before being overrun by zombies at every checkpoint. In the end, only a dozen of us remained, retreating into this control room, relying on the remaining awakeners and the defense of the armory. He pointed at the wandering military zombies on the surveillance screen, his eyes filled with sorrow. Those black iron corpse guards were our former comrades. After their deaths, they were altered by that hunched man, turning into mindless weapons that only know how to kill. Guyu took a deep breath, suppressing the surging shock in his heart, unconsciously stroking the golden gun barrel. Are you saying that this wave of zombies, along with those black iron corpse guards, have a true controller behind them? Yes. Yao Duo nodded heavily, his knuckles turning white from the strain, his face revealing a deep-seated dread. A man and a woman. The woman wears a pure white trench coat, appearing to be just over 20, incredibly beautiful, yet as cold as ice, her eyes devoid of any warmth of a living being. The man is exceptionally tall, always hunched over with a grotesque bone protrusion on his back, speaking rarely, but terrifying when he does. They ambushed here half a month ago, killing all 13 of our awakeners in just 10 minutes, leaving no room for resistance. He wiped his face with his hand, his voice hoarse. They not only infected all the nearby residents and transformed our sacrifice companions into black iron corpse guards, but also left behind a batch of guards before disappearing. Yao Duo's voice paused, turning to point at the radar screen on the wall where countless red dots were moving rapidly, his expression particularly grave. Their target is definitely not just as few. Just 3 hours ago we saw that hunched man on the monitor again, followed by a dozen corpse guards clad in black. He had a pair of antennae growing from his head, which were constantly quivering. Our military radar detected massive biological activity within a 10-kilometer radius. To the southeast, the numbers are beyond estimation. Such a large-scale gathering cannot be survivors. It can only be a zombie tide. We suspect they are using sound waves to summon all zombies and mutated beasts, preparing for a full-scale attack. Guyu's brows furrowed tighter, the severity of the situation far exceeding his expectations. This is not a natural zombie tide at all, but an organized and premeditated massacre. He immediately pressed further. Do you know their exact location now? And their strength levels? Do you have more detail? Yao Duo looked into Guyu's eyes, nodding solemnly. The last known location was at an abandoned hospital 2 kilometers to the southeast. Beyond that, our radar and surveillance have all failed, unable to detect any presence. We have no clear understanding of the white-clad woman's specific strength. No one has seen her make a move. But the hunched man should be at least 4th tier. At this point his gaze dimmed, his voice tinged with undeniable sorrow. The strongest awakener in our team had a confrontation with him. That man's core ability is to control zombie poison. His nails, blood, and even the air he exhales are all toxic, infecting anyone who comes into contact. Guyu fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Yao Duo, his tone steady and resolute. All right, what are your plans now? Have you considered joining our camp? Yao Duo suddenly looked up, a flash of surprise in his eyes. A camp? You actually have a camp? I thought you were a lone wolf. Of course. Guyu nodded. Moreover, their targets likely include our convoy as well. We will have to fight this battle sooner or later. Instead of being picked off one by one, it's better to join forces and seek a way out together. Yao Duo nodded without hesitation. Great. We'll follow you. He immediately turned to the team members behind him and said in a low voice, everyone, quickly gather all research materials, medical supplies, and personal gear. The members' faces brightened, shaking off their previous gloom, and they sprang into action. While everyone was busy organizing supplies, Guyu and Yao Duo briefly checked the situation of the base. The material reserves in this underground base exceed expectations, most of which are stored in the 8 separate military supply depots on the outskirts. Yao Duo pointed at the map, his tone serious. As for firearms and ammunition, the warehouse has enough to arm 200-man squads. More importantly, there are 2 intact Type 92 wheeled armored vehicles in warehouse number 3, along with 3 boxes of 30mm cannon shells and heavy machine guns. These are our greatest trump cards. The only difficulty is transportation. As for firearms and ammunition, the warehouse has enough to arm 200-man squads. More importantly, there are 2 intact Type 92 wheeled armored vehicles in warehouse number 3 along with 3 boxes of 30mm cannon shells, but now we need to evacuate completely. If we can take everything, we must take everything. Guyu looked at the map, pondered for a moment, and nodded. These supplies cannot be abandoned. Let me think about how to take everything away. He borrowed paper and pen, quickly jotting down the layout of the base, the distribution of supplies, and relevant information. After folding it up, he followed a team member through the relatively safe west passage, quietly leaving the construction site. A sharp whistle broke the darkness before dawn. From the distant woods, the steed Tianwuzhua immediately raised its hooves, transforming into a silver-gray streak, speeding toward them. Guyu gently stroked its mane, securely tying the letter around its neck, and whispered, "Go back and find Xiahou. You tell him to bring people in a heavy truck right away." Tianwuzhua affectionately nudged his palm, whinnied, and turned to gallop toward the new fortress. After sending off Tianwuzhua, Guyu used the radar positioning given by Yao Duo to quickly locate the first military supply depot. He opened the heavy iron door with a key, and a strong smell of gun oil greeted him. What came into view was a row of neatly arranged gun cabinets filled with brand new Type 95 automatic rifles. Picking one up and feeling its glossy texture, Guyu found it hard to part with. In the corner, there were dozens of dark green military boxes. Opening one revealed it was filled with golden 5.8mm rifle rounds and several boxes of grenades. Looking at the mountain of arms before him, and knowing this was just one of the warehouses, Guyu took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He first opened the storage space and took in an entire gun cabinet along with all the rifles inside. Unfortunately, the storage space had limited capacity. He couldn't fit anything more. In frustration, he had to activate the black cube, transforming it into a huge black bag, and managed to fit in 10 rifles and 5 boxes of ammunition before stopping. As the sky began to lighten, the rumble of heavy trucks came from a distance. Guyu immediately became alert, confirming that no zombies had been disturbed, and quickly ran toward the sound. Soon 2 heavy trucks appeared in sight. Seeing Guyu's figure, the trucks slowly came to a stop. Tianwuzhua was the first to run over from behind the truck, happily rubbing against Guyu's leg. Following that, Xiahou Yu and Cheng Long jumped down from the cabin. Xiahou Yu stepped forward, giving Guyu's shoulder a hearty pat, his face full of excitement. "Old Guyu really did it. You went out for a stroll at night, and actually found a weapons cache." Guyu shrugged lightly, teasing with a smile, "There's nothing I can do. Luck is innate. You can't envy it. Get lost." Xiahou Yu laughed and scolded, then became serious, saying, "Tell me about the situation inside. How many zombies are there, and how dangerous are they?" "It's about the same as I mentioned in my letter." Guyu's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "These ordinary zombies mainly track their targets by sound and smell, with no difference between day and night. There are roughly over 3,000 zombies on the construction site, not counting those hidden in the buildings. As for high-end combatants, I've already dealt with 2 black iron corpse guards and haven't discovered any other 4th-tier beings for now. So we must act quickly and decisively, moving all supplies before those creatures notice us." Xiahou Yu nodded, and Guyu then turned around, opening the black bag behind him and retrieving the gun cabinet from the storage space. Brand new rifles, shiny bullets, and rows of bulletproof vests were neatly displayed in front of everyone. The team members who got off the truck gasped in awe, their eyes lighting up as they stared intently at the standard equipment. Most of what they found earlier were old hunting rifles, and only a few key members could use them. Now the dream of having an automatic rifle for everyone was actually coming true. "Let's distribute these first. Each person gets 1 rifle and 2 magazines," Guyu instructed Cheng Long. "This is just part of the supplies from Depot Number 1. There are 7 more warehouses like this one." "Damn!" Xiahou Yu couldn't help but exclaim, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Old Gu, we're actually hitting the jackpot this time. We have a total of 20 people, and it's no problem for everyone to have one. But since zombies are so sensitive to sound, we definitely can't confront them hidden." Hearing this, a glint of inspiration flashed in Guyu's eyes. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiahou Yu, and they instantly understood each other. After confirming the battle plan and timeline, Guyu immediately returned to the underground base. He briefly explained the combat plan and the external deployment to Yao Duo, who nodded immediately. "No problem, we've been ready to go for a long time." The 17 people underground immediately sprang into action, shouldering the packed research materials, medical kits, and personal backpacks, moving in perfect unison, showcasing the essence of soldiers. Taking advantage of the moment, Yao Duo did not hold back, allowing Guyu to understand the details of this small team. The strongest awakener in the team, Luo Yunggong, was a 3rd-tier awakener from the supernatural path of the Rock Guardian sequence, capable of controlling rocks, forming sand shields, and even manipulating parts of the Earth's gravity and trajectory. Next was the elderly Zhou with graying hair and a balding head, wearing thick reading glasses. He was a second-tier awakener from the life path of the agricultural god sequence, able to accelerate crop growth, improve soil, and even cultivate plants that could thrive under apocalyptic conditions based on species and materials. Then there was the rotund and good-natured Wang Lei, who shared a similar physique and demeanor with Su Ming. He was a second-tier awakener from the life path of the culinary master sequence, capable of creating food infused with trace amounts of spiritual energy from ordinary ingredients, which could not only strengthen and heal ordinary people, but also enhance the physiques of awakeners with long-term consumption. The leader on the surface, Yao Duo, possessed abilities from the engineering path of the mechanic sequence, a peak third-tier awakener. The surveillance system in the base, the modified radar, and that blast door were all his handiwork. Though Gu Yu casually shattered the blast door, it was because his physical strength was unparalleled even among fourth-tier awakeners, and the sharpness of the golden edge was inherently extraordinary. To be fair, even the two black iron corpse guards would find it difficult to break through the blast door made by Yao Duo, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to remain safe inside for so long. As for the remaining 13 members, they were all elite soldiers on active duty with exceptional individual combat capabilities. Gu Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They had truly struck gold. The agricultural god and culinary master sequences were absolutely top-tier support. One managed food, and the other managed crops completely, solving the long-term survival issues of the convoy. Yao Duo's mechanic skills were indispensable for armored vehicles, generators, defensive structures, and even the enhancement of spiritual items. Luo Yungang's rock guardian sequence needed no further explanation. Like Ji Mu, he not only excelled in personal combat, but was also an absolute strategic asset. Unfortunately, they had been trapped here for too long, and had no opportunity to explore outside, rendering their skills useless. He politely declined the rifle offered by Yao Duo, gripping the golden edge with one hand. With a thought, over 10 armored puppets surged out from the ghost dream robe, brandishing long knives to clear the way ahead. Following the dark passage, Gu Yu raised his hand to signal everyone to stop holding his breath and focusing, using his spiritual sense to probe the outside movements. Before long, a deafening explosion erupted from the east side of the construction site, with flames shooting high into the sky. This was Gu Yu and Xia Huyu's plan to use the sound of the explosion to lure most of the individuals inside the construction site away, and then drive in quickly to clear out the supplies from a few warehouses. The entire construction site erupted in chaos, with countless zombies roaring like a black tide surging towards the deep pit on the east side, their dense figures swaying in the firelight, sending chills down one's spine. Only a few solitary zombies lagged behind, slowly trailing the main group. Attack! Gu Yu commanded, and the puppets charged forward first. The soldiers' Type 95 rifles were all equipped with silencers, and muffled gunshots rang out in succession, bullets accurately hitting the zombies' heads. In just a few seconds, all remaining zombies were cleared without even a single extra roar being heard. Immediately after, the rumble of heavy trucks echoed from a distance. Xia Huyu drove the first heavy truck, leading the charge into the construction site, coming to a steady stop at the exit of the dark passage. Get in the truck. Xia Huyu jumped out of the vehicle and waved at everyone. Cheng Long has already taken the second vehicle to warehouse No. 3. We need to hurry. Everyone filed into the truck. Although the cargo area was cramped, no one complained. On the way, Xia Huyu and Yao Duo chatted briefly. When he learned that Yao Duo was a mechanic and that the team also had the agricultural god and culinary master support sequences, Xia Huyu's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs. He even specially assigned 2 team members to closely follow Lao Zhou and Wang Lei, fearing any unexpected incidents. The 2 vehicles acted separately, and within an hour each had cleared out a military supply depot. Looking at the remaining space in the cargo area, everyone estimated that they could still load supplies from 4 more. Yao Duo studied the map and pondered. No need to go to the farthest west warehouse. No. 7 and No. 8. They're only filled with surplus rifles and ammunition. Based on what you have described, our current reserves are already sufficient for the convoy's needs. Any more would be We should prioritize transporting the armored vehicles and shells from warehouse No. 4, as well as the compressed biscuits, canned goods, and medicines from warehouse No. 5. These are the truly strategic supplies. Xia Huyu nodded. Immediately, I'll follow your lead. You know better than we do. Everyone promptly adjusted the plan and rushed towards warehouses No. 4 and No. 5 in batches. At the high ground by the construction site exit, Gu Yu rode the Tian Wuzhong, holding the golden edge in a vigilant posture. Not far away, Cheng Long and Luo Yungang were directing several team members to bring 2 Type 92 wheeled armored vehicles out of the garage, the vehicle's cannons still wrapped in anti-rust oil, looking brand new. Brother Yu. Cheng Long waved and ran over. The captain said they can handle the remaining supplies and scattered zombies, so let me and Luo. Luo. He scratched his head, nearly blurting out the taboo name. Luo Yungang quickly interrupted him, looking helpless. Just call me Brother Luo. I'm a few years older than you. You can call me by my name too, just don't say those two words. He was genuinely scared. The new recruits in the past always joked and called each other Army Lord until one time the squad leader overheard, and then the entire class, including the squad leader, was directly promoted for an hour. Long scratched his head and chuckled twice. All right, Brother Luo. The armored vehicles have been checked, the fuel is full, the cannon is operational, and the shells have all been loaded onto the vehicle. The three stood on the high ground, scanning their surroundings warily. Tian Wuzhong occasionally perked up its ears, letting out low whinnies as it sensed movements from afar. Time passed second by second, and the sound of trucks starting kept coming from the warehouse direction with loads of supplies being continuously transported out. At that moment, the previously quiet Tian Wuzhong suddenly raised its head sharply, letting out a shrill warning whinny towards the southeast, its silvery gray fur standing on end. Gui's expression changed, and he immediately urged his spiritual sense to look toward the southeast, while Luo Yungang also took out binoculars to observe. In the distance on the horizon, 5 pitch-black figures were racing towards them at an almost undetectable speed. The gravel underfoot was kicked up, and their black iron-like bodies glinted with a cold matte finish in the sunlight. Not good. It's the Black Iron Corpse Guards. Luo Yungang's face changed drastically as he abruptly pulled open the vehicle door and jumped onto the armored vehicle, moving fluidly, as he instantly disengaged the cannon's safety latch. Everyone load your bullets. The armored vehicle's 30mm cannon was loaded with high explosive shells ready to fire. His palms were slightly sweaty, fully aware, although he was a third-tier rock guardian relying on hardened rock defense and innate strength, he was confident he could outlast a Black Iron Corpse Guard on Ianon. However, now 5 fourth-tier corpse guards were closing in simultaneously. They were impervious to blades and possessed immense strength. Once they broke into the crowd, these ordinary team members without awakening would be utterly defenseless, torn to shreds in an instant. Just as the cannon's muzzle was slowly raised, a hand suddenly pressed down on Luo Yungang's shoulder, the force not great, but carrying an undeniable authority. Don't fire. Gui's voice was calm, devoid of any ripples. He swung onto Tian Wuzhong, the golden edge slung casually at his side, his gaze coolly sweeping over the rushing black figures in the distance. The cannon of this armored vehicle doesn't have a silencer. Once it fires, not only will the zombies that were lured away return immediately, but other creatures aside from the tree bough will also likely be drawn over. At that point, whether we can transport the remaining supplies or even escape unscathed will be in question. Luo Yungang's pupils suddenly contracted, urgently interrupting, but these are 4th-tier Black Iron Corpse Guards. If 5 of them work together, you alone. Don't worry. Gui raised his hand and gently patted the neck of the Tian Wuzhu horse, its fluffy silver gray mane flying wildly in the morning breeze. He sat steadily on the horse's back, his posture relaxed, and calmly stated, "They're just a few crawling insects." Crawling insects? Luo Yungang was completely stunned. Buddy, those are 4th-tier Black Iron Corpse Guards. Just one can easily flip an armored vehicle and bite through steel plates, and you call them crawling insects. To charge in without even bringing a helper is just too bold, isn't it? He glanced sideways at Long, expecting him to share his solemnity, but saw Long's determined eyes and calm expression with no trace of fear, only a hint of excitement. Unlike Luo Yungang, he had personally witnessed the battle between Guyu and the Ghost General. Although the few corpse guards in front of him looked formidable, they definitely wouldn't be Guyu's opponents. After a brief moment of shock, Luo Yungang quickly collected his thoughts and ordered the vigilant team members around him. Everyone stay alert in place, lower your gun muzzles. Without my command, absolutely no one is allowed to fire. If anything changes on the battlefield, everyone immediately boards the vehicle to cover the main convoy's retreat first. The team members immediately focused their weapons, loaded, their gazes locked onto the 5 rapidly approaching dark figures, and the atmosphere tightened to the utmost. At that moment, the Tian Wuzhu under him suddenly raised its head and let out a loud neigh. The warhorse erupted with thick, dark, ghostly energy, its originally silvery white fur instantly transformed into a deep ink color with its hooves surrounded by flickering black light. In an instant, the warhorse's speed surged several times, its hooves lightly touching the ground, without any excess noise, turning into a bolt of black lightning, charging bravely towards the 5 oncoming Black Iron Corpse Guards. Gui's posture was straight as a pine tree, sitting still on the horse's back, slowly raising the golden divine spear with one hand. The golden pure yang light flowing along the spear body became increasingly radiant, shimmering brilliantly in the dawn's light. One person and one horse charged against the tide, completely suppressing the overwhelming ferocity of the 5 4th-tier Corpse Guards. The Black Iron Corpse Guards in the distance had already closed in. 5 dark, hulking bodies moved in perfect unison, abandoning all evasive maneuvers, and with powerful strides they rushed in a fan-shaped encirclement. In the blink of an eye, Guyu slightly tilted his body, utilizing the momentum of the Tiyun Wuzu's charge, sweeping the golden divine spear horizontally. The dazzling golden spear light suddenly exploded, and the overwhelming impact accurately hit the chests of the outermost two corpse guards. There were two muffled explosions as the two incredibly hard-bodied black iron corpse guards were sent flying like kites, with severed strings crashing heavily several meters away, causing the encirclement to collapse instantly. Before the remaining three corpse guards could land and steady themselves to counterattack, Guyu urged the warhorse to speed up again, his figure following the spear light, rushing straight into the heart of the enemy formation. The tip of the golden divine spear precisely jabbed and swiftly pierced the pure yang golden light, penetrating the thick black malevolent energy, ignoring the corpse guards' tough iron bodies, and directly shattered the head of one of the corpse guards, destroying its internal corpse core. The rampant malevolent energy instantly dissipated, and the ferocious black iron corpse guard's body became rigid, collapsing straight to the ground, completely devoid of life. With one kill, the remaining two corpse guards displayed their fierce nature, showing no fear, and as soon as they landed, they charged again from both sides, their claws gleaming with a chilling light, aiming for Guyu's vitals. Guyu's expression remained unchanged as he took out the black magic cube, which spun rapidly, instantly extending into a flexible black whip. With a deft flick of his wrist, the black whip suddenly lashed out, accurately wrapping around the waist of the left corpse guard and violently swinging it sideways. The heavy corpse guard's body was forcefully thrown crashing into its companion coming from the right. The two muffled sounds intertwined as the two corpse guards collided into a heap, their bodies trembling, momentarily slowing down. The fleeting opportunity was gone in an instant. Guyu, riding the Tiyun Wuju, swiftly closed in, and the golden divine spear suddenly stabbed down from above, penetrating the corpse guard's head and ending its life once more. Double kill. After losing two companions in quick succession, the remaining three surviving black iron corpse guards finally experienced an instinctive, deep-rooted fear. Devoid of intelligence, they were dominated by the primal desire to survive. Their previously fearless assault abruptly halted, their bodies stiffly retreating, the eerie blue pupils flashing with a wary cold light, no longer daring to advance recklessly. The Tiyun Wuzu's four hooves hovered in midair, its entire body engulfed in surging black energy, burning fiercely. The crimson pupils locked onto the fleeing corpse guards, the oppressive battlefield aura completely enveloping them. The battlefield of flames. The domain instantly unfolded, and black flames soared into the air, precisely engulfing the three retreating black iron corpse guards. The scorching dark flames clung to their steel bodies, burning them wildly, the fiery power restraining all sinister and malevolent entities, penetrating their tough skin and tearing apart the corpse energy and flesh within. Having almost been overwhelmed by past agonies, the three formidable fourth-tier corpse guards could no longer remain silent, letting out piercing, mournful howls as their bodies struggled violently, yet they were utterly unable to break free from the domain's restraints. Guyu's gaze was cold as he stepped forward, holding the golden divine spear, unleashing a series of sweeping strikes. Three sharp and unparalleled golden lights instantly swept through the air, accurately severing the necks of the three corpse guards. Three pitch-black heads rolled to the ground in succession, their bodies crashing down. Triple kill, quadruple kill, quintuple kill. In just a few dozen breaths, the five fourth-tier black iron corpse guards, which had instilled fear in countless awakened ones, were all laid to rest on the barren land. Luo Yungang, who had been observing the entire battle from the side, had already clenched his hands tightly, his eyes filled with extreme shock. He had long predicted that Guyu's strength far exceeded the norm, even having the upper hand against fourth-tier powerhouses. However, he never imagined Guyu would handle five equally ranked corpse guards with such ease. There was no stalemate or prolonged struggle, no energy wasted. It was a complete rout and slaughter. The nearby team members were also completely mesmerized, their previously tense minds replaced with awe as they looked at Guyu with sincere respect. At that moment, a bright red signal flare exploded in the high sky, slicing through the heavens. This was the withdrawal signal sent by Xiahou Yu. All warehouse supplies had been counted and loaded, and all team members were ready. Withdraw. Luo Yungang immediately came to his senses and ordered in a deep voice. Sheng Long was the first to turn and leap onto the armored vehicle, with Luo Yungang quickly following. The two heavy armored vehicles roared to life, merging with the cargo truck loaded with supplies, forming a line prepared to set off. Guyu casually stowed away the reshaped black magic cube, wiped the fine blood from the tip of the golden divine spear, and mounted the horse. The Tiyun Wuju retracted, its violent black aura returning to its original docile silver-white appearance, following the convoy steadily. The entire convoy, loaded with massive amounts of military equipment and strategic supplies, did not linger even for a moment, speeding down the open road and completely leaving the perilous abandoned construction site. After speeding several kilometers away from the construction site, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Inside the vehicle, Yao Duo looked at the rapidly retreating scenes of dilapidation outside the window, still unable to hide his shock, and remarked to the elderly Zhou, and Wang lay beside him, "Today, I truly witnessed what top-tier combat power is. With the new camp in place, we might not be without the strength to confront the impending tide of corpses." Indeed, old Zhou from the farming god sequence adjusted his reading glasses and nodded slowly. "In today's world, supplies are strength, and the strong are our shield." Wang Lei from the cooking goldmaster sequence chuckled. "I'll organize some ingredients later to make something delicious for everyone to replenish our strength." In the past, everyone hid underground, and even the resources brought back from explorations were limited, making it hard to unleash their true potential. But starting today, it will be different. For heavily laden trucks roared as their engines thundered, their wheels crushing the snow-laden asphalt, racing swiftly towards the newly established fortress in Wanhai City. On the high ground ahead, Guyu tightened the reins, his cloud-black stallion standing firmly. He turned slightly to look back, his gaze piercing through the swirling dust and smoke towards the abandoned construction site that was long gone. In an instant, as his divine sense spread out, a chilling, viscous, and utterly malevolent aura pierced through the layers of wind pressure in the wilderness, rapidly approaching from behind. This aura was far heavier and more oppressive than the 5 black iron corpse guards encountered earlier, bearing a brutality and silence that seemed to look down upon all living beings, causing one's blood to stagnate, an instinctive discomfort and fear to arise. A cold light flickered in Guyu's eyes as he hesitated no longer. He squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and galloped swiftly to catch up with the speeding convoy of trucks. The trucks slowed to match speed, and as the windows rolled down, Xiaoyu leaned out, his expression tense. "What's wrong? Is there a situation behind us?" "You all go ahead first," Guyu replied crisply and decisively, without a hint of delay. "Return to the fortress as quickly as possible, and everyone immediately initiates level 1 defense. There's a big creature chasing us. They'll stay back to hold it off." Xiaoyu's brows furrowed tightly, instinctively asking, "How many of them are there? What is their combat power? Should I stay back?" "No need," Guyu interrupted directly, his gaze calm and assured. "It's just a few individuals. You all can return to the city at full speed. I won't be held back by such opponents." Xiaoyu looked at Guyu's tranquil and confident demeanor, weighing his. He was not worried about Guyu's safety. With his strength, unless the enemy dispatched their entire force, they wouldn't be able to hold him. If only high-end combatants were sent, no one present apart from himself could assist Guyu. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded firmly. "All right. We'll return to the city to set up defenses immediately. You must gauge your strength. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, withdraw immediately and do not engage in prolonged battle." "Understood." As his words fell, the 4 heavy trucks accelerated once more, their engines roaring with thunderous sounds, swirling up clouds of dust as they sped towards Wanhai City's urban area, quickly becoming mere shadows on the horizon. On the desolate road, only Guyu and his horse remained. He slowed his pace, restraining most of his aura, while his divine sense remained high and alert, locking onto the swiftly approaching malevolent presence behind him. The world was enveloped in a dead silence, with only the howling wind echoing, a heavy sense of lethal intent shrouding the entire deserted road. Minutes passed in an instant, and that terrifying aura was now almost within reach. Guyu dismounted, raised a hand to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from his storage space, twisted off the cap, and leisurely tilted his head back to drink. His demeanor was relaxed and nonchalant, showing no signs of panic as he quietly awaited the appearance of his pursuers. Before long, a dense, inky black mist completely engulfed the distant hills, the dark fog swirling and rising, obscuring the light of day and transforming the entire hilly area into a desolate purgatory. A towering and massive figure slowly stepped out from the black mist. The newcomer stood over 3 meters tall, with an extremely hunched posture, grotesque bone protrusions rising high on its back, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. His entire right arm had long since decayed and distorted beyond recognition, devoid of flesh and blood, revealing only segments of stark, white bones, sharp as blades, dripping with a viscous black ichor of corpse poison. His hair was a wild tangle, almost completely obscuring his eyes and brow, with only a pair of murky pale eyeballs exposed, devoid of life and spirit. The corners of his mouth were torn wide, the fissure nearly extending to his ears, revealing a set of interlocking sharp fangs, terrifyingly grotesque, surrounded by a relentless stream of black mist emanating from his body. Each breath exuded a nauseating stench of decay and cold. Guyu's gaze darkened slightly, an inner surprise blooming within him. This creature was likely one of the controllers of the corpse tide. According to the intelligence from Yao Duo, this opponent's strength should be at the upper mid-level of the 4th tier, but the pressure he exerted now was no less than that of a ghost general, indicating that this entity's power had advanced further in just a few short months. Xiao Yi hunched his body, his murky eyes firmly locking onto Guyu, a greedy ferocity swirling in their depths. Following closely behind him were three figures clad in silver-scaled armor, slowly emerging. The three figures stood tall, their bodies covered in dense and hard silver scales that glimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Their eyes were pure blue ghost flames, their aura sharp, clearly high-tier scaled corpse guards, each possessing fourth-tier combat power. One person, three corpses blocking the entire desolate road, and the killing intent was palpable. Guyu put away the water bottle casually, stowing it back into his storage space. Looking at the three scaled corpse guards, he chuckled lightly. Your scaled corpse guards look quite impressive. I wonder if you have any in golden armor. That would make for a nice complete set. Xiao Yi grinned with his torn mouth, letting out a hoarse, grating laugh, his voice reminiscent of rusty metal scraping together, chilling to the bone. Hee, such a sharp-tongued little monkey. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xiao Yi. Your flesh and blood, your spiritual energy smell exceptionally delectable, just perfect for a hearty meal. Guyu scoffed, his eyes carrying a hint of mocking coldness likewise. You don't look any better, with your fangs and indistinguishable appearance between human and ghost. Calling you a zombie would be generous. Looking as unearthly as you do is truly ridiculous. This mockery did not anger Xiao Yi. He continued to chuckle ominously, the black mist around him growing denser. Feel free to indulge in your verbal sparring. I just hope your body isn't as tough as your mouth, or else I'll ruin my teeth, and my sister doesn't fancy harm. Oh. Guyu raised an eyebrow, a playful tone in his voice. So you have a sister. You two are both bizarre corpses. It certainly fits that saying a family that does things together stays together. In the moment of their verbal exchange, Guyu was about to activate his spiritual treasure glasses to probe Xiao Yi's abilities and situation. But at that instant, a sense of crisis suddenly erupted. Xiao Yi's figure vanished without warning. His speed was astonishingly fast, completely breaking through the limits of the naked eye. Even the air was torn apart in an instant, leaving only a lingering shadow of black mist. What incredible speed! Guyu's heart jolted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, his spiritual energy surged, and he swiftly turned his wrist, the gilded divine spear blocking behind him in an instant. The next moment, clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted, and dazzling sparks flew in the air. A tremendous force crashed down, sweeping through his entire body. Guyu's body was sent flying backwards, but he forcefully reversed his body midair, thrusting the gilded divine spear into the ground to halt the impact. Xiao Yi, not giving any respite, moved with an erratic, elusive style, reaching Guyu in an instant. His distorted white-boned right hand surged with overwhelming corpse poison, striking down once more. As Guyu landed, he bent his knees to absorb the force, straightening his waist abruptly, gripping the gilded divine spear tightly, and boldly thrusting it towards the approaching shadow. A brilliant golden spear light broke through the wind, pure yang spiritual energy, refined to perfection, aimed directly at the gap in Xiao Yi's heart. Facing the deadly thrust, Xiao Yi did not evade or dodge. His left hand suddenly shot out, directly reaching for the sharp spear tip. Sizzle! The ear-piercing sound of corrosion erupted suddenly. The pure yang golden light of the gilded divine spear touched Xiao Yi's left hand, and his outer flesh instantly exploded, and dissolved black corpse energy scattering in all directions, revealing stark, white bones, the injury horrifyingly severe. Yet there was not a trace of pain in Xiao Yi's eyes. His expression grew more brutal, and even as his hand's flesh shattered, he still gripped the spear tip tightly, suddenly exerting force to pull it inward, while simultaneously tucking his arm, forcibly locking the entire gilded divine spear under his armpit. Guyu's pupils constricted slightly, his heart sinking in an instant. He was preparing to trade injury for. In the next second, Xiao Yi's chillingly deformed white bone right hand was raised high, the palm surrounded by a thick black mist of corpse poison, the corpse energy condensing into a solid black blade light, carrying the destructive power to obliterate everything, fiercely slashing down towards Guyu's head. The deadly killing blow was now within reach. A deadly strike, mere inches away. In a moment of peril, Guyu remained calm, his ghostly robe billowing around him, as crimson and azure energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Several armored puppet soldiers materialized out of thin air, fearlessly charging forward, forming layers of defense in front of Guyu. Their long blades struck together, forcefully blocking the lethal slash infused with overwhelming corpse poison. With a bang, the dark blade of corpse poison came crashing down, the violent energy erupting instantly. The puppet soldiers shattered into countless azure and crimson energy fragments, yet the residual force remained, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Seizing the fleeting moment of obstruction, Guyu channeled all his spiritual energy into the gilded patterns on the spear suddenly lit up, the radiant pure yang golden light surging forth, unleashing a divine might that countered all malevolence, shaking violently along the spear's shaft. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured. Xiao Yi's left arm tightly gripping the spear cracked under the strain, causing him to grunt in pain as the grip on the spear faltered. Gu Yu seized this fleeting opportunity, his wrist twisting violently, the spear twisting free from its bindings, and with a swift tug, he swung the spear horizontally, delivering a powerful blow to Xiao Yi's cheek. With a slap, the crisp sound rang out. Xiao Yi's massive body flew like a kite, with its string cut crashing heavily against a broken wall by the roadside, bricks flying everywhere. Dazed, he shook his head and barely propped himself up, only to see a golden flash slicing through the air, the tip of the gilded divine spear aimed directly at his brow. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted as he was caught off guard. He opened his mouth wide, spewing forth a thick ink-like, purple-black corpse mist from between his fangs. The mist was corrosive, instantly enveloping Gu Yu. Though the golden light of the gilded divine spear could disperse most of the corpse mist, a few tendrils of it still infiltrated Gu Yu's body, slightly stagnating his vital energy and causing his offensive momentum to wane. Gaining a moment to breathe, Xiao Yi immediately flipped and sprang up, not retreating, but becoming even more. He concentrated all the corpse energy onto his deformed right hand, the bone blade glimmering with a cold dark light, rushing towards Gu Yu once more, and with a claw, he pierced through Gu Yu's chest. "Got you." A flicker of wild joy flashed in Xiao Yi's eyes. But the next moment his expression changed. The sensation in his hand felt weightless, as if stabbing into a pile of cotton. Gu Yu's figure before him became blurred and distorted, swaying like a reflection in water. A shadow. Before he could react, a chilling, killing intent suddenly surged from behind. Instinctively lowering his head, the tip of the gilded divine spear grazed his scalp, slicing through a few strands of white hair. Immediately after, a powerful hand gripped his nape tightly, unleashing a terrifying force. Xiao Yi's massive frame, standing over 3 meters tall, was effortlessly lifted by Gu Yu, then violently thrown against the remains of a shattered wall, dust billowing everywhere. Just as he tried to struggle back to his feet, another golden light shot through the air. The gilded divine spear precisely pierced through his left hand, pinning it firmly to the wall. "Oh!" Xiao Yi let out a piercing wail. Yet his gaze was filled with malice. Without a hint of hesitation, his right bone blade swung sharply, cleanly severing his pinned left hand. But Gu Yu's onslaught was far from over. He leaped from the wall, using the momentum to rise, withdrawing the gilded divine spear, the spear tip raining down like a storm upon Xiao Yi. The golden spear light layered upon itself, impenetrable. Xiao Yi could only wave his remaining right hand, desperately resisting with his abnormally sturdy body. With each clash, a harsh sound of metal striking echoed, and Xiao Yi's bony arm gradually filled with fine cracks. Gu Yu's strikes grew more fluid, the martial gods while quietly resonating, his aura becoming increasingly condensed, and his spear technique more harmonious, and flowing, each move aimed at the vital points. He could clearly feel his combat instincts rapidly sharpening in this life-and-death struggle. Just then, a sharp warning cry of the Tiyun Wu Zhao suddenly came from afar. Gu Yu's heart sank, his divine sense sweeping behind him, 3 fierce, killing intents rapidly approaching. Without hesitation, he abandoned his impending kill, leaping high backward, performing a graceful flip, landing firmly on the back of the swiftly galloping Tiyun Wu Zhao. Almost as soon as he landed, 3 silver-gray figures simultaneously pounced, their sharp claws viciously scraping the ground, where he had just stood, carving 3 deep trenches. These were the 3 fourth-tier scaled corpse guards. Gu Yu tightened the reins, looking down at the disheveled Xiao Yi with a hint of mockery in his tone. "What's wrong, big guy? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you were just a hollow waste." This remark thoroughly enraged Xiao Yi. His eyes turned crimson, fixating on Gu Yu as dark mist surged wildly around him, emitting an even stronger putrid odor. He bent down to pick up his severed left hand from the ground, pressing it against the stump of his shoulder. Accompanied by the sickening sound of bone grinding and flesh squirming, the pitch black mist completely enveloped his shoulder. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, his left hand astonishingly grew back intact without leaving a single scar. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yu's expression turned grave. He raised his hand to brush over the spirit treasure glasses on his nose, a faint golden light flickering, revealing a glaring message before his eyes. Name: Xiao Yi, rank 4th tier, deformed corpse, king abilities: corpse poison control, rapid regeneration, mental enslavement, speed corpse, king transformation, weakness unknown, evaluation, a high tier corpse king that has undergone complete deformation, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, dramatic mutation forms, and conventional attacks are unlikely to cause fatal damage, extremely dangerous. Gu Yu felt a heavy weight in his heart. Yao Duo's intelligence was indeed somewhat delayed. Not only had Xiao Yi grown stronger, but during their recent skirmish, he hadn't even used his full strength. If they continued to battle, the outcome was uncertain. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yu suddenly squeezed his horse's belly. Go. The Tiyun Wu Zhao understood, transforming into a silver-gray streak, racing towards the direction of the new fortress. Xiao Yi let out a furious roar ready to chase after the three scaled corpse guards. But at that moment a cold and ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind, commanding him without room for doubt, "Don't chase after them. The three caravans have already begun gathering towards Wanhai City. Return immediately to consolidate the corpse tide, and do not let extraneous matters arise." Xiao Yi's steps halted abruptly, his face filled with unwillingness and resentment. He glared fiercely at Gu Ye's retreating figure, gritting his teeth, and growled, "Little monkey, consider yourself lucky. 3 days from now, I will surely swallow you alive." With that he turned, leading the scaled corpse guards, vanishing into the heavy black mist. Half an hour later, the steed-kicking cloud, a black stallion, thundered through the swirling dust, carrying Guyu to the foot of the newly transformed fortress. The 5-meter-high reinforced concrete wall was covered with giant thorny vines cultivated by Ji Mu, the dark green tendrils thick as pythons, their sharp spikes glinting coldly, resembling a natural green steel great wall. On the watchtowers at the four corners, powerful searchlights swept back and forth, illuminating a 100-meter radius outside the wall as if it were daylight. On the wall, the retired soldiers, led by Yao Duo, patiently instructed the ordinary survivors on how to hold a gun and aim, teaching them the most basic shooting and alertness movements, as everyone wore solemn expressions, the air thick with the tension of impending battle. Xiao Yu and Yao Duo had long been waiting at the city gate, and seeing Guyu return safely, their anxious hearts finally settled. Well done, you all managed to arrange everyone clearly in just over an hour. Guyu dismounted, casually handing the reins to a nearby team member, smiling as he spoke. Old Gu, stop with the jokes. Xiao Yu quickly approached, the smile on his face fading instantly, his tone urgent. Who exactly is chasing us? What's the situation? Guyu's smile faded, his expression turning serious. It's the hunched man from the intel. His name is Xiao Yi. Yao Duo, your intel is somewhat outdated. He is not the commander of the corpse guards, but a genuine corpse king. Under his command, besides the black iron corpse guards, there are also stronger scaled corpse guards. Moreover, this is not their full strength. Xiao Yi personally referred to the white-clad woman you mentioned as sister, suggesting her power is definitely above that of Xiao Yi. Upon hearing this, all present turned pale. Yao Duo gasped in shock. A corpse king? His degree of mutation far exceeds your description. His right arm has completely transformed into a bone blade, possessing tremendous speed and strength. Guyu said solemnly, the most troublesome aspect is his regeneration and healing abilities. I just severed his left hand, and he merely pressed the severed limb against the wound, fully restoring it in a matter. Xiao Yi's brows knitted tightly, his fist striking the cold wall with a dull thud. A corpse king of similar strength to you, and an even stronger unknown entity. This is indeed difficult. By the way, what is the strength of those corpse guards? Xiao Yu had not directly encountered the corpse guards, so he was unclear about their specific combat capabilities. Guyu patted his shoulder, his tone lightening slightly. There's no need to be too pessimistic. The hidden individual shouldn't be significantly stronger than Xiao Yi. Leave that person to me. Although Xiao Yi is a corpse king, his strength is also at the 4th tier, and considering his trump cards, he is comparable to the Ghost General. You and Yuan Li together should be sufficient to hold him back. Besides, aren't you Xiao, the great boss, hiding some tricks up your sleeve? This was not meant to flatter. Since Guyu advanced to the 4th tier, his intuition for danger had become increasingly precise. In his perception, the usually unserious Xiao Yu brought a dangerous aura that was subtly stronger than that of you. Of course, this does not imply any malicious intent on the part of the other. It could only be interpreted as a sense of hidden strength. Thus, in particularly dangerous situations, Guyu and Xiao Yu often led separate teams, despite Yuan Li being capable of easily defeating both of them in terms of surface combat power. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow at this, non-committally acknowledging Guyu's statement. As for those corpse guards, their strengths vary. Guyu continued to analyze. The black iron corpse guards, while 4th tier and seemingly intimidating, actually have limited combat power. Some strong 3rd tier awakened can easily take them down on your own. The scaled corpse guards are slightly stronger with tougher physiques, but they are still at a conventional 4th tier level, providing me with no sense of pressure. Ji Mu and Luo Yun Gang can definitely handle a scaled corpse guard on your own. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi's tightly knit brows finally relaxed. That's good. I almost forgot, we now have quite a number of 3rd tier awakened. Indeed. During this time, everyone in the new fortress has been striving to become stronger. Other awakened have been honing their abilities day and night, improving through previous explorations, and with Yuan Li as a top-tier sparring partner, their overall strength has surged rapidly. Ordinary team members are also maintaining physical training and learning to use firearms. The new fortress today is no longer that small convoy of refugees it once was. Aside from Guyu and Xiao Yu, the two 4th-tier powerhouses, and including the newly joined Luo Yun Gang, there are a total of 6 3rd-tier awakened Ji Mu, a Treant series, just one step away from the 4th tier, Su Qingyuan, an alchemist series, who had already advanced to the 3rd tier before entering Wanhai City. Su Ning, a sharpshooter series, a genuine 3rd-tier powerhouse capable of using any firearm and enchanting all firearms and ammunition sufficient to easily organize a sharpshooter team. Su Ming and Shui Yue, both strength-type awakened, made great progress during the search in Wanhai City, excelling in close combat and serving as the main force of the mobile team. And Chung Long, an absolute latecomer powerhouse, who after reaching the 3rd tier in the Brave series has already begun searching for a second mentor with personal combat power, even surpassing Su Ming and Shui Yu. The only one still stuck at the 1st tier is Bai Zhou. On one hand, she had just held a ceremony recently, on the other her perception series is not adept in combat, and she has to constantly sense the movements of the corpse tide. I have already reallocated the personnel. Xiaohou Yu pointed around the wall and said solemnly, Ji Mu and Luo Yun Gang are leading the main forces to set up defenses at the outermost line. Su Ming and Shui Yu each lead patrol teams guarding the north and south corner towers, facilitating immediate support and replacement on the front lines. Su Ning leads the firearms team scattered at various fire points responsible for long-range suppression. Su Qingyuan is on standby in the city with the medical team ready to treat the wounded. Chung Long leads the mobile team, serving as a reserve ready to support wherever there is an emergency. What about Yuan Li and Lin Wan? Gu Yu inquired. They are in the watchtower with Bai Zhou responsible for sensing the movements of the spirits and anomalies. Xiaohou Yu replied, Yuan Li and Lin Wan are more perceptive to the spirits than Bai Zhou. With them around, those spirits hiding in the corpse tide won't be able to sneak in. Gu Yu nodded, quite satisfied with this deployment. He looked up at the horizon in the southeast where the sky was already shrouded in a heavy layer of dark gray clouds, and he could faintly hear the low growls of corpses carried by the wind. On the edge of a cliff outside an abandoned construction site, the night wind howled swirling snowflakes across the sky. A tall woman sat quietly on a massive boulder at the cliff's edge, dressed in white garments that shone like snow, her long hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her profile was chiseled and cold as a sculpture, with rare, deep purple eyes that glimmered with a frosty sheen under the moonlight. A faint layer of lavender mist surrounded her, as if she were merging with the surrounding darkness. Heavy footsteps approached from behind as Xiao Yi hurried forward with 3 armored corpse guardians. The 3 maternal hunched figures seemed particularly humble in front of the woman. Sister, just now. He opened his mouth to explain, but the woman slowly turned her head, casting a cold glance his way. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the area, as if Mount Tai were pressing down. Xiao Yi trembled all over his bones, creaking, fine beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He quickly lowered his head, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, sister, I underestimated the situation. Only when the suffocating pressure gradually dissipated did he dare to raise his head slightly, his eyes briefly flashing with resentment and unwillingness. There must not be a next time. Bai Zimo's voice was cold and ethereal, yet carried an undeniable authority. Our combat power is precious, though every lost corpse guardian requires immense resources to cultivate anew. It is not worth delaying important matters for someone inconsequential. Xiao Yi dared not refute her, lowering his head once more. Yes, sister. As the night deepened, the two moved to the highest hill nearby. Below them lay a plain where the snow had just melted, moonlight casting a clear reflection of 3 clusters of scattered campfires. By the campfire tents were set up, figures bustling about. It was the 3 caravans Bai Zimo had been waiting for. Is everything ready? Bai Zimo asked, her violet pupils fixated on the camp in the plain, her expression devoid of any fluctuations. Everything is ready. Xiao Yi respectfully replied. All black iron and armored corpse guardians have been ambushed around the camp. Ordinary zombies were driven 3 kilometers away into the forest without a sound. We can flatten the entire camp within 10 minutes. Bai Zimo nodded slightly, her fingertips lightly tapping her knee, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. In the center of the plain camp, the leaders of the 3 caravans were gathered together, roasting succulent rabbit meat over the campfire, the aroma wafting enticingly. Gentlemen, to meet in this godforsaken place is fate, said a tall man, nearly 2 meters in height, with a rugged face and bulging muscles, the leader of the assault caravan, Gong Sani. He raised a wine pouch and drank heartily. What do you say? Consider it. Let our 3 caravans move together from now on. Looking out for one another is better than fighting alone. Seated next to him was Feng Yao, the leader of the peacekeeping caravan. She was slender and petite with 2 shallow dimples when she smiled, appearing gentle and harmless. I agree with Brother Gongsun's suggestion. Our caravan has many girls and few awakened. Acting alone is too dangerous. Traveling together is the best choice. The last person was Tsinshi, the leader of the Hope caravan. He wore a clean white windbreaker and black-framed glasses, appearing refined, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. He adjusted his glasses, pondering for a moment, then said, I don't oppose in principle. However, we need to discuss the specifics of division of labor resource allocation and command authority in detail. Outside the tent, a bustling market for resource exchange was in full swing. Survivors exchanged their surplus supplies for urgently needed medicines, food, and clothing. The sounds of laughter and chatter temporarily alleviating the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. At a watchtower in the northwest corner of the camp, 3 young men leaned against a tree trunk board as they patrolled. Ugh, this is so damn frustrating. One tall and skinny man spat, complaining. Those leaders are inside enjoying their meals while we're stuck out here breathing the cold wind, watching for mutated beasts and zombies. Come on, keep it down, said a middle-aged man beside him, giving him a nudge. Be careful not to let the captain hear you, you'll get in trouble. Exactly, the third young man chuckled, casting a lewd glance at the nearby women's tents. Besides, look at the girls from the peacekeeping caravan, they're really quite stunning. Once we set off together, maybe one of us can even find a wife to share life with in this apocalypse. The 3 chatted idly, completely oblivious to the fact that in the darkness several pairs of eerie blue eyes had already locked onto them. Suddenly, the leading middle-aged man twitched his nose, frowning. Hey, do you smell something? Strange. It smells a bit foul. Before he could finish, a dark figure sprang from behind the tree like a ghost, and before he could react, a cold claw gripped his neck tightly. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to cry for help before his trachea was snapped. The dark figure dragged him into the shadows, opening its tooth-filled mouth to ravenously devour his body. The other 2 young men were instantly dumbfounded. Just as they were about to scream, 2 black iron corpse guardians lunged at them, simultaneously covering their mouths, their sharp fangs swiftly piercing their necks. Warm blood splattered onto the snow, staining it red. The 3 corpses were quickly devoured beyond recognition. Not far away, behind a giant rock, Zimo slowly revealed her figure. A glint passed through her purple pupils as she issued a command. Several corpse guardians immediately sprang into action, skillfully stripping the clothes off the 3 patrollers and putting them on themselves, donning masks and hats. Picking up the flashlights and electric batons on the ground, they mimicked human movements, pacing back and forth in place, pretending to continue their patrol. The same thing was quietly happening at every watchtower around the camp. There were no screams, no gunshots. All the patrolling members were silently dealt with, replaced by demons in human skin. Inside the tents, the leaders of the 3 caravans were still enthusiastically discussing their future journey, the campfire illuminating their faces, filled with hope for the future. At the market, survivors continued to exchange goods amidst laughter, unaware that the shadow of death had completely enveloped the entire camp. On the hill, Zimo stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and calmly said to Xiao Yi, "It's about time. Inform all corpse guardians to strike at 1 o'clock in the morning. Not a single living soul is to be spared." At 1 o'clock in the morning, the cold moon was obscured by dark clouds, and the entire camp had fallen into a deadly silence. Inside the central tent, the leaders of 3 convoys were still awake, intensely discussing the route for the next day's journey while examining a map. Suddenly, the tent flap was flung open, and a young team member drenched in sweat rushed in, his voice tinged with a sob. "Captain, something's wrong." Brother Jingtao sensed a large-scale biological activity within a 5-kilometer radius, with numbers so numerous they are beyond counting. "It's a horde of corpses. They have surrounded us." Gong Sun Yi sprang to his feet, his robust arms striking the wooden table with a resounding thud. He looked at the other 2, his tone urgent, yet resolute. "Feng Yao Tsin, she immediately go back and gather your team members, everyone into the vehicles. We will break through from the eastern exit where the terrain is open and the zombies are sparse. One of my team knows divination and had previously mentioned that there is hope in the east, and it seems that was indeed correct." Feng Yao and Tsinzai's expressions changed. Not daring to delay for a moment, they turned and dashed out of the tent, each triggering an emergency assembly alarm. The piercing sound of the whistle shattered the night sky, and the once quiet camp erupted into chaos. Survivors, disheveled, rushed out of the tents, scrambling onto trucks amidst cries, curses, and the roar of engines, creating a chaotic scene. Such bizarre incidents unfolded on several vehicles. "Hey, old Joe, aren't you always bragging about being young and strong, ready to protect the little girls in the safe convoy? Why are you squeezing into the same vehicle as us old men today? Why are you quiet? What about your 2 lackeys? Zhao, can you keep to yourself? I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. And you too, Ching Pu, why have you been silent while Zhao treats me this way?" Amidst the chaos, a dozen vehicles started their engines one after another, the beams of their headlights piercing the darkness as they sped toward the eastern exit. But just as the convoy was about to break out of the camp, a massive hunched figure suddenly sprang from the woods by the roadside, blocking the exit right in the middle. It was Xiao Yi, enveloped in thick black mist, his body towering like an iron tower, blocking the entire passage, with his ghostly blue eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light in the darkness. Gong Sun Yi's expression darkened, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He turned to the two people in the two off-road vehicles beside him and shouted, "Jingtao Xiaoya, I will stay behind to hold off this monster. You all take everyone and continue to break through eastward. Do not look back. Make sure to get everyone out safely. Once I handle this, I will come find you." Without waiting for the two to dissuade him, he forcefully pushed open the car door and jumped out. He reached up and pulled out a long serpent spear from the top of the vehicle, its tip intricately carved with lifelike python patterns. In the next moment, blazing red flames suddenly ignited around Gong Sun Bo, engulfing even the serpent spear in flames, producing a loud hum. Supernatural Path fired General Sequence 4th Tier, Monster. Come for your life. Gong Sun Bo roared, wielding the burning serpent spear, charging fiercely at Xiao Yi. The two instantly became entangled in battle, flames colliding with black mist, producing sizzling sounds that illuminated half of the night sky. Feng Yao and Xin Shi gritted their teeth, knowing this was their only chance to escape, and immediately directed the convoy to bypass the battlefield of the two, accelerating eastward. Zombies surged from all directions like a tide, continually lunging at the moving vehicles. Unfortunately, the three convoys lacked effective ranged firepower. Only Feng Yao wielded a spirit bow, continuously shooting arrows infused with spiritual energy to kill the approaching zombies, barely alleviating some of the pressure. Strangely, these zombies did not frantically bang against the windows or bite at the vulnerable tires, but instead just circled around the vehicles, using their bodies to block the convoy's advance. It was as if they were controlled by an invisible hand, constantly weaving among the flow of vehicles, forcibly segmenting the originally orderly convoy into several parts. On the lead vehicle of the assault convoy, Sima Jingtao's brow was furrowed and his anxiety grew stronger. He was an awakener of the mysterious Path Corpse Whisperer sequence, able to manipulate and control low-level zombies and corpses through mental power, and could probe a certain area through the senses of the zombies. Thus, he was always afraid of publicly proclaiming himself as a divination sequence, but the conveniences brought by each encounter with zombies and mutant beasts allowed the entire convoy to advance smoothly, which was also why he could become the second-in-command of the assault convoy. However, no matter how he activated his abilities to try to influence these zombies, they clung to the convoy like maggots, completely unaffected by his control. Something's not right. Too wrong. Sima Jingtao murmured to himself, his mind racing. If the controller is only that monster from earlier, then while he is entangled with Captain Gongsuan, he cannot possibly be distracted enough to control so many zombies. Moreover, the zombies' desire to attack is too weak. They are not trying to kill us, but rather seem to want to delay and divide us. A terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Behind this horde of corpses, there is an even stronger and more terrifying controller whose mental power far exceeds his own. So why go to such great lengths to split the convoy? Sima Jingtao no longer hesitated, immediately rolling down the car window. Sure enough, instead of rushing in right away, the zombies were instead lying at the window and shouting loudly. So he quickly spoke urgently. Xiaoya immediately broadcast to the entire convoy. Everyone disperse and break out. Do not gather together. Finally assemble at the abandoned gas station on the eastern outskirts of Wanhai City. The sooner the better. Gong Sun Yu received the message and without a moment's hesitation immediately turned on the vehicle's broadcast to relay the instructions to every vehicle. Miraculously, as the three convoys began to scatter and drive in different directions, the pressure from the horde indeed diminished sharply. Most of the zombies remained stationary, with only a few continuing the chase, soon being left behind. Watching the tail lights of the convoy fade into the distance, Sima Jingtao took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He took out a small black bottle from his backpack, filled with thick, dark zombie blood. He twisted off the cap, enduring the pungent stench, and evenly smeared the blood on his face, hands, and clothing. Then he pulled out a human skin mask he had prepared in advance and put it on his face. In an instant, his originally handsome features turned grotesque and rotten, with his mouth torn open, revealing yellowed fangs. He then forcefully tore at his clothes, creating numerous slashes, smearing thick dirt and blood on them. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the road ahead, Sima Jingtao quietly opened the car door, rolled his body, and silently landed in the grass by the roadside. He lowered his body, mimicking the stiff movements of the zombies, and limped into the slowly dispersing horde. Watching the convoy disappear into the darkness, Sima Jingtao silently said in his heart, "Take care." On the other side of the battlefield, crimson flames surged incessantly. Gong Sun Yi was enveloped in blazing fire, his spear swirling with the momentum of a raging inferno, fiercely entangled in combat with Xiao Yi, who was shrouded in black mist. The violent clash of energy lasted for a moment, and his peripheral vision suddenly scanned the eastern wilderness, where the lights of three convoys broke through the darkness, making a dash for escape. Confirming that most of the survivors had already escaped the killing intent in Gong Sun Yi's eyes retracted, and he no longer wished to linger in battle. Taking advantage of a moment when he repelled Xiao Yi with the spear's flames, he abruptly retreated, his body shrouded in crimson fire, transforming into a red shadow sprinting eastward without looking back. After racing for several miles, the night wind carried the coldness of the apocalyptic world slapping against him. The ground was marred with interlaced and chaotic tire tracks stretching in various directions, confirming the decision of the three convoys to scatter and break through. Behind him, an indistinct sense of malevolence lingered. The crisis had not yet fully dissipated. Gongsun Yi dared not hesitate. Even slightly gritting his teeth, he summoned all his extraordinary power, sprinting along the most concentrated tire track. After advancing for a moment, the outlines of vehicles and the flickering shadows of figures finally emerged in the distant night. Seeing the hope of a successful breakout right before him, a fleeting thrill surged in Gongsun Yi's heart. Just as he prepared to call out in response, a sudden wave of pungent, chilling blood scent invaded his nostrils. The smell was foul and nauseating, a mixture of decay and warm blood, so potent it made him retch. An overwhelming fear instantly tightened around his heart. He no longer held back his speed, propelling himself forward, crushing the scattered stones beneath his feet as he charged toward the remnants of the convoy. Upon passing through a patch of low trees, the sight before him shattered all his hopes. The scene was one of devastation, blood soaking the ground. The vehicles that had just raced to break through were all wrecked and askew, their bodies marked with grotesque claw and bite marks, shattered glass scattered everywhere with blood flowing like rivers inside and outside the vehicles, the dark red blood soaking into the cracked earth, glistening with a chilling sheen under the cold moonlight. Scattered everywhere were torn garments, broken bones, and chunks of flesh, a sight that was horrifying. A few relatively intact bodies were awkwardly rising, their skin pale and lifeless, their eyes a chilling blue, emitting a low guttural roar from their throats, having completely devolved into mindless corpses. Silence enveloped the entire wasteland, with only the hoarse roars of the zombies and the wind whispering through the wreckage, intertwining, creating a chilling, tragic symphony. No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gongsun Yi's body trembled violently, his pupils narrowing to the size of pinpricks, the flames surrounding him flickering violently, nearly dissipating altogether. He stared fixedly at the hellish scene before him, his mind blank, the remnants of hope and wishful thinking collapsing entirely. In just a brief moment, the convoy that had just fought shoulder to shoulder had completely perished. The enormous shock left him dazed, and he suddenly snapped back to reality, stumbling as he turned and sprinted toward the other tire tracks, unwilling to miss any glimmer of survival. Uncertain of how long he had been running, he spotted a heavily stained off-road vehicle covered in dark blood and mud lying at an angle on the ground, its body riddled with cracks, already completely wrecked. Upon seeing the vehicle, Gongsun Yi's heart sank. This was his brother Gongsun Yu's car. A whirlwind of joy and extreme terror intertwined in his heart. He murmured to himself, both comforting and praying for a slim chance of survival. It won't. It absolutely can't be anything bad. Little Yu is a second stage awakened with Jing Tao by his side. Together they can definitely hold on, they won't be in any danger. He moved step by step toward the off-road vehicle, the crimson flames burning around him, swirling spontaneously, the intense heat forcing away several staggering low-level zombies, preventing them from approaching. The firelight illuminated the front of the vehicle, revealing a thin figure slowly coming into view. The person wore a severely tattered blue jacket covered in blood, the fabric shredded in multiple places by claws, flesh exposed and drenched in dark red blood, appearing utterly wretched. He knelt on the cold ground with one knee tightly gripping a broken sword, his back hunched, motionless, enveloped in silence. It was Gongsun Yu. Little Yu. The overwhelming sorrow instantly shattered all of Gongsun Yi's rationality. He howled, rushing forward, trembling as he bent down to support the kneeling boy. Just as his fingertips touched the other's body, a hoarse and violent roar suddenly erupted. The person in his arms abruptly lifted their head, their eyes devoid of any spark, only a bloodthirsty ferocity remained, their neck muscles bulging, having completely transformed. Witnessing his beloved kin devolve into a corpse, Gongsun Yi's mind shattered completely. A tide of grief and rage engulfed his limbs, and the crimson flames around him suddenly surged several times, transforming into rolling waves of fire that engulfed the surrounding darkness and debris, the scorching waves nearly incinerating the entire wasteland. These bastards! I will make you pay in blood for this. His piercing roar echoed across the wilderness, filled with despair and madness. On the other side of the wasteland, deep within the horde of corpses, Sima Jing Tao had already donned his spirit object human skin, mask, his body smeared with dark blood and dirt, his clothes tattered, perfectly concealing all traces of humanity. He relied on the mysterious ability of the Corpse Whisperer sequence to exert some influence over the surrounding zombies, lowering his body to hide within the gaps of the corpse horde, slowing each breath merging his own aura with the surrounding dead atmosphere, becoming almost invisible quietly, lying in wait. He clearly sensed that the zombies and distorted corpse guards in the entire area were being orchestrated by a mental power far beyond his, moving slowly in an orderly manner toward Wanghai City, each action purposeful, not aimlessly wandering. Through the dense shadows of the corpses he observed Gongsun, unleashing his despairing roars in the far wasteland. A trace of complex bitterness and helplessness flickered in Sima Jingtao's eyes. He silently whispered in his heart, "Little Yue, don't blame me. This ambush was never a random encirclement, it was a meticulously planned hunt. The mastermind's power was unfathomable, the setup intricate, and with our strength we had no means to contend. I had no choice but to endure, to conceal myself, and preserve my own life. Everything that remains can only be left to fate." He suppressed all the turmoil within him, continuing to hide among the corpses, silently observing the entire situation. The moonlight pierced through the thick clouds, the cold glow falling upon the remnants of the fire in the center of the camp. Zimo stood alone in a white robe, tall and cold, her purple eyes calmly surveying the blood-soaked wasteland, surrounded by a faint mist of the underworld, devoid of joy or sorrow, with no hint of bloodlust, yet exuding an indifferent pressure that signified her control over the situation. Xiao Yi bent low, standing not far behind her, his hunched body covered in fine black scorch marks, his clothes tattered, flesh exposed, bearing the wounds left from his earlier battle with Gongsun. He lowered his head. "Sister Gongsun, he has escaped. That person has immense explosive strength, and the flames somewhat restrained me. I was careless and could not completely detain him." "No matter." Zimo's voice was cold and ethereal, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. She slightly lifted her gaze, her sight piercing through layers of night and the mist of distant mountains, accurately locking onto the direction of Wanghai City, a chilling glint flashing through her deep purple eyes. "I had no intention of annihilating these scattered survivors." Xiao Yi paused, confused, and looked up. "The kid you lost to is in the new stronghold at Wanghai City, right?" Zimo's lips parted lightly as she slowly revealed the true layout. "Let the remaining survivors flee, with the horde of corpses closely following, driving and encircling them, forcing all scattered survivors into Wanghai City. Aren't they taking in survivors and building a stronghold to protect ordinary people?" She curled her lips into a faint yet chilling smile, her gaze as piercing as frost. "Then let's see if he will take them in when faced with these ordinary people." Xiao Yi suddenly understood, a bloodthirsty fervor flashing in his eyes. The night was deep and dark, with the cold wind howling through the wilderness. On the desolate plain, countless survivors who had narrowly escaped were desperately fleeing eastward, pursued relentlessly by the undead. The chilling roars of the dead pierced through the night wind, viciously clinging to everyone behind them. In the distance, the lights of Wanghai City appeared stable. The flickering lights atop the new fortress swayed while searchlights slowly swept across the pitch-black wilderness, enveloping the entire city in a solemn and tense atmosphere of preparedness. Since learning of the imminent outbreak of a large-scale tide of corpses, Gu Yu and Xia Yu had not returned to rest. For the past 2 days they had been preparing to guard the city wall day and night, preventing any sudden incidents. As the night wind brushed against the city wall, lifting the edges of their clothing, Gu Yu gazed at the dark starless sky, before turning to Xia Yu, beside him, casually inquiring, "Old Xia, it has been a while since you broke through to the 4th tier. With your current abilities, can you predict the precise time of the corpse tide's outbreak?" Xia Yu leaned against the city wall, looking out at the silent desolation, and gently shook his head, speaking calmly, "No, I can't. Since I advanced to the 4th tier, my core sequence has shifted and no longer focuses on fortune-telling. The accuracy of my predictions now is even less than it was during my 3rd tier. In the entire new fortress, only Gu Yu and Xia Yu had reached the 4th tier, making them the only top-tier combatants in the team, as well as the only ones able to exchange insights on high-tier awakenings and discuss the mysteries of their sequences." A glimmer of curiosity crossed Gu Yu's eyes as he followed up. "Then what is your new ability at the 4th tier? You must have some hidden trump cards, right?" Upon hearing this, Xia Yu did not hold back, openly detailing his changes. A hint of calmness and confidence shone in his eyes after his transformation. "My sequence is quite different from what you described. After advancing to the 4th tier, my sequence path and title have completely changed. Previously, I was a Path of the Guide Seer sequence. Now I have transformed into a Path of the Strange Gates strategist sequence. The abilities of Fortune Warning, Rough Directional Sensing, and Auspicious Ominous Predictions from the 3rd tier have basically been lost. However, with loss comes gain. While it seems I have sacrificed many foundational abilities in exchange, I have unlocked 2 genuine core trump cards." At this point, Xia Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he stated, "The new abilities consist of 2 main cores, the Strange Gates and the Escaping Armor." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu's eyes instantly expressed genuine surprise. His understanding of the fourth tier mostly stemmed from the notes of the young elder, so Xiaohu's case of a sequence change after advancement truly astonished him. It also made him somewhat puzzled about his own sequence advancement. Thinking of this, he resolved to return to Xingxiao village whenever he had the time. As for Xiaohu's current situation overall, it was still more advantageous than disadvantageous. After all, the new team had already transformed and grown into a new fortress, no longer needing to wander aimlessly. The directional sensing and short-range, auspicious ominous predictions that were once essential were no longer a necessity. Moreover, the team had Bai Zhou as a dedicated perceiver in their ranks. Once Bai Zhou fully developed, the foundational abilities that Xiaohu had given up could be completely disregarded. In contrast, the new fourth-tier abilities he had unlocked were truly the top-tier trump cards capable of turning the tide of battle. Strange Gates. Mechanism 1 divination can be performed daily, corresponding to the 8 trigrams, 8 directions, and attributes. The moment the divination is cast, it can bestow extraordinary enhancements according to the corresponding attribute. For example, if the divination yields the Li trigram, he can wield the power of flames. When in the direction of Li, both his strength and fate will surge significantly. As for the more mysterious, escaping armor, Xiaohu did not elaborate on the details, only vaguely mentioning that it was a top-tier supportive ability. The two stood side by side on the city wall, casually discussing their insights as time slowly passed and the night grew deeper. As it approached midnight, several gentle figures made their way up the city wall along the stairs. Su Qingyuan led a few female logistical team members carrying large and small insulated lunchboxes and potion cases, walking slowly towards them. The evening breeze stirred Su Qingyuan's hair as she looked at the two, whose eyes showed signs of fatigue, yet were still tense. Her tone was gentle with a hint of persuasion. You two should take turns to rest. Although the corpse tide is gathering on the outskirts, there is no need to stand guard day and night. Overexerting yourselves will only leave you powerless when the great battle arrives. Guyu and Xiaohu exchanged smiles and nodded gently, but did not step away. After all, the majority of the time, the unexpected happens at the moment you let your guard down. Su Qingyuan understood their personalities and did not insist further. She took out a package of the newly formulated potion she had created after advancing to the third tier, along with a warm late-night meal, placing them on the stone ledge of the city wall. After softly reminding the two to replenish their strength and remain vigilant, she turned with her team to distribute supplies to various watchtowers. Watching the figures of the few leave the city wall returned to silence. Xiaohu, feeling restless, secretly pulled out a bottle of long-sealed wine. Just as he unscrewed the cap and the crisp aroma of the wine began to waft, Su Qingyuan, who had gone and returned, had already appeared silently behind him. Before he could react, a swift fist struck accurately beside his eye. Bang! With a soft sound, Xiaohu instantly covered his eye and let out a wail, the wine he had just acquired slipping from his grasp. Su Qingyuan crossed her arms, her brows slightly furrowed as she playfully scolded, "You dare to sneak a drink during the guard duty." Looking at Xiaohu's comical appearance, now sporting dark circles, Guyu couldn't help but smirk lightly, mocking. "It seems your divination ability has not just regressed a bit, but has completely failed. You couldn't even predict the sudden crisis beside you." Xiaohu, covering his sore eye, chuckled helplessly. Stop laughing, stop laughing. The evolution of abilities is never perfect. Giving up small, auspicious, ominous predictions for major trump cards is not a loss. Just as his words fell, a sudden, urgent voice from the walkie-talkie below broke the relaxed atmosphere on the city wall. On the battlements, Guyu and Xiaohu almost simultaneously rushed to the edge of the parapet. From a distance, a jeep riddled with bullet holes and claw marks was awkwardly parked 300 meters outside the defense line, its tires long blown out and its body deformed. Next to the car, 9 disheveled figures were entangled by 3 corpse guards. These 3 corpse guards looked different from the Black Iron guards, but their aura was somewhat weaker. Feng Yao held a longbow, crouching on the hood of the jeep, her arm slightly trembling from the prolonged strain of drawing the bow. Each time she drew the bowstring to its full extent, she would shoot an arrow imbued with pale blue spiritual energy, accurately hitting the eyes of the corpse guards, temporarily forcing them back and firmly blocking their path toward the survivors. Beside her, the nearly 2-meter tall Pu Lan stood like an iron tower, holding a half-percent high alloy shield in her left hand and wielding a heavy cast-iron hammer in her right. The shield was already covered in varying degrees of claw marks, yet it remained steadfastly in the front line. Each swing of the hammer carried immense force, causing the corpse guards to stagger back repeatedly. The other 7 survivors huddled behind the jeep, each one ragged and emaciated, their faces filled with terror and despair. They stumbled towards the defense line, desperately waving their arms, their hoarse cries for help carried by the morning breeze into the fortress. Xiaohu frowned tightly, not immediately ordering the barriers to be opened. He drew out the shadow of extinction, while simultaneously picking up the walkie-talkie, his voice low. "Bai Zhou, has the sensing result come out yet?" As soon as these figures appeared in sight, Bai Zhou had already activated the full area sensing. At this moment her voice came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with seriousness. Captain, there are a total of 9 people confirmed on the periphery. 2 awakened individuals have stable life signs, while the other 7 ordinary humans have detected varying degrees of zombie toxin within their bodies. Upon hearing this, Yao Huiyu's frown tightened even more. Yao Duo had previously stated that once ordinary humans are infected with zombie toxin, they will mutate in the shortest time possible. However, these individuals were clearly not freshly injured. Given the time it took for the vehicle to reach this point and their subsequent escape on foot, they had not only failed to turn into zombies, but they were also able to run and cry for help, which was inherently suspicious. I will go down to take a look, Xia Houyu said in a deep voice, simultaneously issuing orders through the walkie-talkie. Su Ning, lead all snipers into position and lock all gun barrels on these 9 individuals. If there is any abnormality, no need to report, just eliminate on sight. Jimu, prepare the vines for sealing. If anything happens, immediately cut off inside from outside. Received. Understood. The 2 responses rang out simultaneously. On the sniper position atop the battlements, Su Ning slowly set up the QBU sniper rifle, the cold crosshairs locking firmly onto the battlefield. Outside the defense line, Feng Yao and Pu Lan were already on the verge of exhaustion. They fought their way through the tide of corpses last night with the survivors from the convoy, thinking they had escaped to safety, only to be quickly cut off by the relentless swarm of zombies. Along the way, they encountered no traces of the other 2 convoys, only an endless sea of zombies and elusive corpse guards constantly diminishing their numbers. It was only when dawn approached with the silhouette of High City appearing on the horizon that they were given their last glimmer of hope. But just a few hundred meters from the fortress, the jeep was completely out of commission. They had no choice but to abandon the vehicle and muster their last ounce of strength to protect the survivors as they dashed towards the defense line. Yet this towering concrete wall loomed before them like a cold chasm, isolating them from safety. No matter how loudly they called for help, there was no response from the wall. Be careful! Pu Lan shouted angrily, smashing her shield into the approaching corpse guard, but another corpse guard seized the opportunity to sneak around from the side, its sharp claws slicing through the air, aiming straight for Feng Yao. Feng Yao had no time to turn around, and could only instinctively curl her body. At that critical moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and several thick, dark green vines burst forth from the earth, instantly wrapping around the limbs of the corpse guard and pinning it in place. Immediately after, a fiery arrow shot through the air, accurately piercing the head of the corpse guard. The intense flames engulfed its body in an instant, leaving the corpse guard no time to utter a cry before being reduced to a pile of charred ashes. You 2 retreat quickly. A cold voice came from the defense line. Feng Yao and Pu Lan did not dare to hesitate, immediately grabbing the nearby survivors and turning to sprint towards the defense line. Pu Lan, having been engaged in close combat for too long, was the most exhausted, and her pace slowed. A corpse guard seized the chance and lunged at her, its glimmering claws aimed directly at her back. Su Ning, test the armor-piercing round. Xia Huiyu's voice rang out calmly. Received. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire shattered the dawn. The high-velocity armor-piercing round accurately struck the corpse guard's forehead, instantly freezing its body in place with the immense impact. Following that, 2 more consecutive gunshots rang out, hitting the same spot and directly shattering its skull. Black-red blood splattered everywhere, and the corpse guard collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The last remaining corpse guard, seeing the situation unfavorable, turned to flee. Guyu raised a finger, and the golden divine spear transformed into a streak of golden light that pierced through its chest, pinning it firmly to the ground. The pure young golden light burned fiercely, and moments later the corpse guard was utterly reduced to ashes, the crisis averted. Feng Yao could no longer hold on, her legs buckling, almost causing her to fall. Pu Lan hurriedly reached out to support her. Instead, Feng Yao tightly embraced her, tears of relief finally spilling forth. Standing at only 1.60 m, Feng Yao clung to the nearly 1.90 m tall Pu Lan like a frightened koala, causing the previously tense Pu Lan to smile and gently pat her back in comfort. At that moment, the heavy metal barriers slowly opened to both sides. Guyu and Xia Houyu walked out side by side, followed by a few newly selected patrol team members, all clad in black combat uniforms. Standing at only 1.60 m, Feng Yao clung to the nearly 1.90 m tall Pu Lan like a frightened koala, causing the previously tense Pu Lan to smile and gently pat. Xia Houyu spoke with a relatively gentle tone, yet extremely serious.